Chapter 1. Su Xiaochuan, you wretched scoundrel. At Jiangbei International Airport, a striking young man captured the attention of passers-by. Tall and handsome, he donned a well-fitted black suit that exuded an air of authority with each step he took. Surrounding him was a cadre of impeccably dressed bodyguards, their imposing presence causing the crowd to instinctively part, creating a path for him. Boss, with the patriarch assigning you to take over the Jiangbei company, I firmly believe you will undoubtedly emerge victorious, becoming the future master of the Su family, Zhao. Quan expressed, unable to suppress his elation. After all, his master's prominence within the family naturally elevated his own status. 6 years prior, when a third young master, Su Xiaochuan, a bastardy, was brought back to the capital from Jiangbei, he was met with disdain and ridicule from everyone around him. Only Zhao Quan had been willing to stake everything on him, and now it seemed his gamble had paid off. In a mere 6 years, the third young master had not only established himself within the Su family, but had also become a formidable contender for the next head of the family. His use of boss rather than young master signified his allegiance to Su Xiaochuan, identifying himself as one of his own rather than merely a member of the Su clan. Su Xiaochuan smiled wryly at the remark. My two brothers are no pushovers, they have their wives and families to support them, while I am but a solitary figure. As they spoke, the entourage confidently exited the airport. Standing outside, Su Xiaochuan gazed at the bustling street, a strange sense of familiarity washing over him, and he felt an overwhelming wave of emotion. 6 years had passed. Jiangbei, it has been far too long. Su Xiaochuan have returned. Having grown up in an orphanage in Jiangbei, Su Xiaochuan had believed his parents were long deceased. Until 6 years ago, during his freshman year of college, when a black Rolls-Royce halted before him, and a middle-aged man emerged, brandishing a paternity test, claiming to be his father. Thus, Su Xiaochuan was brought back to the capital, becoming the third young master of the Su family. In the span of 6 years, leveraging his father Su Tianha's guilt and his own experiences navigating the world, he transformed from a scorned, illegitimate child into the genuine third young master of the Su family. His return was to assume control of the Su family's company in Jiangbei. His two brothers have been dispatched to different cities to manage their respective enterprises. This internal evaluation within the Su family was set for 3 years. Whoever ran their company best would be the next heir. After all, the Su family had risen through commerce, and assessing the next head through business acumen was undoubtedly the most effective method. Boss, a tall man with a buzz cut, approached briskly, interrupting his reverie. What's the situation? As Su Xiaochuan inquired, he continued walking toward the line of waiting vehicles. The buzz-cut man, named Zhou Tian, like Zhao Quan, was a trusted confidant of Su Xiaochuan. He had been sent a few days in advance to Jiangbei to assess the company's circumstances. After all, one cannot arrive completely in the dark. Boss, the situation is far from optimistic. The companies in Jiangbei have been operating with a sense of detachment these past few years. If you wish to take over smoothly, it may prove to be quite a challenge, Zhou Tian expressed, concern etched on his face as he kept pace with Su Xiaochuan, sharing the findings of his recent investigations. Little Tian, even the fiercest dog, dares not bite its master. Should it do so, it faces but two fates, to be beaten to death and consumed, or to be killed and disposed of. In either case, death is inevitable. As for the dog's disobedience, it matters not as its master. I possess ample patience to teach it. However, should it refuse to learn, there would be no need to continue feeding it. Wasting resources, Su Xiaochuan replied calmly, dismissing Zhou Tian's apprehensions without a second thought. He had never regarded the individuals at the Jiangzhou subsidiary with any respect. They relied on the Su family for their livelihoods, yet dared to defy their command. Such behavior was hardly deserving of sympathy. Your wisdom is indeed profound. It seems I've been overly cautious, Zhou Tian acknowledged. Recognizing Su Xiaochuan's sentiment, he quickly approached and opened the rear door of a Maybach, slightly bowing, after you, boss. Just as Su Xiaochuan was about to enter the vehicle, his gaze caught sight of a little girl not far away, causing him to halt involuntarily. The little girl sat on the flower bed, appearing to be around 4 or 5 years old, clad in a pink dress, her hair styled in 2 braided pigtails. Her large, watery eyes were filled with curiosity as she stared at them, her round face resembling that of a delicate porcelain doll. For some inexplicable reason, at that moment, Su Xiaochuan felt an unshakable sense of familiarity. "Wait in the car for me," he instructed, making his way towards the little girl. "Do you not think that the young lady bears a resemblance to the boss?" Zhao Quan remarked, furrowing his brow at Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian nodded in agreement. "I noticed her when I came to pick you up. I felt that way then too." In an instant, both men exchanged glances, an absurd thought rising in their minds simultaneously. "Hello there, what is your name? Where are your parents?" "It's quite dangerous for you to be here all alone," Su Xiaochuan said, his face breaking into a warm smile as he spoke gently to the little girl. The girl eyed him warily before raising her finger and, in a small voice, replied, "Mommy said I shouldn't talk to strangers." "You are speaking to me now, are you not?" Su Xiaochuan mused, increasingly convinced that the little girl seemed familiar, though he could not quite place it. If he were to glance into a mirror, he might understand why her face seemed known to him. "What do you intend to do?" At that moment, a sharp voice called out from behind him. Accompanied by a waft of fragrance, a woman hurried over, clutching an ice cream cone, and enveloped the little girl in her arms. As she looked up, poised to question Su Xiaochuan, her expression froze in shock. "Su Xiaochuan, miss, do you know me?" Su Xiaochuan responded, his face reflecting his confusion as he scrutinized the woman before him. The woman appeared to be in her 20s, sporting a stylish bob haircut. Her fair, oval face was adorned with delicate features, while her white short-sleeved top accentuated an alluring curve. The sky-blue fitted jeans highlighted her long, graceful legs. The woman was undeniably beautiful, with an exquisite figure, yet Su Xiaochuan was certain he did not recognize her. "Recognize? How could I not?" "Su Xiaochuan, you scoundrel, even in ashes I would know you." Yin Qianqian looked at Su Xiaochuan with a cold smile, her eyes brimming with lethal intent that could have surely felled him 1,000 times over. Her anger was so palpable that her voice rose above the murmurs of the crowd, drawing curious glances from passers-by. After all, it was quite a spectacularly, stunningly voluptuous woman chastising a handsome rogue while holding a child. The very thought of the unfolding drama was exhilarating. Su Xiaochuan's expression turned icy as he spoke in a low voice. "Miss, I believe there may be some misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding? Nonsense. Scoundrel, tell me, does this child look familiar to you?" Before he could finish his sentence, Yin Qianqian interrupted him. Pointing at the adorable Exine cradled in her arms, Su Xiaochuan furrowed his brow and glanced at the charming little girl, nodding slightly. "It's only natural that she looks familiar. She is your daughter." Yin Qianqian dropped this bombshell, and the onlookers' gazes towards Su Xiaochuan shifted dramatically, filled with disdain, anger, and even envy. Not far off, Zhao Quan and Zhou Tian stood dumbfounded, silently pondering. It appears the boss and the old master are indeed cut from the same cloth. "My daughter? I with you?" Su Xiaochuan was taken aback, but he remained skeptical after all. He had never encountered this woman before. If he had never seen her, how could he have possibly slept with her, let alone father-daughter? "With me? Dream on. Even if every man in the world perished, I, Yin Qianqian, would never lower myself to your level. Do you think I am as blind as my foolish cousin to fall for a man like you?" Yin Qianqian unleashed a torrent of scathing words upon Su Xiaochuan, her chest heaving with the intensity of her tirade. After catching her breath, a thought seemed to strike her, and with a derisive laugh, she looked at Su Xiaochuan with contempt. "Oh, by the way, a scoundrel like you is probably already forgotten about my silly cousin, and no matter. Allow me to remind you, her name is Yi Xinya." Upon hearing this name, Su Xiaochuan could no longer maintain his earlier composure, his expression shifting dramatically in an instant. Chapter 2. The events, people, and emotions of that year. "Is your cousin Yi Xinya?" Su Xiaochuan asked, his emotions surging as he firmly grasped Yin Qianqian's shoulders, his gaze fixed upon her. The mention of Yi Xinya brought a flood of memories to the forefront of his mind. He had grown up in Jiangbei, where Yi Xinya was not only his high school classmate, but also his university companion and first love. Their romantic relationship had blossomed over more than 2 years, spanning from their second year of high school to their first year of college. Alas, their love was abruptly severed when Yi Xinya's parents discovered their relationship, leading to their heartbreaking separation. Not long after parting ways, Su Xiaochuan was taken to the capital by his father. He never imagined that Yi Xinya had been pregnant at the time of their breakup. Had he known, he would never have left. "Let go, you bastard! You're hurting me!" Yin Qianqian exclaimed, furrowing her brows as she forcefully freed herself from Su Xiaochuan's grip, rubbing her shoulder with a displeased expression. What are you pretending for? Take me to see your sister. Su Xiaochuan interrupted her, raising his voice significantly. Yin Qianqian flinched at his sudden intensity, biting her lip as she mustered the courage to respond. Why are you being so fierce? Do you think a scoundrel has any right to act this way? If it weren't for Xian, I wouldn't even bother with you. With that, she attempted to embrace Xian, but Su Xiaochuan was quicker, extending his hand. Come here. Xian, Daddy will hold you. Xian looked at Su Xiaochuan with suspicion, stepping back cautiously. Annie says you're a bad man. You don't want Xian and Mommy anymore. Hearing this broke Su Xiaochuan's heart, filling him with guilt. Taking a deep breath, he forced a smile. Xin, your aunt is just teasing you. How could Daddy be a bad man? Come, let Daddy hold you. From now on, Daddy will never leave you and Mommy again. Whatever you want, Daddy will buy it for you, okay? Humph. Insincere flattery, Yin Qianqian scoffed, choosing not to say more, especially with Xian present. Really? I want a new pair of high heels, Xian replied, her small face reflecting a mix of emotions as she widened her watery eyes, gazing up at Su Xiaochuan. After all, she was only 4 or 5 years old. Had she been older, she would not have been so easily swayed. Of course, Daddy would never lie to you. If you want the stars, Daddy will pick them for you, Su Xiaochuan declared, excitedly lifting Xian into his arms before curiously asking, but tell Daddy, why do you want high heels? I want to give them to Mommy. Mommy only buys new shoes for Xian. She hasn't bought any for herself. Xian replied, her fingers in her mouth, speaking in her sweet, childish voice. Su Xiaochuan's heart ached with guilt upon hearing this. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Yin Qianqian. Take me to see Xiaoya. Humph. My car is across the street, Yin Qianqian replied coolly, striding away in her high heels towards the parking lot opposite the airport. Su Xiaochuan followed closely behind, still holding Xian. Should we drive after them? Zhou Tian inquired, concerned for Su Xiaochuan's safety. Zhao Quan cast a sharp glare at him, exclaiming, Are you foolish? Why will we follow them now? Let us head to the hotel first. A convoy consisting of a leading Maybach followed by 5 Audi 6 vehicles sped away. Yin Qianqian's vehicle was a white BMW 7 Series, with Su Xiaochuan seated in the passenger's seat, his gaze far from appreciating the beauty beside him. Tell me about your sister, he urged. Yin Qianqian shot him a cold glance and replied icily, Because of you, my sister now has no home to return to and is the subject of ridicule. Throughout Yin Qianqian's sharp recounting, Su Xiaochuan learned the details of the situation. Shortly after he departed 6 years ago, Yi Xinya was discovered to be pregnant. For the Yi family, her premarital pregnancy was a source of great shame. They pressured her to terminate the pregnancy, but she insisted on giving birth, resulting in a falling out with her parents and her expulsion from the Yi household. Because of her child, she was unable to complete her university education. Lacking familial support, adequate qualifications, and burdened with a child, her years had been fraught with difficulty, relying solely on Yin Qianqian's assistance. Thank you, Su Xiaochuan sincerely expressed to Yin Qianqian. Without your help, it is unimaginable how much more challenging life would have been for Yi Xinya and her daughter. Assisting my sister is only natural. There is no need for your insincere gratitude, Yin Qianqian retorted dismissively, harboring no fondness for the one she deemed responsible for her cousin's plight. Su Xiaochuan merely smiled at her words, knowing that beneath her sharp tongue lay a tender heart. With so many friends and relatives, aside from Yin Qianqian, who had truly supported Yi Xinya during her hardships over the years. After a little over 10 minutes, the vehicle entered the underground parking lot of a building named Kanglin Group Company. I used my connections to help her secure a clerical position here, Yin Qianqian explained. Su Xiaochuan nodded. Without her assistance, Yi Xinya would have struggled immensely to find suitable employment given her incomplete education. Upon exiting the car, Su Xiaochuan cradled Xian and followed Yin Qianqian into the elevator. The young child, innocent and forgetful, had already begun to develop a bond with Su Xiaochuan after their recent interactions. Ascending to the 13th floor, it was evident that the staff recognized Yin Qianqian. allowing them to pass unobstructed. Missing, are you looking for Xiaoya? She was just called into the chairman's office. A staff member casually engaged Yin Xianqian in conversation. Meanwhile, in the chairman's office, the rotund Wang Lan regarded Yi Xinya with a smile, his eyes filled with fervor. Her long, dark hair was elegantly tied back, and her delicate features, accentuated by a refined uniform that hugged her curves, exuded an allure capable of captivating any man. Chairman Wang, if you have no further business, I shall return to work, Yi Xinya said, feeling uncomfortable under his gaze and eager to escape. My dear Xiaoya, Wang Lan began, let me be frank with you. I understand it is quite challenging for a woman raising a child alone. How about this? If you choose to stay with me, I assure you, you will not be at a loss. Wang Lan is nothing short of a rogue, able to discuss such sordid matters with an unflinching demeanor. Yi Xinya's expression shifted. Mr. Wang, what do you mean? Xinya, there's no need to be so agitated. I mean no harm. I merely noticed how difficult things have been for you and wish to offer some assistance. Here, take this sum of money for now, and should you find it insufficient, feel free to ask for more, Wang Lan said, retrieving a stack of cash from his desk drawer and attempting to press it into Yi Xinya's hands. With a sharp motion, Yi Xinya swatted the money away, her fury palpable. Mr. Wang, I am here to work, not to sell myself. I resign. Without another word, she turned to leave. Stop right there. Wang Lan, enraged and humiliated, seized Yi Xinya's arm, yanking her back. He raised his hand and struck her across the face. Slap. Yi Xinya cried out, her fair complexion instantly marred by redness and distinct finger marks. You wretched man, how dare you think you can have your way with me? Your interest is a privilege, and yet you fail to appreciate it. What a pretentious act. You truly believe yourself to be some virtuous woman, capable of bearing a child for a scoundrel. Today, I shall have my way with you. As Wang Lan furiously belittled Yi Xinya, he roughly shoved her onto the nearby sofa. Help! Someone please. Don't come any closer. Yi Xinya scrambled up from the sofa. Terror etched across her face as she gazed at Wang Lan, despair flooding her heart while she instinctively retreated. Call out all you want. The louder you scream, the more excited I become. Ha ha ha. Wang Lan's face flushed with exhilaration, his breath quickening as he impatiently loosened his tie and lunged toward Yi Xinya. At that moment, the office door was forcefully kicked open. Su Xiaochuan, his expression dark, and Yin Xianqian, her face ablaze with fury, stormed in. Are you all right, sister? Yin Xianqian rushed forward, enveloping Yi Xinya in a tight embrace. Qianqian woohoo, Yi Xinya, overwhelmed with grievance, burst into tears. Mommy, Xian joined, her eyes red as she sobbed uncontrollably. Well, I'll leave you to it. I have matters to attend to, Wang Lan said, hesitating momentarily as he cast an unwilling glance at Yi Xinya. Nonchalantly, he added a parting remark, adjusted his collar, and turned to exit. Did I give you permission to leave? Su Xiaochuan stood at the door, his expression impassive, eyes glacially piercing. Who the hell are you? Get lost. Wan Lang, already seething with anger, was far from courteous in his response to Su Xiaochuan. Bang! Su Xiaochuan raised his foot and kicked out. Wan Lan Iyo, caught off guard and sent sprawling to the ground, clutching his abdomen in pain. You bastard, how dare you hit me? Wang Lan glared at Su Xiaochuan, the words barely escaping his clenched teeth. Su Xiaochuan remained expressionless, uninterested in further dialogue. He strode to the desk, picked up a wooden chair, and approached Wang Lan. What do you intend to do? I warn you, don't do anything reckless, brother. Spare me, please. Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Lan's previously vengeful gaze transformed into one of sheer terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. Bang! Su Xiaochuan forcefully slammed the chair down. Please stop. I was wrong. I won't dare again. Wang Lan emitted a heart-wrenching scream, blood gushing from his mouth as he begged for mercy. Bang! 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 Su Xiaochuan remained indifferent to his pleas, repeatedly bringing the chair down, crimson blood splattering across the floor. Initially, Wang Lan howled in agony, but soon he could muster no sound beyond his labored breaths. That's enough. Are you truly going to kill him? Yin Xianqian was taken aback by the gruesome spectacle, and once she regained her senses, she rushed forward to push Su Xiaochuan away. "You're despicable." Su Xiaochuan lifted his hand to loosen his tie, his tone calm and devoid of any emotion. The chilling sound of his voice startled Yin Qianqian. She feared that in a fit of rage, Su Xiaochuan might take Wang Lan's life. She quickly interjected, Xin is still here. You might frighten the child." At her words, Su Xiaochuan's expression shifted as he glanced toward Xin, only to find Yi Xinya covering Xin's eyes, which relieved him. After all, it was no trivial matter for a child to witness such a bloody scene. Discarding the bloodied chair aside, Su Xiaochuan regarded Yi Xinya in silence for a while before speaking. "Xinya, I apologize for returning late and causing you distress. From now on, you and Xin will have me. Xiaochuan, I miss you so much." Upon hearing this, Yi Xinya could no longer contain her emotions. She released Xin and threw herself into Su Xiaochuan's embrace, weeping. Yin Qianqian hurriedly stepped forward again to cover Xin's eyes, shaking her head in resignation. This woman truly forgets past grievances. A mere word from this scoundrel makes her neglect her own daughter. However, Yin Qianqian had to admit that Su Xiaochuan had exhibited a commendable masculinity, significantly altering her perception of him. Moreover, she understood how deeply her foolish cousin loved this rogue. No amount of her words could rival a single embrace from him. "I miss you too. We shall never be apart again. No one can separate us." Su Xiaochuan held Yi Xinya tightly, as if fearing she might flee should he loosen his grip. He was no longer the impoverished boy from the orphanage. No one could now hinder his love for Yi Xinya. "Hey, isn't it time to head home?" Yin Qianqian could no longer bear the sight of their heartfelt exchange. It was only then that Yi Xinya snapped back to reality, hurriedly freeing herself from Su Xiaochuan's hold, wiping the tears from her face, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Let us go." Su Xiaochuan patted her back and, wrapping his arm around her, led her out of the office. Yin Qianqian followed closely behind, holding Xin. Once the footsteps faded, Wang Lan, lying on the ground, finally dared to cease his act of unconsciousness, struggling to rise and grabbing the office phone to shout, "Someone! Call 120! Call 120!" Moments later, the secretary rushed in, horrified by the sight before her. "Director Wang, do you want to report this?" "No, do not call the police. I shall deal with him personally, ensuring that he suffers beyond comprehension." Wang Lan intervened, gritting his teeth, his veins bulging, and the malice in his eyes seemingly ready to overflow. Meanwhile, Su Xiaochuan and his companions had arrived at the parking lot. "You all go ahead. I need to make a quick call," he said with a faint smile, turning away with his phone in hand. The moment he turned, his smile vanished, replaced by a dark scowl. Dialing Zhou Tian's number, he coldly instructed, "Investigate the Jiangbei Kanglan group, particularly their chairman. Find out where his ancestral grave is located." After issuing his command, Su Xiaochuan hung up, restoring his smile as he approached Yin Qianqian's car. He had never been one to passively await fate. Given the severity of Wang Lan's actions against him, it was certain that he would not let this matter rest. Rather than waiting for trouble to find him, he preferred to take the initiative, ensuring that no one could catch him off guard. Moreover, even if Wang Lan were to relent, he would not permit it. He intended to make Wang Lan aware that certain women were beyond his reach. Having harbored intentions, one must be prepared to face the consequences. Half an hour later, the car entered an old-fashioned community, halting in front of a building. "You reside here?" After exiting, Su Xiaochuan surveyed the surroundings with a frown. "What else would you expect? Do you think my sister has managed all these years by herself? It's all your fault, you scoundrel." Yin Qianqian occasionally jabbed at Su Xiaochuan, aiming to remind him of the debt he owed to her sister. "Qianqian," Yi Xinya cast an annoyed glance at Yin Qianqian. All right, with a lover. You've forgotten your sister, huh?" Sigh, Xin, it seems it's just you and your aunt now. Yin Qianqian feigned a sigh of resignation, pinching Xin's chubby cheeks. "No, I want to stay with mommy and daddy." Xin unhesitatingly abandoned Yin Qianqian. "You little ungrateful child. Have you forgotten how good your aunt has been to you?" Watching Yin Qianqian engage in playful banter with Xin, Su Xiaochuan and Yi Xinya exchanged smiles, filled with happiness. "Tomorrow, I will find a new apartment and move out. This time, I have returned to provide the best life for you and Xin. Su Xiaochuan declared firmly, wrapping his arm around Yi Xinya. Oh, scoundrel, such grand aspirations. One would think you've struck it rich over the years, Yin Qianqian remarked curiously, having recognized the watch on Su Xiaochuan's wrist, which was worth at least 6 figures. She was well aware of Su Xiaochuan's past as a poor orphan. It was remarkable how he had turned his fortunes around in just 6 years. Just getting by? Nothing more. Su Xiaochuan replied dismissively, his attention solely on Yi Xinya, leaving little room for Yin Qianqian's inquiries. Yin Qianqian scoffed, just getting by? Who would believe that? You can't afford a watch worth hundreds of thousands just by coasting along. In truth, she had underestimated Su Xiaochuan. The watch on his wrist was not merely 6 figures, but 7. Chapter 4. Mommy and Daddy, what are you doing? That evening, after finishing dinner, Yin Qianqian announced her departure. Drive safely tonight. Yi Xinya escorted Yin Qianqian to the door, while Su Xiaochuan sat on the sofa, holding Xian, engrossed in animated cartoons. All right, I understand. Sister, ever since you had the baby, you've started speaking more like a mother, Yin Qianqian remarked, her expression one of amusement. Just as she was about to step out, she suddenly recalled, oh right, tomorrow at noon is Annie's birthday. Are you going? Her hesitation stemmed from the knowledge that, over the past few years, the relationship between Yi Xinya and her parents had not improved. Of course, we're going, Su Xiaochuan interjected before Yi Xinya could respond. A frown creased Yi Xinya's brow. Her parents had never approved of Su Xiaochuan, while she was indifferent to their opinions. She worried about the potential difficulties Su Xiaochuan might face. It's all right. After all, they're your parents. You can't possibly avoid going home for the rest of your life. Su Xiaochuan smiled gently at her, understanding that it was his presence that had made Yi Xinya feel unwelcome in her own family. He was determined to gain the acceptance of the Yi family and to formally plan a wedding for Yi Xinya. Seeing the smile on Su Xiaochuan's face, Yi Xinya felt a sense of tranquility wash over her, dispelling all her worries. She bit her lip and nodded at Yin Qianqian. Well then, I'll take my leave. See you tomorrow. Before departing, Yin Qianqian cast a warning glance at Su Xiaochuan. With a loud bang, the door closed, prompting Su Xiaochuan to spring up from the sofa, cradling Xian as he made his way to her little room. Be good, Xian. It's time for bed. You have kindergarten tomorrow. No, I want to watch cartoons. Tomorrow is Sunday. I don't have to go to kindergarten. Xian protested, squirming in Su Xiaochuan's embrace, her eyes glued to the television. Yi Xinya flushed at the sight, fully aware of Su Xiaochuan's eagerness to get Xian to sleep early, a clear indication of his intentions. After all, it had been 6 years since they had been intimate, and the atmosphere was ripe for rekindling their passion. Be good and listen. Tomorrow, Daddy will buy you a cake. Su Xiaochuan finally managed to coax Xian to sleep. Returning to the living room, Su Xiaochuan gazed at Yi Xinya and, without a word, embraced her and pressed her onto the sofa. Not here. Don't speak. Xiaoya, I miss you so much. Be gentle. You're pulling my hair. Just as their intimacy reached its peak, the sound of the door opening interrupted them. Su Xiaochuan and Yi Xinya instinctively turned towards the noise. Standing at the doorway in a pink pajama set adorned with a mischievous rabbit, Xian blinked her big, watery eyes at them. Daddy, Mommy, what are you doing? For a moment, it felt as though time had frozen. Yi Xinya's face turned crimson, and with an unexpected burst of strength, she pushed Su Xiaochuan away, hastily wrapping her clothes tighter around herself and fleeing into the bedroom. Su Xiaochuan looked at his innocent daughter, who wore a bewildered expression, feeling a surge of frustration with nowhere to direct it. He could only muster a stiff smile. Xian, be good and go back to sleep. I was just playing a game with Mommy. With a look of immense curiosity in her little eyes, Xian obediently turned and retreated to her room, her young mind filled with a singular thought. Father's recent laughter lacked any charm. Sighing, Su Xiaochuan watched his daughter enter the house and then turned his gaze to the closed door of Yi Xinya. He let out a resigned breath. Tonight, it was clear that Yi Xinya would not allow him to continue. Shaking his head, he took out his phone and called Zhao Quan. Find me an apartment with a pleasant environment, one that is quieter, and most importantly, with excellent soundproofing. Also, prepare a gift box for me. I'll need it tomorrow. Additionally, notify the company that I will assume my position first thing in the morning and all department heads must be present. At 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Come to pick me up at Building 1 of Xinyuan Community. Leaning back on the sofa with his legs crossed, Su Xiaochuan calmly issued a series of instructions. Boss, I've noted everything down. Zhou Tian needs to speak with you. Su Xiaochuan replied. Hand the phone to Zhou Tian. Boss, I have thoroughly investigated the Kanglin group, as you requested. Moments later, Zhou Tian's voice came through the phone. Su Xiaochuan remained silent, awaiting a detailed report on the findings. Boss, the chairman of Kanglin Group, Wang Lan, only graduated from elementary school and built his fortune from scratch. He was involved in criminal activities in his early years. Furthermore, Kanglin has business ties with our company in Jiangbei, and Wang Lan shares a close relationship with our vice chairman, Guoliang. After listening, Su Xiaochuan yawned, an indifferent smile playing on his lips. Find some evidence, use my business card to make a few connections, and ensure he is brought to justice. In a harmonious society, how can we allow such lawless individuals to roam free? If his background is tainted, it will be much easier to deal with him. I have 100 ways to ensure he reflects on his life in prison. Understood, boss. Please get some rest. Zhou Tian, having heard Su Xiaochuan yawn, recognized his fatigue and refrained from further conversation. Su Xiaochuan acknowledged and hung up the phone, reclining on the sofa to sleep. While Su Xiaochuan rested, Wang Lan, however, found himself unable to sleep. In pain from his injuries, he lay awake on the hospital bed. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the room as a young man with a streak of yellow in his hair rushed in. His name was Wu Fei, Wang Lan's brother-in-law and right-hand man. Have you found anything? Where is that scoundrel? I swear I will kill him. Upon seeing the young man, Wang Lan's spirits lifted momentarily, his eyes blazing with fury. Brother-in-law, we have some information, but as for revenge, you may want to consider how to make amends instead. Wu Fei said with a sorrowful face. He had learned of Su Xiaochuan's background and had nearly crashed his car multiple times on the way to the hospital, his feet trembling uncontrollably. What do you mean? Wang Lan, consumed by rage and thoughts of vengeance, was momentarily taken aback, unable to process the words. Wu Fei swallowed hard, took a sip of water from the bedside table, and then continued, Brother-in-law, I just spoke with the deputy manager of the HR department at Tianyang Group, and it seems Guoliang's plans have fallen through. The third young master of the Su family has arrived, and guess what? He asked the one who attacked you. Boom! Wang Lan's mind exploded with chaos upon hearing those words, leaving him in a state of utter blankness. The Tianyang Group was renowned in the Jiangbei region. While the common populace remained oblivious, he was acutely aware of the Su family's powerful backing in the capital. The revelation that the one who had assaulted him was the third young master of the Su family extinguished any thoughts of revenge, replaced instead by an overwhelming sense of dread. Tears welled in his eyes, as he had never fathomed that Yixinya's partner wielded such formidable influence. Were the Yi family truly so oblivious? Did they not realize their daughter was carrying a dragon's heir, only to sever ties and cast her out? Had they lost their minds entirely? Brother-in-law, brother-in-law, Wu Fei called out, noticing Wang Lan's silence, waving his hand before him. Regaining his composure, Wang Lan exclaimed anxiously, We must prepare gifts, lavish ones, for tomorrow I shall personally go and make amends. Brother-in-law, you seem to be wrapped up like a mummy. Wu Fei expressed his doubts regarding Wang Lan's ability to leave the hospital the following day. Wang Lan shouted hoarsely, Tomorrow, even if I must be wheeled out in chair, I will go. Chapter 5. The Disobedient Dog. In the morning, Su Xiaochuan awoke to find a blanket draped over him. It was evident that Yi Xinya had covered him during the night. How wonderful it was to have a wife like her. You're awake. Go wash your face and prepare for breakfast. I just bought you a new set of toiletries. Yi Xinya announced as she emerged from the kitchen, carrying breakfast. Su Xiaochuan watched her busy figure, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. This was what happiness felt like. Hurry and get ready. I will wake up Xin, Yi Xinya said, feeling shy under Su Xiaochuan's gaze, before retreating into Xin's small room. Checking the time on his wristwatch, which read just past 7, Su Xiaochuan stretched lazily and made his way to the bathroom. Xin, Daddy is leaving. Give her Daddy a kiss. After breakfast, Yi Xinya embraced Xin and escorted him to the door. At her words, Xin leaned in and planted a kiss on Su Xiaochuan's cheek. Su Xiaochuan then kissed Yi Xinya softly on the lips before turning to leave. As he descended in the elevator, Zhou Tian was already waiting for him with 4 bodyguards. Both Zhou Tian and Zhao Quan were his trusted confidants, albeit with differing focuses. Zhou Tian, with a stern demeanor, served as his personal bodyguard, while Zhao Quan, quick-witted and adept at social interactions, assisted Su Xiaochuan in handling affairs. Thus, Zhou Tian typically accompanied Su Xiaochuan closely, while Zhao Quan managed external matters. "Good morning, boss." The 5 men greeted in unison upon seeing Su Xiaochuan. Zhou Tian opened the rear door of the Maybach for him. After Su Xiaochuan settled into the vehicle, Zhou Tian took the wheel, driving them out of the community. The other 4 bodyguards followed in an Audi, maintaining a distance of about 10 meters behind the Maybach. Half an hour later, the car came to a halt in front of the Tianyang Group's building. As a subsidiary of the Su family in Jiangbei, Tianyang Group was involved in both real estate and catering. "Boss," Zhou Tian remarked, his expression darkening as he observed the desolate entrance of the building. After all, Su Xiaochuan had instructed Zhao Quan to notify everyone in advance of his arrival that day. However, at present, there was not a single person to greet him, which seemed to indicate a blatant disregard for Su Xiaochuan. No matter, he thought, maintaining his composure. He had never been fond of such ostentatious formalities. Su Xiaochuan smiled lightly, adjusted his collar, and calmly strode toward the building. Although his demeanor was tranquil, Zhou Tian was acutely aware that he was, in fact, seething with anger. While Su Xiaochuan might dismiss these trivialities, it did not imply that others could do so as well. This was a matter of respect. Zhou Tian instructed 2 bodyguards to drive the car to the parking lot while he trailed behind Su Xiaochuan with another 2 bodyguards. "Good day, sir. May I inquire what brings you here?" As they approached the building, the 2 security guards stationed at the booth stepped forward to block Su Xiaochuan's path. "Are you not familiar with me?" Su Xiaochuan asked, a smile masking his inner fury. Just last night, Zhao Quan had been tasked with notifying them. It was one thing to neglect a greeting, but to have the security obstruct him was intolerable. Did they truly believe him to be a mere sickly cat? "Sir, you jest. You're not currency. Why should I be expected to recognize you?" One guard chuckled dismissively. His companion joined in the laughter. Their gazes towards Su Xiaochuan filled with disdain. "You possess a keen sense of humor. It's of no consequence that you do not know me. I bear you no ill will," Su Xiaochuan replied, patting the guard's shoulder with a smile before continuing on his way. "Stop right there." The expressions of the 2 guards shifted dramatically as they attempted to halt him. Bang! The bodyguards, without needing any signal from Zhou Tian, swiftly brought the guards down to the ground, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. The cries of anguish and pleas for mercy from the guards echoed behind them as Su Xiaochuan and Zhou Tian entered the building without a backward glance. Third young master, I had just finished up and was on my way to greet you. I hadn't anticipated you would enter unaccompanied," came a hearty voice as they stepped inside. A middle-aged man clad in a black suit approached briskly. He was Guoliang, the deputy director of Tianyang. Zhou Tian quietly remarked to Su Xiaochuan, "Deputy Director Guo is exceedingly courteous. Given the pressing matters at hand, there was little time to arrange a welcoming ceremony. I hope you will not hold it against me." With a gentle smile gracing his features, Su Xiaochuan extended his hand in a friendly shake with Guoliang. It was expected that the chairmanship of Tianyang would fall to Guoliang, yet here he was, having been parachuted into the position. The animosity Guoliang harbored toward him was undoubtedly palpable. Third young master, you are a man of straightforwardness, which I greatly admire. Please, allow me to show you in. I've already notified the various departments to convene in the meeting room." Guoliang chuckled heartily, releasing Su Xiaochuan's hand and gesturing for him to enter. Simultaneously, the 2 bodyguards who had been engaged with the security guards outside made their way in, discreetly nodding to Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian turned to Guoliang and stated, "Deputy Director Guo, I noticed that those 2 security guards appear to have injured their legs when I entered. You might want to arrange for someone to take them to the hospital. This is no trivial matter. We should consider it a workplace injury. After all, it occurred during working hours, and the Su family has always upheld humanitarian principles. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaochuan exchanged a few words with Guo Liang before stepping into the elevator with his bodyguard. Guo Liang's expression transformed dramatically. For the security team leader outside was his wife's cousin. With his leg now broken, he could only imagine the turmoil that awaited him at home. Such a liability. He muttered a curse under his breath and instructed the front desk to call an ambulance. Vice Chairman Guo, please hurry. Time is of the essence. Su Xiaochuan called from within the elevator. Of course, I'm on my way, Guo Liang replied with a smile, making his way towards the elevator. A glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Just a mere illegitimate child. As long as I am here, any attempts to meddle in Tianyang are nothing but foolish dreams. The elevator ride was silent until they arrived at the grand conference room on the 18th floor. Please, third young master, Guo Liang said, although he took the lead without a hint of courtesy. Su Xiaochuan was unperturbed, merely smiling in response. To him, Guo Liang was nothing more than a grasshopper after autumn, with little time left to jump around. Upon opening the conference room door, they were greeted by a substantial gathering. Greetings, Chairman Guo. Everyone rose to acknowledge Guo Liang, completely disregarding Su Xiaochuan. Observing this, Guo Liang's face lit up with satisfaction as he gestured towards Su Xiaochuan. Allow me to introduce, this is third young master Xiaochuan. Let us extend him a warm welcome. Sparse applause erupted in the room, akin to the sound of empty stomachs, starkly contrasting with the earlier greetings extended to Guo Liang. This was all part of Guo Liang's scheme. He aimed to demonstrate to Su Xiaochuan who truly held authority at Tianyang Group. Chapter 6. The trials of the first meeting. In light of this situation, Su Xiaochuan merely smiled without uttering a word, proceeding to take a seat at the head of the table. Zhou Tian stood behind him, while two bodyguards flanked the entrance. Guo Liang, observing this, let out a cold sneer, exchanged glances with a few individuals, and then took his own seat. The vice chairman has already offered a brief introduction. Allow me to introduce myself, Su Xiaochuan said casually as he leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs. I am Su Xiaochuan, the third son of the Su family, and I shall assume the role of chairman of Tianyang Group from today onward. Therefore, I kindly request that you refrain from calling me third young master. Please refer to me as Chairman Su. As he uttered his last sentence, his gaze fell upon Guo Liang. Their eyes met momentarily before Guo Liang averted his gaze and raised his voice. What are you all waiting for? Chairman Su has spoken so well. Let us applaud. The applause that followed was significantly more fervent than the earlier welcome for Su Xiaochuan. Chairman Su, I have a couple of points to raise, said a bespectacled young man with a side part, looking directly at Su Xiaochuan. Please, Su Xiaochuan replied, nodding as he leaned back, gesturing with his hand. Zhou Tian stepped forward, producing a cigar for Su Xiaochuan, and then a lighter, bending slightly to ignite it for him. After completing this task, Zhou Tian returned to his original position. Witnessing this scene, the others in the conference room furrowed their brows. Most directed scornful smiles at Su Xiaochuan. A few maintained a semblance of goodwill, while others adopted an indifferent stance. In that fleeting moment, Su Xiaochuan absorbed the expressions of all present, gaining insight into their sentiments. A bespectacled young man rose, offering Su a slight smile, and spoke in a calm tone. Director Su, although I am young, this marks my third year at Tianyang. To speak candidly, your age raises doubts about your capabilities. I sincerely question whether you can effectively manage Tianyang. Indeed, Director Su, President Zhang's words hold merit. This is a concern shared by all of us, another chimed in. While President Zhang's approach may be blunt, his sentiments are heartfelt. As the first speaker initiated this chorus of agreement, several others seemed to receive an unspoken cue, echoing the sentiment. Guo Liang beamed at the unfolding drama, eager to witness how this novice would respond. Su Xiaochuan exhaled a cloud of smoke, glancing at the loquacious young man, and raised his chin slightly. What name do you go by? The young man straightened his posture, a self-satisfied smile gracing his lips as he extended a hand to Su. Greetings, Director Su. My name is Zhang Quan, and I currently serve as the finance manager at Tianyang. Su nodded, observing the outstretched hand. He casually shook off the ash from his cigar, as though it were an ashtray. In an instant, the expressions of all present shifted. After all, it was an exceedingly insulting gesture. Zhang Chuan's Smila Froja, his countenance turning ashen, an expression of fury igniting within him. Director Su, what does this mean? Nothing in particular. I simply find you quite unlikable. You may proceed to handle your resignation. The company will compensate you as per the labor contract. Su Xiaochuan replied nonchalantly, barely acknowledging Zhang Quan. Boom! The conference room erupted in uproar, a collective gasp resonating through the air. Even Guo Liang was taken aback. No one had anticipated that Su Xiaochuan, a newcomer, would so effortlessly dismiss the finance manager. As the principal party involved, Zhang Quan was momentarily stunned, his mind buzzing with confusion. Director Su, while the company indeed belongs to the Su family, it does not imply that you can act as a dictator. The company's progress to this point is a result of the collective efforts of all employees. It is inappropriate for you to so casually dismiss a senior executive, Guo Liang asserted, rising to confront Su with an accusatory glare. Zhang Quan was his ally, holding a vital position, and he was determined to defend him vigorously. Indeed, Director Guo speaks truthfully. Director Su, this company is not a dictatorship. If that is the case, I shall resign. A middle-aged man clad in a silver suit stood up, his voice resonant and unwavering, unwilling to bow to authority. His name was Lin Kai, a staunch supporter of Guo Liang, and his intent was to incite collective opposition against Su Xiaochuan. Is that so? You wish to resign? I hereby approve it. You may leave at once. And your salary for this month will be deposited into your bank account. Su Xiaochuan replied with a cold smirk, unhesitatingly acquiescing to the resignation. In any case, this group will eventually embark on a thorough purge, and the other party's voluntary resignation has spared him from any inconvenience. In this era, wealth renders the elusive three-legged toad hard to find, while two-legged managerial talent is abundant. Lin Kai's expression momentarily stiffened. He never anticipated that Su Xiaochuan would genuinely acquiesce to his resignation. His intention was merely to retreat strategically, never truly considering resignation. For he had exerted considerable effort to attain his current position. Others were equally taken aback. Several who had initially contemplated supporting Lin Kai hastily abandoned the thought. Breaking into a cold sweat, Lin Kai looked at Guo Liang with a pitiful expression. At this moment, if he were to retract his resignation, it would be akin to slapping his own face, leaving Guo Liang as his only hope. President Lin, please do not act impulsively. I understand you are acting for the good of the company. Guo Liang began to persuade Lin Kai. If Lin Kai could reluctantly agree, the matter would be resolved. However, Su Xiaochuan would not allow them to have their way, coldly interrupting Guo Liang. Vice Chairman Guo, I have already approved his resignation. What is the point of your persuasion now? Are you attempting to undermine my authority? Director Su, President Lin has acted somewhat rashly. Guo Liang attempted to interject. But Su Xiaochuan interrupted again. Vice Chairman Guo, do not forget that you still hold the title of vice. Guo Liang was rendered speechless, remaining silent for a moment before coldly stating, since Director Su insists on a unilateral decision, I have nothing more to say, but I reserve my dissent. Lin Kai and Zhang Quan, standing to the side, exchanged glances, their faces fluctuating in color, both regretting their earlier bravado. Gentlemen, you are no longer employees of Tianyang, and thus lack the qualification to participate in our internal meetings. You may leave, Su Xiaochuan remarked, gesturing toward the conference room door with an indifferent tone. Zhang Quan and Lin Kai shot Su Xiaochuan resentful glances, their hearts filled with bitterness and indignation as they dejectedly exited the conference room. Who is the deputy manager of the finance department? Su Xiaochuan inquired in a solemn tone. Yes, Director Su, it is I. A balding middle-aged man trembled as he stood up, fearing he might be the next Lin Kai or Zhang Quan. From today onward, you shall be the manager of the finance department, Su Xiaochuan stated calmly, as if discussing a trivial matter. The middle-aged man was momentarily stunned, but upon realizing the implications, he was instantly overwhelmed with joy. Thank you, Director Su. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly. He was not affiliated with Guo Liang's faction, but rather a neutral party. Advancing to this position at his age was indeed a tremendous blessing. The others watched this scene unfold, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief, many casting envious glances at the middle-aged man. Guoliang, witnessing this development, silently acknowledged his miscalculation. He had underestimated this young upstart. In their initial confrontation today, he found himself completely at a disadvantage. The age-old principle of rewarding subordinates after a show of strength was not lost on Su Xiaochuan, who navigated such tactics with ease. Chapter 7. Remember whose bowl of rice it is. Is there anyone else who wishes to resign? Su Xiaochuan surveyed the room, his gaze sweeping over each individual. Wherever his gaze fell, those associated with Guo Liang averted their eyes, none daring to meet his stare. Su Xiaochuan Daifun extinguished his cigar with a flick of his fingers and rose to his feet, leaning slightly forward with both hands braced on the conference table. He surveyed the room from his elevated position. I trust everyone remembers whose livelihood you hold in your hands. The Su family can provide for you, but they can just as easily shatter your means of sustenance. I shall overlook today's incident, but I implore you not to test my patience with your tempers. That will be all. The meeting is adjourned. As Su Xiaochuan's words hung in the air, the attendees exchanged glances, and one by one, they began to rise and exit the conference room. It triggered a chain reaction, with others following suit, seemingly ignoring Guo Liang entirely. After all, Guo Liang's failure to protect Lin Kai and Zhang Quan had left them disillusioned, highlighting that his power was not as formidable as they had believed. Previously, his authority within the company had gone unchallenged, but with Su Xiaochuan's sudden and forceful arrival, the disparity was starkly revealed. Thus, none dared to confront him on Guo Liang's behalf, for Lin Kai and Zhang Quan served as cautionary tales. Today's display of Su Xiaochuan's dominance, coupled with Guo Liang's impotence, made it abundantly clear who truly commanded the company. Tianyang Group belonged to the Su family. How could an outsider like Guo Liang hope to rival Su Xiaochuan, the rightful heir? This realization fortified Su Xiaochuan's position, rendering him invulnerable. Understanding this, the others unhesitatingly cast aside their allegiance to Guo Liang. Guo Liang's countenance darkened ominously, his fists clenched tightly, veins protruding as if they might burst. Vice Chairman Guo, perhaps the conference room can serve as a space for your reflection. And do remember to tidy up on your way out, Su Xiaochuan remarked, offering a disarming smile before striding out of the room. Though he longed to expel Guo Liang from the company immediately, he refrained. Guo Liang held considerable esteem within the organization and had contributed significantly. Dismissing him over today's events would only alienate the veterans and instill anxiety in the newcomers. Thus, he decided to allow Guo Liang to linger in his position for a while longer, showcasing his own magnanimity. Should Guo Liang choose to behave, Su Xiaochuan would not mind permitting him a dignified retirement from his vice-chairmanship. However, if he remained obstinate, Su Xiaochuan had ample means to deal with him. With a resounding crash, Guo Liang kicked a chair to the floor, sending the potted plants on the conference table tumbling, a visceral outlet for his fury. After years at Tianyang, this was the first time he found himself so utterly humiliated. He had occupied the vice-chairman's seat for 5 long years. Having finally outlasted his superior, he had envisioned ascending to the chairmanship. Little did he anticipate the abrupt arrival of a second-generation heir, like a bucket of cold water extinguishing the fervor in his heart. He seethed with anger, resentment, and bitterness. He sought to undermine Su Xiaochuan, aspiring to wield the authority of the chairman under the guise of the vice-chairman, aiming to become the unequivocal ruler of Tianyang. Yet with mere words, Su Xiaochuan effortlessly dismantled years of his efforts. It was simply because he bore the surname Su, just as Tianyang did. Today, Su Xiaochuan's formidable presence compelled the higher echelons of the company to recognize reality, abruptly awakening Guo Liang from his fanciful delusions. For Tianyang, he would forever remain an outsider. Bluntly put, merely a dog safeguarding the Su family's wealth. Following this confrontation, it would be impossible for him to regain his former stature within Tianyang. As long as Su Xiaochuan remained, his prospects there would be utterly extinguished. Those bearing the surname, Su had forced his hand. Guo Liang ground his teeth, inhaled deeply, and retrieved his mobile phone to dial a number, speaking in a hushed tone. "It's me, Guo Liang." I'm quite intrigued by what you mentioned last time. I would like to discuss it further. Please suggest a place. At noon, Su Xiaochuan, accompanied by Yi Xinya and Xin, arrived at the Yi residence to celebrate his mother-in-law's birthday. The Yi family, though not particularly renowned in Jiangbei, had gained some notoriety solely because of Yi Xinya, who was once heralded as the most beautiful woman in Jiangbei. Consequently, the Yi family had regarded her as a stepping stone to elevate their status, hoping to leverage her for advantageous marital alliances. This intense focus on Yi Xinya positioned her as the future of the Yi family. Hence, when she became pregnant out of wedlock and refused to terminate the pregnancy, the Yi family erupted in fury, ultimately severing ties with her and expelling her from their home. Xiaochuan, I feel a bit anxious, Yi Xinya confessed, gripping the sleeve of his shirt tightly as they stood before the door of the Yi residence. Her face etched with apprehension. Fear not, for I am here, Su Xiaochuan reassured her, holding Xin's hand with one, while gently patting the back of Yi Xinya's hand with the other, before pressing the doorbell. Ding dong. Moments later, the door swung open to reveal Zhang Li, Yi Xinya's mother. Upon spotting her daughter at the threshold, Zhang Li's smile instantly faded. What are you doing here? Mom, do not call me that. I have no daughter by your name. Zhang Li interjected coldly, her countenance frosty. Yi Xinya's eyes dimmed, and she pressed her lips together, choosing silence. At that moment, Su Xiaochuan could no longer remain mute. Aunt Zhang, do you remember me? Of course, I remember the toad that feasted on swan meat. I never imagined you would dare to return, Zhang Li retorted scornfully. Were it not for Su Xiaochuan, Yi Xinya would not have found herself in such a predicament, and the Yi family's plans would not have unraveled. Your cousin has arrived. Xin, come here and let your aunt hold you. Just then, Yin Xianxian rushed over and scooped up Xin. Turning to Zhang Li, she said, Aunt, it's your birthday today. Let us not create a scene and become the subject of ridicule. Please allow them to enter. Since Xianxian has said so, how can I, as the aunt, refuse? Zhang Li replied, eyeing Yi Xinya and Su Xiaochuan with a huff. Come in, but leave promptly after the meal. With that, she turned and retreated into the house. The Yin family's standing in Jiangbei far surpassed that of the Yi family, which was why Zhang Li treated Yin Xianxian with such deference. Her manner laced with an undercurrent of sycophancy. Yin Xianxian playfully winked at Yi Xinya and chirped, Sis, what are you waiting for? Come on in. Thanks. Su Xiaochuan offered her a faint smile before gently leading Yi Xinya inside by the hand. Humph. Yin Xianxian's expression soured the moment she faced Su Xiaochuan. Without another word, she scooped up Xin and strode away. As the trio stepped into the living room, the once bustling atmosphere of the Yi household instantly turned tense and uneasy. Chapter 8. A gathering of monsters in the Yi family living room. Dad, brother, sister-in-law, second sister, brother-in-law. Ye Vinya Kalach had Hanbuk tightly. Her lips pressed together as she greeted each family member with visible restraint. Humph. I never thought you'd have the audacity to show your face here again. And who gave you permission to bring him along? Yiting, Ye Vinyas Fater, Gnujirid darkly, jabbing a finger at Su Xiaochuan as he barked his reprimand. Dad, he is my husband, your granddaughter's father. Yi Xinya wasn't sure where she found the courage to utter those words. Yi Tong slammed his palm on the table and shot to his feet. I disown you as my daughter, and I certainly don't acknowledge that child as my granddaughter. Uncle Yi, the blood in Xiaoya's veins is still yours, Su Xiaochuan interjected calmly. A derisive snort came from a young man, who rose and jabbed a finger at Su Xiaochuan's face. Who the hell do you think you are? This isn't your place to speak. Our family affairs are none of your damn business. This was Yi Zhaofeng, Yi Xinya's elder brother and the sole heir to the Yi family fortune, currently serving as the general manager of the Yi Corporation. As the only successor, the family's prosperity directly benefited him. But when Yi Xinya, originally intended for strategic marriage, was snatched away by Su Xiaochuan, his resentment toward the man festered into outright loathing. My apologies. As Xiaoya's husband, I suppose I qualify as half a member of the Yi family, Su Xiaochuan replied with an unruffled smile, refusing to stoop to the man's level. Moreover, his primary goal today was to mend the strained relationship between Yi Xinya and her parents. If possible, he preferred to avoid any outright confrontation. Oh, Half a Yi family member, huh? Chen Hui, Yi Zhaofeng's wife, sneered with exaggerated sarcasm. Why don't you ask mom and dad if they even acknowledge that? You think you're worthy? How shameless can you be, inflating your own importance like that? She raked her scornful gaze over him. And that Rolex, probably a cheap knockoff from some street vendor, right? Bet you rented those clothes too. Probably still has the tag hidden somewhere. Who do you think you're fooling? You're just embarrassing yourself. Her words dripped with venom, each syllable laced with contempt as she tore Su Xiaochuan apart without mercy. The others in the room exchanged glances, their expressions mirroring disdain. Every Yi family member knew Su Xiaochuan was an orphan, penniless, and utterly incapable of affording a genuine Rolex. Therefore, the watch on his wrist had to be a counterfeit. Sister-in-law, that's going too far. Yi Xinya could no longer endure the humiliation directed at her husband. Before she could finish, Chen Hui cut her off with a theatrical wave. Oh, please don't call me sister-in-law. I couldn't possibly accept that. After all, you're no longer part of this family. Yi Xinya felt her fair face turn pale with anger, her body trembling. Sister-in-law, your surname is Chun, while my sister's surname is Yi. What gives you the right to claim she is not a member of the Yi family? Yin Qianqian would not indulge her, immediately retorting coldly at Chen Hui. She held a profound disdain for this group of short-sighted individuals, fully aware that Su Xiaochuan's watch was undoubtedly authentic. It was laughable that these petty people, oblivious to their fortune, dared to look down upon Su Xiaochuan. It was simply absurd. Chun Hui's expression froze, forcing a stiff smile as she replied, Qianqian, what you say is quite uncalled for. Since I married into the Yi family, I am undoubtedly one of them. Like Zhang Li, she too was wary of Yin Qianqian's status. Despite her inner frustration, she still wore a smiling facade. Sister, please take a seat. Yin Qianqian ignored her, instead urging Yi Xinya and Su Xiaochuan to sit down, then turned to Xin, saying, Good girl, why not go play with your older siblings over there? In the living room, there were two children of similar age to Xin, one being Yi Xinya's brother's son and the other her second sister, Yi Xinchua's daughter. Xin obediently nodded and walked toward the other side of the living room. Mom, today is your birthday. This is a small token of affection from Xiaoxue and me. I hope you will accept it. Chun Sheng emerged from behind, presenting a beautifully wrapped box with a smile, extending it towards Zhang Li. Oh dear, we are family. Why bring gifts? Really, this one tea do next time. Although Zhang Li's words suggested otherwise, her face was alight with joy as she eagerly accepted the box. Mom, hurry and open it to see if you like it. Xiao Sheng, and I picked it out after much deliberation, Yi Xinchua said. Yes, Mom, do open it. Let us see as well. Chen Hui chimed in. All right. Since you all insist, I'll take a quick look. Zhang Li chuckled as she unwrapped the outer packaging and opened the box, revealing a glittering silver diamond necklace nestled inside. How beautiful! Xiaoli, you have raised a wonderful daughter and found a great son-in-law. If my daughter and son-in-law were this filial, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. A middle-aged woman observed enviously, gently caressing the necklace. Indeed, a look of pride spread across Zhang Li's face, and then she recalled something, remarking with annoyance. Thank goodness I have two daughters, and one who listens to me. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have a place to cry. Upon hearing this, Yi Xinya's expression soured, her grip on Su Xiaochuan's hand tightening, her body tensing. Yi Xinxue wrapped her arms around Chun Sheng's, proudly stated, Mom, this is something special that Chun Sheng and I brought back from abroad, worth over 100,000. As she spoke, she provocatively glanced at Yi Xinya, adding, By the way, Xiaoya, you didn't come empty-handed, did you? What good things have you prepared for Mom's birthday? She had long harbored jealousy toward Yi Xinya, who was more beautiful and always seemed to garner more attention within the Yi family. Growing up alongside Yi Xinya, she found herself perpetually overshadowed by Ye's brilliance, which twisted her psyche increasingly. At last, she believed she had found a way to eclipse Yi Xinya, having secured a husband far superior to her. As Yi Xinyue's words faded, the others turned their gazes toward Yi Xinya and Su Xiaochuan. Xiaoxue, do not put Xiaoya in a difficult position. They are barely scraping by and have little to offer, Chen Hui remarked, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Dear sister-in-law, you jest. We certainly did not come empty-handed. Su Xiaochuan replied with a slight smile, presenting a carefully prepared gift from Zhao Quan to Zhongli. Mother, do open it. We, too, are eager to see what exquisite gift Xiaoya has brought. Yi Xinyue chimed in, her smile betraying her belief that Yi Xinya and Su Xiaochuan would offer nothing of substance, as she sought to embarrass them. Indeed, Mom, this is Xiaoya's first return in years to celebrate your birthday. Surely she wouldn't present something meager. I am quite curious, so please do open it, Chen Hui added, reveling in the unfolding drama and eager to witness the couple's humiliation. Yin Xianxian observed the scene with a smirk, thinking to herself, two fools. It remains to be seen who will truly be embarrassed. With a sense of anticipation, she turned to Zhongli and said, Aunt, I am equally curious about the contents. Do unveil it. Initially reluctant, Zhongli understood the implications of the situation. Recognizing that Yi Xinya and Su Xiaochuan's financial limitations likely precluded the presentation of anything remarkable, displaying the gift might only lead to embarrassment. Yet, with Yin Qianqian's encouragement, she relented, saying, Very well, I shall open it for all to see. Truth be told, I am quite curious myself. Chapter 9. The Authenticity of the Jade Bracelet. A swift revelation amidst the crowd's coaxing. Zhongli hesitantly opened the gift box, uncertainty coursing through her as she had no idea what lay within. Chen Sheng and Yi Zhaofeng exchanged knowing glances, their faces betraying a hint of mockery as they anticipated Su Xiaochuan's folly. Upon opening the box, an audible gasp escaped everyone's lips as they beheld its contents. This is breathtaking. It appears quite valuable, they exclaimed, captivated by the radiant jade bracelet nestled inside. The beauty of the piece left them in awe. How can this be possible? Yi Xinyue and the others were expressions of disbelief. How could the impoverished Su Xiaochuan afford such a lavish gift? Suddenly, Chen Sheng's demeanor shifted as a thought struck him. With a derisive sneer, he addressed Su Xiaochuan loudly. Su Xiaochuan, where did you acquire the funds for such an extravagant gift? Surely you haven't resorted to purchasing a counterfeit to deceive your mother. If that is the case, it is indeed reprehensible. Being unable to afford a gift is one matter, but to present a fake out of vanity is inexcusable. What do you think that makes your mother feel? As Chen Sheng's words hung in the air, an immediate stillness enveloped the room, and all eyes turned skeptically towards Su Xiaochuan. Indeed, they murmured in unison. The impoverished youth, whose parentage remains a mystery, has procured such lavish gifts. Leaving Chen Sheng to remark, Su Xiaochuan, surely you haven't deceived mother by purchasing a counterfeit, have you? If she were to wear it outside and be recognized, how utterly humiliating that would be. Chun Hui's face reemerged with a gleeful smirk as she crossed her arms, casting a sardonic gaze upon Su Xiaochuan. Xiaochuan would never stoop to such deceit. Ye vigna intergestet fervently. Herr Tone resolute. Yi Zhaofeng scoffed, My foolish sister, only you could be so naive as to fall for his trickery. If it's not a counterfeit, then pray tell, from whence does he acquire the funds for such an extravagant gift? Yi Xinya fell silent. Having just reunited with Su Xiaochuan the previous day, she was oblivious to the source of his wealth. Stumped, are we? Yi Zhaofeng smirked, turning to Su Xiaochuan. You truly lack any sense of shame. If you're broke, don't put on airs. What does it mean to gift a fake? The item is genuine. Su Xiaochuan ziplit guli. Is it really? Su Xiaochuan. And still you stubbornly insist? Where did you procure the money? Chen Hui mocked without restraint. You worthless fool. Take your trash and leave. Zhongli hurled the box containing the jade bracelet at Su Xiaochuan, her face pale with indignation, feeling utterly humiliated. I have stated before, the item is authentic, Su Xiaochuan reiterated calmly, catching the box once more, a hint of impatience brewing within him. After all, one could tolerate a slight. But this group had crossed the line today. Very well, since you claim it is genuine, we have the perfect opportunity with Father, a connoisseur of collectibles, present. Let him authenticate it, lest you accuse us of injustice. Chen Sheng's eyes glinted with mockery as he scrutinized Su Xiaochuan with undisguised disdain. Su Xiaochuan, did you not hear Chen Sheng? Let Father take a look. You wouldn't be feeling guilty, would you? Ye vigna prodit dispassionate. Uncle Yi, could you kindly examine this? Su Xiaochuan, diverting his gaze from Chen Sheng, offered a serene smile as he handed the item to Yi Teng. Yiteng, sonortet dismissively, carelessly accepting the box before extracting the jade bracelet. His previously indifferent expression gradually shifted to one of gravity. Father, please don't get upset. It's not worth compromising your health over such a person. Although it may be a counterfeit, it still represents a heartfelt intention from Xiaoya, Yi Zhaofeng. Misreading Yi Teng's solemnity, hastily fanned the flames of discord. Silence. You disgraceful fool. Yi Teng bellowed, glaring fiercely at him. Yi Zhaofeng stood stunned, bewildered as he questioned, Father, what is the matter? The item is indeed authentic, and moreover, is an antique of some years. Yi Teng placed the earrings back into the box and spoke with a calm demeanor. A hushed astonishment swept through the crowd as they gazed at Su Xiaochuan in disbelief. They all understood Yi Teng. He would never utter falsehoods. Zhang Li's previously sour expression began to soften. Yi Xinya's lips curled into a subtle smile as she tightened her grip on Su Xiaochuan's hand, confident that he would never present a counterfeit. How could this be possible? Dad, are you mistaken? How could a penniless individual like him afford such an extravagant item? Chen Sheng reacted with fervor, rising abruptly from his seat, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Xiaochuan and loudly addressing Yi Teng. Yi Teng's expression darkened as he coldly replied, Are you suggesting that my eyesight has failed me? Or are you implying that I am lying? Dad, that's not what I meant, Chen Sheng stammered, regaining some composure and turning a shade of green and pale as he sat back down. Uncle, please don't be so angry. After all, my brother-in-law has always been one to underestimate others, and those with malicious intent often delight in misjudging others. Do not take his words to heart. Yin Xianqian remarked with a hint of sarcasm, her tone gentle yet striking like a series of slaps against Chen Sheng's face. Chen Sheng felt a mix of shock and rage, yet found himself powerless against Yin Xianqian, the esteemed daughter of the Yin family, and feigned ignorance. Observing Chen Sheng's inability to voice his anger, Yin Xianqian disdainfully curled her lips and turned her gaze toward Su Xiaochuan, her eyes brimming with curiosity. She was eager to understand the transformation Su Xiaochuan had undergone over the past 6 years. Xiaoli, your second son-in-law, certainly has a heart. He gifted you such an extravagant present for your birthday, one relative remarked. Indeed, Xiaoli, look how exquisite this bracelet is, another chimed in. The previously derisive relatives now filled with envy towards Zhang Li. After all the harm they've caused my Yi family, it seems their conscience hasn't been entirely devoured by dogs. Zhang Li scoffed, accepting Su Xiaochuan's gift with a sense of entitlement, devoid of any gratitude or even a simple thank you. Just then, a child's wailing pierced through the living room. Little Xin Xin sat on the floor, sobbing uncontrollably, tears streaming down her cheeks. Su Xiaochuan's expression shifted as he quickly approached and scooped up his daughter. Xin Xin, what's wrong? Don't cry. Tell Daddy what happened. I'm here for you. Yi Xinya and Yin Xianqian, a moment behind, followed suit and walked over. Chapter 10. You want me to kneel? Daddy, he hit me. Xin Xin choked out, pointing a small finger at Yi Zhaofeng's son, her face a picture of grievance. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhaofeng and Chen Hui, who had been observing from the sidelines, exchanged glances and hurried over. What is wrong with you, little girl? At such a young age, you should not speak carelessly. My Liang Liang would never hit anyone, Chen Hui said, her arm around her son Liang Liang, casting a disapproving look at Su Xiaochuan and his daughter. So, your son would never strike anyone, yet my daughter is the one who lies? Su Xiaochuan glared at Chen Hui, unwilling to back down when it came to his precious daughter. What the hell do you mean by that? Yi Zhaofeng glared at Su Xiaochuan, pointing an accusatory finger at him, before turning to his son Liang Liang and asking, Son, tell me, did you hit her? If you did, didn't your mother say she was a wild child without a father? Who told this wild child not to listen to me? Liang Liang's face bore a look of righteous indignation. In an instant, both Yi Zhaofeng and Chen Hui's expressions stiffened, filled with awkwardness. Yi Xinya, Su Xiaochuan, and Yin Xianqian all appeared visibly distressed, their hearts ablaze with anger. Ahem. Chen Hui cleared her throat softly, breaking the silence. She glanced at Su Xiaochuan and said, Children, You know, they are immature and their roughhousing is quite normal. Besides, children speak without a filter. Surely as an adult, you wouldn't stoop to the level of a child. Slap. The moment she finished speaking, Su Xiaochuan raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to her face, coldly retorting, "If I do not hold your son accountable, then I shall hold you, as an adult, accountable. Is that acceptable?" The entire living room fell into a chilling silence. No one expected Su Xiaochuan to suddenly strike Chenhui. "Why you dare hit me?" Chenhui felt the burning pain on her face, her fury igniting as she turned to Yi Zhaofeng, shrieking, "Yi Zhaofeng, you useless man! Can't you see your wife is being attacked? How dare you strike my woman? Seeking death, are we?" Yi Zhaofeng quickly regained his composure, cursing loudly as he reached for Su Xiaochuan's collar. Bang! Su Xiaochuan, expressionless, delivered a swift kick. Yi Zhaofeng cried out in agony, his alcohol-emptied body collapsing to the ground, clutching his abdomen in pain. The entire sequence unfolded within mere seconds, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Slap! Yi Tung was the first to recover, slamming his hand on the table as he shouted, "Su Xiaochuan, what do you think you're doing? Are you trying to challenge the heavens?" After all, Yi Zhaofeng was his son, and he stood firmly by his side. Su Xiaochuan ignored Yi Tung and, with a cold tone, remarked to Chenhui, "Now you must understand whether my daughter is indeed a wild child without a father. Su, why are you so fierce? You can only act tough at home. Where were you when Yi Xinya was pregnant?" Chenhui, shaken by Su Xiaochuan's icy gaze, felt a hint of fear but stubbornly refused to back down. "Sister-in-law, I must defend him. He isn't just acting tough at home. Yesterday, the chairman of Kanglin Group, Wang Lan, had ill intentions towards my cousin, and he nearly beat him to death," Yin Xianqian said lightly, casting a disdainful glance at the still-recovering Yi Zhaofeng. "By the way, if this were about my elder brother, he would likely have watched helplessly as Wang Lan assaulted you." A wave of astonishment washed over the room as her words sank in. No one anticipated such a revelation, nor did they foresee that this impoverished young man, Su Xiaochuan, had the audacity to nearly beat Wang Lan to death. In that moment, everyone was rendered speechless. Don't celebrate too soon. Wang Lan is no pushover. He will certainly retaliate, Chen Sheng remarked, crossing his legs with a mocking tone, his gaze towards Su Xiaochuan filled with schadenfreude. Truly, if one does not court death, they would not meet it. How dare you strike Wang Lan? You must be tired of living. Upon hearing Chen Sheng's words, once again, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. The Yi family members were fraught with worry, for they had heard of Wang Lan's notorious reputation. If they were implicated because of Su Xiaochuan, their family would be in grave trouble. "You've truly doomed our Yi family this time. You're nothing but a harbinger of disaster." Zhang Li's face was a mask of panic and fury as she pointed at Su Xiaochuan, her fingers trembling with rage. "Mom, Xiaochuan was only trying to save me." "Ye vinya intergistet." Upon hearing this, Zhang Li shrieked sharply. "So he can act so recklessly just to save you? And now he dares to justify bringing such calamity upon our family? I will resolve this matter," Su Xiaochuan said coldly, his brow furrowing. Even the most composed temperament would falter under the relentless provocation of someone like Zhang Li. Chen Sheng sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. "Resolve it. Forgive my bluntness. But how exactly do you plan to do that? With your fists?" He scoffed. "This isn't ancient times, being strong isn't enough. Modern society operates on connections and influence. They have 100 ways to crush you." His words sent a chill through the Yi family, their faces paling with dread. "What are we going to do now? Xinya, I hate to say it, but look at the disaster this man you've brought into our family has caused." Ye Yingzhu Sinip, launching into a verbal assault against Su Xiaochuan. "To be honest, I happen to have some rapport with Wang Lan," Chen Sheng remarked leisurely, lighting a cigarette and casting a mocking smirk at Su Xiaochuan. "If you kneel and beg me, I might be willing to mediate on your behalf. Damn it, you think you're so tough? Today, I'll make sure to trample you underfoot. Are you deaf? Why are you just standing there?" Chen Sheng is offering to help. This is a life-saving favor. What is the harm in kneeling to him? Zhang Li snapped at Su Xiaochuan, terrified that his actions would drag the Yi family down with him. "Kneel. Didn't you hear him? Yi Tung roared, his face contorted with fury. Yi Zhaofeng and Chun Hui watched with cold amusement, waiting for Su Shaochuan to kneel, a humiliation that would strip him of all dignity. You want me to kneel to you? Su Shaochuan's my. Setting Xin down, he strode toward Chun Sheng, looming over him with an air of dominance. What, wasn't I clear enough? Or are your ears failing you? Chun Sheng taunted, cigarette dangling from his lips as he spread his hands in mock innocence, his confidence unwavering. Su Shaochuan not dead? His smile never fading. Then, in a sudden burst of violence, he seized Chun Sheng by the hair and slammed his face onto the coffee table. With his free hand, he grabbed a nearby ashtray and brought it crashing down. Bang! Blood splattered, flesh torn and mangled. Oh! Feeling the warm spray of blood on her face, Yi Xinxue, who had been sitting beside Chun Sheng, let out a blood-curdling scream, her face drained of color. The others recoiled in horror at the gruesome scene. This Su Shaochuan, now drenched in brutality, was a far cry from the man who had silently endured their mockery moments before. Clang! Casting aside the blood-stained ashtray, Su Shaochuan leisurely retrieved a pristine handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the sanguine stains from his hands. Observing Chun Sheng, who lay panting on the sofa, Su nonchalantly tossed the soiled handkerchief onto his bloodied face, disdain dripping from his voice as he uttered, "You dare ask me to kneel? What are you worth? You, a wretched creature akin to a dog. Even if I were to slay you today, it would be a death devoid of meaning. Do you believe that?" Chapter 11. I am here to apologize to Mr. Su, then await your demise, for Wang Lan will tear you apart, Chun Sheng retorted, forcing himself to sit upright, his eyes blazing with deep-seated resentment. Then open your eyes wide and observe. See if he dares to lay a finger on me. Su Shaochuan's tone was icy, his aura formidable, rendering all present momentarily entranced. A derisive chuckle escaped Chun Sheng's lips. To him, Su's confidence was a mere jest, a display of ignorance unaccompanied by fear. Xingzhong, Xingzhong. At that moment, the doorbell rang. I'll answer it, Zhongli declared, darting toward the door. Upon seeing the visitor, her expression turned to one of bewilderment. For the one who stood before her was none other than Wang Lan, supported by aides, his head bandaged, flanked by several bodyguards. The sight sent a wave of terror through her. Could it be that he had come for retribution? Madame Zhang? Wang Lan called out. Who is it, Shaoli? In the living room, Yi Tung and the others looked on with curiosity. As they turned their gaze toward the entrance, their faces blanched upon recognizing Wang Lan. Wang Dong. Yi Tung inhaled sharply, forcing a smile as he rushed forward. Regardless of the dread and anxiety that churned within him, he maintained an outward composure. Zhongli quickly stepped aside to allow Wang Lan entry. Mr. Yi, your family has indeed acquired a remarkable son-in-law, Wang Lan remarked, observing Yi Tung. He had presumed that after Yi Xinxue severed ties with her family, there would be no further interaction. Yet, he was astonished to discover that Su Shaochuan had returned and was visiting Zhongli alongside Yi Xinxue to celebrate her birthday, signaling an intention to mend relations with the Yi family. He could easily surmise that with Su Shaochuan in their ranks, the Yi family was poised for meteoric success. Yi Tung, initially taken aback, misinterpreted Wang Lan's words as sarcasm, his heart racing with apprehension. Might I inquire, Mr. Wang, what brings you here? He asked, clinging to a flicker of hope that perhaps Wang Lan was not there for vengeance. Of course, he was aware that this notion was somewhat absurd. Mr. Yi, I have come regarding yesterday's incident, Wang Lan replied, his demeanor grave, his tone calm. Boom! Yi Tung's mind went blank. Indeed, it was to hold Su Shaochuan accountable for the altercation from the previous day. On the sofa, Chun Sheng, his face smeared with blood, wore a grin of malicious delight. Su, let us see how you navigate this predicament. He could nearly envision Su Shaochuan's grim fate. Wang Dong, I assure you, Su Shaochuan has no connection to me. We are unacquainted, and moreover, Yi Xinxue has long been estranged from our family. Thus we bear no relation whatsoever. Yi Zhaofeng, without uttering a word, swiftly distanced himself from the situation. Indeed, it has nothing to do with us, the others hastily echoed, fearing that any association with Su Shaochuan would implicate them. Yi Tung cast a glance at Yi Xinxue, steeling himself, and took a deep breath to declare, "Indeed, Director Wang. This unfilial daughter has no ties with the Yi family any longer. We did not invite them today. They came here of their own volition, and all their actions are unrelated to us." All the relatives of the Yi family, in a bid to declare their stance, instinctively separated themselves from Yi Xinya and Su Xiaochuan, isolating the two. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Xinya's face turned pale, her body swaying precariously as she leaned weakly against Su Xiaochuan. Prior to their arrival, she had harbored some illusions, but in this moment, all hope was shattered. "Uncle, you shall regret this." Yin Qianqian clenched her fists, shouting in exasperation. Yi Zhaofeng coldly snorted, dismissing her words. "Truly, it is easy to speak when one is not in pain. It would be our family who would regret not disassociating ourselves." Wang Lan, after a moment of stunned silence, finally reacted, saying, "Mr. Yi, I believe you might have misunderstood. It was my own folly yesterday, and I have come today specifically to apologize to Mr. Su." "What?" As his words fell, Yi Tong was momentarily taken aback. Chen Sheng's smile also froze completely, convinced he must have misheard. However, Wang Lan paid no heed to their astonishment, swiftly approaching Su Xiaochuan and bowing deeply. "Mr. Su, Miss Yi, yesterday I was utterly misguided. I beseech you to show mercy and grant me a chance for redemption." With that, he gestured for his bodyguards to place the gifts on the coffee table. "Mr. Su, I understand you have just returned, and I have prepared a residence for you at Qianchuan, merely a token of my sincerity, and I hope you will accept it. From now on, should you require anything, I, Wang Lan, am willing to serve as your loyal subordinate at your beck and call." Vitne Xingtis, Yiteng, Zhangdi, Chansheng, and Yi Xinyue were all struck as if by lightning, their faces contorted in disbelief. They felt as though they were either hallucinating or still dreaming. Otherwise, how could they possibly witness such a scene? A property at Qianchuan, where not a single villa could be acquired for under $1 billion. This was an extravagant gesture. Wang Lan, who had been so thoroughly beaten by Su Xiaochuan, was not only refraining from revenge, but also brought gifts to the Yi family to apologize. Was this madness? This scene utterly shattered the worldview of the onlookers. "I shall accept the gifts. You may leave now," Su Xiaochuan said nonchalantly, waving his hand. Although he did not require such offerings, one should not refuse what is freely given. "Yes, thank you, Mr. Su. I shall take my leave now and not disturb you further." Upon hearing this, the tension Wang Lan had been holding finally eased, and he allowed his bodyguards to assist him in departing. Although Su Xiaochuan did not explicitly forgive him, accepting the gifts implied that he would not pursue vengeance to the fullest. At most, he would face a reprimand. "Impossible! This cannot be! How could this happen?" Chen Sheng stared blankly at Su Xiaochuan, his face a mask of disbelief as he murmured the same phrase repeatedly. "How could this be?" Zhang Li and Yi Tong were equally perplexed, momentarily at a loss for words. "I have always asserted that I would resolve this matter. It was merely your own unfounded fears." Su Xiaochuan spoke with a calm demeanor, as if everything were under his control, exuding a confidence that radiated from within. The onlookers turned pale, for they had just been mocking Su Xiaochuan over this very issue. They were taken aback by how swiftly and severely they had been slapped in the face with reality. What is there to be proud of? It is merely because Mr. Wang is reasonable and does not stoop to your level. Zhang Li scoffed, yet the words she uttered seemed to lack conviction. A desperate attempt to save face, akin to a stubborn duck. Su Xiaochuan Samai Na Win Li, his gaze fixed on Chen Sheng. "It appears you have missed the day Wang Lan tore me apart. You may leave now." Chen Sheng's complexion darkened. Yet recalling Wang Lan's recent demeanor towards Su Xiaochuan, he dared not speak with the same derision as before. With a disdainful snort, he wiped the blood from his face, preparing to depart. "I said to leave, not to walk away. Do you not comprehend human language?" As Chen Sheng took a step out, Su Xiaochuan's indifferent voice reached his ears. Chen Sheng's fury ignited instantly. He turned back, glaring at Su Xiaochuan. "Su, do not push your luck." Crack! Su Xiaochuan seized a teacup and crushed it effortlessly, shards scattering as he looked at Chen Sheng. Do you believe your bones are tougher than this teacup in my hand? Everyone stood in stunned silence. Astonished by the display of strength required to accomplish such a feat, Yin Qianqian suddenly found herself thinking that this scoundrel could be rather impressive at times. Chen Sheng's face turned pale, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he awkwardly replied, "Fine, I'll leave. No need for such anger." With that, he swallowed his humiliation, slowly lowered himself to the ground, and began to roll towards the door. Upon reaching the entrance, he quickly scrambled to his feet and fled in disarray. Once outside the Yi residence, Chen Sheng exhaled a long sigh of relief. Glancing back at the villa, a flicker of resentment crossed his eyes as he gritted his teeth. "Su, just wait. I shall have my revenge." Chapter 12. The threshold of the Yi family, Su Xiaochuan. Have you gone too far? Chen Sheng is my husband, your brother-in-law. We are family. Is it really necessary to make things so humiliating? As she watched Chen Sheng's pitiful retreat, Yi Xinchue felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, directing her ire towards Su Xiaochuan. Indeed, we are family. What was that display? How unbecoming to have it spread around. Zhang Li joined her daughter in chastising Su Xiaochuan. Exactly, this is simply outrageous. Indeed, what matters are unfolding here. Others echoed, vociferously condemning Su Xiaochuan as though he had committed an unspeakable crime. Have you finished? Su Xiaochuan in guit non jialen. The crowd fell silent, exchanging bewildered glances. What do you mean by that? We are your elders. It is our duty to impart a few lessons, Yi Teng retorted, glaring at Su Xiaochuan. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaochuan appeared to find humor in the situation, a mocking glint in his eyes. Mr. Yi, elders? Let's not forget that it was you who claimed this matter was none of your business just moments ago. How has it suddenly transformed into a matter of familial hierarchy? Yi Teng and the others felt their faces flush with embarrassment and anger. Since you have all expressed your views, allow me to share mine as well. Today, I brought Xiaoya with the intention of mending her relationship with you. After all, her estrangement was due to my influence. But it seems I have overestimated the significance of my efforts. Su Xiaochuan paused. The threshold of the Yi family is too high for me to cross, so I shall take my leave. If there are further matters to discuss, I bid you farewell. With that, he bent down to lift the child Xian from the ground, taking Xian's hand as they headed toward the door. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. What, Xiaoya? Xiaoya, I am your mother. I was wrong. Please forgive me and your father. Zhang Li was the first to react, her expression shifting to one of desperation as she attempted to appeal to emotions. Yes, Xiaoya, your father also recognizes his mistakes. Please return, Yi Teng implored, his demeanor contrasting sharply with his earlier insistence on severing ties. Having witnessed Wang Lan's attitude towards Su Xiaochuan, he realized that this once impoverished youth had undergone a remarkable transformation. Retaining him would ensure that the Yi family's plans for leveraging Yi Xian's marriage for their own advancement would not be thwarted. Dad, Mom, I came here with a warm heart, but your words have left me feeling cold, tears brimming in her eyes. Yi Xian uttered those words and walked out the door, not looking back. Yi Xian, you heartless child, have you truly turned your back on your own parents? You will be scorned by others for this. Yi Zhaofeng, incensed and humiliated, lashed out at Yi Xian. Say another word, and I will make you regret it. Su Xiaochuan turned abruptly, casting a cold stare at Yi Zhaofeng. The latter's words faltered in his throat, ultimately left unspoken. See, I told you that you would regret your actions, yet you refused to believe me, Yin Qianqian remarked with a resigned gesture, grabbing her bag and skipping after them. Xian, wait for your aunt. In the living room, the Yi family members were left with mixed emotions, engulfed in regret, feeling as though they had betrayed their own hearts. It's all right. We will seek her out again after some time. After all, she carries the blood of the Yi family. I refuse to believe she will not assist us, Yi Teng declared, his earlier despondency dissipating. Meanwhile, in a private room of a tea house, Guoyang sat across from a young man clad in a white shirt, 2 steaming cups of tea placed between them. Vice Chairman Guo, those who understand the times are truly wise. You are quite astute. My boss has always favored individuals of your caliber. The young man in the white shirt raised his teacup and took a delicate sip, casting a beaming smile at Guo Liang. He deliberately emphasized the title vice chairman, accentuating the word vice to prick Guo Liang's sensitive heart, underscoring the disparity between him and Su Xiaochuan. Enough of this idle chatter. I desire the position of chairman of Tianyang Group. Can this be accomplished? Guo Liang, still simmering from the unpleasant encounter with Su Xiaochuan earlier that morning, fell right into the trap, agitated by the repeated mention of vice chairman. Naturally, once our boss inherits the Su family's legacy, not only will the position of chairman of Tianyang Group be within reach, but he could also concurrently oversee several subsidiaries with ease. The young man set down his teacup and shrugged nonchalantly. Huh, Guo Liang scoffed, his expression laced with skepticism. After encountering Su Xiaochuan, the illegitimate son, I have come to realize that those from esteemed families are not to be trifled with. Why should I trust your empty promises? You raise a valid point. Our boss anticipated this, which is why he prepared this for you. The young man in the white shirt smiled faintly, retrieving a box from the side and placing it on the table, sliding it toward Guo Liang. Guo Liang eyed him warily before reaching out to open the box. Inside lay neatly stacked bundles of U.S. dollars, exuding a potent scent of ink. $1 million, a token of goodwill from our boss. Do you believe me now? The young man refilled his teacup and spoke to Guo Liang with measured calm. The visual impact of $1 million is undeniably striking. He did not doubt that this desperate man before him would be swayed. With a thud, Guo Liang inhaled deeply, closed the box, and looked at the young man. Very well, I agree. I will keep an eye on Su Xiaochuan's every move within Tianyang Group and report any information I deem beneficial to you. Vice Chairman Guo, may our collaboration be fruitful. The young man in the white shirt beamed with satisfaction, rising to extend his right hand. A fruitful collaboration indeed. Guo Liang reciprocated the handshake and then released his grip, stating, I shall take my leave now. It is time to commence my duties. Please, make yourself comfortable. The young man gestured graciously. Guo Liang nodded, then exited the private room, closing the door behind him. The moment Guo Liang departed, the young man in the white shirt set down his teacup and retrieved his phone, dialing a number. Speak. After a brief pause, the call connected, and a rather somber voice resonated on the other end. Even while on the phone, the young man stood upright, exuding respect as he spoke. Boss, the matters you entrusted to me have been successfully handled. From now on, Guo Liang will assist us in monitoring the third young master's every movement. He dared not refer to Su Xiaochuan as the illegitimate son, for the person on the other end of the line also bore the Su surname. As a subordinate, he had no right to speak disrespectfully. Chapter 13, Encountering an Acquaintance at the Western Restaurant Xiaoya. I apologize. I shouldn't have come today. In the car, Su Xiaochuan held one of Yi Xinya's delicate hands, while gently wiping away the traces of tears from her face with the other. Do not blame yourself. Yi Xinya shook her head, leaning against Su Xiaochuan's embrace, her voice tinged with bitterness. I understand you mean well, but I never expected this would ultimately sever my last shred of hope. Indeed, sister, you should have realized this sooner. What kind of parents treat their child as a mere tool for profit, placing the prosperity of their family on the shoulders of a woman? Such families cannot endure. Yin Xianxian, cradling Xin Xin, expressed her agreement with Yi Xinya's sentiments, while regarding the rest of the Yi family with disdain. Well, you are quite perceptive for such a young girl, Su Xiaochuan remarked playfully, observing the impressive figure of Yin Xianxian from his perspective. However, her fiery temperament made it difficult for him to commend her. He could only wonder which unfortunate soul would fall victim to her wrath in the future. Exactly. A woman lacking awareness is easily deceived by scoundrels like you. Just like my foolish sister, Yin Xianxian retorted, clearly still harboring resentment over Su Xiaochuan's involvement with her sister, which had ended without explanation. At that moment, Xin Xin shifted in her aunt's arms, pouting with curiosity as she asked, Annie, what game were Mommy and Daddy playing last night? Daddy pinned Mommy on the sofa. What kind of game is that? Cough, cough, cough. Su Xiaochuan nearly choked on her words. Yi Xinya felt utterly mortified. Her face flushed as if it could bleed, burying her head deeper into Su Xiaochuan's embrace. Your father was teasing your mother. If you ever witness such a scene again, you must go and scratch him. Yin Xianxian suppressed her laughter, casting a glance at Su Xiaochuan and Yi Xinya, then looked down at Xin with a serious expression. She could almost envision the scene where Su Xiaochuan and Yi Xinya were interrupted at a passionate moment by Xin's innocent inquiry. I must insist. Do not corrupt my daughter with such notions. She is my little darling. How could I allow her to harm me? Su Xiaochuan zet ponde. Lifting Xin from Yin Qianqian's arms and placing her on his lap, planting a kiss on her round, cherubic face. Oh dear, who is the one lacking shame? Causing such havoc in the living room without fear of setting a poor example for the children? Yin Qianqian's gaze flitted playfully between Yi Xinya and Su Xiaochuan, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Qianqian, enough. Yi Xinya's ears flushed crimson as she lifted her head from Su Xiaochuan's embrace, shooting a glare at Yin Qianqian, her embarrassment turning to annoyance. Meanwhile, Zhou Tian, seated in the driver's seat, remained unperturbed, seemingly oblivious to the banter as he maintained a steady grip on the wheel. Xiao Tian, please stop at that restaurant ahead. We shall dine there, Su Xiaochuan instructed. Recalling that he had originally intended to attend Zhang Li's birthday banquet, but left with an empty stomach instead. Yes, boss, Zhou Tian replied, pulling the car to a halt in front of a Western restaurant. Daddy, I want ice cream. The chocolate kind, with lots and lots of chocolate. As soon as they alighted from the car, Xin, brimming with excitement, tugged Su Xiaochuan's hand, skipping joyfully towards the restaurant. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Xiaochuan cast a glance at Yin Qianqian. It was evident that Xin was no stranger to such upscale Western dining establishments. Yet, given Yi Xinya's financial capacity, it was improbable that she could indulge in such extravagant expenditures. Therefore, it must be that Yin Qianqian frequently brought Xin here. What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen a beautiful woman before? Yin Qianqian tossed her short hair with an air of disdain, turning her head away. Unbeknownst to her, this gesture inadvertently attracted the attention of numerous admirers. Clad in a crisp white blouse paired with form-fitting black pants, complemented by her exquisite features, she radiated the vibrancy of youth, making her a remarkable sight wherever she went. I have encountered my fair share of beauties. For instance, your sister is even more stunning than you, Su Xiaochuan remarked, diverting his gaze from her as he simultaneously pulled Yi Xinya into his embrace. What are you doing? We're in public. Yi Xinya, feeling flustered, wriggled free from Su Xiaochuan's hold, casting him a reproachful glance. Such a fine catch wasted on a pig. Su Xiaochuan teased, and with the mention of Yi Xinya, Yin Qianqian's irritation dissipated entirely. Daddy, are you done talking? Xin is really hungry. Xin puffed out her cheeks in protest, tugging Su Xiaochuan towards the restaurant. All right, my little darling is hungry. We must eat. No one should go hungry. Especially not my precious daughter, Su Xiaochuan replied, leading Xin into the Western restaurant. Welcome, sir. Good afternoon. Please follow me. A smiling waiter greeted them as they entered, guiding the group to a table by the window. You may order. I'll take care of the bill, Su Xiaochuan said as he handed the menu to Yi Xinya. I shall make sure to take good advantage of you. Prepare for a significant expense, Yin Qianqian exclaimed as she swiftly snatched the menu for herself, eager to indulge. Qianqian, what a coincidence. It truly is fate that you are here dining as well at that moment. A young man in a white casual outfit approached with a broad smile. Indeed, what a coincidence. What brings you here? Yin Qianqian responded, her eyes reflecting a hint of exasperation as she engaged in the conversation with a lack of enthusiasm. Yi Xinya leaned closer to Su Xiaochuan, whispering, This is Qianqian's blind date arranged by her family, named Guo, and he is quite persistent. Understanding the situation, Su Xiaochuan realized why Yin Qianqian displayed such indifference. It was indeed unusual for a girl of her temperament to accept a family-arranged suitor. Oh, I am dining here with two friends. By the way, these are my companions, Guo said, glancing at Yi Xinya and Su Xiaochuan, his expression tinged with curiosity, particularly towards Su Xiaochuan, whose presence he regarded with a degree of wariness and hostility. In the presence of a woman he admired, a man instinctively perceives all her companions as rivals. My cousin, her husband, and my niece, Yin Qianqian clarified. Upon hearing this, Guo visibly relaxed, regarding Su Xiaochuan with a more favorable demeanor as he nodded in greeting "Hello, I am Guowon. Here is my business card. Feel free to contact me if I can be of any assistance." As he spoke, he produced an elegantly crafted business card and extended it towards Su Xiaochuan. Su Xiaochuan took the business card and glanced at it, noting the general manager of an unfamiliar company. With a slight smile, he proposed, "Shall we sit down for a drink?" The other party maintained a cordial demeanor, prompting Su Xiaochuan to reciprocate with the appropriate decorum, as such politeness is a fundamental aspect of upbringing. Moreover, he felt a peculiar sense of familiarity with the individual, despite being certain he had never encountered him before. Qianqian shot Su Xiaochuan a fierce glare at his suggestion, as though wishing to annihilate him with her gaze. "No need for a drink, perhaps next time." Guowon declined Su Xiaochuan's invitation, turning to Qianqian with a broad smile. "Qianqian, since we VE cross paths, why not greet my friends? I've told them how stunning my girlfriend is, and they remain skeptical." "Guowon, have you lost your mind? When did I become your girlfriend? You shouldn't be proclaiming it to everyone." Qianqian's face, once adorned with a professional smile, darkened instantly upon hearing his words. She rose, coldly fixing her gaze on Guowon. Chapter 14. The rivalry ceases, and harmony follows. Qianqian's sudden outburst caught Guowon, who had been feeling quite self-assured, off guard. He stood there momentarily stunned, struggling to regain his composure, and eventually managed to suppress his anger, saying, "Qianqian, what's wrong? Both uncle and aunt are satisfied with me. Doesn't that solidify our relationship? What's wrong with me calling you my girlfriend? Guowon, what is going on? Is everything all right?" The unfolding drama had drawn the attention of the entire restaurant, and Guowon's two friends approached, casting unfriendly glances at Su Xiaochuan and his companions. Qianqian's tone was frigid as she declared, "Let me make it clear today. My parents may be content with you, but I am not. Do not pursue me any further." Her expression was devoid of emotion, starkly contrasting with her usually vivacious and playful nature. Onlookers quickly grasped the situation, relishing in Guowon's misfortune, particularly since a beauty like Qianqian was unattainable for them, and they were more than willing to witness another's disappointment. Guowon's fury surged as he felt embarrassed in front of his friends, pointing an accusatory finger at Qianqian and exclaiming, "Qianqian, do not overstep your bounds. Arranged marriages by parental decree cannot be defied. I assure you, I shall marry you." Qianqian let out a laugh, incredulous. "Good sir, what era do you inhabit? Are you jesting? No one, not even the king himself, can force me in a marriage with someone I do not desire. Are you attempting to emulate your disgraceful cousin with the surname Yi?" Guowon retorted, his face darkening with anger. A glint of coldness flashed in Su Xiaochuan's eyes as he calmly advised Guowon, "Friend, one may indulge in a meal as one pleases, but certain remarks should remain unuttered." "Shut your mouth," Guowon bellowed, dismissing Su Xiaochuan's words with contempt. Suddenly, something struck him, and he turned to Yi Xinya, sneering. "I recall now, you are the renowned beauty from Jiangbei who was cast out for being unwed and pregnant, are you not? Quite the appearance you have. Be silent." Yi Xinya felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation, her face paling in anger. Guowon dismissed her entirely, his expression rife with mockery as he turned to Su Xiaochuan. "It's quite commendable for a stand-in to be able to embrace such a beautiful woman. No wonder you protect her so fiercely. By the way, how does it feel to be an unexpected father?" With a sudden motion, Su Xiaochuan splashed the water before him onto Guowon's face, firmly pointing at his chest, enunciating each word. "Your words are repugnant. How dare you?" Guowon seethed, feeling the wetness on his face, his anger boiling over as he prepared to strike Su Xiaochuan. Just then, his fist was caught mid-air by Zhou Tian, who had just parked his car and entered the scene. "Who the hell are you? Let go of me." Guowon glared at Zhou Tian. Without a word, Zhou Tian retaliated with a swift kick. Guowon cried out as he was sent flying, crashing into a table, blood gushing from his mouth. The other patrons in the restaurant were startled, losing their appetite entirely. "Guishao, are you all right?" Guowon's friends, momentarily stunned, quickly rushed to assist him. "Everyone, I sincerely apologize for the disturbance. As a gesture of goodwill, I shall cover your expenses today," Su Xiaochuan said calmly, surveying the room and noticing the gentle smiles on the faces of the diners. Yin Qianqian looked at Su Xiaochuan, who was humble and courteous, yet began to suspect he might be suffering from a split personality. At times he appeared like a cold-hearted brute, while at others, he resembled a refined gentleman. Do you know who he is? How dare you strike him? Yin Qianqian expressed her concern, aware that Guo Wen's background was far more formidable than Wang Lan's. For me, it's not about daring, it's about desire. Merely a clown, Su Xiaochuan replied nonchalantly, ruffling Xian's hair. You should order quickly. My dear daughter is still hungry. Yin Qianqian found herself increasingly perplexed by Su Xiaochuan. Her curiosity piqued about what he must have experienced over the past 6 years. Su Xiaochuan then turned to the trembling waitress, offering a slight smile. By the way, please note the damages. I will settle everything during checkout. Huh? Yes, of course. The waitress stammered, still in shock, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking a grain. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed in the air. A short, portly middle-aged man, accompanied by 2 security guards, rushed in, clearly anxious. Manager. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, the restaurant staff greeted him promptly. The man paid no heed to them, striding directly to Guowen with a look of trepidation. Guoxiao, are you all right? With a swift motion, Guowen slapped the man across the face, furious. I was assaulted in your establishment. What do you have to say for yourself? If you do not provide an explanation today, I shall have your skin. Yes. Guoxiao, please calm your anger. I will certainly provide you with an explanation. The plump manager, having just received a slap, showed no sign of irritation, instead humbly making assurances like a submissive servant. He is the one who struck me. You may handle it as you wish. Guowen, filled with resentment, pointed at Su Xiaochuan, his teeth clenched in fury. The plump manager forcefully pushed aside 2 security guards and approached Su Xiaochuan, suppressing his rage as he said, Sir, it is better to resolve enmity than to deepen it. I kindly ask you to apologize to Guoxiao. Resolve enmity? If there is no enmity, isn't it resolved? Su Xiaochuan replied with a sardonic smile, unimpressed by the manager's insistence on an apology. Sir, if you refuse to heed my request, you leave me no choice but to take action. The manager's expression darkened, his gaze becoming increasingly menacing. Having just been slapped by Guowen, he was already seething with frustration, and now this insolent young man was testing his patience. It appears we must change our dining location. Xiao Tian, settle the bills for those guests and the items that were damaged. Su Xiaochuan ignored him, turning to Yi Xinya and Yin Qianqian with a few words before lifting Xian and heading for the exit. Stop him. I want to see who dares to leave without my consent today. The manager, infuriated by Su Xiaochuan's blatant disregard, felt his temper flare. If this young man was courting danger, he would not hold back any longer. Chapter 15. I dislike this restaurant immensely with the manager's command. The 2 security guards drew their rubber batons and approached Su Xiaochuan without hesitation. Daddy, I'm scared, Xian whimpered, her face pale as she clutched Su Xiaochuan's shirt tightly. Don't worry, my dear, Daddy is here, Su Xiaochuan soothed, gently ruffling her hair while signaling to Zhou Tian. Bang! Zhou Tian kicked a nearby wooden table, which crumbled as if made of mere cardboard, collapsing into a heap of splinters. The security guards halted in their tracks, their faces drained of color as they exchanged fearful glances, hesitant to advance any further. After all, if a single kick could shatter a table, what kind of man were they dealing with? Su Xiaochuan fixed his gaze on Guowen, extending his hand as he spoke in a low, firm voice. I do not know who you are, nor do I wish to, but I do know that you frightened my daughter. By 5 o'clock this afternoon, I expect you and your family to come and apologize to her in person. Remember, it must be before 5. After that, I shall not entertain anyone. With that, Su Xiaochuan turned, cradling Xian, and strode purposefully towards the restaurant exit. Your husband is truly remarkable, Yin Qianqian remarked quietly to Yi Xinya, before quickly following him outside. Upon reaching the entrance, Su Xiaochuan casually commented, I have a strong aversion to this restaurant. As he finished speaking, he walked towards the car waiting at the curb, where the bodyguard had already opened the door for him. After Su Xiaochuan, Yi Xinya, and the others got into the car, Zhou Tian didn't immediately follow. Instead, He walked over to one of the bodyguards and exchanged a few words before finally driving away with Su Xiaochuan and the other three. Once the Maybach carrying Su Xiaochuan had departed, the four bodyguards left behind exchanged glances and then strode menacingly into the restaurant. Moments later, the sound of destruction erupted from inside, crashes, shattering glass, and the terrified screams of fleeing patrons. "Stop! What are you doing? Are you out of your minds? Stop!" 10 minutes later, the restaurant lay in ruins, its signboard split in two. Only then did the four bodyguards calmly exit and drive away. "This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous." The plump manager, bruised and battered, sat on the floor, weeping and cursing through his tears. "With Xiao, that guy's finished now. Daring to wreck Li Xiao's restaurant. He is practically begging for death." Guo and S two friends, who had been hiding in a corner, crawled over to him, gloating. "Play stupid games, win stupid prizes," Guo muttered darkly, wiping blood from his lips. He hadn't expected Su Xiaochuan to actually destroy the restaurant. This had escalated far beyond what he imagined. "But Guo Xiao," he said, "you have until 5 o'clock. One friend ventured cautiously, his face etched with concern. After all, Su Xiaochuan's domineering presence clearly marked him as someone not to be trifled with. Before he could finish, Guo cut him off with a sneer. "As if I'd be scared of his empty threats. Who does he think he is? Demanding my brother meet him? He should take a piss and look at his own reflection. Does he even deserve that?" With that, he staggered to his feet and limped over to the manager, kicking him. "Stop your damn crying and call Li Xiao, you idiot." Right. I'll tell Li Xiao right now. That bastard won't even have a place to be buried." The manager fumbled for his cracked phone, frantically searching for his Master S number. "Let S go." Seeing the manager begin his call for vengeance, Guo hobbled toward the exit. "Guo Xiao, should we head to the hospital? Want me to call an ambulance?" "Hospital? Screw that. We're going to the Yin family. I want to ask them what the hell they're playing at. That bitching Qian is probably in on this too." Guo seethed, dragging himself toward his next confrontation. Meanwhile, at the private golf course of a villa in Shallow Water Bay, a young man of average height and unremarkable features swung his club, sending a white ball soaring through the air in a graceful arc before it landed and rolled smoothly into the hole. "Wow, Li Xiao, you're amazing. I'm so impressed." A provocatively dressed woman clapped exaggeratedly, gazing at him with adoration. "Young master, your phone call." A sharply dressed bodyguard approached, handing him a mobile. Li Fei casually tossed the club to the woman and took the phone. "This is Li Fei. Who is this?" As the voice on the other end spoke, his expression darkened. "I see," he said coldly. The moment the conversation ended, he abruptly hung up the phone. "Li Xiao, are you teaching someone to play basketball? They don't know how at all." Upon witnessing him disconnect the call, a woman nearby, wielding a golf club, swayed her hips and approached him with a flirtatious gaze. Slap! Li Fei raised his hand and struck her face with a resounding slap. "What the hell? Get lost." The woman was taken aback by the sudden blow, her face turning pale as she departed in silence. "Young master, what happened?" A young man, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, hurriedly approached, a look of confusion etched on his face. "Someone smashed up my restaurant. Can you believe it?" Li Fei chuckled at the absurdity of the situation, curious as to when Jiangbei had birthed such audacious fools. The young man, still in disbelief, responded, "Young master, I never expected such reckless idiots existed in Jiangbei. Aren't they courting disaster?" After pondering for a moment, he cautiously suggested, "Shall I arrange for the restaurant to be renovated?" "Don't, absolutely not." Li Fei interrupted him, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "Whoever did this will fix it brick by brick, I assure you." "Then, young master, should we investigate their background?" The young man inquired once more. Hearing this, Li Fei turned to him with a grim glare, his eyes brimming with fury. Since when in Jiangbei has Li Fei needed to waste effort checking the origins of some trash? The young man, trembling and drenched in cold sweat, replied, "Yes, young master. I spoke out of turn. I will arrange for that fool to come and repair the restaurant immediately. Also, let him come and bow to me in apology, or face the consequences." Li Fei's expression was ominously dark, his simmering rage palpable. In Jiangbei, it had been a long time since anyone dared to undermine his authority. If he did not teach this person a lesson, would it not mean that anyone could trample over him without a second thought? Chapter 16. Guolwen confronts the Yin family following the recent incident at the Western restaurant. The mood of everyone was somewhat affected. Ultimately, at Yi Xinya's suggestion, Su Xiaochuan instructed Zhou Tian to drive to the market to purchase some ingredients, while he returned home to prepare dinner. However, Xian was discontent. For her ice cream will be gone by the time they return home for dinner. Here, see what Daddy has bought for you. When Su Xiaochuan unveiled a chocolate ice cream, Xian's eyes sparkled with delight. Wow, thank you, Daddy. My favorite chocolate ice cream. She embraced Su Xiaochuan's neck and planted a kiss on his cheek before dashing around the living room with her ice cream. You spoil her, and you spoil her too. I see you both are bound to spoil her rotten, Yi Xinya remarked, shaking her head in resignation. She finally understood why Su Xiaochuan had made a stop during their journey home. Sister, what's wrong with spoiling her? I'm spending my own money. Xin, come here and let your aunt have a taste of your ice cream. On the sofa, Yin Xianxian lay sprawled, her image disregarded as she clutched her phone, mindlessly scrolling through videos. Her high heels had long been discarded, revealing her delicate, fair feet swaying without a hint of grace. Well, just a tiny bite then. Xian pouted, her face filled with concern as she held up ice cream to Yin Xianxian's lips. As long as our daughter is happy, let us go. I'll help you in the kitchen, and there is something I wish to discuss, Su Xiaochuan said, wrapping his arm around Yi Xinya's waist as they entered the kitchen. He casually hung his coat on the door and rolled up his sleeves to begin washing the vegetables. You don't need to worry about it. I'll manage in a bit. This is our realm, after all. By the way, what is it that you wanted to tell me? Although Yi Xinya spoke these words, her face radiated pure happiness, reflecting the life she had long dreamed of. Let's find some time to register our marriage and plan a wedding. These are the things I owe you, Su Xiaochuan began, but before he could finish, Yi Xinya placed her finger gently on his lips, her smile radiant. There is no need for any debts. This was all my choice. We can register now, but let us discuss the wedding later. Having you by my side is enough. Su Xiaochuan gazed at the woman before him, as beautiful as jade, reaching out to brush the hair from her forehead before leaning down to kiss her tender, luscious lips. Oh my, sister, isn't this a bit inappropriate? A kitchen scene, how thrilling. I must record this for future study, Yin Xianxian remarked playfully. Having appeared at the kitchen door barefoot, phone in hand, an amused expression on her face just as their lips met. Startled, Yi Xinya pushed Su Xiaochuan away, her cheeks flushing red as she feigned composure. Oh, Su Xiaochuan, please remember to take Xian to kindergarten tomorrow and introduce yourself to her teacher. Sure, Su Xiaochuan nodded, turning to glare at Yin Xianxian with an annoyed expression, mouthing the words get lost. Yin Xianxian responded with a cheeky grimace before deliberately swaying her alluring figure away. Little minx, Su Xiaochuan muttered under his breath, unable to resist commenting on her enticing silhouette. In the living room of the Yin household, I've heard that Guoliang's brother, Guowen, was utterly humiliated by the young master of the Su family from the capital during this morning's meeting. Shouldn't we reconsider the marriage between Xianxian and Guowen? Chun Ying said, her brow furrowed as she held a cup of tea, a serious expression on her face as she looked at Yin Zhenghua. That's unnecessary, Yin Zhenghua replied without looking up from his newspaper. How long has Guoliang been at Tianyang? Although he is only 35 this year, his capabilities far exceed those of a mere novice. Moreover, I've heard that this Su family's young master is a bastard child. After placing the newspaper down, he took a sip of tea before continuing, just watch. I predict Guoliang's counterattack will come swiftly. When he strikes, it will be decisive, leaving that novice utterly helpless. Is that really possible? Even if he is a bastard, he is still a member of the Su family, Chening said, her face revealing skepticism, still feeling uneasy. Such is the perspective of women, Yin Zhenghua scoffed. He is merely a bastard. Perhaps he was sent to Zhangbei due to being unwanted at home. When it comes to Su Xiaochuan, the conversation is rife with sarcasm and dismissiveness. Sir, madam, young Master Guowen has arrived, announced a servant as he entered. Yin Zhenghua and Chun Ying exchanged a glance before rising to say, please do invite him in. Furthermore, there is no need to announce his arrival in the future. Yes, sir, the servant replied before turning to leave. Moments later, a sullen Guowen entered the parlor. Ah, young Guo, what brings you here? Qian is not at home. Should I call her back? Yin Zhenghua personally approached to greet Guo Wen, but upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. What on earth happened, Younghua? Who inflicted these injuries upon you? Oh dear, how could you sustain such wounds? Who could be so cruel? Chening, hearing Yin Zhenghua's words, hurried forward to assess the situation, equally shocked by the sight. Uncle Yin, Aunt Chun, all of this is due to your daughter, Guo Wen replied, his tone laced with suppressed anger and a forced smile. By the way, I am not worthy of your family. Let us forget about the marriage. Younghua, what do you mean by that? Yin Zhenghua and Chun Ying were momentarily bewildered, unable to process his words. What I mean, quite literally, it is because of your precious daughter that I have been beaten to a pulp. If you wish to know more, you should inquire with her, not with me. Guo Wen's frustration erupted, his voice rising several decibels as he spoke. After venting his thoughts, he finally felt a measure of relief and continued, by the way, I have already called my brother on the way here. He will arrive shortly. I believe it is indeed time for our families to revisit the matter of our union. Younghua, please do not be upset. Sit down and have some tea. I will call that rebellious daughter of mine back immediately. Rest assured, I will provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Upon hearing that Guo Liang was coming, Yin Zhenghua hurriedly tried to placate Guo Wen, pulling out his phone to call Yin Qian. In a fit of anger, he shouted, Where are you? I give you 20 minutes to return. Or do not bother coming back at all. In his mind, it was undoubtedly his unruly daughter who had caused this trouble, leaving him no choice but to be furious. After all, Guo Wen was the most suitable candidate he had carefully selected to become their son-in-law. Those of higher status than Guo Wen were unattainable for the Yin family, while those of lesser status were looked down upon. Chapter 17. Yin Qian is a drama. Queen Oh well. Enjoy your meal. I must take my leave. Guo Wen is likely gone to complain to my parents. After hanging up, Yin Qian turned to Su Shaochuan and Yi Xinya with a helpless expression. Do you require assistance? Su Shaochuan inquired as he set down his chopsticks. No, Yin Qian intended to refuse, but then a thought struck her, and she blinked at Su Shaochuan. Is it possible? Of course, not only for the sake of Xiaoya and Xin, but today's incident at the restaurant also concerns me, Su Shaochuan replied with a calm smile, though inwardly he felt a twinge of unease at Yin Qian's earlier look. All right then, let us go. Yin Qian rose to fetch her bag from the sofa and said to Yi Xinya, Sister, I shall borrow your man for a while. Don't worry. I know you will need him tonight, and I will ensure he returns before then. Such audacity, you little imp. One cannot expect wisdom from a fool. Yi Xinya glared at Yin Qian with gritted teeth. Mom, what do you need Dad for tonight? Xin, holding her small bowl, gazed at Yi Xinya with wide, inquisitive eyes, her expression adorably naive. Oh, Xin, your mother simply wishes to play games with your father, Yin Qian quipped, and before Yi Xinya could retort, she swiftly grasped Su Shaochuan's hand and darted out. With a mouth like yours, it is a wonder you have not been silenced. It speaks to the good nature of our society, Su Shaochuan remarked, shaking his head in disbelief as they stood in the elevator. Am I being too forward? Yin Qian smiled sweetly at him. Su Shaochuan responded with a faint smile. It's manageable. As his words lingered, he gently removed her hand from his grasp. Oh, so unfazed. I assume you have been a source of trouble for many young ladies over the years, and they've all grown immune. Yin Qian scrutinized Su Shaochuan with a discerning gaze. Su Shaochuan met her stare. Are you seeking my assistance or merely looking to provoke me? After 6 years, he had encountered countless women and was hardly flustered by a few words from Yin Qian. Very well, I shall refrain from provoking you for now. Just follow my lead when we reach my home. Yin Qian pouted, temporarily letting Su Shaochuan off the hook. Her words only deepened his unease. What scheme was this impish girl concocting? However, sensing her reluctance to divulge, Su Shaochuan decided against pressing the matter further. At the Yin residence, under the calming presence of Yin Zhenghua and his wife, Guo Wen's anger had significantly subsided. The notion of breaking off the engagement had merely been a reaction. After all, this marriage had been arranged by his brother, and he had no right to simply walk away. Moreover, how could he bear to part with such a beautiful girl as Yin Qian? The most compelling reason lay in the fact that she was the sole daughter of the Yin family, Marrying her would grant him a share in their family fortune. Informing his elder brother had been a strategic move to pressure the Yin family into hastening the wedding arrangements, lest delays lead to complications. In time, would not Yin Qianqian be at his beck and call? Ah, my dear Gua, I understand my daughter is a bit mischievous. I kindly ask for your patience. Yin Zhenghua said earnestly, expressing his satisfaction with Gua Wen as a prospective son-in-law. Alas, uncle, I must admit my emotions ran high earlier, and my words were somewhat harsh. Please do not take them to heart. My feelings for Qianqian are profound, Gua Wen replied, recognizing the futility of losing his temper. For he had no intention of sabotaging the engagement. At that moment, Yin Qianqian entered with Su Xiaochuan, striding confidently. Gua Wen's expression soured upon noticing Su Xiaochuan behind her, while Su Xiaochuan offered him a polite smile, showcasing his refined upbringing. Qianqian, this is Yin Zhenghua. Initially, he intended to reprimand Yin Qianqian, but upon noticing Su Xiaochuan beside her, his expression shifted to one of discontent. Just an ordinary friend, Yin Qianqian nonchalantly remarked, then turned to Su Xiaochuan with a gentle smile, saying, Xiaochuan, this is my father and mother. Please have a seat. Witnessing this scene, Gua Wen's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart ablaze with jealousy. Su Xiaochuan, on the other hand, was engulfed in confusion, pondering what this girl was up to. Although curiosity swirled within him, he maintained his composure and greeted Yin Zhenghua and Chening. Good day, uncle and aunt. I apologize for not bringing a gift during this impromptu visit. No worries at all. Qianqian's friends are always welcome in our home. Please sit down. Yin Zhenghua and Chening exchanged glances, both taken aback, as it was their first time witnessing their daughter speak so tenderly to a man. Furthermore, would an ordinary friend be invited into their home? Thank you, uncle and aunt, Su Xiaochuan replied, then settled onto the sofa. Yin Qianqian naturally took a seat beside him, gently peeling an orange and feeding him with her own hands, her gaze filled with tender affection. In that moment, Gua Wen felt a pang of anguish that was more unbearable than any humiliation. In truth, Su Xiaochuan was equally unsettled. Yin Qianqian, usually fiery, was behaving unexpectedly tenderly, leaving him restless. Yin Zhenghua and Chen Ying's expressions shifted as well, for it was evident to anyone with eyes that their daughter and Su Xiaochuan shared an overly intimate relationship. By the way, Mom and Dad, what did you want to discuss with me? Yin Qianqian seemed to finally recall the matter at hand, looking up at Yin Zhenghua and Chening with a puzzled expression, having completely ignored Gua Wen since her entrance. Qianqian, tell us the truth. What is your relationship with this young man? Yin Zhenghua asked with a serious tone, especially since Gua Wen was present. After all, he was to be their family's prospective son-in-law. Dad, what relationship could there possibly be? He is just a friend, Yin Qianqian began, but suddenly she was seized by a violent wave of nausea, covering her mouth and casting a guilty glance at Yin Zhenghua and Chening before rushing into the restroom in a panic. Bang! The sound of the restroom door slamming shut filled the air, plunging the living room into an eerie silence. Su Xiaochuan was utterly bewildered. He finally understood Yin Qianqian's intentions. She was setting him up to bear an unjust accusation. What a dramatic act she was putting on. Smack! Gua Wen could no longer contain the humiliation and rage boiling within him. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted hysterically, "This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. The Yin family must provide me with an explanation, or this matter will not rest." He felt as though he was radiating a green light from head to toe. No wonder this fellow was so protective of Yin Qianqian. No wonder her attitude toward him was ambiguous. It turned out they were involved. Had it not been for Yin Qianqian's sudden bout of nausea, he would have remained blissfully unaware of the truth. It became clear why the Yin family was willing to marry their only daughter to him. It was evident that Yin Qianqian was already pregnant and eager for him to take responsibility. In an instant, his mind conjured a multitude of scenarios. Gua Wen's anger intensified with every thought, and he felt a deep sense of humiliation, his body trembling with rage. Chapter 18. Bearing an Unfounded Burden. What on earth is happening? Yin Zhenghua was equally incensed, glaring fiercely at Su Xiaochuan. Speak quickly, you wretched man. What have you done to my daughter? Chun Ying's face turned ashen, her breaths coming in rapid bursts. As a woman, she could not overlook Yin Qianqian's reaction, which resembled that of morning sickness. Coupled with Yin Qianqian's demeanor towards Su Xiaochuan and her panicked expression, it was impossible for her not to speculate wildly. Uncle and aunt, please calm down. Qianqian and I do not share the relationship you presume, Su Xiaochuan explained nonchalantly. He had agreed to assist Yin Qianqian, but that did not imply he intended to engage in reckless behavior with her. In other words, the wild girl, Yin Qianqian, seemed indifferent to her reputation, while Su Xiaochuan valued his own. Indeed, Mom and Dad, what are you doing? Xiaochuan and I are merely friends. I just overindulged at lunch and feel a bit nauseous. Yin Qianqian stammered as she rushed out of the restroom, addressing Yin Zhenghua and his wife. Her explanation sounded less like clarification and more akin to a clumsy denial. Nonsense. Yin Qianqian, do you take me for a fool? Does that resemble someone who merely overate? You even claimed he is your cousin S-man. And it turns out he is your lover. Guowen barked in fury, shaking with rage as he pointed an accusing finger at Yin Qianqian. He felt as though the world before him had suddenly turned a sorrowful green. You don't just seem foolish. You truly are foolish, Yin Qianqian retorted without reservation. Guowen was nearly driven to bloodshed by her words. Yin Qianqian, how could you betray us like this? You have utterly disappointed both me and your mother. Yin Zhenghua shouted, already convinced of Yin Qianqian's pregnancy, his anger palpable. Father, why won't you believe me? I assure you, there is nothing between us, Yin Qianqian implored, her face awash with desperation, though a glint of cunning flickered in her eyes. I speak nothing but the truth. It is you who refuse to believe it. At this juncture, do you still wish to deceive us? Qianqian, I am not a fool. I possess my own analytical abilities, Chening said, her disappointment evident as she gazed at Yin Qianqian, who had yet to muster the courage to admit the truth. Uncle and aunt, allow me to speak, Su Xiaochuan interjected, unable to bear the absurdity of the situation any longer. What kind of woman jokes with her own dignity? Silence. Do you think that just because you believe my daughter is pregnant, you can become the son-in-law of the Yin family? That you can climb the social ladder through us? I tell you, dream on. Take a good look in the mirror. Were you to be considered worthy of my daughter? Before Su Xiaochuan could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the furious Yin Zhenghua, who pointed an accusatory finger at him. Exactly. I have encountered enough men like you, a so-called Phoenix man. You shall never marry my daughter. Chuning glared at Su Xiaochuan with unwavering resolve. Su Xiaochuan furrowed his brow, feeling an inexplicable annoyance brewing within him. Yin Qianqian tugged at his sleeve, gazing at him with a pitiful expression, her eyes brimming with mist. Yin Zhenghua inhaled deeply, his face etched with remorse as he addressed Guowen. Unfortunate circumstances at home. My dear Guo, I sincerely apologize for the embarrassment this has caused you. Embarrassment? Guowen, consumed by rage, retorted through gritted teeth. Now I have become the biggest joke. He had boasted to everyone that Yin Qianqian was his girlfriend, only to discover she was pregnant with another man's child, leaving him utterly humiliated. Just then, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps, Guo Liang finally arrived. Brother, you must help me. This scoundrel not only had me beaten, but has also put Yin Qianqian in this predicament. I am utterly humiliated. Upon seeing Guo Liang immediately broke down, hastening to express his grievances. Yet, upon catching sight of Su Xiaochuan, Guo Liang's expression shifted dramatically, and after hearing Guo Wen's words, his demeanor changed once more, akin to a palette of varying hues. He realized that Guo Wen had undoubtedly been deceived by that crazy girl, Yin Qianqian. After all, Su Xiaochuan had only just arrived in Jiangbei yesterday. How could he have caused her condition so swiftly? Su Xiaochuan was equally taken aback upon encountering Guo Liang. He had not anticipated that Guo Wen was Guo Liang's younger brother, which explained why he seemed somewhat familiar. What a serendipitous encounter this was. When Yin Qianqian spotted Guo Liang, her heart leapt in her throat. She had not expected him to come, which meant trouble for Su Xiaochuan. She felt a surge of guilt, realizing that Guo Liang was the vice chairman of Tianyang Group, and she had inadvertently brought disaster upon Su Xiaochuan. Stealing a glance at Su Xiaochuan, she resolved internally to confess to Guo Liang, ensuring Su Xiaochuan's name was cleared. Vice Chairman Guo, I hadn't anticipated meeting you here. It's quite a coincidence. Your brother is indeed a rather intriguing individual. Su Xiaochuan broke the silence first, reclining casually with a grin as he regarded Guo Liang. His words startled everyone except Guo Liang. Yin Zhenghua and Chen Ying were taken aback by Su Xiaochuan's audacity in addressing Guo Liang in such a manner, deeming it foolhardy. Yin Qianqian was astonished that Su Xiaochuan, having only just returned to Jiangbei, seemed to know Guo Liang so well and treated him with such disdain. Presumptuous! Who gave you the audacity to speak to my brother in such a manner? You must be seeking death, Guo shouted, pointing at Su Xiaochuan. He then turned to Guo Liang, saying, Brother, this scoundrel not only assaulted me, but also brazenly demanded that I bring you to apologize to Yi Xinya's illegitimate child by 5 p.m. Does he not realize the gravity of his situation? Yin Zhenghua and Chen Ying exchanged worried glances for Su Xiaochuan. To utter such words was to court disaster. It seems you have not learned your lesson, and your tongue remains as foul as ever, Su Xiaochuan remarked coolly, his gaze icy as he regarded Guo Liang. Yin Zhenghua shook his head, observing the unfolding scene with a detached demeanor. Truly, the ignorant are often fearless. At such a critical juncture, not only failing to submit and apologize, but also remaining so arrogant was tantamount to courting one's own demise. Kneel, Guo Liang commanded sharply. He harbored an impulsive desire to make an example of Guo Wen. How could this fool provoke Su Xiaochuan? Was he not merely inviting trouble for himself? If Su Xiaochuan was not afforded a satisfactory explanation, it seemed unlikely that the matter would conclude without consequence. Do you hear me? Are you deaf? My brother commands you to kneel. Guo Wen revealed a chilling smile, looking down upon Su Xiaochuan with a sense of vindictive satisfaction. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed as Guo Liang struck Guo Wen across the face, his gaze icy. I am commanding you, you reckless fool, to kneel. Stunned by the stinging pain on his cheek, Guo Wen could hardly comprehend his brother's words. What are you saying, brother? Even the onlooking Yin Zhenghua and his family were taken aback, their faces reflecting disbelief as they stared at Guo Liang. They could not fathom why Guo Liang would demand Guo Wen to kneel. Only Su Xiaochuan observed the unfolding scene with quiet amusement. Fool, I command you to kneel. Guo Liang bellowed once more, lifting his foot to kick Guo Wen's leg. With a thud, Guo Wen, though filled with grievance and confusion, dared not defy his elder brother's will and promptly knelt. Only then did Guo Liang take a deep breath and step before Su Xiaochuan, his expression laden with apology. Mr. Su, it is my failure in discipline that has allowed this wretch to offend you. Rest assured, by 5 this afternoon, I shall prepare a generous gift and personally apologize to Miss Yi. I hope that you will, for my sake, show mercy and grant him a reprieve. Though he was unaware of the nature of the relationship between Su Xiaochuan and Yi Xinya, he felt compelled to comply with Su Xiaochuan's wishes. The room erupted in astonishment, with everyone, save for Su Xiaochuan, taken aback by Guo Liang's unexpected humility. Guo Wen, particularly, turned pale with fear, realizing at that moment why his brother had been so furious in demanding his submission. It was an act of salvation. A surge of trepidation and regret coursed through him, causing his body to tremble. For your sake? Su Xiaochuan seemed to find amusement in the situation, regarding Guo Liang with a sardonic smile. Do you truly believe you hold any weight in my presence? Guo Liang's face twitched, unprepared for Su Xiaochuan's bluntness, yet he suppressed his anger. Mr. Su, how do you propose to handle this wretch? Those who speak carelessly must be taught a lesson. Su Xiaochuan glanced at the kneeling Guo Wen, casually tossing a small teacup from the table before him. You must have had a poor meal earlier. Why not have this instead? It's on me. Instantly, Yin Zhenghua and the others were horrified. Though the teacup was small, its glass material posed a significant risk. Swallowing it could lead to dire consequences. Brother, save me. I don't want to eat it. Guo Wen cried out in panic, clutching Guo Liang's leg in desperation. Guo Liang turned his gaze towards Su Xiaochuan. Su Xiaochuan leaned against the sofa, his tone gentle as he spoke. You see, it is your younger brother who shows me a lack of respect. I can be somewhat petty at times, and not giving me face could lead to significant repercussions. The threat was unmistakable. Guo Liang's heart burned with fury. his clenched fists tightening and then relaxing before he raised a foot to crush a teacup beneath it. With a crack, the delicate cup shattered into countless fragments. Awing, one must acknowledge their mistakes. Eat quickly and obey. Do not provoke Director Su's anger further, Guo Liang said calmly, ruffling Guo Wen's hair. Brother. Guo Wen's lips quivered. I said, acknowledge your mistake. Guo Liang bellowed, turning to Su Xiaochuan. Director Su, am I not correct? Indeed, you possess insight, Su Xiaochuan replied with a slight smile. Appreciating his words, Guo Wen, trembling, picked up a shard from the floor and stuffed them into his mouth, swallowing while weeping, soon rendering his mouth a bloody mess. Droplets of blood falling onto the floor. I have always been kind-hearted and cannot bear such gruesome sights. Perhaps it is best for me to close my eyes. Su Xiaochuan remarked, a look of compassion crossing his features as he shut his eyes, crossing his legs, rhythmically tapping his finger against his knee. Though Guo Yang's heart seethed with hatred towards Su Xiaochuan, he maintained an increasingly respectful facade as he needed to remain at Tianyang to monitor Su's every move. He could not afford to oppose Su any longer. Otherwise, he risked being expelled from the company, jeopardizing his surveillance mission. One day, he vowed, Su Xiaochuan would pay the price. Yin Zhenghua's expression fluctuated, his gaze darting between Su Xiaochuan and Guo Liang. From their conversation, he had deduced Su Xiaochuan's identity. He was indeed the third young master of the Su family, the new chairman of Tianyang. Initially, he had thought that Guo Liang's diminished stature before Su was merely hearsay, a strategic retreat. Yet it became clear that he had overestimated Guo Liang and underestimated Su Xiaochuan. This was no mere strategic retreat. It was a complete suppression of spirit in the presence of Su Xiaochuan. Contemplating this, he glanced at his daughter's belly, suddenly feeling that this was a case of misfortune turning into blessing. No wonder his daughter had been so indifferent towards all men. It seemed she had long had someone in her heart. However, he was puzzled as to how they had met and how things had progressed so swiftly, culminating in a child. More than 10 minutes later, Guo Wen swallowed the last of the fragments. Director Su, are you satisfied now? Guo Liang asked, struggling to contain his anger. Finished so soon? Impressive appetite. Su Xiaochuan opened his eyes, regarding Guo Liang with a serious demeanor. Vice Chairman Guo, promise me there will not be a next time. It harms both the perpetrator and the victim. Guo Liang's excessive weakness struck Su Xiaochuan as peculiar. After all, Guo Liang was the vice chairman of Tianyang, wielding considerable power, and had clashed with him only hours earlier. Though he had perhaps realized he could not contend with Su, he should not be so obsequious. Intuition told Su that Guo Liang harbored ulterior motives. This was a display of restraint. Mr. Su, I shall take my leave now and not impose further. Guo Liang was eager to depart, as he hastened to escort Guo Wen to the hospital. Upon receiving Mr. Su Xiaochuan's consent, Guo Liang took Guo Wen and left. As soon as they stepped out of the living room, Guo Liang's expression darkened considerably. While dialing emergency services, he muttered angrily, "You fool, who told you to provoke him?" "Brother, are we just going to let it end like this?" Guo Wen asked, covering his mouth. Unwilling to accept the situation, his animosity towards Su Xiaochuan palpable. Let end? Guo Liang scoffed, a glint of coldness in his eyes. Rest assured, someone is already intent on dealing with him. We need only wait to see how he meets his demise. Su Xiaojujiang, Ohat Su Xiaojujiang. The one who laughs last is the true victor. I shall see how long you can maintain that smile. By the way, who is Yi Xinya? Guo Liang suddenly inquired. Yin Xianqian said she is Su Xiaochuan's woman, and they have a child. Guo Liang's eyes brightened, recognizing the significance of this information. In the Yin family living room, after Guo Liang and Guo Wen's departure, Su Xiaochuan also stood to take his leave. Wait, Mr. Su, I apologize for my earlier emotional outburst. Since you are here, please have a cup of tea before you go. Yin Zhenghua quickly urged, his demeanor transformed from earlier, now suffused with contrition. No need, perhaps next time. I have some matters to attend to. Su Xiaochuan politely declined, casting a subtle glare at Yin Qianqian before striding out of the living room. Yin Zhenghua was taken aback. In his view, although Su Xiaochuan was the third young master of the Su family, given that he had put his daughter in such a predicament, he ought to show some respect. Yet, to his surprise, Su Xiaochuan simply walked away, exhibiting an arrogance unbecoming of a scion of a prominent family. Father, your demeanor is shockingly inconsistent. I feel embarrassed for you. Xianqian couldn't help but express her disdain for her father from the sofa. Reflecting on Su Xiaochuan's unfazed demeanor, she shivered, realizing this was the legendary ability to charm while being deadly. How many months has it been? Yin Zhenghua queried, looking at Yin Xianqian. What do you mean by how many months? She asked. Don't play coy with me. How many months along are you with that child in your womb? Yin Zhenghua replied impatiently. Yin Xianqian blinked innocently. Father, when did I ever say I was pregnant? A sense of foreboding surged within Yin Zhenghua. You're not implying. Yin Xianqian rolled her eyes. Father, what are you thinking? That is my cousin's man. Strictly speaking, he is my brother-in-law. This is outrageous. How can you jest with your own honor? Yin Zhenghua's face turned pale with anger, but then he suddenly pondered, wait, did you just say he is your cousin's man? Ye Vinya. Indeed, Yin Xianqian nodded. Her curiosity piqued. Father, what is the background of this cousin's husband? Guoliang was as docile as a kitten before him, and even you wish to curry favor with him. The new chairman of Tianyang Group, Yin Zhenghua replied distractedly upon learning that Su Xiaochuan had no ties to his daughter. Disappointment etched on his face. What? Yin Xianqian's eyes widened in astonishment. Is that the legendary third young master of the Su family? She never imagined that after 6 years, the once impoverished young man had transformed into a wealthy gentleman. No wonder the typically domineering Guoliang dared not utter a word in his presence. Her cousin truly was fortunate in her own way. Damn it, why do I suddenly feel a tinge of jealousy? Chapter 20. There's always someone seeking their own ruin. What's wrong? Are you all right? Upon returning home, Yi Xinya inquired with eagerness. Nothing's wrong. Everything has been resolved. Whereas Xin, Su Xiaochuan glanced around the living room, noticing the absence of his beloved daughter. She's napping, just fell asleep. Yi Xinya lowered her voice deliberately and knelt down to personally change Su Xiaochuan's slippers. By the way, Xiaoya, let us find a time to move our home to Qianshui Bay. Didn't Ti Wang Lan gift us a set of apartments? Su Xiaochuan had long been planning to relocate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent Zhao Quan to look for a place the previous night. However, now that Wang Lan had given him a set, he decided not to have Zhao Quan search any further. Considering Wang Lan had pursued Ye's family this morning to apologize despite being injured, Su Xiaochuan merely instructed Zhao Quan to give him a lesson rather than dealing with him harshly. Otherwise, Wang Lan would undoubtedly spend the latter part of his life in prison. Xin grew up here. I would feel a bit reluctant to leave. Yi Xinya stood up and placed the slippers Su Xiaochuan had removed on the shoe rack, surveying the room with a complicated expression. If you feel reluctant, then just buy it. Whenever you wish, you can return for a couple of days. Su Xiaochuan embraced her from behind, whispering in her ear. All right, you decide. Ye Vinya nodded. Then it's settled. Tomorrow morning, I'll take Xin to school, and at noon, after I return from the office, I'll accompany you to check out the properties in Qianshui Bay. If you like it, we'll move. If not, we'll look again. Su Xiaochuan had yet to mention another plan. He intended to take Yi Xinya to obtain their marriage certificate tomorrow, making her his lawful wife. Suddenly, there was a loud, furious knock at the door. Su Xiaochuan released Yi Xinya and turned to open the door. Outside stood 2 individuals, a tall, robust man and a well-mannered young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Kid, you've stirred up trouble. Whose restaurant do you dare to smash? Are you tired of living? The young man with glasses wasted no time with pleasantries. My daughter is inside napping. Whatever your issue is, wait until she wakes up. For now, shut your mouth and get lost. With that, Su Xiaochuan promptly shut the door. The 2 outside exchanged bewildered glances, still in shock. Damn it, this is outrageous. The young man with glasses regained his composure and began banging on the door again, shouting, Open up, let me in. You're asking for death. Inside, hearing the commotion and insult from outside, Su Xiaochuan took out his phone and dialed Zhou Tian's number. Send 2 people up here and throw those 2 trash out. Su Xiaochuan knew that although Zhou Tian and the others did not reside there, they certainly had bodyguards stationed nearby. A few minutes later, the sounds of banging and shouting outside faded away. I want to check if our precious daughter had been awakened. Su Xiaochuan spoke a few words to Yi Xinya, then quietly entered Xin Xin's small room. Pushing the door open, he saw Xin Xin lying on the bed, breathing steadily in her sleep, utterly adorable. A smile involuntarily spread across Su Xiaochuan's face as he sat by the bedside, simply watching her slumber. "Daddy, don't go. I want Daddy," Xin Xin murmured suddenly, her little face scrunching up as she stirred, speaking in indistinct words. "Daddy want tea leave. Daddy will always be by your and Mommy's side." Su Xiaochuan recognized that she was having a nightmare and gently stroked her forehead. Miraculously, her breathing became steady once more, and her little face gradually relaxed. Meanwhile, downstairs, two individuals struggled out of the garbage bin. They were precisely the ones who had just banged on Su Xiaochuan's door. "This is outrageous, utterly outrageous. How dare he show such disrespect? I will ensure he pays the price." The young man, while putting on his already shattered gold-rimmed glasses, cursed through clenched teeth, angrily tossing a banana peel that had been on his head onto the ground. In a luxurious office, Chun Sheng, with a bandaged head, wept and complained to Li Fei. "Young master, who in Jiangbei doesn't know I'm following you? You must stand up for me. I have lost so much face today." He depicted Su Xiaochuan as arrogant and unforgivable, nursing a grudge against him, but lacking the means to retaliate, thus placing his hopes on the favor he sought from Li Fei. "Did you mention my name?" Li Fei asked casually, puffing on a cigar. "I did," Chun Sheng replied, his face filled with grievance. "But that Su fellow actually said you were nothing. That was your own assertion, wasn't it?" Li Fei regarda Shen Shenkuldi, fully aware that he wasn't naive enough to believe everything Chun Sheng said. Chun Sheng's expression instantly stiffened. Just as Chun Sheng felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, Li Fei shifted the conversation, patting Chun Sheng's face and stating, "However, even if it's a dog I raised, I can strike it, but I won't permit others to do so." Yes, young master is wise. I knew you would surely support me." Chun Sheng was not at all offended by being called a dog. Instead, he was elated. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. "Come in." As Li Fei's words fell, the disheveled young man with gold-rimmed glasses entered. "Stand there and don't move." "How did you end up like this? Did you fall into a garbage pile?" Li Fei exclaimed, holding his nose from a distance, exasperated. "Sir, you have no idea. That guy truly doesn't regard you at all." The young man exaggeratedly recounted the events, detailing every grievance. Upon hearing this, Li Fei's fury erupted, his expression darkening ominously. Very well. What an audacious fool. Wait, is that person surnamed Su?" Chun Sheng suddenly interjected, suspecting upon hearing the young man mention the community where the person lived. "Yes, his surname is Su. He is called Su Xiaochuan." The young man with glasses did not wait for Li Fei to speak and promptly replied, "Chun Xiao, it is this brat who has reduced me to this state. I never expected him to dare offend you. Truly, he is courting his own demise." At that moment, Chun Sheng became quite agitated, exclaiming, "Su Xiaochuan, how foolish of me to add fuel to the fire in hopes of inciting your wrath. It appears my efforts were entirely unnecessary. I eagerly await to see how you will meet your end this time. Chun Xiao, I have an idea. Does he not care greatly for his daughter? Let us capture her, and then he will be at your mercy," Chun Sheng said with a cold smile, adding mischievously, "Chun Xiao, his wife is exceptionally beautiful, reputed to be the most stunning woman in Jiangbei." Li Fei, stroking his chin, regarded Chun Sheng with a skeptical gaze. "Is she truly that beautiful? Absolutely breathtaking," Chun Sheng asserted with unwavering confidence. "Then let us proceed as you suggest. Capture his daughter first. You shall personally lead the effort," Li Fei declared darkly. "Rest assured, Li Xiao, I will not disappoint you," Chun Sheng replied, elated, with Li Fei backing him. He felt emboldened and resolved to make Su Xiaochuan pay 100-fold for today's humiliation. Chapter 21. Su Tianyang's machinations at 4 in the afternoon. Guo Liang indeed arrived with gifts to apologize to Yi Xinya and Xin. Upon entering, he bowed deeply to both Xin and Yi Xinya, saying, "It is my younger brother Guo Wan who is blind and speaks foolishly. I hope you, madam and young lady, will not take offense to his reckless words." This display startled Xin, who whose face turned pale as she clutched Su Xiaochuan's hand tightly, her eyes brimming with tears. Enough, enough. Place the gift down. You may leave now. You've frightened my daughter, Su Xiaochuan said, cradling Xin as he waved him away impatiently. Then, Su Dong, I shall take my leave, Guo Yang said, casting a lingering glance at Yi Xinya and Xin before placing the gifts on the floor and departing. Once outside, a cold smirk appeared on Guo Yang's face as he took out his phone and dialed a number. I have crucial information. Please relay it to the second young master. Su Xiaochuan has had a woman and a daughter in Jiangbei for several years. His visit to apologize was, in part, to verify the truth of what Guo Wen had said. It is evident now that Yi Xinya is indeed Su Xiaochuan's woman, and that daughter must also be his biological child. The esteemed third young master of the Su family has a wife and daughter in Jiangbei. This will certainly deliver a substantial blow to Su Xiaochuan's reputation back at the Su family. Su Xiaochuan, I have only just aligned myself with the second young master, and you have unwittingly gifted me this opportunity. I must express my gratitude to you. In the living room, Su Xiaochuan pondered for a moment before calling Zhao Quan. Xiao Quan, arrange for someone to keep an eye on Guo Liang. I want to know his every move. There is something amiss with him. After hanging up, Su Xiaochuan toyed with his phone, deep in thought about what scheme Guo Liang was attempting. Ding! At that moment, his phone emitted a notification. Upon opening the message, I discovered a friend request on WeChat. And just by glancing at the profile picture, I recognized it was that wild girl, Yin Qianqian. Brother-in-law, I never anticipated you had such a significant background. It truly caused me unnecessary worry. Having just accepted the request, Yin Qianqian promptly sent a message. Now you're calling me brother-in-law? Aren't you the scoundrel? You are rather insincere. What are you up to? Su Xiaochuan replied with amusement. Since you claim I am insincere, I shall be straightforward. I am taking a shower. After sending the message, Yin Qianqian followed up with a photograph showcasing her long, fair legs resting atop the bathtub. Brother-in-law, do my legs look pale? Be careful, or I might tell my cousin you took advantage of me. When Yin Qianqian sent this message, she was grinning mischievously, reveling in the leverage she believed she had over him. Your cousin seems eager for me to air. Do as you wish. Su Xiaochuan chuckled softly and tossed the phone to Yi Xinya. This girl has no sense of propriety. Despite being grown, she still lacks shame. After viewing the message, Yi Xinya muttered under her breath and then sent a voice message. Qianqian, I'm right next to your brother-in-law. Shouldn't you be a bit more discreet? Upon hearing the voice message, Yin Qianqian's face flushed crimson, akin to an apple, overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of shame, as if caught in an affair. Ahem, well, sister, I was just joking. I must go now. I'm taking a shower. Feeling guilty, she quickly shut off her phone and submerged herself in the bathtub. In the office of the chairman of Haiyuan Group in Luozhou City, Su Tianyang, the second son of the Su family, lounged with his legs crossed on the desk. His eyes closed as he feigned sleep, listening to his subordinate's report. Second young master, this is what Guo Liang has conveyed. After finishing the report, the subordinate stood respectfully to await further instructions. Interesting, I had no idea my third brother, like our father, is also quite the philanderer. Su Tianyang opened his eyes, a glint of amusement and sarcasm flickering within. So, young master, are you implying? Su Tianyang smirked disdainfully. What right does an illegitimate child have to contest for the Su family's inheritance? Amir Kur does not belong at the banquet. It is best to eliminate him first. As he spoke, one hand gently tapped the armrest of the chair. Book me a flight to the capital tonight. I must personally convey this delightful news to my father. He ought to know he has gained a granddaughter. Though his words were sweet, the cold smile on his face was rather unsettling. In the Su family, marriages are arranged by the family, leaving no room for personal choice. Su Xiaochuan, on the other hand, has a daughter of considerable age. It will be interesting to see how this illegitimate child explains himself to their father. The subordinate hesitated and then reminded him, Young master, you have an appointment with Mayor Zhou tonight to discuss the new city expansion project. Is that so? Su Tianyang furrowed his brow upon hearing this, and after a moment, he managed to utter, then let him frolic for a couple more days. Young master, I have an idea, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate to share. The subordinate hesitated. What is it that you cannot say in my presence? Speak. Su Tianyang inclined his chin slightly. The subordinate pressed his lips together, and a sinister expression crossed his face. Young master, if I may suggest, it would be prudent for you to remain discreet regarding this matter. I have heard that the master intends for the third young master to marry the second Miss Su, with the master's 60th birthday approaching this mid-month. He trailed off, but Su Tianyang had already grasped the implication, unable to suppress his applause. Excellent. What a brilliant idea. Jianshao, you truly are my right-hand man. Wu Jianshao quickly deflected the praise, saying, It is merely the young master's grace. I am but a man of modest wit. Nay, this is not mere wit. It is profound wisdom. Indeed, profound wisdom. Su Tianyang exclaimed, rising from his desk to pat Wu Jianshao on the shoulder, laughing heartily. The Su family is also a prominent clan in the capital, and his father wishes for the illegitimate son to marry the second Miss Su. It is evident that the two families are already in discussions. It will not be long before this marriage is finalized. With the master's 60th birthday approaching, everyone will return to the capital to celebrate, and the Su family will undoubtedly be present. At that banquet, he plans to reveal Su Shaochuan's wife and daughter in Jiangbei, eager to see how the illegitimate son will respond. The wrath of the Su family alone would be sufficient to crush Su Shaochuan. Does he still aspire to be the heir of the Su family? Such aspirations are but a fool's dream. Have Guoliang continue to keep an eye on Su Shaochuan. Investigate his relationship with that Yi Xinya. I wish to understand the entire context, Su Tianyang commanded. Yes, young master, rest assured. I have already instructed him accordingly. Wu Jianshao replied respectfully. Su Tianyang, note that your diligence in matters has always reassured me. Chapter 22. The discrimination against the precious daughter in the morning. Yi Xinya stepped out of her bedroom to find Su Shaochuan braiding Xin's hair. Despite being a man, his fingers were remarkably nimble, and a thick braid had already formed under his skilled hands. Dressed in a delicate lavender nightgown, Yi Xinya leaned against the doorframe, quietly observing this harmonious scene, a smile unconsciously gracing her face. You're awake. I thought you would sleep until noon, Su Shaochuan remarked, turning his head slightly to smile at Yi Xinya. A hint of mischief in his expression. Humph, your daughter is still here. How shameless. Yi Xinya's cheeks flushed as she playfully chided him, fully aware of the jest in his smile. After all, the previous night had been quite turbulent. Were it not for the fear of Su Shaochuan's teasing, she would not have risen so early. Daddy, why does mommy sleep until noon? Isn't that being a big lazy bug? Xin xin dun to su sao ju jiang. Her little face full of confusion. Indeed, mommy is a big lazy bug, and you're a little lazy bug. Now, hurry and eat breakfast after that. Daddy will take you to kindergarten, Su Shaochuan said affectionately, playfully tapping Xin's nose before heading towards the dining table. No, Daddy is the lazy bug. Xin es not. Daddy is the big lazy bug. Xin clung directly to Su Shaochuan's leg, her entire being almost suspended from him as he was dragged to the dining table. All right, let go of your father quickly, wash your hands, and prepare for breakfast. Yi Xinya's expression was stern. Xin pouted, released Su Shaochuan's leg, and hurried off to wash her hands. After finishing breakfast, Yi Xinya saw Su Shaochuan and Xin out the door. Xiao Dian, drive slowly on the way. There are many cars in the morning, so please pay attention to safety. Yi Xinya advised Zhou Tian while handing over Su Shaochuan's briefcase. Madam, rest assured, Zhou Tian replied respectfully, receiving the briefcase with both hands. We are leaving. Wait for me at home. We will go house hunting at noon, Su Shaochuan said with a slight smile to Yi Xinya, then took Xin's hand and walked towards the elevator. Zhou Tian briskly stepped forward to press the elevator button. Has Shaoquan arrived? Su Shaochuan inquired within the elevator. He is downstairs waiting for you, Zhou Tian responded. Su Shaochuan nodded and fell silent. The previous morning, he had dismissed 2 individuals during a meeting but had only arranged a position for one. The other position, that of the human resources manager, was intentionally left for Zhao Quan. Consequently, he now held sway over the company's most crucial departments, human resources and finance. Boss, I have already sent someone to speak with Wang Lan. He is likely entangled in troubles, dealing with the relevant departments regarding tax audits. Zhao Guan ap otek fipis su sao jujan detsende. Well done. He must understand that some matters cannot be resolved merely by accepting a beating and admitting fault. Su Xiaochuan acknowledged with a slight nod, then instructed Xin, please greet Uncle Zhao. Good morning, Uncle Zhao. Xin chirped in her sweet, childlike voice. Zhou Guan smiled faintly. Good morning, Mississippi. Yet, a flicker of concern crossed his eyes as he glanced at Su Xiaochuan, hesitating to speak, ultimately choosing silence. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the private kindergarten named Inkai, where Xin was enrolled. One reason for Yi Xinya's frugality was her commitment to providing Xin with the best education, investing all their resources into this endeavor. It was the peak time for dropping off children, and the area outside the kindergarten was filled with various luxury cars. You all wait for me here, Su Xiaochuan instructed Zhou Tian and the others, taking Xin's hand as they approached the kindergarten gate. At the entrance, a female teacher greeted the arriving children with a beaming smile, but the moment she spotted Xin, her smile vanished instantly. Su Xiaochuan frowned at this blatant disparity in treatment. It was evident even to the blind. Hello, Teacher Lu, Xin timidly called out, gripping Su Xiaochuan's hand tightly, clearly fearful of this teacher. Who are you to Su Xiaoxin? Teacher Lu casually acknowledged Xin with a nod before turning her gaze to Su Xiaochuan. Hello, teacher. I am her father, Su Xiaochuan replied in a calm and composed manner. You are her father? Teacher Lu scrutinized him skeptically before nodding slightly and saying coolly, in that case, I need to discuss Su Xiaoxin's withdrawal from school with you. My Xin is withdrawing? Su Xiaochuan was taken aback by this revelation. Teacher Lu nodded and remarked, Indeed, Mr. Su, our kindergarten is an elite institution, catering exclusively to children of wealth and privilege. However, your daughter, Su Xiaoxin, frequently delays the payment of fees. Therefore, I must advise you to consider enrolling her in a different kindergarten, as she may not be well suited for our environment. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaochuan finally comprehended the underlying discrimination against his daughter based on financial standing. Teacher Lu, may I inquire if we have ever defaulted on tuition fees or any other payments? Su Xiaochuan asked. Teacher Lu hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. No, that's not the case. However, since we have not been in debt, are you implying that my family is too impoverished for my daughter, Xin, to be worthy of your kindergarten, thus tarnishing its reputation? Although Su Xiaochuan maintained a smile, a flicker of anger brewed within him, prompting such a retort. If you choose to perceive it that way, so be it, Mr. Su. It is wise for one to have self-awareness. You should swiftly take your daughter away, as prolonging this conversation will only lead to embarrassment. Teacher Lu spoke with a lack of courtesy, her disdain for Su Xiaochuan evident in her gaze. Teacher Lu, as an educator, do you not think your words are excessively harsh? How can we, as parents, trust you with our children under such circumstances? At that moment, a cool, clear voice reached Su Xiaochuan's ears. Accompanied by a fragrant breeze, a tall, elegant woman in a beige uniform dress approached, holding the hand of a little girl. Xin. The little girl wriggled free from the woman's grasp, her face alight with excitement as she dashed toward Xin. Yao. Xin greeted her friend and glanced up at Su Xiaochuan. Go play with your friend. I will take care of things here, Su Xiaochuan said, gently patting Xin's head and releasing her hand. After a moment's hesitation, Xin ran off with the little girl, chattering animatedly about their adventures. Teacher Lu, I am addressing you. Do you believe your earlier remarks were appropriate for an educator? The tall woman gazed at Teacher Lu with an expressionless demeanor, exuding an aura so formidable that it made even the most confident men feel inadequate. Miss Su, I assure you, that was not my intention, Teacher Lu stammered, her complexion paling in fear, quite unlike her demeanor towards Su Xiaochuan. Then what precisely do you mean? Su Bingxian interjected sharply, her tone icy. Su Xiaojujian Zudin Su Bingqian. Recognizing the formidable presence of a woman capable of rendering many men speechless. What's happening here? Just then, the principal hurried over, having received news of the unfolding situation. Principal, you have finally arrived. Teacher Lu exclaimed, appearing as if she had discovered a lifeline, her anxiety palpable. Miss Su, I am uncertain about what has transpired, the principal said, glancing nervously at Su Bingxian, unsure of where he had offended the esteemed CEO. This matter does not concern her. It is my issue. Su Xiaochuan interjected before Su Bingxian could speak. After all, he was merely standing up for justice. A grown man ought not to cower behind a woman in silence. Su Bingxian cast a fleeting glance at Su Xiaochuan, but refrained from voicing her thoughts. Realizing that the matter did not pertain to Su Bingxian, the principal internally exhaled in relief, and then turned his attention to Su Xiaochuan. May I inquire who you are? I am the father of Su Xiaoxin, Su Xiaochuan replied. So you are the father of Su Xiaoxin? The principal's smile vanished in an instant. You have arrived at an opportune moment. It is best that you take your daughter away today and refrain from returning. His demeanor was exceedingly impatient, as though he were dismissing a beggar. Principal, may I ask what wrong my daughter has committed that warrants her expulsion? Su Xiaochuan inquired earnestly, his gaze fixed on the principal. Those familiar with him knew that when he adopted such a serious tone, it heralded misfortune for someone. She has committed no offense. However, she does not meet our kindergarten's admission criteria. I am well acquainted with your family's circumstances. I am quite forthright. Since ancient times, dragons have not consorted with snakes. Our institution caters exclusively to the affluent, Mr. Su. To speak bluntly, do you truly believe that your daughter is suited to attend our kindergarten? The principal delivered his words with a veneer of professional politeness, yet the mockery in his eyes was unmistakable. It was evident that he intended to convey a singular notion to Su Xiaochuan. His disdain was not personal, but rather deeply ingrained. Su Xiaochuan tilted his head, scrutinizing the principal. What you imply is that everything revolves around money. You simply desire wealth, is that correct? The crux of the matter is, do you possess any? The principal stepped forward, lifting his chin with a derisive glimmer in his eyes. Indeed, I do, Su Xiaochuan acknowledged with a nod. Huh, the principal scoffed, gesturing dismissively toward the kindergarten behind him. Young man, do not attempt to project a sense of individuality with your meager savings before me. This kindergarten is valued at 5 million. Do you truly believe your paltry sum holds any significance here? I shall reiterate, take your daughter away immediately. She is not fit for our institution. Su Xiaochuan nodded, casting a penetrating glance at him before retrieving his phone and dialing Zhao Quan. Xiao Quan, please visit the nearest bank and withdraw 5 million in cash. Everyone present was rendered speechless, their eyes wide with astonishment. Su Bingxian, too, gazed at Su Xiaochuan in disbelief, as though seeking an explanation from his expression. She was well aware that her daughter Yao Yao and Xin Xin were good friends, and while Su Xiaochuan's family was not impoverished, it could hardly be deemed affluent. His nonchalant request for 5 million in cash took her aback. Ha ha! The principal erupted into laughter, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke. His mirth was exaggerated to the point of tears. Many onlookers shared in the ridicule, perceiving Su Xiaochuan's claim as mere bravado. What did you say? 5 million in cash? Young man, do you comprehend the gravity of 5 million in cash? Have you risen too early this morning and yet to awaken? The principal's face was a mask of mockery, regarding Su Xiaochuan as one might a capering jester. Su Xiaochuan toyed with his phone, responding with an air of indifference. I am fully aware. It is merely the price of a vehicle. The price of a vehicle? You have truly amused me. Why do you not mention that it is merely the cost of your meal? Utterly ridiculous. The principal regarded Su Xiaochuan with disdain, believing not a single word he uttered. Very well, let us wait and see. Su Xiaochuan gazed at the principal with a smirk that was neither a smile nor a frown, pondering how some individuals are indeed confined by their own poverty of imagination. Fine, I shall wait, he replied, as the principal nodded, pointing an accusatory finger at him. So you are pretending, are you? Refusing to drink my toast and opting for a penalty drink instead? I shall be most curious to observe how you extricate yourself from this predicament. Have you lost your mind? Do you comprehend the magnitude of 500,000? Su Bingxian interjected, furrowing her brows as she cautioned Su Xiaochuan. To the affluent, 500,000 may be trifling, yet to the average person, it is an astronomical sum. given her understanding of Xin's family circumstances. Where even 50,000 would be unattainable, 500,000 seemed ludicrous. Thus, she assumed Su Xiaochuan was merely boasting, inflating his significance. Rest assured, I am well aware of my limits. Su Xiaochuan responded with a calm demeanor, exuding a confidence that was palpable. However, this self-assurance appeared to Su Bingqian as nothing more than the stubbornness of a duck in the face of adversity. She shook her head, declaring him hopeless. Her only intention in gently warning him was due to the connection between Xin and her daughter, Yao Yao. Yet she was taken aback by Su Xiaochuan's resolute decision to invite humiliation upon himself. Mr. Su, some individuals are determined to embarrass themselves. You need not waste your efforts. The principal remarked with a sardonic glance directed at Su Xiaochuan. Su Bingqian shot him a cold stare. I do not require your unsolicited guidance in my endeavors. Yes, I shall refrain from commenting. The principal stammered awkwardly. At that moment, Zhao Quan approached, accompanied by 4 bodyguards, each bearing large black bags. Place them on the ground. Su Xiaojuan Institute. Understood, Zhao Quan replied, and the group proceeded to set the bags down and unveil them, revealing stacks upon stacks of cash. A collective gasp erupted from the crowd, their faces alight with astonishment. While many present could theoretically procure 500,000, none had ever witnessed such a sum in cash before. The visual impact was immensely potent. In that instant, no one dared dismiss Su Xiaochuan's earlier declarations as mere jest. Those who had previously mocked him now felt as though they had been soundly slapped, their expressions shifting between shades of green and white. Su Bingqian turned her gaze towards Su Xiaochuan, astonished that he could indeed produce such a substantial amount of money. It dawned on her that she had underestimated him, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed. How is this even possible? The principal stood in a daze, his mind blank, disbelief etched across his face. Do you not desire the money? Here it is. Take it for yourself, Su Xiaochuan said, nudging the bag with his foot and looking at the principal with a nonchalant demeanor. The principal stood frozen, beads of sweat forming on his brow, his face contorting into a grimace that was more painful than a cry. Mr. Su, I believe there may have been some misunderstanding. With a swift motion, Su Xiaochuan delivered a resounding slap across the principal's face, casually stating, What's the matter? Are you deaf? I instructed you to take the money. What are you doing? The 2 security guards at the kindergarten exclaimed in outrage. Su Xiaochuan didn't even glance at the 2 men. His voice low and commanding. Xiao Quan, keep an eye on them. Break a leg of anyone who dares to move. As his words fell, 4 expressionless bodyguards stepped forward, positioning themselves before the 2 security guards. The guards exchanged a look, instantly cowering, and retreated obediently into their booth. Mr. Su, please let me explain. The kindergarten director was on the verge of tears. Someone who could casually produce 5 million in cash was far beyond his ability to challenge. Su Xiaochuan cut him off coldly. I don't want your explanations. All I know is you wanted money. Now I'm granting your wish. Go ahead, take it. With a thud, the director collapsed to his knees, overwhelmed, and burst into desperate sobs. Mr. Su, I was wrong. I truly know my mistake now. I was blind. I was arrogant. Please, spare me. Have mercy. Su Xiaochuan gazed down at him, then bent slightly, delivering a series of light, mocking pats to his cheek. Each word was deliberate. You said dragons don't mingle with snakes. Now, tell me, is my daughter a dragon or a snake? Chapter 24. An old classmate at the company a dragon. She is a dragon, without question. The director nodded frantically, tears and snot streaking his face. This lesson would haunt him for life. Su Xiaojuan stay. Then gestured toward the teacher, Lu. By the way, I dislike her. Fired. She is fired immediately, the director declared without hesitation. Teacher Lu paled in shock. Director, you what? The director roared, cutting her off. Why are you still here? You're dismissed. Get out. Regret flooded Teacher Lu. She was just a salaried employee. Why had she ever spoken up? If they're essay next time, Su Xiaochuan murmured, tapping the director's shoulder. That money on the ground will be yours for your coffin. Think carefully. Then, with a warm smile, he beckoned to Xin. Come here, sweetheart. Daddy. Xin scampered over. I'm going to work now. Be good at kindergarten, understand? Su Xiaochuan crouched to meet her gaze, his voice tender. The director remained frozen on his knees, sweat pouring down his rigid frame. Xin will be good. She nodded eagerly, then planted a kiss on his cheek. Go on then. He gave her a gentle pat. Bye, Daddy. With a little wave, Xin grabbed her friend Yao Yao's hand and dashed into the school. Su Xiaochuan cast one last glance at the director, then signaled Zhao Quan. Collect the money. Let's go. Wait. Su Bingxian stopped him, stepping closer with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry for earlier. I misjudged you. Xin is very lucky to have a father like you. The thanks should be mine. I have matters to attend to. We'll talk another time. He offered her a faint smile before departing with Zhao Quan and the others. Su Bingxian stood motionless, watching his retreating figure long after he had gone. After Su Xiaochuan's figure vanished from sight, the kindergarten director collapsed onto the floor as if all strength had been drained from his body, gasping for breath in an utterly undignified manner. He swore he had never in his life experienced such overwhelming pressure. Su Xiaochuan didn't need to fly into a rage. His calm, measured tone alone had been enough to induce a suffocating illusion. Xiao Tian, what's my schedule for this morning? In the car, Su Xiaochuan closed his eyes, feigning rest. Boss, you have a meeting this morning to announce Xiao Quan's position, followed by a lunch appointment, Zhou Tian replied while driving. He served not only as a chauffeur and bodyguard, but occasionally as a secretary as well. What's this lunch about? Who arranged it? Su Xiaochuan frowned slightly. It's with Su Bingxian, chairwoman of Fenghua Group, Zhou Ruyan, chairman of Taiyang Group, Lin Feng of Lin Corporation, and Lu Sihai from Sihai Company. These are all firms with long-standing business ties to Tianyang. Zhou Tian explained in detail. Su Xiaochuan, note that. Xiao Quan, once you're officially in your new role, have HR recruit a secretary for me. We can't have Zhou Tian handling everything. Also, Xiao Tian, I have another task for you. Mid-month is the old man's 60th birthday. I need to return to the capital. Prepare a suitable gift for the occasion. As the three conversed, the car arrived at Tianyang Group's headquarters. Su Xiaochuan stepped out and strode briskly into the building with Zhao Quan in tow. Good morning, Chairman Su. Chairman Su, good morning. Everywhere he passed, employees and managers alike paused to greet him respectfully. At 9:30 a.m., Su Xiaochuan personally chaired the meeting, announcing Zhao Quan's official appointment as HR manager. The proceedings went smoothly without a single objection. After the meeting, Su Xiaochuan took the elevator to the top floor, where the chairman's office was located. Su Xiaochuan, is that you? The moment he stepped out of the elevator, a voice reached his ears. Su Xiaochuan halted and turned to see a well-dressed young man in his 20s calling out to him. Beside the man stood a woman, their closeness suggesting an intimate relationship. Xie Bing? Su Xiaochuan searched his memory before tentatively uttering the name. Holy shit, it really is you. How many years has it been? What brings you here? Delighted at having recognized him correctly, Xie Bing approached eagerly. I work here. More importantly, is this your girlfriend? What brings you here? Su Xiaochuan was genuinely surprised to encounter Xie Bing. They had been university classmates and had gotten along well, though Su had left after his freshman year for the capital, severing all contact since. I can meet your boss, try to secure investment for a project, but so far, no luck in getting an audience. Xie Bing admitted with a helpless, bitter smile. Enough, why bother explaining so much to him? Don't waste time. With all this idle chatter, you'd be better off thinking of a solution quickly. Just as the two were reminiscing, Huang Miao, Xie Bing's girlfriend, interjected impatiently with a dismissive tone. Xie Bing's smile froze, casting an apologetic glance at Su Xiaochuan before tugging at Huang Miao's sleeve. He's an old classmate. What's the harm in catching up? Besides, he works at Tianyang now. Maybe he can help. I know, the one who dropped out freshman year, right? Huang Miao tilted her chin, sweeping Su Xiaochuan with a disdainful look. Even if he managed to sneak into some big company, do you really think someone who didn't finish college could be a high-ranking executive at Tianyang Group? What help could he possibly offer? To her, Su Xiaochuan was nothing more than a lowly employee at Tianyang. If he knew her boyfriend's current worth, he'd probably be the one groveling. Shut up, Xie Bing snapped in frustration before hurriedly apologizing to Su Xiaochuan. Xiaochuan, I'm sorry really. It's fine. I understand. Su Xiaochuan smiled faintly, meeting Xie Bing's gaze. What kind of investment are you looking for? Why don't you explain your project in detail? They were old classmates, after all, and had once been close. If he could lend a hand, Su Xiaochuan saw no reason not to, as if explaining it would magically make your boss invest. Huang Miao muttered under her breath. Just then, her phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, her face lit up as she answered eagerly. Xiaoli. Yes. I'm right outside your boss's office. Perfect. I'll wait in the reception room. Hanging up, she smirked triumphantly at Xia Bing. My old classmate Xiao Li just called. She's on her way up. Look at the connections I have, and then look at yours. What kind of useless deadbeats do you associate with? Cut ties with those losers. Her pointed glance at Su Xiaochuan made it clear she was directing the insult at him. Chapter 25. Xia Bing's project. Su Xiaochuan recognized Huang Miao's veiled contempt, but he paid it no mind, partly out of respect for Xia Bing, and partly because she wasn't tea-worthy energy. Let us just go to the reception room. Why waste time here? Huang Miao insisted, dragging Xia Bing away before he could linger. Xiaochuan, I'll catch up with you later. Let's grab a meal sometime, yeah? Xia Bing called over his shoulder as he was pulled along. Su Xiaochuan shook his head in mild amusement. Why the rush? You'll be seeing me again soon enough. With a quiet chuckle, he turned and entered his office. Seated in his executive chair, Su Xiaochuan began reviewing the documents submitted by his subordinates. Though Tianyang Group specialized in real estate and hospitality, its influence extended far beyond. In contemporary society, it can be asserted that Tianyang Group has diversified its involvement across various mainstream industries. Its foundational pillars remain the realms of dining and real estate. With such a vast enterprise, the multitude of affairs is certainly enough to keep Su Xiaochuan occupied. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted his work. Come in, Su Xiaochuan instructed without lifting his gaze. As his words echoed, a tall professional woman entered the room. Su Xiaochuan recognized her as Chun-Li, the deputy manager of the business department at Tianyang, who was likely the Shaoli mentioned earlier by Huang Miao. Su Xiaochuan feigned ignorance. Manager Chun. What brings you here? Mr. Su, a company representative wishes to meet with you. He has a project he would like to discuss. Chun-Li replied cautiously, her eyes discreetly evaluating Su Xiaochuan's demeanor. Very well, please let him in, Su Xiaochuan nodded. Chun-Li was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that such a formidable boss would be so accommodating. Understood, Mr. Su. I will fetch him right away. With that, she promptly exited the office. A short while later, she returned with Xia Bing and Huang Miao. Mr. Xia, it's a pleasure to see you again, Su Xiaochuan said, looking up with a faint smile. Both the reserved Xia Bing and Huang Miao were taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief as they regarded Su Xiaochuan. Mr. Xia. Miss Huang, may I introduce you to our chairman, Mr. Su of Tianyang Group, Chun-Li announced, though she was perplexed, wondering why Huang Miao had sought her assistance if Mr. Su was already acquainted with Xia Bing. Wow, Su Xiaochuan. Xia Bing stammered, unable to articulate a coherent thought, astonished by the revelation. Mr. Chun, perhaps you could step out for a moment? I have known Mr. Xia for quite some time, Su Xiaochuan suggested, dismissing Chun-Li. Of course, Mr. Su, she responded, turning to leave. Meow meow, what on earth is going on? Your family Xia Bing knows our chairman Su, and you still saw my assistance? This is quite the jest, Chun-Li murmured as she passed Huang Miao, her tone laced with annoyance. Huang Miao's complexion shifted from pale to flushed as she realized that Su Xiaochuan was indeed the chairman of Tianyang Group. Reflecting on her earlier jest directed at him, she broke into a cold sweat, filled with regret. Xiaochuan, who would have imagined you were the chairman of Tianyang? All this time, among our old classmates, the one who barely completed his first year of college turned out to be the most successful. At this moment, Xia Bing's astonishment had lessened considerably, and he gazed at Su Xiaochuan with palpable excitement. He felt both astonished at his old friend's high stature and hopeful for the prospects of his investment. All right, enough of that. Please, have a seat and tell me more about the project you have in hand. And you too, Miss Huang, please take a seat, Su Xiaochuan invited, gesturing for them to sit. Mr. Su, I sincerely apologize. My previous remarks may have been rather ungracious. Please do not take them to heart. I am truly sorry, came the earnest apology from Huang Miao. Huang Miao's face flushed crimson as she bowed repeatedly to Su Xiaochuan, her hands tightly gripping her handbag. Knuckles turning pale. If there had been a pit nearby, she would have likely wished to bury herself in it, utterly mortified by her disgrace. Just moments ago, she had looked down on others, subtly criticizing them while fearing they might seek to ingratiate themselves with her. Yet in the blink of an eye, she realized that in their eyes, she was no more significant than an ant, and she found herself in the position of having to seek their favor. The disparity in her circumstances was overwhelmingly stark. Enough of this embarrassment. Go stand aside, Xie Bing said irritably, casting a glance at Su Xiaochuan. Xiaochuan is now a big boss. Why would he stoop to your level? Miss Huang, I've forgotten all about what transpired earlier. Please take a seat, Su Xiaochuan said. Displaying à généraux disposition. With so many trivial matters occurring in a day, it would be exhausting for him to dwell on every incident. Yes, thank you. Mr. Su, I truly was muddled just now. Huang Miao sighed in relief, then sat down with an air of constraint, sitting up straight like a primary school student before teacher. Mr. Su, I must apologize for the spectacle. My fiancée, he has a typical mindset of a little woman. Well, she has learned her lesson today, Xie Bing remarked with a touch of self-deprecation, now completely composed after the initial shock, addressing Su Xiaochuan with a more formal title. This is the essence of a woman who knows how to live. You can take joy in it, Su Xiaochuan teased, then his expression turned serious as he feigned displeasure. And do not call me Mr. Su. That feels too distant. Just use my name. Oh no, that simply won't do. Since we're discussing business, it is best to maintain a formal tone. Decorum must be observed, Xie Bing replied hastily, waving his hand. He dare not take Su Xiaochuan's polite remarks to heart, knowing better than to address him casually. After all, humility is a privilege of those in power, and he had been in the professional world long enough to understand this. His company would not have reached its current stature otherwise. All right, as long as you are content, let us return to discussing your project, Su Xiaochuan said, steering the conversation back on course after their pleasantries. Mr. Su, here's my project proposal. Please review it while I provide you with an introduction, Xie Bing said, retrieving a document from his briefcase and presenting it to Su Xiaochuan with both hands. Su Xiaochuan took it, flipping through the pages briefly before raising his gaze to Xie Bing. I must say, old Xie, this project proposal is quite impressive. If this resort is constructed, it could become a hallmark for Jiangbei City and even the entire Jiangzhou province. He then shifted his tone, asking with curiosity, however, what made you decide to approach Tianyang Group for investment? He had noticed that the resort required a considerable amount of funding, yet for Tianyang Group, it was not an insurmountable sum. Nevertheless, such a modest venture was hardly of interest to them, as they were not primarily an investment firm. Thus, he was intrigued as to why Xie Bing had sought out Tianyang. Chapter 26. The Banquet at Jiangbei Grand Hotel Director Su. If you would kindly review the project proposal once more, the location for the resort villa will become clear. Xie Bing's lips curled into a helpless, bitter smile. Su Xiaochuan flipped through the documents again before looking up. Shaoliang Mountain? Exactly, Shaoliang Mountain. I've done my research. The land rights are currently held by your Tianyang Group. Xie Bing nodded, then elaborated. Rather than seeking investment, I'm here to propose a partnership. My suggestion is that Tianyang Group contributes the Shaoliang Mountain land as equity, and we collaborate to develop a high-end resort villa. Why not consider purchasing the land outright? Su Xiaojian in Guit? Xie Bing's mouth twitched slightly at the question. Director Su, given current land prices, acquiring a plot as large as Shaoliang Mountain is beyond my modest means. One moment. Su Xiaochuan picked up the office phone and dialed. Shaolin, bring all the documents related to Shaoliang Mountain to my office immediately. The idea of developing a luxury resort villa intrigued Su Xiaochuan. Having spent 6 years in the capital, he understood the value of connections. The profits from such a venture would be secondary. What truly mattered was the platform it would provide to expand his network. A knock sounded at the door. Enter. A tall, uniformed young woman stepped inside, placing a file on the desk. Director Su, here are all the documents regarding Shaoliang Mountain. Su Xiaochuan nodded and began reviewing the materials. As he read, his brow furrowed. This land was acquired by Tianyang Real Estate 5 years ago for property development. Why has it remained untouched all this time? Tianyang Real Estate was a subsidiary of Tianyang Group, specializing in real estate ventures. I'm afraid I don't know, Director Su, Xiaolin replied. Su Xiaochuan tossed the documents onto the desk. Have the head of Tianyang Real Estate meet me tomorrow morning. That'll be all for now. Understood, Director Su. Xiaolin exited, closing the door softly behind her. Su Xiaochuan turned his attention back to Xie Bing. Old Xie, leave the proposal with me. I'll give you an answer tomorrow after I've looked into the matter. How does that sound? Of course, absolutely no problem, Director Su. Shall I make reservations for lunch today? Xie Bing could hardly refuse. Not only that, he had to appear delighted by the suggestion. Su Xiaochuan offered an apologetic smile. Another time. I have a prior engagement today. I'll treat you next time. Very well, Director Su. We won't disturb your work further. Here's my card. Please have someone contact me when you have news. Xie Bing rose, handed over his business card, and departed with Huang Miao in tow. Once outside the office, Xie Bing exhaled deeply, wiping beads of sweat from his forehead. The pressure of facing his old classmate had been immense. Su Xiaochuan was no longer the man he once knew. Didn't you say that he dropped out in his freshman year? Yet now he has become the chairman of Tianyang Group. Huang Miao cast a reproachful glare at Xie Bing. Had it not been for his words, how could she have underestimated Su Xiaochuan, resulting in such a ludicrous situation? He did indeed drop out in his first year, and besides, one's educational background does not solely define their achievements. You can only blame your own arrogance. Remember this lesson for the future. It was rare for Xie Bing to assert himself in front of his fiancée, a feat made possible by the intimidation exerted by his old classmate, Su Xiaochuan. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was 11:30. Su Xiaochuan accompanied Zhou Tian to Zhangbei Grand Hotel for their appointment. In the first private room of Zhangbei Grand Hotel, a large round table was already surrounded by guests, with only the main seat remaining unoccupied. The main figures present were merely four: Su Bingqian, chairwoman of Fenghua Group; Zhou Ruyan, chairman of Taiyang Group; Lin Yifeng of Lin Group; and Lu Sihai of Sihai Group. The others were merely drivers or secretaries accompanying their bosses, primarily tasked with toasting and enlivening the atmosphere. As the clock neared noon, Lu Sihai, casting a glance at his wristwatch, furrowed his brows in discontent, remarking, "Why is he still not here? We are all waiting for him." At just 40 years of age, in the prime of manhood, he already sported a receding hairline and a burgeoning belly. Just be patient. I've heard that the new head of Tianyang is not only youthful, but also assertive and domineering. Guo Liang was overwhelmed by him. He might not be easy to deal with. Lin Yifeng expressed his concerns, aware that a new leader at Tianyang increased the uncertainty of their collaboration. I've seen a photograph. He is only in his 20s. Just look at Guo Liang's fate. This person is indeed not to be trifled with. Zhou Ruyan affirmed Lin Yifeng's statement. He is merely a brash young lad. Is there really a need for such anxiety? Guo Liang being subdued by him only highlights Guo Liang's own incompetence. I believe this welcome banquet you organized today is utterly unnecessary. Lu Sihai scoffed disdainfully, clearly dismissing Su Xiaochuan, and his tardiness only fanned the flames of his irritation. Lin Yifeng and Zhou Ruyan exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a hint of mockery directed at Lu Sihai. In their view, Lu Sihai's arrogance was simply foolishness, with Guo Liang's misfortune as a cautionary tale. They dared not underestimate Su Xiaochuan in the slightest. Su Bingqian remained expressionless, choosing not to partake in the trio's discussion. Seated quietly, she gently swirled a glass of red wine. From the side, her curvaceous figure was exquisitely accentuated by a cream-colored uniform dress, her slender legs appearing even more delicate beneath the sheer stockings. Such a woman could drive countless men to madness. She reflected on the man she encountered this morning at the kindergarten gate, the father of Xian. In that fleeting moment when she saw Su Xiaochuan standing up for Xian against the principal, she entertained a rather absurd thought. How wonderful it would be if her daughter, Yao Yao, had a father like him. This thought startled her, leaving her somewhat dazed even now. Just then, the door to the private room swung open, and Su Xiaochuan entered with Zhou Tian. Mr. Su has arrived. Please, take your seat. Zhou Ruyan, the only one who had seen a photograph of Su Xiaochuan, immediately rose to greet him, displaying great enthusiasm. As soon as he stepped into the room, Su Xiaochuan's gaze fell upon Su Bingxian, who, in turn, was filled with disbelief upon recognizing him. She had never imagined that this man, who appeared to be 2 years her junior, was actually the new chairman of the Tianyang Group. This young man had already astonished her for the second time that day. Apologies for keeping everyone waiting. I shall drink 3 cups as a form of self-punishment to express my apologies, Su Xiaochuan said, offering a slight nod to Su Bingxian as a greeting before shifting his gaze to the others, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Come, Mr. Su. We have reserved the main seat for you. It truly is a pleasure to meet you in person. You are indeed a remarkable young talent, Zhou Rian remarked with evident warmth, a bright smile illuminating his face as he personally pulled out a chair for Su Xiaochuan. Not all. I am surrounded by esteemed figures from the business circle. I will rely on your guidance, Su Xiaochuan replied with his characteristic humility, taking his seat at the head of the table without a hint of reluctance. This was a testament to the fact that his modesty was merely superficial, as he exuded an innate air of confidence. Mr. Su, allow me to introduce you to our renowned beauty, the president of Fenghua Group, Su Bingxian. Zhou Ruyan was the first to introduce the stunning lady. Miss Su, I am new here, and I hope to count on your support in the future, Su Xiaochuan said with a smile, extending his hand to Su Bingxian. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Rian, Lin Yifeng, and Lu Sihai were momentarily taken aback, before breaking into smiles of schadenfreude. After all, it was common knowledge in the Jiangbei business circle that Su Bingxian was a lesbian, having lived with another woman for several years. Even her daughter, Yao Yao, was adopted from an orphanage, and she had never engaged in physical contact with men, let alone shake hands. Thus, they were all eager to witness the unfolding drama when Su Xiaochuan extended his hand. However, what transpired next left them utterly astounded. Su Bingxian smiled sweetly, her charm radiating, and placed her delicate, jade-like hand in Su Xiaochuan's. In a soft voice, she replied, Mr. Su, you jest. Our Fenghua has always relied on Tianyang. It is you who should be taking care of this young lady. Su Xiaochuan could not help but ponder her words. Young lady? He had witnessed Su Bingxian's formidable presence earlier that morning. Could a woman of such strength truly be referred to as a young lady? Feeling the softness of her hand, he quickly withdrew his own, as such lewd behavior was beneath him. Lin Yifeng, Lu Sihai, and Zhou Ruyan exchanged glances, convinced that they must be imagining things. Was it possible that Su Bingxian had just shaken hands with a man? Could it be that this lily-like woman has developed feelings for Su Xiaochuan, thereby realigning her sexual orientation? In an instant, a myriad of thoughts raced through the minds of the 3 individuals, filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment towards Su Xiaochuan, particularly for Lu Sihai, who had long coveted Su Bingxian, yet had never managed to win her affection, thus gradually relinquishing that desire. However, witnessing Su Bingxian, who once met his advances with disdain, now exhibiting a markedly different demeanor towards Su Xiaochuan, filled him with an overwhelming sense of jealousy and anger towards the young man. He was merely a callow youth. Had it not been for his fortunate parentage, he would amount to nothing at all. What could he possibly possess that could rival my own worth? Why are you all staring at me? Do I have something on my face? Su Xiaochuan felt somewhat uncomfortable under their gazes, suspecting there might be something amiss with his appearance. And no, nothing at all, merely astonished by Mr. Su's youth. Zhou Rian hastily deflected, then gestured towards Lin Yifeng and Lu Sihai, introducing them. Mr. Su, these 2 gentlemen are respectively Mr. Lin from the Lin Group and Mr. Lu from the Sihai Group. Mr. Lin, a pleasure to finally meet you, Su Xiaochuan said, shaking hands with Lin Yifeng while exchanging the customary pleasantries. After a brief exchange with Lin Yifeng, Su Xiaochuan extended his hand towards Lu Sihai, smiling. Mr. Lu, I have certainly heard of your Sihai Group in the capital. In truth, prior to this day, he had never even heard of the Sihai Group, yet he spoke the falsehood with an unflinching demeanor, exuding confidence. Lu Sihai, appearing to disregard Su Xiaochuan's outstretched hand, merely took a sip of his drink and remarked sarcastically, Mr. Su certainly has quite the presence, making us all wait for you. It seems quite a challenge to treat Mr. Su to a meal. In an instant, the atmosphere in the private room turned tense, enveloped in an eerie silence. Su Xiaochuan had not anticipated such a public affront from Lu Sihai, slowly retracting his hand with a flicker of cold light in his eyes. "Mr. Lu, what do you mean by that? Mr. Su has just arrived in Jiangbei, and he has a multitude of matters awaiting his attention. It is quite understandable for him to arrive a bit late," Lin Yifeng interjected, tugging at Lu Sihai's sleeve, signaling him to take a step back and avoid making the situation excessively awkward. To be honest, neither Lin Yifeng nor Zhou Ruyan had expected Lu Sihai to strike at such a moment, catching them off guard. Some individuals, the more you try to persuade them, the more obstinate they become. Lu Sihai was precisely that type. "Humph." Lu Sihai shrugged off Lin Yifeng's hand with a scoff. "What, among all these people? Is he the only one busy? We've been kept waiting for so long. Is it too much for me to express my grievances?" Zhou Tian's expression darkened as he prepared to rise, but Su Xiaochuan raised a hand to halt him, calmly addressing Lu Sihai. "It appears, Mr. Lu, that you harbor some grievances towards me, and quite significant ones at that." With a loud clap, Lu Sihai slammed his palm on the table, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Xiaochuan's nose, unleashing a torrent of insults. "What kind of airs are you putting on in front of me? When I first ventured into society, you were still playing in the mud. Who do you think you are to make me wait? I must inform you that Guoliang, that good-for-nothing, fears you, but I do not. Without your parents, you would amount to nothing." Upon hearing these words, Lin Yifeng, Zhou Ruyan, and Su Bingxian all changed their expressions dramatically, for such remarks were exceedingly inappropriate. Su Xiaochuan remained silent for a moment before suddenly breaking into a smile, regarding Lu Sihai with an expression of sincere apology, and earnestly stated, Indeed, as you say, Director Lu, I am at fault, and I apologize to you here." After uttering this, Su Xiaochuan turned to Zhou Tian and instructed, "Xiao Tian, please, have the waiter bring a case of Lafite as a token of my apology to Director Lu." "Certainly, boss." Zhou Tian glanced at Lu Sihai before rising and exiting the private room. Knowing Su Xiaochuan well, he was aware that this Lu fellow was about to face misfortune. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yifeng and Zhou Ruyan exchanged glances. Wasn't Su Xiaochuan supposed to be exceedingly formidable? Why was he now humbling himself before Lu Sihai? Furthermore, to apologize with an entire case of Lafite demonstrated remarkable sincerity. It appeared that Su Xiaochuan was not so impressive after all, having been bullied by Lu Sihai to the point of utter submission, forced to apologize without protest. Only Su Bingxian, having experienced Su Xiaochuan's methods, understood that Lu Sihai was in for a rough time. That is more like it. Young people must remain humble and not take themselves too seriously, for there are always greater talents beyond oneself. Lu Sihai snorted coldly, then pretended to pat Su Xiaochuan on the shoulder, adopting an educational tone. In his heart, he held Su Xiaochuan in even greater disdain. Guoliang was indeed a wastrel, unable to hold his head high before such a soft-spoken individual. "Aren't you quite impressive? Yet here you are, groveling and apologizing to me, merely a worthless individual relying on his parents." Soon, Zhou Tian returned with 2 waiters carrying an entire case of Lafite. Chapter 28. The importance of controlling one's tongue. Opening the case, I wish to personally express my sincere apologies to Director Lu with this box of red wine. Su Xiaochuan commanded Zhou Tian to open the case, then took a bottle from within and approached Lu Sihai. "Pour it out, considering that you have shown some understanding. I shall refrain from holding a grudge today. Should there be a next time, do not blame me for being impolite. I hope you will remember this lesson in the future." Lu Sihai, with an air of arrogance, pushed his wine glass aside, awaiting Su Xiaochuan to pour the wine for him. "Director Lu, how can a mere glass convey my most sincere apologies? It must be an entire bottle, of course." Su Xiaochuan smiled slightly, his tone gentle, and then he forcefully smashed the bottle of Lafite over Lu Sihai's head. Crash! The bottle shattered, and red wine mixed with blood splattered across Lu Sihai's face, dripping onto the floor and staining it crimson. "Ah!" Lu Sihai let out a heart-wrenching scream, clutching his head and collapsing to the ground, writhing in agony. Lin Yifeng and Zhou Ruyan were utterly stunned. They had expected Su Xiaochuan to pour the wine as an apology, but never anticipated such a method of atonement. Damn it, Su Xiaochuan, you are courting death. Lu Sihai shouted at Su Xiaochuan, his eyes filled with malice. What are you doing? Lu Sihai's driver finally snapped out of his initial bewilderment, rising abruptly before settling back down. Zhou Tian approached him, coldly uttering 2 words while forcefully pressing him back into his seat. The driver grimaced in pain, feeling as though his shoulder might shatter under the pressure, beads of sweat pouring down his face. Mr. Lu, please temper your anger. I am merely here to apologize. I have always believed in acknowledging my mistakes and correcting them. Please do not reject my apology. If you refuse, I might become quite irate, and when I am angry, I tend to act out of character. Su Xiaochuan wore a genial smile, 1 foot pinning Lu Sihai down, while he retrieved a bottle of Lafite from a box and smashed it down. Bang! 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 Su Xiaochuan, with an unflinching demeanor, continued to repeat this action, shattering 3 bottles of Lafite in succession. Wine, blood, and shards of glass littered the floor. Stop! I was wrong, Mr. Su. I admit my mistakes. Lu Sihai, once vociferously cursing, now pleaded in a whisper, realizing Su Xiaochuan was a madman and questioning why he had provoked him. Su Xiaochuan exhaled, straightened his posture, and beckoned to someone behind him. Zhou Tian promptly extracted a handkerchief from his pocket and handed it over. Su Xiaochuan leisurely wiped the blood from his hands before casually discarding the handkerchief on the ground, looking down at Lu Sihai with a friendly inquiry. Mr. Lu, are you satisfied with this apology? If not, there are more in the box. Yes, I am satisfied. Please, no more. Lu Sihai curled up like a frightened mouse, trembling and devoid of his earlier bravado. As long as you are satisfied, do remember to settle the bill for the wine, as it was all consumed on your account. It would be remiss for me to pay. Upon finishing his sentence, Su Xiaochuan gestured to the 2 attendants, who were visibly pale with fear. Gentlemen, he called, as the attendants approached with trepidation. Su Xiaochuan extracted 2 stacks of money from his wallet and placed them in their pockets. Please clean up the mess. We still intend to dine here, and it's quite unappetizing. Oh, and also, kindly escort the gentleman who accidentally fell after drinking to the hospital. His fall seems quite severe. Yes, sir. Rest assured, I will attend to it immediately, 1 attendant stammered, while the other nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. Su Xiaochuan returned to his seat, glancing around with an air of nonchalance. It seems Mr. Lu will not be joining us for lunch today. What a pity. This underscores the importance of controlling one's words. Su Xiaochuan's statement was humorous, yet no one in the room could muster a smile. Observing their reactions, Su Xiaochuan chuckled. What are you all waiting for? Dig in. Surely you are not waiting for me to start first? Yes, let's eat. Everyone, please eat. Indeed, both Zhou Yin and Lin Yifeng exchanged a glance, swallowing hard as trepidation lingered in their hearts, especially with Lu Sihai lying bloody beside them. Today, they had come to understand that this young master from the capital was not merely domineering. He was utterly audacious and beyond the reach of law. Their fear was not paramount. Rather, they were astonished by Su Xiaochuan's unrestrained demeanor. The signs of Jiangbei were utterly inconsequential in the presence of such a figure. Mr. Su, allow me to raise a toast to you. This marks our 2nd meeting today, does it not? Su Xiaochuan lifted his glass and addressed Su Bingxian. Mr. Su has an excellent memory. Su Bingxian replied with a faint smile, clinking glasses with Su Xiaochuan before taking a small sip. A woman who has achieved as much as she has would not be easily daunted by such trivial circumstances. If anything, she merely experienced a slight discomfort. Su Xiaochuan shook his head, gazing earnestly at Su Bingxian. It is not that I possess a good memory. Rather, it is Mr. Su's extraordinary beauty that makes it difficult for anyone to forget. Is that so? Then I must thank Mr. Su for the compliment, Su Bingxian responded, lifting her glass to signal Su Xiaochuan before downing the contents in one go. Seeing this, Su Xiaochuan chuckled lightly and mirrored her actions, drinking from his own glass. Aside from the minor incident involving Lu Sihai, the luncheon proceeded rather amicably, at least in Su Xiaochuan's estimation. After several rounds of toasts and a sumptuous meal, the gathering began to disperse. Mr. Zhou, it is indeed a pity we have not met sooner. Let us arrange another occasion for a proper drink, Su Xiaochuan proposed. Mr. Lin, please do not see me off. He bid farewell to Zhou Ruian and Lin Yifeng as he departed with Zhou Tian. Mr. Su, my driver has consumed alcohol and cannot drive. Might I trouble you for a ride? A cool yet melodious voice, reminiscent of a lark, echoed from behind as they exited the hotel. Su Xiaochuan paused and turned to see Su Bingqian approaching gracefully, her previously pale complexion now adorned with a hint of rosy flush, rendering her extraordinarily captivating in the sunlight. To escort a beauty such as Miss Su is a privilege I would gladly accept, Su Xiaochuan replied with a composed smile, opening the car door for her with utmost gallantry. He was aware that Su Bingqian had something to discuss, and the excuse about her driver was merely a pretext, for he had noticed that neither Zhou Rui nor Lin Yifeng, nor even Su Bingqian's driver, had partaken in any alcohol. He was curious about what this occasionally commanding, yet also charming and multifaceted CEO wished to convey to him. Chapter 29. The abduction of the precious daughter within the confines of Room 1 at the Jiangbei Grand Hotel. Zhou Ruian and Lin Yifeng remained, silent and contemplative. The vast space was shrouded in an eerie quietude. After a prolonged pause, Zhou Ruian finally broke the silence. You have witnessed the situation. This individual is quite difficult to engage with, and the terms for future collaboration with Tianyang are likely to be quite challenging. Indeed, Lin Yifeng nodded pensively. It is not merely a matter of being hard to deal with. It is fundamentally a struggle to establish any rapport. After he finished speaking, he cursed vehemently. That fool Lu Sihai, driven by base instincts, is he not inviting humiliation upon himself? They were well aware of Lu Sihai's reasons for targeting Su Xiaochuan. Firstly, Lu Sihai had always held Su Xiaochuan in contempt. Secondly, it was due to Su Bingqian's peculiar admiration for Su Xiaochuan. Let's not dwell on him. He is merely a thoughtless brute. Even if he disdains Su Xiaochuan, he ought not to create such a scene today, Zhou Ruian remarked dismissively, his disdain for Lu Sihai evident, as he held no respect for the oaf. We should focus on our collaboration with Tianyang Group. The contract we previously signed is about to expire. If we renew, one can only speculate what stringent demands this Su Dong might impose. Lin Yifeng sighed, lighting a cigarette, lost in thought. After all, in their business dealings, Tianyang Group held the upper hand. Our esteemed Su Dong has likely pursued her, Zhou Ruian said, with a knowing tone. Lin Yifeng chuckled lightly. Pursuing her is futile. Business is business. Does he truly believe that Su Xiaochuan is as easily distracted by beauty as Lu Sihai? Su Zong, you must specify a destination. Otherwise, how shall I know where to take you? In the back seat, Su Xiaochuan addressed Su Bingqian. Please just take me to the office, she replied, casually flicking her hair, a seemingly innocuous gesture that radiated charm. Surely, Su Dong's intentions extend beyond merely hitching a ride, Su Xiaochuan remarked with a knowing smile, genuinely appreciating her beauty and the unique allure she possessed. Yet, he understood that the more beautiful a woman, the more perilous she could be. Thus he maintained a placid demeanor towards her. His wife, Yi Xinya, was the exception. Su Bingqian smiled warmly and turned to meet Su Xiaochuan's gaze. Su Dong, you truly possess discerning insight. You have uncovered my modest intentions. I wish to discuss potential collaboration with you. How would Su Dong like to proceed with the discussion? Su Xiaochuan inquired, having gleaned some understanding of the business interactions between Tianyang Group and Fenghua Group, Lin's Group, Sihai Group, and Taiyang Group from Zhou Tian. Among these companies, Tianyang Group occupied a position of superiority. The latter four companies were all engaged in the gold and jewelry sector. Tianyang Group South Real Estate Division is the largest developer in the province, having established the grandest commercial plazas in each of the 18 prefecture-level cities under Jiangzhou Province's jurisdiction. These plazas are well known throughout Jiangbei Province and are, naturally, sought after by numerous suppliers. Fenghua Group, Sihai Group, Taiyang Group, and Lin's Group are regarded as the four titans of jewelry in Jiangzhou Province. Each of these four companies has established storefronts within Tianyang's commercial plazas, with contracts renewed biennially. This year, the previous contract is nearing its expiration. This year, we at Fenghua aspire to monopolize the jewelry market within Tianyang's commercial plaza and establish an exclusive partnership with Tianyang, Su Bingqian declared, her words striking with unexpected gravity. Su Xiaochuan was taken aback by Su Bingqian's boldness and chuckled, saying, "You speak quite candidly, but what makes you think I would agree? Our Fenghua Group is willing to offer 1/10 of the profits from each store to Tianyang, Sudong. Is this sincerity sufficient?" Su Bingqian then dropped another bombshell, causing Su Xiaochuan to regard her with newfound respect. Her audacity was remarkable. She was determined to encroach upon the market share of other jewelry companies, aiming for supremacy. "Sudong, may I inquire why you hold such high expectations for Tianyang?" Su Xiaochuan asked, taking a deep breath. "No." Su Bingqian shook her head, smiling as she corrected his assumption. "What I admire is not Tianyang, but you, Sudong. Consider it a chance to befriend you. Your friendship is indeed invaluable." Su Xiaochuan mused, acknowledging her prowess. Should Fenghua and Tianyang establish an exclusive partnership, the market share of the Sihai Group, the Lin Group, and the Taiyang Group would drastically diminish, widening the gap with Fenghua Group. Eventually, if these three once mighty jewelry giants in Jiangbei province fail to penetrate external markets, they could very well fall prey to Fenghua's acquisition. At that point, Fenghua Jewelry would ascend to become the largest jewelry company in Jiangbei province, thereby possessing the leverage to renegotiate contracts with Tianyang. As their conversation unfolded, the car arrived at the entrance of Fenghua Group. "Sudong, we have arrived." Su Xiaochuan remained non-committal. He was new to many aspects and would not hastily finalize any contracts. After all, he had to be accountable not only to himself, but also to the company. "Sudong, here is my personal business card. You are welcome to contact me anytime. Moreover, I would prefer if you call me by my name instead of such formal titles," Su Bingqian said, handing him a delicately scented card before smiling, opening the door, and stepping out. Holding the exquisite card in his hand, Su Xiaochuan gazed through the car window at her graceful silhouette, rendered speechless. "Boss, should I investigate her?" Zhou Tian ventured, suspecting that Su Xiaochuan was infatuated with the woman. Such matters were not unusual. He had often arranged similar situations for Su Xiaochuan back in the capital. To be frank, Su Xiaochuan was not exactly a paragon of virtue. Su Xiaochuan withdrew his gaze and replied coolly, "No need. Drive me home." The woman was indeed beautiful, but too shrewd for his liking. Life was already exhausting. Seeking out a woman with such cunning would only add to his burdens. Suddenly, his phone rang, the sound piercing the silence. He glanced at the unfamiliar number, furrowing his brow as he answered. "This is Su Xiaochuan." "Who is it?" "Your daughter is in my custody. If you wish to see her unharmed, come to Villa number 3 at Qianshui Bay. Do not contact the police, or I may resort to actions that will lead to unfortunate consequences for us all." "Who are you? What have you done to my daughter? If she loses even a single hair, I will ensure your entire family pays." A profound aura of malevolence emanated from Su Xiaochuan, his fingers gripping the mobile phone so tightly that the knuckles turned pale. "Daddy, sob, sob. Xin is so scared." If he had harbored any doubts before, the sound of his daughter's voice dispelled them entirely, replaced by an overwhelming fury and murderous intent. "Did you hear your daughter's voice? I await your arrival." Upon finishing, the caller abruptly ended the call. "Drive to the Qianshui Bay Villa area." Su Xiaochuan's voice was low and hoarse. The metallic shell of his phone crumpled in his hand like a mere assemblage of parts. It had been a long time since he had personally taken a life. Yet, if someone was intent on meeting their demise, he would not hesitate to fulfill their wish. Chapter 30. Su Xiaochuan's overwhelming murderous intent. Zhou Tian had already grasped the gravity of the situation from the recent phone call. Consequently, he drove at breakneck speed, disregarding traffic signals, and arrived at the Qianshui Bay Villa area in mere minutes. "Wait for me here." With that, Su Xiaochuan exited the vehicle and strode towards the villa, without a hint of hesitation. Zhou Tian made no attempt to stop him, harboring no concerns. For if even Su Xiaochuan could not handle the situation, his presence would merely be superfluous. As Su Xiaochuan's confidant, he was acutely aware of the terrifying extent of Su Xiaochuan's capabilities. In his presence, even Zhou Tian would be no match. However, Su Xiaochuan rarely resorted to violence personally. The unsavory tasks were typically delegated to his subordinates, preserving his hand from tarnish. Yet, It seemed that this time, blood would indeed be shed. Inside Villa Number 3, Xin sat on the sofa, her small face streaked with tears, her petite frame curled up and trembling, a faint handprint visible upon her cheek. Li Fei lounged on the sofa, nonchalantly swirling a glass of red wine, exuding an air of leisure. Surrounding the room were 8 imposing bodyguards, vigilant and watchful, the source of Li Fei's confidence. Let us try calling again. Su Xiaochuan wouldn't dare show up, would he? Li Fei's impatience was palpable as he frowned at the delay. Beside him, Chun Sheng wore a sycophantic smile, saying, Li Xiao, that is unlikely. Su Xiaochuan dotes on his daughter. He will undoubtedly come. If he fails to appear, we shall sell his daughter abroad as compensation for the losses incurred by my restaurant. As he spoke, Li Fei cast a cold, menacing glance at Xin. Xin shuddered in fear, lowering her head as fresh tears cascaded down her cheeks. Daddy, where are you? Xin is so scared. Xin wants to go home. At that moment, the door was suddenly kicked open with brute force. Su Xiaochuan entered, his expression devoid of emotion. Daddy! Upon seeing Su Xiaochuan, Xin instinctively attempted to rush towards him, only to be seized by Chun Sheng, who sneered at Su Xiaochuan. I thought you wouldn't dare to come. It appears you truly care for this little bastard. Chun Sheng? Su Xiaochuan was taken aback to find Chun Sheng involved in this affair. Yes, it is I. Surprised, aren't you? Chun Sheng wore a maniacal grin on his face, gritting his teeth as he said, It was I who suggested to Li Xiao to kidnap this little wildling. What do you think? You are doomed, Su Xiaochuan coldly replied, regarding Chun Sheng as if he were a corpse, an overwhelming intent to kill surging within him. Ha ha! I am doomed. Su Xiaochuan, do you still not comprehend the situation? It is you who should be concerned for your life. Chun Sheng laughed heartily at Su Xiaochuan's words, as if he had heard a great joke. Su Xiaochuan ignored the mutt, turning his gaze to Li Fei, who lounged upon the sofa. It has nothing to do with my daughter. Let her go. Very well, Li Fei nodded, a mocking smile spreading across his face. Kneel down and beg me, and I shall release your daughter. By the way, I've heard your wife is quite beautiful. I would love to have a look. A cold glimmer flashed in Su Xiaochuan's eyes as he pointed at Chun Sheng and spoke to Li Fei in a calm tone. The last one who made me kneel was him. You may inquire about his fate, and I assure you, yours will be tenfold worse. You, how dare you? Chun Sheng's fury surged, his face turning ashen, as if he felt a familiar pain throbbing in his forehead. Li Fei's expression darkened, and he smashed his wine glass onto the floor, pointing at Su Xiaochuan and bellowing, Impudence! What do you think you are? Even now, you dare to be so arrogant? You dare to smash my restaurant? You are courting death. Bring him to his knees to speak with me. As his words fell, the bodyguards in the living room swiftly encircled Su Xiaochuan. Chun Sheng's face broke into a malicious smile, his heart swelling with the thrill of revenge. Su Xiaochuan, oh Su Xiaochuan, today is your day. Kill! With a furious shout, 8 bodyguards lunged towards Su Xiaochuan simultaneously. Ignorant fools, Su Xiaochuan coldly uttered, as he stood still. A single fist clenched. He struck out. The 2 fists collided in midair, producing a crisp sound. Ah! One bodyguard let out a piercing scream. His right hand shattered by Su Xiaochuan's tremendous blow, fingers torn and bloodied, a bone protruding through the skin of his arm. The remaining 7 bodyguards halted in their tracks, their faces drained of color, glancing at one another, none daring to advance. How is this possible? Chun Sheng's expression froze. Disbelief etched across his face as he beheld the scene. Li Fei was equally stupefied, swallowing hard before shouting, What are you all standing there for? Attack him. He is but one man. What are you afraid of? The remaining 7 bodyguards, hearing this, felt their fear dissipate somewhat, preparing to encircle Su Xiaochuan once more. Su Xiaochuan surveyed his surroundings with a cold gaze, his tone indifferent as he declared, Those who do not wish to die leave. The 7 individuals were immediately engulfed by an overwhelming aura of lethal intent, their recently amassed courage dissipating in an instant upon encountering that piercing gaze. In a panic, they fled the villa in disarray. What are you doing? Come back. You scoundrels, return to me at once. Li Xiao shouted in exasperation. Yet, his pleas fell on deaf ears. They were all mercenaries, and none wish to become crippled. After all, while money holds allure, one must possess life to spend it. Su Xiaochuan advanced step by step towards Li Fei. What do you intend to do? Stay back, stay back. I warn you, should anything happen to me, my father will not let you off. Li Fei, his spirit shattered, turned ashen, collapsing from the sofa to the floor, his voice trembling with fear. He could hardly fathom the sheer terror emanating from Su Xiaochuan. Was this still a human being? Why had he provoked him? Rest assured, when your father comes to seek me, I will gladly bring him to you, ensuring your family is reunited in the afterlife, as unity is paramount. Su Xiaochuan's expression remained impassive, his tone frigid as he lifted his foot and brought it down upon Li Fei's leg. Today, his demise was inevitable. With a sharp crack, the sound resonated through the room, and Li Fei's right leg grotesquely contorted. My leg!" he screamed, his face twisting in agony, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Chun Sheng, witnessing this harrowing scene, was paralyzed with terror and hastily threw Xin X into the ground, attempting to escape while Su Xiaochuan's attention was diverted. Su Xiaochuan seized a fruit knife from the coffee table, casting it backward without a glance. The knife sliced through the air with a whistle, grazing Chun Sheng's face before embedding itself deep into the wall. "Take a step, and you shall die," Su Xiaochuan declared coldly. Chun Sheng froze, blood trickling down his cheek, his raised foot hesitating to descend. Ultimately, he collapsed to his knees with a thud. Chapter 31. Many wish to be my hound Xiaochuan. Spare me. I beg you, spare me. I am your brother-in-law. We are relatives. I truly recognize my errors. Chun Sheng implored, prostrating himself on the ground, his voice hoarse from weeping, tears, and snot mingling. Regret consumed him. If granted another chance, he would swallow his pride rather than seek revenge on Su Xiaochuan, let alone contemplate abducting Su Xiaochuan's daughter as retribution. The price of such revenge was far too grave. Su Xiaochuan paid no heed to Chun Sheng's pleas, nor did he intervene, for in his eyes, Chun Sheng was already a dead man. Was it not permissible for one on the brink of death to lament? Su Xiaochuan possessed a modicum of compassion, as he had always been merciful. "Do you wish to live?" Su Xiaochuan gazed down at Li Fei, observing his desperate struggle, a stark contrast to the arrogance he had previously exhibited. "Yes, I wish to live. Please spare me. I have money, a great deal of it. I will give you everything." Li Fei's body trembled incessantly as he nodded repeatedly, his face a portrait of desperate supplication while gazing at Su Xiaochuan. His broken leg hung limply on the ground. Su Xiaochuan curled his lips into a mocking smile, mimicking Li Fei's earlier tone, then begged me. "If you want to live, kneel and plead. Maybe I'll spare you." Li Fei's face turned ashen. With one leg already crushed beneath Su Xiaochuan's foot, kneeling was impossible. This was nothing but cruel mockery. Fear and hatred coiled in his chest. If he survived this, he swore he would tear Su Xiaochuan to pieces. Sigh. Su Xiaochuan exhaled wearily, shaking his head with feigned melancholy. "I truly loathe killing, yet fools insist on courting death." With those words, he pressed his foot against Li Fei's throat and turned to Xin, his voice softening. "Be a good girl, Xin. Close your eyes. Children shouldn't see this." Oblivious to the horror about to unfold, Xin obeyed instinctively, nodding blankly before shutting her eyes. "No!" Li Fei's realization struck like lightning, his eyes bulging as he roared in desperation. Crack! Su Xiaochuan's expression remained impassive as he exerted pressure. A crisp snap echoed, and Li Fei's head lolled to the side, his eyes wide and unseeing, staring into the void of death. Chun Sheng shrieked beside them, a warm stream soaking his trousers as he collapsed, limp with terror. If Su Xiaochuan dared kill Li Fei, what hope did he have? Su Xiaochuan kicked Li Fei's corpse aside and advanced toward Chun Sheng, his gaze icy, as indifferent as if observing an insect. Under that stare, Chun Sheng shuddered violently, scrambling onto his knees and kowtowing frantically. "Xiaochuan, spare me. We're family. I'm your brother-in-law. Xin's uncle. It was just a moment of madness. I beg you. Please." He clutched at the frayed threads of kinship, praying for mercy. "Scum like you isn't even fit to lick a dog's paws. let alone claim ties to me. Su Xiaochuan sneered, planting his foot on Chun Sheng's head and grinding his face into the dirt. Yes, yes, I'm a dog. Chun Sheng whimpered, shamelessly barking. Woof, woof, just let me live, and I'll be your loyal mutt. My dog? Su Xiaochuan laughed derisively, increasing the pressure. The line to serve me stretches beyond the horizon. What makes you worthy? With that, his foot crushed downward. GHK. Chun Sheng gurgled, blood trickling from his lips. A final spasm, then stillness. Su Xiaochuan withdrew his foot, scooped Xin into his arms, and strode away. Come, little one, let us go home. As the tears streamed down her face, little Xin cried out in despair while nestled in Su Xiaochuan's embrace. Ultimately, she was but a 5-year-old child, her emotional resilience limited. Enough now, my dear. The villains have been put to rest by your father, and no one shall dare to bully you again. Su Xiaochuan comforted his daughter while continuing his steady stride out of the villa area. His expression as calm as if he had merely crushed a few ants beneath his feet. Outside the villa, apart from Zhou Tian, several bodyguards had gathered, summoned by him. The 7 individuals who had fled from Li Fei's villa were intercepted just outside the estate, now huddled on the ground, nursing their bruises. Big brother, please spare us. We were only doing our job for money. They pleaded, desperation in their voices. We swear, we won't say a word to anyone. We didn't TC anything. Upon seeing Su Xiaochuan emerge, the 7 immediately began to beg for mercy, fearing he might silence them permanently. 2 are dead, 1 is crippled. Handle it appropriately. Su Xiaochuan remarked dismissively to Zhou Tian before taking Xin and getting into the car. The cleanup would naturally fall to Zhou Tian, as there was no way he would be implicated in this affair. 1 bodyguard assumed the role of driver, and as Su Xiaochuan's vehicle departed, Zhou Tian's gaze fell upon the remaining 7. Big brother, this has nothing to do with us. They stammered, shivering under his intense scrutiny, memories of their brutal beating at his hands fresh in their minds. I offer you 2 choices, death or I send you abroad for further training, Zhou Tian stated, displaying a certain humanity in his offer. The 7 were taken aback. Was it truly this generous? Not only were they spared from being silenced, but they could also study abroad. Without a second thought, they unanimously chose the latter, believing any destination would be preferable to death. Zhou Tian nodded approvingly and turned to one of his subordinates, calmly instructing, make arrangements to send them to Africa for mining. Wait, big brother, didn't you say we would be studying abroad? How to turn to going to Africa for mining? One of them, finding his courage, questioned as their faces drained of color. Zhou Tian chuckled, looking at them with an air of nonchalance. Isn't going to Africa considered going abroad? Are the mines not deep enough? The 7 found themselves at a loss for words, realizing the grim reality of their fate. Being sent to Africa to mine, amidst such a perilous environment, was akin to being silenced forever. Chapter 32. Worthy of the title of Jiang Bei's Most Beautiful in the Car. After Su Xiaochuan's comforting words, Xin's fears began to dissipate, and she soon fell asleep in his arms, exhausted from her cries. Gazing down at his beloved daughter, Su Xiaochuan silently vowed that anyone who dared to harm her would pay with their life. Suddenly, his phone rang, a series of sharp tones interrupting the silence. Upon inspection, it was revealed to be the number of Yi Xinya. Su Xiaochuan answered the call. Hello, Xiaoya. Xiaochuan, something terrible has happened. The kindergarten just called to say that Xin is missing. Yi Xinya's panicked voice resonated through Su Xiaochuan's phone. Do not worry, Xin is with me. We shall return home shortly. Please call the kindergarten and inform them, Su Xiaochuan replied, choosing not to disclose the fact that Xin had been kidnapped. As the situation had been resolved, and informing her would only serve to cause unnecessary distress. What? You picked up Xin without informing the teacher? How would you do this? It's so worrisome. Upon learning that her daughter was safe, Yi Xinya sighed with relief, but could not help but scold Su Xiaochuan. Yes, my dear wife. You are right. I have erred and shall not repeat this mistake. Su Xiaochuan responded with a nonchalant tone, aiming to lighten the atmosphere. Stop being so glib. I will prepare dinner and wait for you both at home. After her words, Yi Xinya abruptly ended the call, leaving Su Xiaochuan unable to mention that he had already dined. 20 minutes later, they arrived home. Mommy. As soon as the door opened, Xin dashed into Yixinya's arms, hugging her tightly. All right, you little darling. Let go now. Wash your hands and prepare for dinner, Yixinya said. Her initial annoyance at Su Xiaochuan for not informing her before taking Xin dissipating in an instant upon being embraced by the adorable girl. Though Su Xiaochuan had already eaten, how could he refuse the meal prepared by his wife? We will not be viewing the house at Qianshui Bay anymore. Let us head to the sales center to select another one, Su Xiaochuan suggested during dinner, as he believed that Xin might harbor a shadow of fear regarding Qianshui Bay, making it impossible for them to move there. Whatever you decide is fine, Yixinya replied without questioning the reason. She was a woman who, in Su Xiaochuan's absence, had to be strong to hold their small family together. Now that he was present, she relished the feeling of being cared for, accustomed to allowing Su Xiaochuan to take the lead in all matters. After dinner, Su Xiaochuan took the initiative to wash the dishes while Yixinya changed her clothes and applied makeup before heading out. For women, if they choose to wear makeup, it often takes no less than half an hour. Holding their daughter on the sofa, Su Xiaochuan waited for nearly an hour before Yixinya finally emerged from the room. Wow, mommy is so beautiful. Xin gazed at Yixinya with admiration. Su Xiaochuan, too, was momentarily mesmerized. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her already exquisite features appeared even more enchanting under the makeup. The delicate pink, form-fitting lace dress accentuated her curvaceous figure, beautifully highlighting her silhouette. The lace hem of the dress fell just to her knees, and her slender, straight legs appeared even more refined and smooth beneath the sheer stockings. Her petite, dainty feet were adorned with white high heels, creating an image of elevated elegance that did not lack in sensuality. As she walked down the street, it was hard for anyone to believe that she was the mother of a 5-year-old. One might even think she was merely 18. It is no exaggeration to assert that Su Xiaochuan believed that his 6 years of experience in the capital would render him impervious to the allure of any woman. Yet today, he found himself mistaken. His wife was indeed the most beautiful woman in the world, deserving of her title as the most stunning beauty of Jiangbei from years past. Su Xiaochuan felt a sense of admiration for himself, reflecting on how, 6 years ago, he was utterly destitute, possessing nothing but his good looks, yet somehow managed to win the heart of Yixinya. Why are you all staring at me? It's been ages since I dressed like this. Is it acceptable? Yixinya felt a touch of shyness under the scrutinizing gaze of her father and daughter. Her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush, though her heart brimmed with joy. Since the birth of their daughter, Xin, she had been the sole breadwinner, dressing conservatively in her daily life apart from her work attire. This was the first time in many years that she donned a youthful dress, all because Su Xiaochuan had returned. Indeed, a woman adorns herself for the one she loves. Absolutely splendid. Anyone who disagrees is simply blind. Su Xiaochuan affirmed her makeup and attire with fervor, moving closer to embrace her slender waist. Humph. Xin will go with mommy and ignore that big pig, Yixinya haughtily retorted, nimbly evading Su Xiaochuan's playful grasp, reaching for Xin instead. Yes, I'll ignore daddy. I want my pretty mommy. Xin mischievously made a face at Su Xiaochuan before skipping out the door, hand in hand with Yixinya. Your mother belongs to me. You, little girl, should just go cool off. Su Xiaochuan chuckled as he followed, relieved to see that Xin had seemingly recovered from the earlier incident. Zhou Tian was occupied with matters at the Shallow Water Bay No. 3 villa, so another individual was driving for Su Xiaochuan. Boss, where to? The bodyguard inquired upon their entry into the vehicle. To the sales center of Yijinjuan, Su Xiaochuan replied. Tianyang Group, South Real Estate Division, Tianyang Real Estate, is the largest property company in Jiangzhou Province, and Yijinjuan is one of its developments. This project not only includes the construction of upscale residential complexes, but also features a high-end villa area that rivals the Shallow Water Bay villas. The entire development was completed less than 6 months ago. Approximately half an hour later, they arrived at the Yijinjuan sales center. After instructing the bodyguard to wait in the car, the three of them entered the building. Welcome. Good afternoon, sir. Are you here to view properties? A charming saleswoman greeted them with a warm smile upon their entrance. While there are indeed instances of condescension, they are rare, and Su Xiaochuan felt it unlikely to encounter such behavior here. Coming to sales center, what else could I be doing but to look at properties? Su Xiaochuan replied nonchalantly, surveying the center, for it was, after all, part of his own enterprise. You are quite humorous, sir. May I take you on a tour? The saleswoman smiled gently. Despite Su Xiaochuan's striking looks, upon seeing Yi Xinya beside him, she felt no envy, only a sense of inadequacy. She had believed such a family could only exist in novels, a handsome man, a beautiful woman, and an adorable daughter. Yet here it was, a reality. Show me the villas. Su Xiaojuan spoke lightly. Ah, sir, are you saying you want to purchase a villa? The saleswoman widened her eyes in disbelief as she looked at Su Xiaochuan, astonished that this man was not only tall and handsome, but also wealthy. What? Am I not allowed to buy a villa? Su Xiaochuan gazed at the flustered saleswoman with a smile that was both amused and enigmatic. She was clearly inexperienced. The saleswoman hurriedly explained, No, sir, that's not it. And this lady and young child, please follow me. Her excitement made her words come out in a rush. The villas in Yujinjuan were priced comparably to those in Qianchuan, and she had never dreamed she would encounter such a significant deal today. If she could sell just one, her commission would fill her coffers. Chapter 33. Buying a house with family, sir. These are the villas in Yujinjuan that have yet to be sold. Would you like me to introduce them to you? The saleswoman treated Su Xiaochuan with increased respect. For anyone capable of affording a villa in Yujinjuan must possess wealth in the billions. No need. I will look myself, Su Xiaochuan casually replied, then turned to Yi Xinya. Which one do you like? We shall purchase that one. The saleswoman looked at Yi Xinya with envy and sweetly remarked, Madam, your husband is truly good to you. Yi Xinya smiled gently, offering no response, and began to select a house with Xian in tow. The villas in Yujinjuan were largely similar, differing primarily in size. Ultimately, Yi Xinya chose a 3-story villa with a private swimming pool and garden, saying to Su Xiaochuan, Let us go with this one. Too large would feel less like home. All right, Su Xiaochuan nodded, then turned to the saleswoman, Fetch the contract, and let us also purchase the villas on either side. Yi Xinya had chosen villa number 5, while Su Xiaochuan intended to buy the connected villas number 4 and number 6. Villa number 5 would be for their personal use, while number 4 and no. 6 would accommodate their bodyguards. They couldn't expect them to stay in a hotel indefinitely, could they? Sir, are you certain? The saleswoman was once again taken aback, her words stumbling over each other. Buying a villa in Yujinjuan was one thing, but to buy 3 at once was simply extravagant. Hurry and prepare the contract. If you keep hesitating, I'll pass this deal to someone else, Su Xiaochuan stated, somewhat exasperated by the saleswoman's overly dramatic reaction. The saleswoman blushed, repeatedly bowing an apology. I'm terribly sorry, sir. Please come with me to the lounge for a moment. I'll fetch the contract shortly. It was understandable for her to be flustered. She had only recently started working and had yet to sell even a single unit, so encountering such a lavish client felt surreal. Daddy, why do we need to buy 3 houses? Xian shook Su Xiaochuan's hand, looking up at him with a face full of curiosity and confusion. Su Xiaochuan gently pinched her cheek. Of course, we each need one. You will live alone from now on. No, I want mommy. Xian's eyes instantly filled with tears upon hearing this, and she turned to look at Yi Xinya with a pitiful expression. You scared yourself, so you comfort yourself. Yi Xinya shot Su Xiaochuan an irritated glance before hastily comforting her daughter. All right, Xin dear, your father is teasing you. Tonight, you shall sleep with your mother. Su Xiaochuan retorted, What am I to do tonight then? Am I to be left alone in an empty room once more? At that moment, a somewhat pungent scent of perfume assailed his senses, causing him to instinctively furrow his brow. A young woman clad in a black miniskirt, her hair dyed a vibrant gold, approached, clinging to a portly middle-aged man. Accompanying them was a male salesperson in his 20s, who incessantly introduced the pair as they walked. Darling, let us go with this one. I've had my eye on it for a while. This will be our home, she exclaimed, pointing animatedly at a model of a villa, her eyes gleaming with fervor. All right, we'll buy it, the middle-aged man agreed without hesitation, instructing the male salesperson. Go fetch the contract. Daddy, he is stealing our house. Xin tugged at Su Xiaochuan's sleeve, her innocent voice pointing at the middle-aged man. Su Xiaochuan turned around and realized that the villa the woman had indicated was none other than the number 5 villa previously selected by Yixinya. Before Su Xiaochuan could respond, the female salesperson's expression changed, and she hurried over to the male salesperson, addressing him politely. Li Gu, this house was first chosen by my client. Perhaps you could show this gentleman some other options? Her anxiety was palpable. After all, losing such a significant deal would surely lead to her despair. Little Lu, you can't say that. There is no contract signed yet, so how can I not sell it? The male salesperson replied dismissively, fully aware that the commission belonged to whoever made the sale. He had no intention of conceding to her, especially since she was a newcomer, and he was a seasoned employee. Darling, we want this one, we really do. The woman in the black skirt provocatively glanced at Yixinya and then pouted sweetly at the middle-aged man. He had been observing Yixinya, but upon receiving his girlfriend's affectionate display, he melted, unable to refuse. All right, this one it must be. Sir, if you would follow me, we can sign the contract right away. The male salesperson beamed with enthusiasm, as if he were greeting his own father, completely disregarding Su Xiaochuan's family and the female salesperson named Little Lu. Panicking, Little Lu quickly intercepted the male salesperson, almost pleading, Li Gu, how can you do this? This villa was chosen by this gentleman's family first, and moreover, he intended to purchase villas number 4, 5, and 6 in one go. If you let me have this deal, I'll treat you to a meal. What, buying 3 villas at once? The male salesperson glanced at Su Xiaochuan and then derisively looked at Little Lu. Have you lost your mind? He said yes, buying 3, and you believed him? Step aside. Upon hearing Su Xiaochuan's intention to purchase 3 identical villas in one go, he dismissed the notion as absurd. After all, the combined cost of 3 villas exceeds 200 million. How could anyone treat such a purchase with such frivolity? It was as if someone regarded buying a home as casually as buying a head of cabbage. Otherwise, why would they bring their entire family along? A woman in a black short skirt cast a scornful glance at Yixinya and Su Xiaochuan, her tone dripping with sarcasm. After all, there exists an inherent rivalry among women, and one is seldom amicable towards unfamiliar women who possess greater beauty. Indeed, this generation of youths seems to boast without a hint of modesty, remarked a middle-aged man, his gaze lingering on Su Xiaochuan, a flicker of envy flashing in his eyes. He had previously deemed his own companion quite attractive, but upon seeing Xinya beside Su Xiaochuan, a fierce jealousy ignited within him. Why was such a beautiful woman not his? Xiaochuan, perhaps we should explore other options? Yixinya furrowed her brow, addressing Su Xiaochuan, wishing to avoid any confrontation. Not to worry, even if it were a house or the stars in the sky. As long as you desire it, I shall acquire it. Su Xiaochuan replied with a gentle smile, patting her hand. He then turned to the corpulent middle-aged man and stated, First come, first served. I laid my eyes on this property first, and it is rightfully mine. However, I would appreciate a courteous gesture from you, my friend. Would you be so kind as to allow me to have this house? Chapter 34. Do you find this amusing? A courteous gesture? The middle-aged man scoffed, pointing a finger at Su Xiaochuan's nose. What if I choose to deny you that courtesy today? What will you do then? Then you would be ungrateful for the kindness offered. Reputation is bestowed by others, yet can be discarded by oneself. You ought to ponder this carefully. Su Xiaochuan maintained a calm demeanor, his smile unwavering in contrast to the middle-aged man's aggression. Yet, it was this very tranquility that seemed to provoke further ire in the older man. With a derisive expression, the middle-aged man raised his chin and taunted. Aren't you looking to purchase 3 villas? With such wealth, why contend with me for this one? Surely, acquiring a larger estate would be more prudent. My dear, he is merely boasting. Why take him seriously? The woman in the black skirt clung to the middle-aged man's arm, playing along with his mockery. Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man laughed exaggeratedly, his gaze scrutinizing Yixinya before addressing Su Xiaochuan. Young man, if you wish for me to relinquish this property, it is not impossible. Your wife is quite lovely. I would like to make her acquaintance. What do you say? In an instant, the woman in the black skirt's countenance shifted dramatically. Before she could voice her thoughts, the middle-aged man shot her a glare and commanded silence. Though begrudgingly, she swallowed her words, casting a fierce glare at Yi Xinya, muttering, "You shameless vixen." Yi Xinya's face turned pale with anger. This was precisely why she had never been fond of a doormat. The middle-aged man, unabashed and reveling in his own lewdness, wore a lascivious grin as he said, "My dear, if you were to accompany me, I would purchase this villa for you. How's that sound?" Slap. As soon as his words fell, a resounding slap struck his face, accompanied by a crisp sound. The middle-aged man's right cheek swelled visibly, a testament to the force of the blow. He cried out in pain, covering his face and casting a venomous glare at Su Xiaochuan. "How dare you hit me?" Su Xiaochuan nonchalantly retrieved a handkerchief to wipe his hands, feeling slightly greasy after handling pork. With an air of indifference, he remarked, "It was merely a matter concerning a property. Why escalate it to the point of self-destruction? The last person with such a foul mouth like yours is currently languishing in a hospital bed." At that moment, Guo, who had just undergone surgery, could certainly relate. "Where's your manager? Fetch him at once. Tell him, I am Zhu Yichun." The middle-aged man bellowed hysterically at the male salesperson, his emotions completely unraveled. All right, Mr. Zhu, please remain calm. I shall call our manager immediately," the salesperson assured the man before hastily moving aside to make the call. Soon, the sales department manager rushed from his office to the sales hall, visibly anxious as he approached Zhu Yichun. "Mr. Zhu, I sincerely apologize. Please rest assured that we will provide an explanation and the greatest discount possible." "Do I care for your discount?" Zhu Yichun retorted without hesitation, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Xiaochuan, fuming. How could you allow someone like him in here, barely out of his teens, bragging about purchasing 3 villas, and resorting to violence? This is your client? Yes, Mr. Zhu is absolutely correct. I will have him removed immediately. The sales department manager repeatedly apologized before shouting, "Security! Where are the security personnel?" 2 security guards outside quickly jogged in. "Manager, get this troublemaker out of here," the sales department manager instructed, pointing at Su Xiaochuan. The guard approached Su Xiaochuan with unfriendly expressions. "Sir, please take your leave. Do not force us to take action." Su Xiaochuan ignored them and turned his gaze back to the sales department manager, coldly stating, "Is this how you conduct yourself as a manager? When a customer encounters an issue, you do not seek to understand the facts and mediate. Instead, you show favoritism and hastily expel a guest without discernment. Pray tell, how did you ascend to this managerial position?" Su Xiaochuan was the chairman of Tianyang Group, with Tianyang Real Estate being its most crucial subsidiary. The most valuable project in Jiangbei was Yujing Garden, yet the sales department manager displayed such incompetence that it was impossible for Su Xiaochuan to remain calm. Stunned by Su Xiaochuan's words, the sales department manager eventually regained his composure, filled with anger and humiliation. He pointed at Su Xiaochuan and shouted, "How I conduct my business is none of your concern, you insolent brat. Do you not understand that Mr. Zhu is one of our major clients? Now leave at once." With a cold sneer, Mr. Zhu touched the imprint of a slap on his face and looked down upon Su Xiaochuan with an air of arrogance. "Young man, this illustrates the disparity between individuals. In the face of capital, you are utterly insignificant. If you truly could purchase 3 villas, I would be the one exiting now. Go ahead, prove your worth." What a farce, pretending to be a big shot while claiming to buy 3 villas. It's utterly laughable. Perhaps you should save your money for a burial plot instead. The woman in the black skirt chimed in with biting sarcasm, her contempt for Su Xiaochuan's family evident. Su Xiaochuan, momentarily disinclined to engage with these 2 capering clowns, pointed at the sales department manager and declared, "I hereby formally inform you that you may proceed to the finance department to settle your salary. Pack your belongings and leave today." "What did you say?" "I'm gonna pack my bags and leave." The sales manager's expression was exaggerated, as if he had just heard the most absurd joke. "Who do you think you are? The boss? You must be out of your mind to think you can fire me. It's laughable, truly laughable." Terrified. Laughter erupted from the surrounding customers and staff, finding Su Xiaochuan's words to be a complete joke. A mere young lad. proclaiming plans to buy 3 villas and now attempting to dismiss the sales manager of the Ujinjuan Sales Center. Was this not comedic? Do you find this amusing? I hope you enjoy your laughter while it lasts, for soon enough it will be extinguished. Su Xiaochuan's expression remained impassive as he took out his phone and dialed number. Connect me with the head of Tianyang Real Estate, who will hire the manager of the Ujinjuan Sales Center. I need that information immediately. After hanging up, he looked directly at the sales manager and said, within 10 minutes. If you have not received a suspension call, I shall write my name, Su Xiaochuan, in reverse. The sales manager, equally defiant, retorted, You think you can fire me? I'll be sure to make you regret this. Let us see how you embarrass yourself in 10 minutes. Chapter 35. The existence of such arrogance is unacceptable, young man. I must say, this is the first time I've encountered someone as ostentatious as you. Why don't you ascend to the heavens? Zhu Yichun scoffed, perceiving Su Xiaochuan's words as a display of his ignorance. Mr. Zhu, why waste breath on him? Just watch how I will slap him in the face shortly. The sales manager replied with a smirk, his gaze towards Su Xiaochuan filled with amusement and mockery. Dad, Xin is thirsty. She wants some water. Xin tugged at Su Xiaochuan's sleeve, her thumb in her mouth, gazing up at him with innocent curiosity. Su Xiaochuan turned to the saleswoman named Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu, could you please help me by getting a glass of water for my daughter? Thank you, beautiful sister. Xin, ever polite and adorable, expressed her gratitude first. Just a moment, little one. Xiao Lu smiled gently and turned towards the water dispenser. The sales manager's expression darkened as he shouted at her back. Stop right there. Do you still want to keep your job? Only then did Xiao Lu realize, her face fluctuating between emotions. After a moment of hesitation, she clenched her teeth and, without looking back, continued towards the water cooler. It was all due to her indecisiveness and lack of assertiveness. Otherwise, she would have finalized the contract with Su Xiaochuan long ago, and none of these subsequent troubles would have arisen. Thus, she felt a pang of guilt in her heart, reluctant to refuse such a charming and polite young girl. If it came to it, she thought, being fired wouldn't be the end of the world. This dead-end job had little promise anyway. How outrageous. Truly outrageous. Don't bother coming to work tomorrow. Seeing that Xiao Lu dared to ignore his warning, the sales manager felt his authority was being challenged, and fury surged within him. The other salespeople watched Xiao Lu's retreating figure with a mix of schadenfreude and ridicule, as if they were observing a fool. To lose her job over a brash young upstart was nothing short of folly. A male salesperson namely cast a scornful glance, thinking it laughable that someone with such a low intellect would dare compete for business against him. Moments later, amidst the crowd's mocking and disdainful gazes, Xiao Lu bent down, offering a cup of water to Xin. Here you go, little one. Your water has arrived. Drink up. With a mental preparation for her impending dismissal, Xiao Lu chose to disregard the myriad of scrutinizing looks. Thank you, pretty sister. Xin expressed her gratitude once more, then accepted the cup with both hands and eagerly took a sip. Just then, a sudden ringtone pierced the air, drawing everyone's attention to the sales manager. Indifferently, he retrieved his phone, and upon seeing the caller ID, his expression shifted slightly. He turned to General Manager Zhu and said, It's Vice President Wang. He must have some instructions regarding work. After saying this, he answered the call, speaking with utmost respect. Hello, Vice President Wang. How may I assist you? Assist? Do I look like I have the luxury to assist you? Vice President Wang's voice dripped with sarcasm before he erupted in anger. Let me tell you, because of your incompetence, I just got a thorough dressing down from the boss. You can pack your things and leave. You're fired. What? The sales manager's face paled instantly, and he hurriedly replied, Vice President Wang, you're joking, aren't you? Do you think I have a time to joke with you? You'd better reflect on whom you've offended. The boss is on his way. Take care of yourself. With that, Vice President Wang hung up the phone. Vice President Wang, please, let me explain. Vice President Wang. The sales manager stood there, dumbfounded, as the busy signal echoed in his ears. He suddenly recalled Vice President Wang's earlier words. You'd better reflect on whom you've offended. He glanced at Su Xiaochuan, his body trembling as he repeatedly denied the thought. Impossible. It can't be him. How could a mere boy possess such power? It cannot be him. Just then, A series of hurried, forceful footsteps approached. A tall, middle-aged man in a silver suit hurriedly entered. "Good day, General Manager Jia." The employees of the sales department greeted one another warmly. Upon catching sight of this middle-aged man, the sales manager's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated the CEO's arrival so swiftly. Jia Xiyun disregarded the sales manager entirely and swiftly approached Su Xiaochuan. "Mr. Su, I sincerely apologize. I intended to visit your office tomorrow to report on my work, yet fate has brought us together in such a manner today. It is due to my inadequate supervision that I have disappointed you. I must reflect on my performance." Astonishing. The entire sales hall erupted in astonishment. Disbelief swept through the crowd. They witnessed the esteemed CEO of Tianyang Real Estate treating a mere youth with such deference, even expressing a desire to report to him in his office, leaving them questioning their own sanity. Who was this young man? The sales manager stood frozen. The last remnants of his hope shattered mercilessly, leaving him feeling as if he had been struck by lightning, as though his very soul had been stripped away. At the moment he heard Jia Xiyun address Su Xiaochuan as Mr. Su, he could only surmise the youth's true identity. Zhu Yichun's face drained of color, beads of sweat forming on his brow, and his body trembled uncontrollably, a parched sensation overtaking him. Such a person was beyond his reckoning. "Darling, I'm scared." The woman in the black short skirt clutched his arm tightly, equally pale with fear. "Get the hell away from me." Zhu Yichun forcefully pushed her aside. For if it were not for her relentless insistence on buying a property, this predicament would never have arisen. "You may ponder your shortcomings when you come to my office tomorrow to report on your work," Su Xiaochuan stated impassively, pointing an accusatory finger at the sales manager. "I demand to know who allowed such a person to be hired and who granted him the authority to treat customers in this manner. Tianyang will not tolerate such arrogance." Thud! The sales manager's legs buckled beneath him, collapsing to the ground as he crawled toward Su Xiaochuan, desperately pleading, "Mr. Su, I was wrong. I underestimated your importance. I beseech you for another chance. Please, grant me another opportunity. What merit do I possess to offer you another chance? You wish to humiliate me, do you not? Here I am. Strike me if you dare." Su Xiaochuan gazed down at him, his eyes piercingly cold. Crash! Jia Xiyun kicked the sales manager to the ground, bellowing, "What are you still doing here? Get out immediately. Your salary for this month will be transferred to your account." He was seething with anger, furious that this oblivious fool had tarnished his first meeting with the new boss. The sales manager lay helplessly on the floor, his eyes vacant, tears streaming down his cheeks. Filled with regret, he had toiled immensely to ascend to this position, and now, in a single night, he had regressed to his former state. How could he accept such a fate? He looked up at Jia Xiyun, his lips parted in hesitation, yet ultimately, he dared not utter a word. Rising with a dejected demeanor, he staggered out of the sales center. Chapter 36. The selection of the secretary has been made as he observed the sales manager's retreating figure. A few employees awkwardly retreated a few steps, their hearts racing, for they had just mocked Su Xiaochuan and now felt a sense of trepidation. In truth, their concerns were unfounded. Su Xiaochuan had never regarded them with any significance. A mighty lion would hardly concern itself with a swarm of inconsequential ants. Yet, while indifference towards ants may be permissible, one cannot afford to overlook flies, for their presence is exceedingly distasteful. Su Xiaochuan cast his gaze upon Zhu Yichun, the very fly that repulsed him. Zhu Yichun shivered, forcing a smile that was more ghastly than tears. "Su Dong, it's all a misunderstanding, truly." "Misunderstanding?" Su Sao Jujian Juke. But his expression swiftly turned icy as he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. The sound echoed. Zhu Yichun's left cheek blossomed into a crimson swell, achieving a disconcerting symmetry with the right, while a trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth. Su Yong, with every utterance of his name. Another blow fell mercilessly upon Zhu Yichun, leaving him battered and silenced, devoid of bravado. "Do you submit?" Su Sao Jujian in Guit Guli. Zhu Yichun nodded with the fervor of a chick pecking at grain, his voice quavering. "Su Dong, please, no more. I concede, I truly concede. My tongue was reckless. I deserve this punishment." In that moment, he resembled a subservient grandson, utterly stripped of his former arrogance. Su Xiaochuan pointed a finger at Zhu Yichun's chest, enunciating each word with deliberate gravitas. Do not presume to brandish the title of capital. You lack the merit to adorn yourself with such labels. Before me, you are nothing. Yes, yes, Su Dong's teachings are profound. I shall remember this lesson. I won't dare to offend again. Thank you for your enlightenment. It is as if I have been awakened to the truth. Zhu Yichun fervently echoed Su Xiaochuan's sentiments. He would concede to being a mere trifle or even excrement should it appease him. Depart. Su Xiaochuan uttered the word coldly. I shall leave at once, immediately. Thank you for your magnanimity, Su Dong. Zhu Yichun's heart finally settled as he bowed and scrambled out. Darling, wait for me. The woman in the black skirt hastily followed in pursuit. With a swift turn, Zhu Yichun delivered a slap to her face. She cried out in shock, collapsing to the ground, bewildered. Wretched woman, do not seek me out again. Zhu Yichun spat fiercely before turning away. She had previously insulted Su Xiaochuan, and he dared not entertain her further. The woman, utterly dumbfounded, soon erupted into heart-wrenching sobs. Jia Siyun signaled to 2 security guards. They promptly approached and escorted the woman out, discarding her unceremoniously. 4 villas number 4, 5, and 6. Bring the contracts and keys when you come to my office tomorrow. Su Xiaojuan Institute Di Shuin. Upon hearing this, Jia Siyun quickly donned a smile. Su Dong, whichever property you desire, as long as it is unoccupied. You may move in at your pleasure. Rules must not be broken. I cannot, nor can any of you. Su Xiaochuan shot him a cold glance. Jia Siyun suddenly felt a shiver run down his spine, his back drenched in cold sweat, silently cursing his own impulsive words. Indeed, Mr. Su speaks the truth. Su Xiaochuan withdrew his gaze from him and produced a business card, handing it to Xiao Lu. I am in need of a secretary. If you are interested, please report to the HR department at the company tomorrow. This young lady possesses promise, and Su Xiaochuan is willing to grant her an opportunity. Xiao Lu mechanically accepted the card, momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the situation. Jia Siyun cleared his throat twice. Have you lost your senses? Why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry and thank Mr. Su. Thank you, Mr. Su, for your recognition. Lu Xiaoyu finally regained her composure, overwhelmed with joy, her excitement rendering her speech somewhat incoherent. In an instant, the employees who had previously relished in her misfortune now brimmed with envy and jealousy. This was a chance to soar to great heights. Why was it not their turn? Do not celebrate too prematurely. The probation period is 1 month. If I am dissatisfied, you will still face dismissal, Su Xiaochuan reminded her, wishing to temper her exuberance and prevent any subsequent disappointment. After all, he was willing to offer opportunities, yet he would not employ an incompetent individual. Of course. Rest assured, Mr. Su, I will not let you down. Lu Xiaoyu expressed her heartfelt gratitude, her excitement palpable. Oh my, her daughter was finally making a mark. Su Xiaochuan turned to Jia Siyun. The sales manager at Yijinjuan must be chosen with great care. I do not wish for a repeat of today's events. Yes. Mr. Su, rest assured, I will deeply reflect on this lesson. Jia Siyun adopted a humble demeanor, fully aware that this was a person capable of overshadowing even Guoliang. Come, Xin, it's time to go home with Daddy. Su Xiaochuan bent down to pick up Xin, his other hand intertwined with Yixinya's as they walked outside. Mr. Su, allow me to escort you, Jia Siyun said respectfully, trailing closely behind. Wherever Su Xiaochuan passed, everyone respectfully made way for him. Goodbye, pretty sister. Nestled in Su Xiaochuan's embrace, Xin waved at Lu Xiaoyu. Goodbye, Xin, Lu Xiaoyu replied with a gentle smile, having never encountered such an adorable little girl before. Surely, she was the child born with a golden key. Xiaoyu, once you achieve success, don't forget us. Indeed, Xiaoyu, your fortune has truly turned. We will rely on you to uplift us in the future. In a swarm akin to flies, a group of employees hastily clustered around Lu Xiaoyu, their faces adorned with eager smiles. What are you all doing? Shouldn't you be working? If you don't want to work, then get lost. Jia Siyun returned just in time to witness this scene, scolding them with annoyance. The crowd promptly dispersed, returning to their respective duties. Jia Siyun approached Lu Xiaoyu, a warm smile gracing his face. Xiao Lu, once you are by Mr. Su's side, be sure to work diligently. You represent Tianyang Real Estate. And do not bring shame upon us. After all, she would soon be close to the big boss, and if relations were not cultivated in advance, how would she avoid difficulties in the future? Yes, Mr. Jia, you can rest assured, I will certainly strive to excel. Lu Xiaoyu felt a bit constrained. She had always observed Jia Suyun from a distance, never imagining that there would come a day when Jia Suyun would treat her with such courtesy. She understood that this transformation was a gift from Su Xiaochuan, and amidst her excitement, she secretly resolved to live up to Su Dong's expectations. After all, if she failed, it would reflect poorly on Su Xiaochuan's judgment, proving him wrong in his choice. She would not allow such a scenario to unfold. She was determined to affirm that Su Dong's discernment was indeed flawless. Chapter 37. Children are accidents, but parents are true love. Xiaochuan. Where are we headed? In the car? Yi Xinya noticed that they were not driving in the direction of home and cast a puzzled glance at Su Xiaochuan. He took her delicate hand and softly replied, You mentioned that there was no rush for the wedding, but we must first obtain the marriage certificate to give you a rightful status. Indeed, the vehicle was en route to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Xiaochuan Yi Xinya was deeply moved and threw herself into his embrace, holding Su Xiaochuan tightly as tears slipped from her eyes. Although she often claimed that having Su Xiaochuan by her side was sufficient, the prospect of obtaining their marriage certificate was undeniably touching. After a moment, she wiped the tears from her face and gazed at Su Xiaochuan with tender eyes, saying, Xiaochuan, your intentions mean everything to me. I have heard from Qianqian that you have changed remarkably. You should seek a woman who can support you in your career and matches you well. Yin Qianqian emphasized that Su Xiaochuan's circumstances had transformed, urging Yi Xinya to expedite their marriage certificate acquisition to solidify their bond. However, Yi Xinya would never resort to such tactics. She would always consider things from Su Xiaochuan's perspective. Foolish girl, what are you saying? Back then, I was broke, and we were not a match in social standing. Yet you never despised me. How could I possibly look down upon you now? Su Xiaochuan once again enveloped Yi Xinya in his arms, gently caressing her fragrant hair, feeling that to have such a woman in his life was more than enough. Social standing? To hell with social standing. He intended to marry Yi Xinya. Anyone who opposed him would face his wrath. Xiaochuan Yi Xinya whispered, her eyes becoming misty. One hand caressed Su Xiaochuan's cheek, and the typically shy girl boldly leaned in, offering her soft, luscious lips. Mommy, I want to kiss too. I want to kiss. Just as they were lost in their kiss, a childish voice interrupted them. They hurriedly separated, only to see a little girl sitting nearby, looking utterly pitiful, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. They exchanged glances and couldn't help but smile. The little girl quickly climbed into Yi Xinya's arms, tightly hugging her, puffing up her cheeks in indignation as she looked at Su Xiaochuan. Daddy is a bad daddy. Now that you're back, Mommy doesn't kiss me anymore. Come here, Daddy will give you a kiss, Su Xiaochuan said, leaning in toward the little girl's face. Waving her tiny hands to block him, she protested, No, Daddy is a stinky daddy. I want Mommy to kiss me. Well then, I insist on kissing you. Mom, help. Zat es buling sin. Yi Xinya observed the playful tussle between father and daughter, a subtle smile gracing her lips, filled with happiness. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and her expression shifted. Xiaochuan, my household registration booklet. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Xiaochuan produced 2 household registration books, one belonging to her and the other to himself. How did you get this? Yi Xinya realized that Su Xiaochuan had long been scheming about their marriage certificate today. Su Xiaochuan chuckled lightly. I sent someone to your home to retrieve it. Could your parents refuse? They are eager for me to marry you. Ye Vinya Simidet WDD. Understanding that her family was still trying to ingratiate themselves with Su Xiaochuan. I don't care about them. I only want you. Su Xiaochuan smiled gently and placed a kiss on her delicate cheek. Moments later, they arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. They left the little girl in the car under the watchful eye of a bodyguard, while Su Xiaochuan and Yi Xinya stepped out. As they entered the Civil Affairs Bureau, They drew the gaze of many, for a handsome man and beautiful woman are always a sight to behold. While completing the formalities, even the staff could not help but compliment them as a golden couple. After finishing the process, they exited the bureau with their marriage certificate in hand. From now on, you must call me husband, Su Xiaochuan said to Yi Xinya. She blushed, lowering her head to shyly utter, husband. It was the first time she addressed him in such a manner, feeling somewhat embarrassed. You must call me that from now on, so everyone knows you belong to someone. Hearing her bashful declaration, Su Xiaochuan felt his heart melt. Yi Xinya playfully retorted, what do you mean I belong to someone? It sounds as if I am a pet. We will drop Xin off at Yin Qianqian's place, and then we shall dine out tonight. I have already made a reservation to celebrate our newfound status as a legitimate couple. Meanwhile, in the car, Xin remained blissfully unaware that she had been temporarily set aside by her parents. After all, as the saying goes, children are a surprise, while parents are true love. Half an hour later, at the Yin residence, Xinya, come in and have a seat. Oh, Xin has grown so lovely, exclaimed Yin Zhenghua. Xiaochuan, why were you in such a hurry last time? You must stay for dinner today. Upon seeing the family of three, Yin Zhenghua and his wife displayed great warmth, their smiles never wavering. All right, Mom and Dad, you needn't fuss so much. It's rather insincere. I'm here, so you don't need to curry favor with my cousin-in-law, said Yin Qianqian, lounging on the sofa in a loose white tee and denim shorts, casually browsing the internet. You, young lady, how can you speak like that? Hurry up and behave like a proper girl, Yin Zhenghua and his wife chided, their faces reddening with embarrassment from their daughter's remarks. Qianqian, please take care of Xin for a bit. Your cousin and I have some matters to attend to. Su Xiaochuan said while seated on the sofa, his gaze sweeping over her long, fair legs. Yin Qianqian tossed aside her tablet, sitting up with a teasing glance directed at Yi Xinya and Su Xiaochuan. What is this? Is Xin disrupting the harmony of your marital life, prompting you to abandon her here tonight so you can frolic freely? You. Look at how little you resemble a proper lady. Is that the sort of thing you should be saying? Both Yin Zhenghua and his wife shot Yin Qianqian a disapproving glare upon hearing her words. Yin Qianqian shrugged nonchalantly. I shan't inquire about your plans for the evening, as long as my cousin-in-law agrees to assist me with a favor tomorrow night. I will gladly take care of the little girl tonight. What favor? Su Xiaochuan sought clarification, for he was well aware that this clever girl often had ulterior motives. Yin Qianqian rolled her eyes, a hint of disdain lacing her tone. Please, big man, don't be so fearful. A classmate of mine is celebrating her birthday, and I simply feel uneasy being out so late alone, hence the request for your company. All right, no problem. You can take care of Xin. Su Xiaochuan nodded in agreement. In Gian Bekon to Xin, come here, Xin. You will sleep with your aunt tonight, and I shall take you to kindergarten tomorrow. Su Xiaochuan had initially intended for Xin to stay temporarily, planning to collect her after dinner with Yi Xinya. However, upon hearing Yin Qianqian's words, he promptly dismissed that notion. Indeed, without the little girl, he could revel freely with Yi Xinya tonight. Chapter 38. I look down upon you at 8 o'clock in the evening. Su Xiaochuan's car halted in front of the Red Rose restaurant. This establishment was renowned as a couple's dining venue, frequented by pairs for over a decade in Jiangbei. Yet tonight, it was eerily deserted, for Su Xiaochuan had extravagantly reserved the entire restaurant. Mr. Su, Miss Yi, welcome. Please come inside. The manager personally greeted them at the entrance, a gesture of respect for a valued patron. You need not linger here. You may instruct the kitchen to begin serving. Su Xiaochuan dismissed the manager. Certainly, Mr. Su. Should you require anything, simply signal one of the staff. The manager replied respectfully before retreating into the restaurant. Do you remember this place? Su Xiaojuan Yin Guit. Glancing at Yi Xinya as they stood at the entrance, Yi Xinya smiled softly, her face illuminated with joy. How could I forget? I shall never forget this in my lifetime. It was when we had just begun dating. You brought me here for my birthday dinner. I left feeling unsatisfied, as it was my first visit to such a high-end establishment, and I felt quite out of place. Su Xiaochuan reminisced, his eyes reflecting nostalgia and sentiment. With a soft chuckle, Yi Xinya covered her mouth, teasingly looking at Su Xiaochuan. I recall you never mentioned you were still hungry. Well, of course. At that time, how could I have the audacity to say such a thing? Su Xiaochuan rolled his eyes in exasperation. Oh, ISNT this Xiaoya. What a coincidence. You're here for dinner as well? Suddenly, a surprised voice interrupted their conversation. They turned to see a young couple approaching, hand in hand, the woman being the one who had spoken. Upon seeing the woman, Yixinya's eyes flickered with a barely perceptible disdain as she politely greeted, Nana, it's been a while. I heard you went abroad. When did you return? Su Xiaochuan, attuned to the subtle shifts in Yixinya's demeanor, glanced curiously between the two, eager to unravel the nature of their relationship. I've been back for quite some time. This is my boyfriend, Chao Zheng. Zhang Lina introduced the young man beside her, then turned her gaze towards Yixinya. And what about you? Might you introduce me to your companion? My husband, Su Xiaochuan. Yixinya replied coolly. Zhang Lina's eyes widened in astonishment. This is Su Xiaochuan? So you two have indeed found your way to happiness? She was well aware of the history between Yixinya and Su Xiaochuan. After all, she had not yet left for abroad when Yixinya gave birth. At that time, she had believed Yixinya to be somewhat misguided, for such a beautiful woman to choose a penniless orphan, even to the extent of being cast out from her family. She never imagined that after all these years, Yixinya would still be with Su Xiaochuan. Was this a path destined for darkness? Coming from a petite bourgeois family, she inherently looked down upon someone like Su Xiaochuan, who had neither wealth nor background. Indeed, Yixinya replied with a somewhat forced smile, acutely aware of the disdainful glances Zhang Lina cast towards Su Xiaochuan. Chao Zheng, standing nearby, glanced at Su Xiaochuan, a flicker of jealousy flashing in his eyes. Why should such a prime catch be wasted on someone like him? The more he thought about it, the more displeased he felt. Extending his hand towards Su Xiaochuan, he remarked nonchalantly, Su, how enviable it is that you could win the affection of a beauty like Miss Yi. I wonder where you are employed. I currently manage a small company, and perhaps we could explore collaboration. As he spoke further, a hint of pride crept onto his face. Achieving such success at his age was indeed something to boast about. Su Xiaochuan shook Chao Zheng's hand, replying, I wouldn't call it a prestigious position. I merely work at a company to make ends meet. Young man, you are at an age when you should be striving for greatness. How can you afford to merely get by? Perhaps you should consider resigning and joining me. You would likely earn more than you do now, Chao Zheng suggested, his sense of superiority swelling within him as he spoke with bravado. That won't be necessary, Chao. I have grown accustomed to my leisurely existence, Su Xiaochuan replied, choosing not to interrupt Chao Zheng's pretentious display, viewing it as merely entertainment. Moreover, he sensed a certain malevolence and ruthlessness about this man, leading him to speculate that Chao Zheng was not engaged in entirely legitimate business. Before Chao Zheng could respond, Zhang Lina interjected with a biting tone. I say, Xiaoya, what is the story with your companion? Surely, Chao Zheng's company generates several 100,000 annually. It's rather ungrateful of Su Xiaochuan to dismiss such a generous offer. Indeed, does Su look down upon me? What right does a penniless individual like you have to disdain me, a business owner? Su Xiaochuan regarded him silently for a moment, then chuckled softly and nodded. Yes, I do look down upon you. What a contemptible individual. Why must he force himself to speak the truth? With that, he took Yixinya by the waist and strode into the restaurant, leaving Chao Zheng and Zhang Lina momentarily dumbfounded, their expressions quickly transforming to one of furious indignation. This individual is utterly outrageous. How absurd. Well, he is merely a poor boy raised in an orphanage, unaware of the world's realities. Let's not lower ourselves to his level. We should proceed inside. Zhang Lina offered a word of consolation, then linked her arm with Chao Zheng's and followed him into the dining hall. Apologies, but we're not accepting guests today. However, before they could enter, the security guard at the entrance blocked their way. Chao Zheng, already fuming, exploded at the two guards, exclaiming, Not accepting guests? What nonsense is this? Did those two not just walk in? Are we blind? Indeed, we are not incapable of affording the meal. What gives you the right to refuse us entry? Zhang Lina chimed in, casting a disparaging glare at the guards. The guards exchanged glances, and one of them spoke up. You must be referring to Mr. Su and Miss Yi. The restaurant has been reserved for the evening by Mr. Su. which is why we are not open to the public. What? Su Xiaochuan has reserved the restaurant? Zhang Lina and Chao Zheng's eyes widened in disbelief as they looked at the guards, convinced they must have misheard. Indeed, Mr. Su has booked the place. Our manager was just here to personally greet him, the guards replied politely, though their gazes toward Zhang Lina and Chao Zheng were laced with mockery. After all, they had overheard the earlier conversation and found it quite amusing to witness the two making fools of themselves. Zhang Lina and Chao Zheng's expressions shifted from pale to flushed, as if they had just received a series of stinging slaps, feeling utterly humiliated. The minimum expenditure at the Red Rose restaurant begins at 1314, and reserving it is certainly no small sum. Yet, they had the audacity to flaunt their superiority in front of someone like him. Was this not self-degradation? What was the difference between them and a jester seeking attention? Under the weight of the guards' derisive stares, they wished for nothing more than to sink into the ground and disappear, utterly embarrassed. Oh, by the way, since you were conversing with Mr. Su, you might as well give him a call. If he agrees, we'll let you in, one guard suggested, a glint of amusement in his eyes. If you do not have Mr. Su's number, his car is parked across the street, and his driver is there as well. You could inquire with him. The other guard gestured towards the street, adding this information. Chao Zheng and Zhang Lina followed the direction of the guard's finger, and there, prominently parked, was a black Maybach with a tall young man leaning against the car, smoking. Once again, they were struck by the stark realization of Su Xiaochuan's wealth. This is the so-called poor boy raised in an orphanage? Chao Zheng gritted his teeth and remarked to Zhang Lina, to lavishly reserve the Red Rose restaurant just to win a smile from a beautiful woman with a Maybach and a driver. This is what you call poor boy? What does that make me? Zhang Lina, looking distressed, replied, I had no idea. Who would have thought he was such a potential gold mine? Achieving so much in just 6 short years? She originally believed that she could finally overshadow Yi Xinya, as her boyfriend was far more accomplished than Su Xiaochuan. However, she soon realized that her boyfriend's modest wealth paled in comparison to the sum needed to purchase even a single vehicle owned by Su. Let us go. Let us dine elsewhere. Zhang Lina tugged at Chao Zheng's sleeve, vowing never to return to this restaurant, forever haunted by the humiliation of today. Su Xiaochuan and Yi Xinya remained silent. Yet it was precisely this silence that rendered the slap of reality all the more stinging. Leave? Are you out of your mind? This is an opportunity, understand? Stay here and wait. When Mr. Su emerges, be more courteous. Chao Zheng swiftly grasped the gravity of the situation. His address towards Su Xiaochuan had shifted as he prepared to await Su's exit, hoping to ingratiate himself. Zhang Lina hesitated at his words, but can we really do that? Our previous comments were rather impolite. This was merely one reason among many. The most significant was her uncertainty in facing Yi Xinya again, having already suffered enough embarrassment that evening. You don't understand anything, Chao Zheng retorted bluntly, resolutely asserting, do you believe that he is as petty as you? A person of Mr. Su's stature would scarcely regard us. Our earlier remarks will mean nothing to him. We wait here, if we can earn Mr. Su's favor. Even serving as his lapdog could usher in better days for us. One could only say that Chao Zheng was born for business, thick-skinned, quick-witted, aware of his own standing, and daring to dream and act. Thus, the two stood at the entrance, braving the night breeze as they awaited their fate. The two security guards exchanged bewildered glances, realizing that it was no wonder that some people thrived. Such shamelessness was a talent they could never master. Inside the restaurant, Su Xiaochuan and Yi Xinya had already taken their seats, oblivious to the happenings outside. The waiter began to serve the dishes in an orderly fashion. The fare was modest, merely mid-range for the establishment. The same spot. When we first visited, we were seated here as well. I can hardly believe you still remember these dishes, Yi Xinya remarked, reminiscing about their youthful days. Su Xiaochuan smiled gently, raising his glass to Yi Xinya. I vowed back then, during our first meal in such a place, that one day I would treat you and ensure you would never have to pay. Yi Xinya lifted her glass to clink with his, then, slightly parting her lips, took a sip before setting it down. With Xinx and not here tonight, you can afford to indulge a little more. There is no need for restraint, Su Xiaochuan suggested. Yi Xinya's cheeks flushed, playfully glaring at Su Xiaochuan. You weren't nearly as mischievous back then, always scheming to do something bad. People grow, after all. Su Xiaochuan chuckled, downing his drink in one go. By the way, what is the story with Zhang Lina from earlier? He set his glass down, suddenly recalling the matter. Yi Xinya shook her head with a bitter smile. In the past, I never understood why I was so disliked. It seems that most women around me harbor hostility towards me, always targeting me. Perhaps it is your extraordinary beauty that incites jealousy. Su Xiaochuan generously extolled his wife. Yi Xinya shot him a charming glare. You were never this eloquent before. You sounded like a fool. Indeed, you were the one who coaxed me into our first encounter. Honestly, I could never have imagined that someone as shy as you would take such initiative. Su Xiaochuan replied, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Yi Xinya's cheeks flushed crimson. Her anger mingled with embarrassment as she retorted, do not mention that again. If you do, I shall ignore you. Gazing at Yi Xinya, who resembled a youthful girl, Su Xiaochuan felt a fleeting nostalgia, as if he were transported back to their early romantic days. The meal lasted a full hour, during which they conversed extensively, reminiscing from their initial meeting to their deepening acquaintance, and ultimately to their enduring love. As the dining experience concluded, the restaurant manager personally approached to bid them farewell. Mr. Su, were you satisfied with your meal this evening? We welcome you both to visit again. Thank you, but there is no need for you to escort us. The dishes were delightful. My wife and I thoroughly enjoyed them, Su Xiaochuan replied, encouraging the manager to stop. Mr. Su, Miss Yi, please take care. The manager bowed respectfully as they departed. Just outside the restaurant, Chao Zheng and Zhang Lina, who had been waiting for an entire hour, suddenly appeared. Are you not leaving yet? Su Xiaochuan looked at them in surprise. Then realization dawned upon him. Ah, I see you intend to dine now. You may go in. No, Mr. Su, we were specifically waiting for you, Chao Zheng said with a sycophantic smile, his tone subdued. Waiting for me? Su Xiaochuan raised an eyebrow, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. What? Is this successful personage of yours not satisfied with merely pretending? Are you eager to mock me? A poor wretch? Chao Zheng's face turned crimson with shame at the remark, stammering, I dare not, Mr. Su. We were merely ignorant and spoke out of turn regarding you and Miss Yi. Please, forgive our indiscretions. Indeed, Xiaoya, I had truly lost my mind. Please do not hold it against me. Zhang Lina chimed in, her tone lacking the slightest hint of jealousy, replaced instead by envy. The disparity between her and Yi Xinya was now so vast that jealousy seemed an impossible sentiment. Chapter 40. Then you may kneel slowly. Su Xiaochuan exchanged a bemused glance with Yi Xinya, both perplexed. If it is an apology, you have already made one. Is there anything else? Su Xiaochuan inquired, looking at Chao Zheng. To be honest, he had not taken the earlier veiled remarks of Chao Zheng and Zhang Lina to heart. These two inconsequential figures were hardly worth his time. As the chairman of Tianyang Group, the multitude of tasks he must remember each day leaves little room for trivial matters. Mr. Su, I wish to serve by your side and contribute my utmost efforts. I implore you to accept me. Upon speaking these words, Chao Zheng immediately knelt down as a gesture of sincerity. This act instantly drew the attention of passers-by. Many aspire to work alongside me, but to put it bluntly, you lack the qualification, Su Xiaochuan remarked, realizing Chao Zheng's intentions. With that, he took hold of Yi Xinya and proceeded toward the vehicle across the street. Mr. Su, if you do not acquiesce, I shall remain here on my knees. Though Chao Zheng felt wounded by Su Xiaochuan's dismissive words, it only fortified his resolve to cling to this influential figure. Then kneel as long as you wish, Su Xiaochuan retorted without turning back. Bending to enter the car, once his bodyguard opened the door. As he had stated, those seeking to work for him would undoubtedly vie for his attention. But Chao Zheng was simply not on his radar. The black Maybach's engine roared to life before slowly departing. Watching the luxurious vehicle vanish from sight, Chao Zheng wore a forlorn expression, his emotions in turmoil. What is this? Recognizing a big brother on the street? This is clinging to someone powerful. Did you not see the person who just left in that Maybach? Kneeling in public is quite audacious. Is it not shameful? Shameful? You know nothing. If I could truly secure a connection with that individual, my fortunes would be made. The onlookers buzzed with opinions. some deriding Chao Zheng's actions while others empathized with his plight. "All right, get up. So many people are watching," Zhang Lina urged, rushing to help him to his feet and brushing off the dust from his clothes, revealing their amicable relationship. "I cannot let this matter rest," Chao Zheng declared resolutely, fully aware that success is hard-won. Without the support of influential allies, his financial prospects would be bleak. Zhang Lina, however, had already resigned herself to the situation. "What more do you want? Did you not see that you knelt, and he still ignored you? That is only because my standing is too low. I need to assist Mr. Su in some endeavors to demonstrate my capabilities." Chao Zheng acknowledged his shortcomings, displaying an unfortunate tendency to look down upon others. Yet his determination was undeniable. Having resolved his course of action, he said to Zhang Lina, "Aren't you acquainted with Miss Yi? Find a way to uncover Mr. Su's background. Only then will I know his challenges and how I might assist him, thus earning his regard." "Darling, are we really leaving? Do you think Chao Zheng will remain on his knees indefinitely?" In the car, Yi Xinya expressed her concerns. Su Xiaochuan chuckled lightly, assuring her he will not. "Why not?" Yi Xinya inquired, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Su Xiaochuan et lai." To act in vain despite knowing it is futile leads to fruitless endeavors, since he understands that kneeling yields no results. He has two options: to abandon his pursuit or to devise another strategy. Yi Xinya was somewhat incredulous. To kneel and rise at such a public display. This was rather extraordinary. Few could achieve such a feat, could they? Su Xiaochuan chuckled softly before letting out a sigh. This is precisely why he, without any background and starting from scratch, surpasses most in terms of success. How do you know he started for nothing? Yi Xinya increasingly felt that this man was becoming more astute. Su Xiaochuan shrugged. If he had a background, would he need to kneel before me on the street? How pitiful that would be. Yi Xinya remarked with a hint of sympathy. Pitiful? Su Xiaochuan countered. He is not pitiful, for he has already achieved a level of success greater than that of most ordinary individuals. 20 minutes later, they arrived home. As soon as they entered, still under the influence of alcohol, Su Xiaochuan lifted Yi Xinya and carried her towards the sofa. "Not here. Let us go to the room. Xin is at Yin Xianxian's place." Yi Xinya fell silent, burying her head against Su Xiaochuan's chest, nodding gently. As the city of Jiangbei was illuminated by the evening lights, it transformed into a vibrant tapestry, marking yet another sleepless night. At 9:30 the next morning, in the office of the chairman of Tianyang Group. Knock, knock, knock. Su Xiaochuan was engrossed in his documents when a sudden knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. "Come in," he replied without lifting his head, gracefully signing his name on a document. "Su Dong, General Manager Jia, has arrived and is waiting in the reception room." Lu Xiaoyu, clad in a black uniform dress, entered the office, already transitioning into her role as secretary. "Let him in." Su Xiaochuan tossed the document aside, casting a glance at Lu Xiaoyu, and complimented her. "That outfit looks good. Do your best and don't let me down." This was not mere politeness. It was a heartfelt sentiment. Lu Xiaoyu was not particularly tall, standing around 1.60 meters, but her proportions were excellent, and her facial features were charming, embodying a petite allure that was accentuated by her uniform. "Thank you for the compliment, Su Dong. Rest assured, I will strive to meet your expectations." Lu Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed slightly as she bowed to Su Xiaochuan before exiting the office. Moments later, Jia Xiyun, whom they had met the previous day, entered the office under Lu Xiaoyu's guidance. "Su Dong, good to see you." Have a seat." Xiaoyu poured General Manager Jia a glass of water. Su Xiaochuan, reclining with his legs crossed behind the desk, casually fiddled with a pen in his hand. "General Manager Jia, here is your water." Lu Xiaoyu obediently fetched a cup of water from the dispenser and handed it to Jia Xiyun. "Thank you." Jia Xiyun quickly rose slightly to accept it, expressing his gratitude. Lu Xiaoyu smiled gently, stood up, and exited the office, closing the door behind her. Jia Xiyun took a sip of water before casting the cup aside and began reporting on Tianyang Real Estate's recent activities. "Su Zhong, we at Tianyang Real Estate," Su Xiaochuan listened quietly, allowing Jia Xiyun to finish his report before inquiring. "General Manager Jia, could you tell me about the Xiaoliangshan land? You have possessed this parcel of land for 5 years now, Yet there has been no progress since the initial report indicated its intended use for real estate development. Chapter 41. The Entangled History of Shaoliang Mountain. Upon hearing the name, Shaoliang Mountain, Jia Suyun's expression revealed a hint of difficulty. Su Shaochuan furrowed his brow slightly, questioning if there were matters beyond his understanding. Of course not, Jia Suyun quickly affirmed, then hesitated before continuing. Chairman Su, the situation regarding this land is rather intricate. It would take some time to explain. Otherwise, with such a prime location, Tianyang would have developed it long ago. What makes it so complicated? If it requires a lengthy explanation, then let us keep it brief. Su Shaochuan, genuinely curious, prepared himself to hear the story. Jia Suyun then began to recount the tale. Chairman Su, the matter unfolded as follows. Through Jia Suyun's narration, Su Shaochuan gradually grasped the sequence of events. 5 years prior, Jia Suyun was not yet the president of Tianyang Real Estate. He was merely the vice president at that time, under the leadership of a man named Xie Jiaying. It was Xie Jiaying who made the decision to acquire this land. Initially intended for the development of a high-end villa district, with the project team already established. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred when Chunin, the second son of Tianyang Group, set his sights on this land, seeking to purchase it from Tianyang Real Estate. Naturally, Tianyang declined the offer, having invested considerable effort to secure the land during the bidding process. Chunin, undeterred, resorted to underhanded tactics, lavishly bribing Xie Jiaying. Though Xie Jiaying succumbed to the temptation, he could not carry out his treachery before it was exposed, resulting in his dismissal and paving the way for Jia Suyun's ascent to power. Chunin then attempted to employ similar tactics with Jia Suyun, hoping to persuade him to betray the company's interests. Having witnessed the consequences of Xie Jiaying's betrayal, Jia Suyun categorically refused, clearly establishing his stance. Infuriated, Chunin vowed that if he could not possess the land, neither would Tianyang Real Estate enjoy a successful development. Tianyang Group, being a local enterprise rooted in Jiangbei, could exert tremendous influence when motivated. The powerful dragon does not suppress the local snake. In Jiangbei, Tianyang Group was no match for Tianyang Group unless the Su Group from the capital intervened. However, such intervention was unlikely, as the Su Group would not mobilize for a mere piece of land. Thus, under Chunin's relentless interference, the Shaoliang Mountain project has remained in a state of stagnation until this day. Is Chunin still unwilling to relent? Su Shaochuan gazed incredulously at Jia Suyun, pondering the depths of Chunin's obsession. Jia Suyun let out a bitter laugh. Indeed, 2 years ago, we believed Chunin had moved on, only to find him resurfacing the moment we considered reviving the Shaoliang Mountain project. He is a contrarian at heart. When we refrain from mentioning Shaoliang Mountain, he behaves as if he were invisible, yet once we hint at restarting the project, he promptly resurfaces to create chaos. In his own words, regardless of how many years pass, if he is displeased, we shall not find joy either. Su Shaochuan, so mewat spijai, couldn't help but draw the corners of his mouth in a wry smile, reflecting on Chunin's rather idle disposition. Please help me arrange a meeting with the second son of the Tianyang Group. I wish to meet him, and you shall accompany me. Su Shaochuan stated with a calm demeanor. He had heard of the Tianyang Group's formidable reputation in the capital, recognizing it as a commercial behemoth in Jiangbei. A direct confrontation was certainly unwise, especially since during the 3-year evaluation period, the Su Group's headquarters in the capital would not extend any assistance to the three brothers. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to handle the matter delicately, striving to avoid exacerbating tensions with the Tianyang Group. Certainly, Mr. Su. I will call you once I secure the appointment. By the way, here is the contract for the villas numbered 456 in Eugene Garden. Jia Suyun sighed with relief, finally managing to rid himself of the burdensome hot potato that was Xiaoliangshan, and produced 3 contracts. Su Shaochuan affixed his signature on them and transferred the rental payment into the Tianyang real estate account. As he had stated, even if it was his own property, he would not breach the established protocols. Mr. Su, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. After carefully storing the contracts and handing over 3 keys to Su Shaochuan, Jia Suyun expressed his intent to depart. Very well. Su Xiaochuan nodded and resumed attending to his unfinished tasks. Around 10 o'clock, he received a call from Jia Suyan. Jia informed him that Chun had agreed to meet at noon at the lakeside restaurant in Crescent Lake. Crescent Lake is a well-known attraction in Jiangbei, and the lakeside restaurant is renowned for its exquisite private dining experience. Patrons who dine there typically possess fortunes exceeding 7 figures, and securing a reservation is notoriously difficult, with some bookings reportedly extending months into the future. During this time, Zhou Tian visited the office to report that the issues pertaining to the Qianshuibei Villa area had been resolved. Before long, noon approached, and Su Xiaochuan set aside his work in preparation for the meeting with the willful second son of the Tian Group. As Su Xiaochuan exited the Tianyang Group building, Jia Xiyun was already waiting with the car. Upon seeing Su Xiaochuan approach, Jia Xiyun promptly opened the rear door. After Su Xiaochuan entered, Jia Xiyun closed the door and took his place at the driver's seat. Zhou Tian and a group of bodyguards followed closely behind in their vehicles. Meanwhile, in the office of the general manager of a company named Dingsheng Demolition, a conversation unfolded. Azing, I have discovered that Su Xiaochuan is actually the chairman of Tianyang Group. Zhang Lina exclaimed with excitement as she looked at Chao Zheng, still in disbelief upon uncovering the news. What? Chao Zheng leapt from his chair, dropping the half-burnt cigarette from his mouth to the floor. Moreover, I have also learned that he currently faces a significant dilemma, Zhang Lina said, her expression triumphant as she showcased her prowess. Chao Zheng embraced her and kissed her, laughing heartily. Darling, you are incredible. Quickly tell me, what is Mr. Su's dilemma? Ugh, so much saliva, it's utterly disgusting. Zhang Lina feigned displeasure as she wiped her face, then, with a serious tone, added, a classmate of mine is the secretary to Jia Xiyun, the CEO of Tianyang Real Estate, and it was she who informed me of Su Xiaochuan's identity. She also mentioned that Su Xiaochuan was scheduled to meet with Chunin, the second son of the Tian Group, at the lakeside restaurant in Crescent Lake this afternoon to discuss the matter concerning the Xiaoliangshan land. As soon as she finished speaking, Chao Zheng seized the opportunity to interject, I am aware of that land. It stirred quite a commotion back then. If I can resolve this issue, Mr. Su will surely place great trust in me. However, how do you intend to accomplish that? Zhang Lina queried. It's a matter that even Jia Xiyun could not settle. A flicker of determination crossed Chao Zheng's eyes as he gritted his teeth and replied, precisely, because even Jia Xiyun could not handle it. If I succeed, it will demonstrate my capabilities. But you haven't explained how you plan to achieve that, Zhang Lina pressed. Never mind that. I have it all figured out. I must head to the lakeside restaurant right away. Otherwise, I will be late, Chao Zheng declared, hastily grabbing his coat from the chair before rushing out. This matter was one he must resolve at all costs. It was the greatest opportunity he had faced in many years, one he could not afford to miss. Whether he could gain Su Xiaochuan's favor hinged on this very occasion. Chapter 42. You need only remain silent at 11:30. Su Xiaochuan and Jia Xiyun arrived at Crescent Lake. The place was quite splendid, as they walked along the wooden corridor leading to the lakeside restaurant. Admiring the scenery on either side, Su Xiaochuan could not help but express his admiration. The restaurant was run by a skilled master, reputed to have substantial connections, for otherwise securing such an approval would have been impossible. Jia Xiyun acknowledged this, noting that establishing a restaurant on Crescent Lake was no small feat in the midst of their conversation. They reached the entrance of the restaurant. Welcome, gentlemen. Good afternoon. Do you have a reservation? Two tall women clad in azure kipeos greeted them with sweet smiles, exuding the delicate beauty characteristic of Jiangnan women. My surname is Jia. I have an appointment with Master Chen, and Jia Xiyun replied. Master Chen is in room A-No. 1. Please follow us. The two qipao-clad beauties gestured gracefully, their alluring figures accentuated by the fitted garments. This establishment is of exceptional quality, Su Xiaochuan remarked as they entered the restaurant and surveyed the elegant decor, noting that even the service surpassed that of five-star hotels by several degrees. Jia Xiyun, clearly familiar with the place, led Su Xiaochuan through a series of twists and turns until they arrived at the door marked May number 1. Drink up, quickly. 3 shots as a penalty, no backing out. As they approached the door, A cacophony of raucous laughter and chatter erupted from inside the private room. It was evident that more than one person was present, and the atmosphere was lively. Su Xiaochuan furrowed his brow and glanced at Jia Xian, who shook her head in confusion, equally perplexed by Chang An's antics. Given the noise from within, it seemed that even knocking would go unheard. Thus, Su Xiaochuan pushed the door open and stepped inside. Upon entering, he was greeted with an exceedingly chaotic scene. 7 or 8 young men and women were playfully wrestling and laughing, while the table was strewn with an array of alcoholic beverages, transforming what should have been an upscale private dining experience into a raucous gathering. "Who the hell are you? A wild dog that just wandered in here. Who allowed your presence? Get out immediately." A young man clad in a black shirt, with a woman in his arms, pointed menacingly at Su Xiaochuan, unleashing a torrent of insults. "Chen Shao, this is our Tianyang's chairman, Su Xiaochuan," Jia Xian promptly interjected, realizing that the young man in black was none other than Chunin, the second son of the Tian group. "Oh, so you're the newly appointed chairman of Tianyang. My apologies," Chunin exaggeratedly expressed to Su Xiaochuan, then inquired with feigned curiosity, "By the way, I heard you were an illegitimate child. Is that true?" The others in the private room regarded Su Xiaochuan with mocking expressions, their faces brimming with schadenfreude. Jia Xian's countenance darkened considerably. It was evident that Chunin was deliberately humiliating Su Xiaochuan. His earlier tirade was clearly premeditated. Just as he was about to speak, Su Xiaochuan gestured for him to remain silent and smiled, nodding at Chunin. "Indeed, I am an illegitimate child." "Ha ha ha!" Chun interrupted into laughter, turning to his companions and proclaiming, "Did you see that? Learn from this, everyone. This is what it means to have a broad mind." Even when insulted to his face, he doesn't even blink. His words were a blatant admission of his intention to belittle Su Xiaochuan. "Young Master Chun, we cannot replicate this. He must be accustomed to being insulted as an illegitimate child, which certainly strengthens his psychological resilience." The woman in Chang An's arms sneered, casting a derisive glance at Su Xiaochuan. As her words hung in the air, laughter erupted within the room, and the disdainful gazes directed at Su Xiaochuan multiplied. Initially, they had worried that Chang had offended Su Xiaochuan too gravely, but it now appeared that the latter was merely a coward, unworthy of concern. Jia Xian's face turned a shade of iron, anger boiling within him at Chang An's audacity and arrogance, daring to dismiss Su Xiaochuan so flippantly. Su Xiaochuan maintained his calm demeanor, quietly observing the spectacle presented by Chang An and his entourage. "Su, I have one final question that perplexes me. Has your entire family perished, allowing even you, an illegitimate child, to stand independently?" Chunin released the woman in his arms, rose to his feet, leaned over the table with both hands planted firmly, and provocatively glared at Su Xiaochuan. Stepping forward, Su Xiaochuan casually remarked, "I had thought you were somewhat significant, but it seems I have overestimated you. I should have spoken directly with your father, not wasted my time on a worthless individual like you." "What did you just say?" Chun An's fury ignited instantaneously. With a swift motion, Su Xiaochuan seized a bottle of wine and smashed it over Chun An's head, shattering the bottle into countless pieces. Chun An cried out in agony, stumbling back 2 steps, his forehead bleeding profusely, mingling with the spilled wine. Su Xiaochuan pulled out a handkerchief, delicately wiping the wine that had splattered onto his hand, and casually remarked, "While I am speaking, it would be prudent for you to remain silent. Surely, you must understand that interrupting someone is a rather impolite act. How dare you strike young Master Chun?" A young man glared furiously at Su Xiaochuan. Slap! Before he could finish his words, Su Xiaochuan swiftly delivered a resounding slap across his face, his tone icy. "I have stated that you must not interrupt me." In an instant, the atmosphere in the private room became eerily silent, with all eyes fixed on Su Xiaochuan, rendered speechless by his imposing presence. They experienced a peculiar sensation, as though they had only witnessed such authority in their own forebears. When he was calm, he was formidable. When angered, he could plunge one into despair. "Today, I intended to discuss the matter concerning the Xiaoliangshan land with you, but your demeanor has left me quite disenchanted. Engaging in conversation with someone as worthless as you is a sheer waste of my time," Hence, I shall no longer entertain this dialogue. Su Xiaochuan regarded Chunin, his voice steady and deliberate, as if recounting a matter of sheer inevitability. I hereby formally notify you that construction on Xiaoliangshan will commence, regardless of any unforeseen circumstances. The responsibility shall fall upon you. Therefore, it is prudent for you to pray for the smooth progress of the project. I regard you sufficiently to call you Chen Shao. Otherwise, you are nothing but a mere trifling. As his words settled, Su Xiaochuan poured himself a glass of wine, consumed half of it, and then poured the remainder upon the floor, offering Chunin a slight smile. If you remain restless, consider this glass a premature toast to you. The expressions of those present fluctuated between uncertainty and dread. They had previously perceived Su Xiaochuan as a weakling, but it was evident they were gravely mistaken. This man was the epitome of arrogance, and his gesture with the wine was unmistakably a threat to Chunin. Should one dare to misbehave, they would be met with dire consequences. Apologies for the disturbance to your meal. To express my regret, I shall cover today as bill. Please enjoy your meal. Su Xiaochuan set down his glass, adorned with a gentle smile, before turning and exiting the private room. Jia Xun hurriedly followed suit, ensuring to close the door behind him. The room remained enveloped in a deathly silence, where only the sound of breathing could be discerned. Chapter 43. Willing to be a lackey Chen Shao. Are you all right? Quickly, take Chen Shao to the hospital. Nearly a minute elapsed before they regained their senses, hastily moving to support the staggering Chunin. Let go of me. How dare you? To strike me, Chunin, to display such audacity in my presence. He is unworthy of existence. Chunin roared, his fury palpable, as if it could erupt like flames. Never before in his 20-plus years of life had he been subjected to such treatment. He swore to make Su Xiaochuan's life a living hell, to break his bones one by one, for the bitterness in his heart could not be quelled otherwise. Indeed, that Su Xiaochuan was utterly reckless. He needed to be taught a lesson. Absolutely, daring to strike Chen Shao. He truly does not know the gravity of his actions. Others nodded in agreement, their teeth gritted at the mere mention of Su Xiaochuan, for they had just been utterly humiliated by him. Bang! Just as they vowed to make Su Xiaochuan pay, the door to the private room was abruptly kicked open. All eyes turned toward the entrance, where a young man with short hair, clad in a black suit, strode in. It was Chao Zhang. You brat! Who the hell are you? Get out! With a fierce shout, Chunin, still seething from the humiliation inflicted by Su Xiaochuan, found himself further infuriated by an intruder entering his private room. Gao Jiang, seemingly oblivious to Chun An's words, casually turned around and firmly locked the door from within. Are you deaf, kid? Did you not hear what young Master Chen said? Get the hell out. One of Chun and S subordinates, unable to tolerate Chao Zhang's blatant disregard, exclaimed. After securing the door, Chao Zhang turned back, surveying his surroundings, before fixing his gaze on the bloodied Chunin. You must be young Master Chunin, he stated. Knowing who I am, do you still dare to act so brazenly before me? Are you tired of living? Chunin regarded him with a frigid stare. Chao Zhang chuckled lightly, his expression earnest as he addressed Chunin. I apologize for the intrusion, young Master Chun. I have come seeking an opportunity. An opportunity? Chunin scoffed, his anger boiling over as he cast a disdainful look at Chao Zhang. Many have sought opportunities from me. What makes you so special? Unperturbed by Chun An's scorn, Chao Zhang continued unabashedly. I would like to request that young Master Chen cease his interest in the Xiaoliangshan land, if you please. Su Xiaochuan's men? Chun An's expression shifted. Chao Zhang shook his head. I would gladly be a dog for Mr. Su, but he looks down on me. Thus, I am here to beseech young Master Chun for a chance to catch Mr. Su's attention. What if I refuse this opportunity? Chunin asked through gritted teeth, his rage reaching a fever pitch. The audacity of this man, using him as a stepping stone to curry favor with Su Xiaochuan, was utterly intolerable. You will concede? Chao Zhang replied with a calm smile, producing a firearm from his coat and aiming it squarely at Chunin. His intent was resolute, driven by a determination to succeed at all costs, hence his willingness to resort to such measures. A collective gasp echoed through the room, each individual pale and trembling in terror. Chao Zhang, maintaining his gaze on Chunin, articulated clearly, young Master Chun, you are the esteemed heir of the Chun family. While I am but a man with nothing to lose, I seek merely an opportunity to rise. For it, I am willing to wager everything. I implore you to grant me this favor. Do you dare to pull the trigger? Chun fought to suppress his fear, his eyes locked onto Chao Zhang. Chao Zhang remained silent, his gaze shifting to a fruit knife resting on the table. Seizing it, he plunged the blade into his own thigh with a swift motion. The sound of flesh piercing echoed as blood spurted forth, soaking his trousers. The sight sent chills down the spines of all present, as such brutality was foreign to their sheltered lives. Tossing the knife carelessly to the floor, Chao Zhang, his face pale, fixed his unwavering gaze on Chun, enunciating each word. Young Master Chun, do you think I lack the resolve to shoot? Consider these wounds as my apology for today's affront. I humbly request you acknowledge my plea. Chun's back was drenched in cold sweat, acutely aware that should he dare to refuse, this man would not hesitate to pull the trigger. This was likely what his father had described, a person with nothing left to lose, willing to resort to any means to succeed, merciless to others, and even more so to himself. Chun, suppressing his fear, took a deep breath and addressed Chao Zhang. Come here with me. Speak your mind freely. If such a ruthless character could assist him, it would undoubtedly be a significant gain. Master Chun, your family's threshold is too high. I, a mere commoner, dare not overreach. Master Chun, I simply wish to inquire if this favor is granted. Chao Zhang's forehead was already beaded with cold sweat, as the pain from the wound on his thigh was excruciating. Chun gazed deeply at Chao Zhang, then retrieved his phone to dial Jia Siyun. Speaking in a dry tone, inform Su Shaochuan that I shall no longer intervene in Xiaoliangshan. I apologize for any offense caused earlier and hope we can become friends in the future. With that, he abruptly ended the call, fear driving him. Additionally, he had entirely abandoned the notion of retaliating against Su Shaochuan, who knew how many madmen like Chao Zhang were under his command. As a young master endowed with immense wealth and privilege, he could not afford such a gamble, nor was there any necessity to do so. Thank you, Master Chun, for your kindness. I apologize for any offense, and hope you all continue to enjoy your meal, Chao Zhang said, a genuine smile spreading across his face as he tucked the gun into his jacket and limped out of the private room. As the door to the room closed once more, the group of young masters inside collectively exhaled in relief, gasping for breath. Chun, overwhelmed by the narrow escape, sank to the floor, filled with a profound sense of gratitude for surviving the ordeal, suddenly gaining clarity. His status as the second son of the Chun family seemed unattainable to some, yet to others, it was utterly inconsequential. Master Chun, are you all right? A crowd of people rushed to support him. Get lost. Where were you all when I was held at gunpoint? Chun shouted in frustration, unleashing his pent-up anger on them. If anyone dares to speak a word of today's events, I will flay them alive. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jia Siyun, having received Chun's call, was momentarily stunned, questioning whether he had misheard. What's wrong? Su Shaochuan inquired, noticing Jia Siyun's dazed expression. Finally regaining his composure, Jia Siyun bit his lip and looked at Su Shaochuan, incredulously stating, Su Dong. Chun just called to say he wanted to interfere in Xiaoliangshan anymore, and asked me to apologize on his behalf, expressing a desire to befriend you. Su Shaochuan was equally taken aback. This was unexpected. He knew Chun all too well, a young master born with a golden spoon, often indifferent to others. There was no way he would concede so easily without substantial provocation. Mr. Su. At that moment, a weak voice broke the silence. Su Shaochuan turned to see the pale-faced Chao Zhang kneeling before him. I, Chao Zhang, willingly offer myself as your subordinate. I implore you to grant me this opportunity. Seeing the bloodstains on Chao Zhang's right leg, and recalling Chun's earlier phone call, Su Shaochuan suddenly understood everything. With a smile, he tossed a business card in front of Chao Zhang. You have piqued my interest. Heal your wounds and make this call. With that, Su Shaochuan turned and departed. Chao Zhang, overwhelmed with excitement, disregarded the curious glances of passers-by, as if he were mad. He bowed deeply towards Su Shaochuan's retreating figure and exclaimed loudly, I'm immensely grateful for your kindness, Mr. Su. I, Chao Zheng bid you farewell. Chapter 44. Li Chaosheng of the Li family in Jiangbei. Mr. Su. Who was that just now? After getting into the car, Jia Siyun finally voiced his confusion. The scene of Chao Zheng kneeling before Su Xiaochuan, blood dripping from his pant leg, left a profound impact on him. In the back seat, Su Xiaochuan smiled with interest at the inquiry. That was a formidable individual. Formidable? Jia Siyun pondered for a moment and then concurred with this assessment. Indeed, he was a man of great resolve, for he could kneel before Su Xiaochuan in plain sight without hesitation. Yet, he would undoubtedly crumble under such pressure in private. Mr. Su, shall I take you back to the company or home? Jia Siyun inquired again. Su Xiaochuan contemplated for a brief moment before responding. Take me home. Naturally, Jia Siyun was well aware of Su Xiaochuan's residence. If he did not know where his superior lived, how could he be considered a competent subordinate? After escorting Su Xiaochuan home, Jia Siyun took his leave. Su Xiaochuan unlocked the door and found Yixinya diligently cleaning the house. Why bother cleaning so thoroughly when we are about to move? He mused. He closed the door, removed his coat, and sprawled out on the sofa, pulling Yixinya into his embrace. Hey, what are you doing? Stop it. I'm cleaning the table, she protested, wriggling in his arms. Yet to Su Xiaochuan, her struggles appeared to be a playful invitation, further igniting his possessiveness. My dear wife, every move you make seems to provoke my desires, he whispered heatedly into her ear. Yixinya's earlobes flushed a delicate pink as she cast him a sultry glance. It's clearly your thoughts that are unhealthy. How ridiculous to blame others. All right, stop cleaning. I've already got the keys to the new house. Let us go take a look. Su Xiaochuan snatched the cloth from her hand and tossed it aside, eager to drag her along to their new abode. Wait for me. I need a change, Yixinya replied before rising from his embrace and heading into the room. Half an hour later, she emerged, and Su Xiaochuan's eyes lit up. Wife, you look stunning. To his surprise, Yixinya had changed into a pale blue qipao, exuding elegance and grace while retaining a hint of sensuality. Her long, dark hair was elegantly pinned up with a hairpin, and the fitted qipao accentuated her curves exquisitely, revealing glimpses of her long legs at the slit, a true embodiment of a refined lady. I haven't worn this in ages. I was worried it wouldn't look good on me, Yixinya admitted bashfully, but Su Xiaochuan's compliments brought a spark of pride to her eyes. After all, every woman yearns for the admiration of her partner. Beauty is often for the beholder. Suddenly, Yixinya recalled something important and said to Su Xiaochuan, Oh, by the way, my sister just called. She mentioned that her husband, Chen Sheng, has been missing for a day and night and asked if you could help find him. If someone is missing, why not call the police? What can I do? That's absurd, he replied, bemused. Su Xiaochuan casually remarked that he was well aware of Chen Sheng's whereabouts. It was likely that the body was already feeding the fish in the sea. Those who dared to conspire and abduct his precious daughter deserved no sympathy. Darling, if it's not too much trouble, could you lend a hand? If it is, then forget it, Yixinya hesitantly suggested, cautiously observing Su Xiaochuan's expression, fearful of provoking his ire. Su Xiaochuan stepped forward, enveloping her in an embrace, and with a gentle smile said, All right, since my dear wife has spoken, how could I refuse? If Yixinya were to learn of her brother-in-law's involvement in the kidnapping of her beloved daughter, she would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with rage and sorrow. You're truly wonderful, my love, she said, planting a kiss on Su Xiaochuan's cheek, her eyes twinkling with joy, feeling as though she were the happiest woman in the world. Let us go, Su Xiaochuan said, patting her back as they stepped outside. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Yujinjuan villa. Xiaotian, please arrange for the people from the capital to stay in villas 4 and 6. They can't remain in a hotel indefinitely. As for Xiao Quan and you, I won't interfere. You may choose wherever you wish to stay. Su Xiaochuan instructed Zhou Tian as they stood before villa number 5. The 20 bodyguards brought from the capital were all Su Xiaochuan's trusted confidants. And with a simple room adjustment, 2 individuals per room, 2 villas would suffice for their accommodation. I'll stay here as well, for your and Madame's protection, Zhou Tian said. Having no particular demands for his living conditions, having endured far harsher environments during his time as an assassin abroad, Then I must apologize for the inconvenience, Su Xiaochuan replied, patting him on the shoulder, handing him the keys to villas 4 and 6, and then taking Yi Xinya into Villa 5. The villa featured a small garden in front and a swimming pool in the back, with a total of 6 bedrooms, 2 master suites, and 4 additional rooms. After exploring the interior, Yi Xinya expressed her satisfaction with the place. For Su Xiaochuan, as long as Yi Xinya was content, he was too. Let us move in with Xin tomorrow, he suggested. In the lavish living room, Su Xiaochuan held Yi Xinya on his lap, the atmosphere undeniably warm and tender. She responded softly, closing her eyes to savor this intimate moment they shared. Meanwhile, at the Li family estate in Jiangbei, there existed a low-key yet undeniably significant presence, the Li family of Jiangbei. Not only in Jiangbei, but throughout the entire Jiangzhou province, the Li family held a prominent status. By the lakeside, a middle-aged man clad in a black long robe was practicing martial arts, his punches slicing through the air with a resounding force. He was Li Chaosheng, the current head of the Li family. A middle-aged man in a black suit hurriedly approached, but upon seeing Li Chaosheng engaged in his practice, he hesitated to interrupt and could only wait anxiously. After several minutes, Li Chaosheng finally completed his routine. The suited man took a towel from a nearby maid and offered it to Li Chaosheng. Wiping his face with the towel, Li Chaosheng casually inquired, "You seem quite flustered. What has happened?" "Sir, it appears that young Master Li Fei may have met with foul play," the man in the suit replied solemnly. Li Chaosheng paused momentarily in his motion of wiping his face, then resumed with the cold utterance of a single word, "Investigate." "Yes, sir." He slightly bent his waist in acknowledgement before turning to depart. Regardless of who it was or the reasons behind it, anyone daring to harm a member of the Li family would inevitably face dire consequences. Even if this Li Fei were merely an unworthy illegitimate son residing outside the Li manor, the repercussions would be severe. With a sharp flick, he discarded the towel onto the ground, his gaze fixated upon the lake's surface, a glint of murderous intent evident in his eyes. It mattered not that the incident involved his son. Even if it pertained to a mere dog of the Li family, he would ensure a thorough investigation, demanding that the perpetrator pay with their life for the dog's demise. In other words, a dog belonging to the Li family held greater value than a human life outside its walls. Moreover, the situation involved an actual person now. Chapter 45. A grave waste of resources. After sharing a tender moment in the new residence, Su Xiaochuan prepared to leave with Yi Xinya. "Mr. Su." Just as they stepped outside the villa, a melodious voice reached their ears. Su Xiaochuan turned to see Su Bingxian emerging from the villa directly opposite his. He was somewhat taken aback, not expecting to find himself living across from the enchanting president of Fenghua Group. While he was momentarily lost in thought, Su Bingxian gracefully approached. "Mr. Su, I presume this is your newly purchased home? What a delightful coincidence that we have become neighbors." She then turned to Yi Xinya, offering a friendly smile. "And you must be the madam. It is no wonder you have captured Mr. Su's heart. You are truly a stunning beauty." She was well aware of Yi Xinya, having discreetly researched her beforehand. Su Bingxian had always been confident in her own beauty, yet found herself lacking in the presence of Yi Xinya. "Hello. You are quite beautiful as well." Su Bingxian was taken aback by Yi Xinya's appearance, while Yi Xinya was equally astonished by the woman's aura. Each woman possessed her own merits, differing in temperament, yet both being exquisite creatures of the world. "I had no idea that Ms. Su lived directly across from me. Jiangbei truly is a small place," Su Xiaochuan remarked with a hint of helplessness, realizing that entanglement with this woman would certainly keep him occupied. "It is not that Jiangbei is small, but rather that the circle of the wealthy here is rather limited," Su Bingxian replied with a smile, then shifted the conversation. "I wonder how Mr. Su has contemplated the matter I mentioned last time. Miss Su, please do not rush. I must convene an internal meeting before I can provide you with a response," Su Xiaochuan noted, finding it a rare experience to encounter a woman so driven in her career, akin to a man. "Oyan Ye." At that moment, another melodious voice rang out like a lark. Following the sound, a fragrant breeze accompanied a young woman clad in a white dress, her long hair flowing gracefully. She approached, intimately linking arms with Su Bingqian, curiously observing Su Xiaochuan and Yi Xinya. Qianjia. Who are these two? Her gaze lingered slightly longer on Yi Xinya. Su Xiaochuan scrutinized this woman. In stark contrast to Su Bingqian's bold allure, this one projected an initial impression of gentleness akin to flowing water. This is Mr. Su, a business partner, and this is his wife. Su Bingqian briefly introduced herself, and then turned to Su Xiaochuan, saying, I hope Mr. Su can provide me with a response soon. We shall take our leave now, without any intention of introducing the woman beside her. Su Bingqian intimately embraced her companion and departed. Watching their retreating figures, Su Xiaochuan's expression grew somewhat peculiar. It was evident to both Su Xiaochuan and Yi Xinya that the relationship between Su Bingqian and the woman was rather unusual, as the way they gazed at each other was quite telling. This Su Bingqian is indeed a person of passion, Su Xiaochuan mused, surprised to discover that she was, in fact, a member of the LGBTQ community. What, then, did this mean for her daughter Yao Yao? Such a waste of resources because of their internal dynamics. The world was destined to have two more single individuals. Yi Xinya's cheeks flushed crimson as she stammered, they're just two, you know? Much like a normal man might feel discomfort by same-sex relationships, a typical woman might also find such a pairing distasteful. Let us not concern ourselves with them. It's their personal preference, after all. Su Xiaochuan gently patted Yi Xinya's head, realizing that he could no longer regard Su Bingqian with a conventional mindset. In the afternoon, Su Xiaochuan went to pick up his precious daughter Xin from school. Daddy, just as he was scanning the area for his beloved daughter, Xin, carrying a panda backpack, suddenly dashed over, leaping into his embrace and wrapping her arms around his legs. Oh, I missed you so much, Daddy. Give me a kiss. Su Xiaochuan planted a kiss on Xin's cheek and lifted her into his arms. Giggling, Xin expressed her affection for her father, her mother, and her desire for chocolate ice cream. Laughing heartily, she playfully nuzzled against Su Xiaochuan, her little hands exploring his face. All right, soon Daddy will take you to buy chocolate ice cream. Su Xiaochuan then glanced down at the little girl in front of him, who was none other than Su Bingqian's daughter, Yao Yao. He noticed Yao Yao gazing enviously at Xin in his arms. You must be Yao Yao, am I right? Su Sao Jujan in Guit Sopti. Yao Yao nodded, responding, Yes, uncle. Where's your mother? Hasn't Tishi come to pick you up yet? Su Xiaochuan asked further. Yao Yao pouted and shook her head. Her voice sweet and innocent. Mommy is in a meeting today. Aunt Xin came to get me. Just then, a melodious voice rang out. Su Xiaochuan looked up to see the woman in the white dress, who had been so close to Su Bingqian earlier, approaching them. On Xin. Yao Yao's eyes lit up as she cheerfully called out, sprinting into the woman's embrace and playfully complaining. Aunt Xin, why did you come so late? All the other kids have left. It's my fault. Aunt Xin will buy you a little cake to apologize, okay? Song Zixin gently patted Yao Yao's little head, looking at her with tender affection. Yao Yao nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grains. Then I forgive Aunt Xin. What a cute little darling, Song Zixin teased, pinching her cheek before turning to Su Xiaochuan with a slight smile. Hello, Mr. Su. It's nice to see you again. Hello, I will take my leave now. Hopefully, we meet again soon. Su Xiaochuan nodded to her and then said to the little Xin in his arms, Say goodbye to the little friend. Goodbye, Yao Yao. Xin waved her small hand at Yao Yao, who reciprocated with a wave, saying bye-bye. Suddenly, with a roar of engines, two cars approached and screeched to a halt in front of the kindergarten. The doors flung open, and four men emerged, encircling Song Zixin and Yao Yao. The unexpected turn of events startled both Song Zixin and Yao Yao. Who are you? What do you want? Song Zixin's face turned pale with fear as she tightly held Yao Yao close, her expression filled with vigilance towards the four men. Who are we? We are here to teach you a lesson. Come with me. The leader, a man with yellow hair, sneered dismissively, waving his hand as they slowly advanced towards Song Zixin and Yao Yao. Vaf, Aunt Xin, I'm scared. Yao Yao, still a child, could not contain her fear and burst into tears. Is it really appropriate for a group of grown men to bully a woman and a child? Having witnessed the scene, Su Xiaochuan could not simply turn a blind eye. Chapter 46. Let Su Bingqian owe a favor. Who the hell are you? If you're not going to bully them, then come and bully us. The yellow-haired leader halted and turned coldly towards Su Xiaochuan. Boss, look, this guy is a hero saving a beauty. The girl is quite pretty. One of his subordinates remarked exaggeratedly. The yellow-haired man scoffed, his gaze laced with mockery as he looked at Su Xiaochuan. Hero saving a beauty? One must assess their own worth first, or they might end up losing everything. Laughter erupted from his three companions, their eyes gleaming with derision. However, their laughter soon faltered as they noticed a new arrival. Boss, Zhou Tian approached with 4 bodyguards, his eyes glaring menacingly at the group. What should we do, boss? The 3 subordinates turned to the yellow-haired man, seeking his guidance. Taking a deep breath to suppress his fear, the yellow-haired man addressed Su Xiaochuan in a tone he tried to keep calm. Sir, let us resolve this peacefully. It was all a misunderstanding. I apologize, and perhaps we can coexist without conflict? Su Xiaochuan did not even spare him a glance. Instead, he beckoned to Song Zixin. Come over here. Without hesitation, Song Zixin bent down, scooped up Yao Yao, and rushed towards Su Xiaochuan. The yellow-haired man's expression changed as he instinctively moved to block them. But Su Xiaochuan's piercing gaze swept over him. In that moment, the yellow-haired man froze, his body rigid with fear, as he had never encountered such an intimidating stare that quelled any rebellious thoughts. Thank you, Mr. Su, Song Zixin said gratefully, her eyes filled with appreciation. Without Su Xiaochuan's intervention, the consequences of the day could have been disastrous. Have you offended anyone recently? Compared to Su Bingxian, Su Xiaochuan found himself more drawn to the gentle and tender nature of Song Zixin. In truth, he felt a certain attraction toward her, a sentiment he deemed unworthy of himself. Song Zixin shook her head, gazing at the 4 individuals with yellow hair, and remarked, they must be here for Sister Qian. She has offended quite a few people in the business world over the years. Su Xiaochuan inquired, who sent you? Since he had already involved himself in this matter, he did not mind doing a favor for Su Bingxian, though he did not particularly admire such assertive women. As a business partner, Su Bingxian was undeniably a commendable choice. Sir, our industry adheres to certain rules, the yellow-haired man began, but Su Xiaochuan interrupted him, directing his attention to Zhou Tian. Show them what those rules entail. With that, Su Xiaochuan led Song Zixin and the 2 children, Yao Yao and Xin Xin, to the car. As they watched Su Xiaochuan enter the vehicle, Zhou Tian approached the 4 individuals, accompanied by his 4 bodyguards. Moments later, piercing screams filled the air. Inside the car, Su Xiaochuan appeared indifferent to the external commotion. Turning to Song Zixin, he asked, what about you and Su Bingxian? Although he had formed a hypothesis in his mind, curiosity lingered. Song Zixin understood Su Xiaochuan's implication all too well. Her cheeks flushed. She lowered her gaze and delicately tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, responding softly. That's splendid. A match made in heaven. Su Xiaochuan smiled faintly, momentarily at a loss for words. Song Zixin's complexion deepened in hue, her neck turning a rosy shade as her delicate hands tightly grasped the hem of her dress. Lips pressed together in silence. She was acutely aware that her relationship with Su Bingxian was rather unconventional. Xian, your face is so red. Are you unwell? Yao Yao inquired with concern, reaching out to touch Song Zixin's face. No, I'm fine. Xian is just a bit warm, Song Zixin replied hastily, casting a furtive glance at Su Xiaochuan, feeling increasingly embarrassed, and shot an irritated look at Yao Yao. You little rascal. Do you realize that your comment makes me want to dig a hole and hide? It's mortifying. 2 minutes later, Zhou Tian entered the car and informed Su Xiaochuan. They were sent by someone named Lu Zhong. Would you like me to take care of this? Su Xiaochuan glanced at Song Zixin, confident that she would relay this information to Su Bingxian. He had no further interest in the matter. It was Su Bingxian's concern, and he only needed her to acknowledge the favor owed to him. No need, I drove here. Thank you for today, Mr. Su, Song Zixin declined, shaking her head, then turned to Yao Yao. Quickly say goodbye to your uncle. Goodbye, uncle. Thank you. Yao Yao waved at Su Xiaochuan before following Song Zixin out of the car. After watching Song Zixin's retreating figure for a while, Su Xiaochuan finally rolled up the window and instructed, let us go. Seemingly sensing something, Song Zixin turned back. flashed a smile at Su Xiaochuan, and waved goodbye. By this time, the vehicle had started moving smoothly. "Boss, should I arrange something?" Zhou Tian observed Su Xiaochuan's expression in the rearview mirror, convinced that his boss was genuinely interested in this woman. Su Xiaochuan chuckled softly and shook his head. "Let be. I'm a married man now, not in the capital anymore. Besides, Su Bingxian might just tear me apart." His admiration for Song Zixin stems purely from a man's appreciation for beauty, rather than a desire to possess her. Exhaling deeply, Su Xiaochuan dismissed the chaotic thoughts from his mind and inquired, "What about Guoliang? Have you arranged for someone to keep an eye on him? Have there been any developments?" The man had been unusually quiet lately, which only heightened Su Xiaochuan's unease. "No, but I have implanted a listening device in his phone. If he is up to no good, he will eventually reveal himself," Zhou Tian replied. Nodding in acknowledgement, Su Xiaochuan refrained from further comment. He had always found Zhou Tian and Zhao Quan's work to be reliable. "Daddy, you promised to buy Xian chocolate ice cream. Did you forget?" Xian tugged at Su Xiaochuan's sleeve, tilting her little head up with a pitiful gaze. "How could I forget what I promised you, my dear? I'll have Uncle Zhou fetch it for you shortly," Su Xiaochuan reassured her, gently patting her head, secretly admitting that he had indeed forgotten. "Momo, sin not that easily." Her mood instantly brightening as she leaped back into Su Xiaochuan's embrace, playfully wriggling. As Zhou Tian drove, he caught sight of this heartwarming scene in the rearview mirror, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. He had never witnessed Su Xiaochuan so joyfully animated before. To Zhou Tian, Su Xiaochuan was more than just a boss. He was a lifesaver, and since that moment, Zhou Tian had devoted his life to him. Passing by a dessert shop, Zhou Tian parked the car and personally dashed in to purchase a chocolate ice cream for the little girl. "Thank you, Uncle Zhou." Xian beamed, clutching her ice cream, her eyes squinting into crescent moons. Chapter 47. The scheme against the younger sister-in-law. "You spoiled her with that ice cream again. At this rate, she'll be riddled with cavities," Yi Xinya remarked with a hint of exasperation as she glanced at the ice cream in Xian's hand upon their return home. "It was Zhou Tian who bought it. It has nothing to do with me," Su Xiaochuan responded without hesitation, playfully casting the blame on Zhou Tian and winking at Xian. She nodded and ran to hug Yi Xinya's leg, sweetly pleading, "But it was Uncle Zhou who got it for me, and I've only had one today." "Did you thank Uncle Zhou?" Yi Xinya asked. "Sin my buddy, Edie. Now go off and play." After sending Xian away, Yi Xinya turned to Su Xiaochuan and said, "Darling, do you think I should find something to occupy my time? Staying home every day is making me feel stagnant." "I'm supportive of whatever you wish to pursue," Su Xiaochuan replied, taking her hand and leading her to the sofa. Yi Xinya leaned against his shoulder, contemplating for a moment before declaring, "I want to open a Western restaurant. Do you think that would work?" She hesitated, feeling nervous as she had never ventured into business before. "If you have that ambition, then go for it. I support you," Su Xiaochuan encouraged. Recognizing that Yi Xinya was still young and that becoming a housewife would be a waste of her vibrant years, Yi Xinya's face lit up with a smile as she wrapped her delicate arm around Su Xiaochuan's neck, exhaling softly, "You are truly wonderful, my love. Last night, you called me bad, and now you say I'm good?" Su Xiaochuan teased as he lifted her smooth chin with one hand, wearing a playful smile. "Yi Xinya's cheeks flushed," and she pushed his hand away, murmuring, "How shameless. You were bad last night. No, you're bad every night. Dad's bad. He doesn't let Mom sleep with Xian. At that moment, a little girl had appeared, joining forces with her mother and sticking her tongue out at Su Xiaochuan. "Little rascal. You can forget about sleeping with your mom from now on," Su Xiaochuan said, pinching her cheek with playful malice. No. Tonight, Xian is sleeping with Mommy. Daddy is the worst." Suddenly, a ringtone echoed through the room. Su Xiaochuan checked his phone and saw it was a call from Yin Xianxian, that mischievous spirit. "I said, brother-in-law, you haven't forgotten what you promised me yesterday, right? Come pick me up at 8 tonight." As soon as the call connected, Yin Xianxian's melodious voice filled his ears. "I haven't forgotten. Rest assured. That's it. I'm busy fighting with the little one for her mother's attention tonight," he replied. "What nonsense are you spouting? Honestly, Yi Xinya shot him a glare and snatched the phone away. Qian, don't listen to his nonsense. All right, sis, I know. Brother-in-law, your vitality is quite commendable. Let's chat about your experiences sometime. Qian teased. Stay far away, Yi Xinya retorted, her face flushed like an apple as she abruptly ended the call. At 8 o'clock that evening, Su Xiaochuan drove to the Yin residence to pick up Qian, unaccompanied. Xiaochuan's here. Come in and sit. Qian is upstairs getting ready. I'll go hurry her. Chening warmly welcomed him while heading upstairs. In the living room, Su Xiaochuan wandered around, observing the interior decor. A soft cough soon reached his ears. Following the sound, he turned to see Qian descending the stairs, looking strikingly different from his previous impressions. She wore a light makeup and a pink strapless short dress that accentuated her curves, her slender legs perfectly framed beneath the hem. And she completed her look with white strappy high heels, exuding elegance and a hint of sensuality. How do I look in this dress? Qian asked playfully, winking at him and twirling in front of him, lifting the hem of her dress. Are you going to a birthday party or trying to steal the spotlight? Su Xiaochuan said, slightly speechless. Qian looked stunning in the dress, showcasing her already alluring figure even more. Mind your own business, she haughtily replied, lifting her chin like a proud peacock and striding towards the door with her small handbag. Watching her slender and enchanting silhouette, Su Xiaochuan couldn't help but shiver. She was a true heartbreaker. 20 minutes later, Su Xiaochuan drove Qian to a leisure club called Caesar. After parking, they entered the establishment together. They approached a private room and pushed the door open, revealing 7 people inside, 3 women and 4 men. Su Xiaochuan furrowed his brows. As Qian mentioned that a classmate was celebrating a birthday, yet there was only one person present of a similar age to her, while the others were evidently much older. Qian, you've arrived. Come here. We've been waiting for you. A tall woman with a beaming smile stood up to greet her. Qian appeared somewhat bewildered as she looked at the woman and asked, Xiaoxue, where are our classmates? Why is no one else here? Our class has too many people, so I only invited you, my good friend. These are all my friends, Xiaoxue replied, pulling Qian further inside. Upon noticing Su Xiaochuan, she paused momentarily. Qian, this is I brought a friend along. I hope you don't mind. Qian refrained from mentioning that Su Xiaochuan was her brother-in-law, for it felt inappropriate to introduce him in the context of a classmate's birthday celebration. Xiaoxue's expression stiffened slightly, but quickly masked it. It's fine, the more, the merrier. Come, let me introduce you to my friends. Everyone, this is my classmate Qian, renowned for her beauty at our school. Xiaoxue beamed as she gestured towards Qian. Indeed, a true beauty. Come, sit beside me. One of the young men eagerly exclaimed. Nonsense, she should sit by me. I have ample space here, we wouldn't want to crowd her, another chimed in, as the men's eyes lit up at the sight of Qian, akin to wolves spotting their prey. The female companions of these young men frowned with discontent, casting unfriendly glances at Qian. Missing, if you don't mind, why not sit next to me? It would be a pleasure to share a drink and discuss life's finer details. I am quite intrigued by your university experiences. A previously silent young gentleman stood up, offering a gentle smile as he poured a drink and extended it toward Qian, exuding refinement. Upon witnessing the young man's gesture, the previously fervent young men suddenly deflated, burying themselves in their drinks. Qian frowned, disliking the fervent gaze directed at her. Had it not been for Xiaoxue's assertion that the gathering was among classmates, she would not have attended this evening at all. She was no fool and quickly sensed that something was amiss. She immediately contemplated leaving. I'm sorry, Xiaoxue. I just remembered I have something to attend to at home, so I'll be leaving now. Wait, Qian, having come all this way, how can you leave without even having a drink? Xiaoxue's expression changed, and she hastily grasped Qian's arm. Qian swiftly shook off Xiaoxue's grip, casting a cold glance at the young man, and replied, I'm sorry. I don't drink, and I genuinely have something to attend to, so I must leave. The young man's smile gradually faded. His hand holding the glass froze mid-air, and his expression darkened. Xiaoxue, noticing his demeanor, became anxious and urged Qian, Qian, what are you saying? This is a toast from young Master Wang himself. Shouldn't you accept it? It would be disrespectful not to. Her intention in inviting Qian was solely to facilitate her acquaintance with Wang Li, to curry favor with him. If Qian left now, her efforts would be in vain. I've already stated that I do not drink, nor will I accompany anyone in drinking. Qian's voice was frigid, and a hint of anger brewed within her as she realized that Zhao Xiaoxue had long orchestrated this evening's events. How could she not feel fury after having considered Zhao Xiaoxue a friend, only to discover that she was being manipulated like a fool? The others remained silent, having discerned Zhao Xiaoxue's scheming as well, but given the stakes involving Wang Li, they dared not interfere. Faced with Qian's ungratefulness, Zhao Xiaoxue felt a surge of irritation. Yet she forced a smile onto her face. Qian, you misunderstand me. I'm only looking out for your best interests. Young Master Wang has quite the fondness for you. It would be a fortune for you to catch his eye. Do not fail to appreciate your blessings. Now, drink that glass of wine to honor him, and consider it a favor to me. How outrageous! You deceitful little vixen, pretending to be virtuous while being so ungrateful. Just wait until Wang Li grows tired of you. Let's see how you maintain your pride then. Chapter 48. It seems you still haven't learned your lesson. I cannot bear such a fortune. It is better reserved for you. Qian shot Zhao Xiaoxue a look of disdain, preparing to turn and leave. She could hardly believe that Zhao Xiaoxue could stoop so low as to peddle her friends, manipulating them for her own gain. Stop right there. As Qian attempted to depart, Zhao Xiaoxue seized her, ripping off the mask of civility. Qian, do not be so ungrateful. It is a privilege for young Master Wang to notice you, and you will drink that wine, whether you like it or not. I advise you not to test my patience. Slap. In the next moment, a resounding slap echoed through the air. Zhao Xiaoxue cried out in pain, her fair complexion marred by several crimson marks, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Before today, I never imagined a person could sink so low. It has truly broadened my horizons. Su Shaochuan watched Zhao Xiaoxue with a mocking gaze, realizing that had he not been present, this scheming cousin-in-law would have faced dire consequences. The youth of today, despite their age, possess such wicked hearts. Seizing the opportunity, Qian broke free from Zhao Xiaoxue's grasp and hastened to Su Shaochuan's side, seeking a semblance of safety. You dare strike me? Zhao Xiaoxue glared at Su Shaochuan with venomous eyes, then turned to Wang Li with tear-filled eyes. Young Master Wang, you must stand up for me. I'm doing this all for you. Leave her here. Let her bow an apology. I shall overlook this incident today. Wang Li stated calmly, raising his wine glass as he pointed to Qian, addressing Su Shaochuan with indifference, as if granting a great favor. Qian's face instantly drained of color, clinging tightly to Su Shaochuan's sleeve, fear threatening to bring her tears. Brother-in-law, please don't leave me here. I promise I won't speak ill of you again. Observing his trembling sister-in-law, Su Shaochuan found himself both amused and exasperated. Just let go. I will not abandon you. Really? Qian regarded him skeptically before cautiously loosening her grip on his sleeve. Seeing Su Shaochuan's apparent disregard, Wang Li's eyes glinted with malice. Boy, did you not hear my words? Get lost, Su Shaochuan replied coldly, fixing Wang Li with a steely gaze. Impudent. How dare you speak to young Master Wang in such a manner? I see you have a death wish. A young man rose abruptly, casting a fierce glare at Su Shaochuan, fiercely loyal in his defense of his master. Bang! As soon as the words left the young man's lips, Su Shaochuan raised a leg and delivered a brutal kick. With a sickening thud, the young man screamed, blood spewing forth as his body was sent hurtling backward, crashing against the wall before collapsing to the ground in agonizing wails. The two other youths present swallowed hard at the sight, inwardly grateful that their reactions had been just a fraction too slow to intervene. Unfathomable fool, I didn't ask for your words. Shut your mouth. Su Shaochuan surveyed the room with icy disdain, coldly uttering his words before striding out with Qian. If you dare to step out of this door today, it will mean a relentless feud with me, Wang Li. Are you certain you possess the courage for that? Wang Li set down his wine glass and stood up, his expression dark as a storm cloud, teeth clenched as he forced the words through gritted teeth. After all these years, he had never encountered anyone so audaciously disrespectful. If Su Xiaochuan were allowed to leave today, where would Wang Dexiao save face? In an instant, a blur passed, and Su Xiaochuan, previously turned away, now stood before him, seizing Wang Li by the throat and slamming him against the wall. What was it you just said about a relentless feud? Do you truly believe you have the standing to utter such words to me? Su Xiaochuan inquired, his gaze as frigid as ice. And no, please, I beg you, do not kill me. Under Su Xiaochuan's piercing stare, Wang Li felt as though the very blood in his veins had ceased to flow, each breath becoming an arduous struggle, his complexion paling as his legs flailed helplessly. For the first time, he sensed himself teetering on the brink of death. Yin Qianqian watched in stunned silence, her eyes sparkling with excitement. How thrilling! Remember this, it is the first and last time I shall tolerate you, Su Xiaochuan proclaimed coldly. Before releasing Wang Li, thud, Wang Li collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped death. Clang! At that moment, the door to the private room swung open, and the club manager stepped inside, taken aback by the scene before him. Young Master Wang, are you all right? Kill him. Instruct your men to eliminate him. Upon seeing the manager, Wang Li's confidence surged anew, his anger erupting as he pointed at Su Xiaochuan, shouting frantically, "Bring me help. Quickly." The manager, immediately grasping the situation, called for security, and 10 guards swiftly surrounded Su Xiaochuan. "Brother-in-law, we should leave," Yin Qianqian said, her face pale as she looked at Su Xiaochuan, genuinely frightened by the unfolding events. Wang Li, rising from the floor, glared with venomous intent, declaring, "Leave? Where'd you go? No one leaves here without my say-so today. It seems you have yet to learn your lesson." Su Xiaochuan replied coolly, "How dare you threaten me? I will see you dead today." Wang Li shouted in fury, then turned to the manager, barking, "Have your men strike him down. His death will be on my account." Su Xiaochuan cast a cold, piercing glance over the crowd, his voice booming with authority. "Who dares to make a move?" The security guards, who had initially been eager to act, were suddenly quelled, exchanging uncertain glances, and for a moment, none dared to advance. "What are you all standing there for? Dazed and confused? Go ahead and take him down," Wang Li shouted in exasperation upon seeing their inaction. Yet, the group of security guards remained frozen, instinctively looking to the manager for guidance. The manager, too, hesitated, intimidated by Su Xiaochuan's formidable presence. He understood that in such a place, where the clientele were either affluent or influential, it was rare to encounter someone who emanated such an aura of power. In other words, he was certain that Su Xiaochuan was no ordinary individual. He was far more formidable than the man named Wang. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, the manager addressed Wang Li. "Mr. Wang, I lack the authority to handle this situation. Please allow me a moment to contact our boss." As he spoke, he signaled to the security guards, who quickly vacated the private room. "Quite astute," Su Xiaochuan remarked nonchalantly. Wang Li, dissatisfied with the manager's deflection, pointed an accusing finger at him, berating, "Are you out of your mind? What do you need a call for? With my relationship with Chun, he would still make you act if he were here." No sooner had Wang Li finished speaking than a steady male voice resonated among the gathered crowd. "What is happening here? Who possesses such clout that even I must heed your words?" Instantly, everyone turned instinctively towards the entrance. Amidst their gaze, a tall young man, his head wrapped in a bandage, entered, surrounded by a throng of admirers. "Boss," the manager greeted with a respectful bow upon noticing him. Wang Li hastily approached the young man, feigning familiarity. "Chun, it's me. Look, I've been assaulted on your turf. You must take a stand for me." "Oh, Wang." Chun chuckled lightly, about to respond when he suddenly spotted Su Xiaochuan behind him. His expression shifted dramatically as he pushed Wang Li aside and strode forward with urgency. "Ah, Su Xiao, why didn't you give me a heads up? I would have come to join you for a drink." Given his beaming smile and exuberant demeanor, no one in the room could have guessed that the injury on his head had been inflicted by Su Xiaochuan earlier that day. This was indeed a skill, his ability to switch attitudes seamlessly without a hint of insincerity. "I'll be sure to notify you in advance next time," Su Xiaochuan replied, maintaining a cordial demeanor. The manager observed this exchange with a sense of relief, grateful he had refrained from acting rashly. Otherwise, he would have been in dire straits. Meanwhile, Wang Li stood in shock, having hoped for Chen to come to his rescue, only to realize that Chen and Su Xiaochuan were acquaintances. He could also sense a hint of respect in Chen An's demeanor towards Su Xiaochuan. "Come here," Chen beckoned Wang Li with a wave, teasingly remarking, "I never would have guessed you were so well-connected, knowing Su Xiao. Why'd you never mention this before?" Chen Xiao, upon hearing this, Wang Li's complexion shifted from pale to flushed, leaving him utterly embarrassed and at a loss for words. "What? You don't recognize him?" Chen, mistaking his reaction, clapped a hand on his shoulder and smiled brightly. "It's no trouble if you don't know him. Allow me to introduce you. After my introduction, you will surely be acquainted." He gestured towards a newcomer. "This is the recently appointed Director Su from Tianyang Group, the third young master of the Su family in the capital. If you earn Su Xiao's favor, your life will certainly soar to new heights." Boom! As Chen An's words sank in, Wang Li's mind went blank, and he stood frozen, aghast. He could hardly fathom that Su Xiaochuan possessed such a prominent background. No wonder Chen had treated him with such deference. In an instant, cold sweat drenched his back, and his face turned ashen. "What's wrong? Why are you suddenly sweating? Is it hot in here?" Noticing the beads of perspiration forming on Wang Li's forehead, Chen was bewildered, glancing around at the others. The people in the room were well aware of the cause. Wang Li was engulfed in fear. Wang Li felt parched, his chest heavy, as he struggled to swallow and cautiously turned his gaze towards Su Xiaochuan. Su Xiaochuan remained silent, merely observing Wang Li with an unflinching gaze. Plop! Overwhelmed by the immense psychological pressure, Wang Li could no longer bear it. He collapsed to his knees before Su Xiaochuan, weeping inconsolably. "Su Xiao, I was wrong. I'm not worthy. I was blind. I beg you, spare me. Please, show mercy." As he pleaded, he struck his own face, quickly leaving it red and swollen. Plop! He knelt, and Zhao Xiaoxua, not daring to remain standing, followed suit, tears streaming down her face. "And I too, Su Xiao. It was a moment of foolishness that led me to act thus. I implore you, consider my connection with Qianqian. Please let me off this time. What on earth is happening?" Chen was taken aback by the sudden turn of events, momentarily speechless. "Su Xiaojujian spoke Gu Li. He sought to pursue my sister-in-law and demanded I kneel before him. Who would have thought he would end up on his knees instead? Perhaps this is a moment of clarity for him. How dare you, Wang Li? Do you have multiple lives to show such disrespect to Su Xiao? You're courting death." Chen, jolted awake by the revelation, erupted in anger and kicked Wang Li to the ground. Chen was determined to mend ties with Su Xiaochuan and establish a friendship. Just moments ago, he had enthusiastically introduced Wang Li, and now, learning of Wang Li's reckless actions, he felt as though he might burst with rage. "Wang Xiao, I was wrong. I truly realize my mistakes. Please, help me plead with Su Xiao." Wang Li clung to Chen An's leg, weeping uncontrollably, filled with regret, and mentally cursed Zhao Xiaoxua's lineage. "You didn't even ascertain his background and dared to act so brazenly in front of me, scheming against him." Chen unhesitatingly kicked him aside and waved his hand. "Get someone, drag him out and break a leg, then leave him at the hospital entrance. Let fate decide if he can be saved." As his words fell, two bodyguards stepped forward, seizing Wang Li and dragging him outside. After the incident with Chao Zheng during the day, he now dared not venture out without bodyguards. "No, please, young Master Wang, young Master Su, I was wrong. I was wrong." Wang Li, terrified to the core, screamed in desperation, his voice gradually fading into silence. "Young Master Su, how should we deal with this wretch?" Chen kicked Zhao Xiaoxua, who was paralyzed with fear on the ground, and turned to Su Xiaochuan. "Qianqian, I was wrong. I won't dare again. I was just momentarily foolish. Qianqian, we are friends." Zhao Xiaoxua shivered in terror, realizing that pleading with Su Xiaochuan was futile, and shifted her focus to Yin Qianqian. Yin Qianqian cast her a disdainful glance and coldly replied, "I have no friends like you. I trusted you, and this is how you repay me? Enough, throw her out. She's an eyesore." Su Xiaochuan said to Chen and even if he did not lay a hand on Zhao Xiaoxue, her fate was already sealed. With Wang Li's leg broken, he would not dare seek revenge on Chunin, so his wrath would surely fall upon Zhao Xiaoxue. Thus, even if she survived, she would lose half her life. Thank you, young Master Su. Thank you for your mercy. Zhao Xiaoxue, in her ignorance, truly believed she was safe, exuding joy as she continuously expressed her gratitude to Su Xiaochuan. Su Xiaochuan, witnessing this, felt a twinge of pity. This woman was both foolish and wicked, and she still had not grasped the impending consequences. Young Master Su, here is the diamond card for Caesar Club. Take it. Your presence here is already a favor to me, and I cannot expect you to pay. Chun presented a beautifully crafted card of deep purple hue to Su Xiaochuan. Su Xiaochuan recognized this as a formal gesture of goodwill from Chun, and accepting it would signify the dissolution of any prior grievances. Though he held little regard for Chun An's character, he admired his ability to both confront and forgive. He had initially thought that Chun An's offer to befriend him was merely a formality. He had not expected such genuine intent. For this, Chun An surpassed 90% of his peers. Su Xiaochuan accepted the membership card with a smile. Very well, I shall not be polite. I will first escort my sister-in-law home. My wife is preparing to open a Western restaurant, and I will inform you on the opening day. Rest assured, young Master Su, I, Chun An, will definitely be present on your sister-in-law's grand opening. A smile also graced Chun An's face as he personally saw Su Xiaochuan to the door. He understood that their past issues had been entirely laid to rest. They were now considered acquaintances, and the depth of their future relationship would depend on what lay ahead. Chapter 50, Do Not Tempt Me, My Body Young Master Su. By the way, there is one more thing. Chun An had accompanied Su Xiaochuan and Yin Qianqian to the entrance of the club when a thought suddenly struck him. In a few days, there will be an auction. I wonder if young Master Su might be interested. Oh, really? What items will be available? Su Xiaochuan casually inquired, though he was not particularly interested in the auction. However, since Chun An had brought it up, he felt it would be impolite to outright decline. Su Xiao, please hold on a moment. Upon finishing his sentence, Chun An hurriedly turned and left, returning about a minute later with a small booklet, which he handed to Su Xiaochuan. Everything up for auction is detailed in this booklet. You may peruse it to see if anything piques your interest. If so, give me a call, and I will arrange for an invitation to be sent to you. Thank you. I will take it back for a thorough review. I shall take my leave now. Su Xiaochuan accepted the booklet and departed with Yin Qianqian. Standing at the entrance of the club, Chun An exhaled deeply as he watched Su Xiaochuan's south car drive away and then turned to re-enter. Boss, even the most formidable dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Although the Su family is powerful, they are far removed in the capital. Our Chen family is quite entrenched in Jiangbei. Why be so courteous to this Su family's third young master? The manager could no longer contain his curiosity. A mix of intrigue and sympathy for Chun An evident in his tone. Chun An smiled knowingly and replied, You do not understand. It is not the identity of Su Xiaochuan that is fearsome, but rather the man himself. The manager's confusion only deepened. Chun An chose not to elaborate further. Yet he would never forget the scene from that afternoon, his first experience of having a gun pointed at his head. Afterward, he researched Chao Zheng, discovering him to be an arrogant little demolition company owner, with no prior connection to Su Xiaochuan. As stated, Chao Zheng had indeed gone to great lengths to curry favor with Su Xiaochuan, even to the point of disgraceful actions. He could hardly fathom what sort of charisma Su Xiaochuan possessed that could compel someone to behave so recklessly for a mere glance of approval. He found it incomprehensible and opaque, yet he was acutely aware of the fear it instilled in him. Thus, he preferred not to antagonize Su Xiaochuan. Having already lowered his head, he resolved to fully bow down and strive to cultivate a friendship instead. Meanwhile, in Su Xiaochuan's car, Yin Qianqian chattered incessantly, Brother-in-law, you are truly amazing. Not only are you formidable in strength, but you are also quite handsome. Now I understand why my cousin fell for you. Brother-in-law, the second young master of Taiyan Group, accustomed to looking down on others, is so courteous to you. Throughout the journey, her incessant chatter annoyed Su Xiaochuan. Didn't you say I was a scoundrel? Why the sudden praise? Su Xiaochuan glanced at her nonchalantly. Yin Qianqian looked at him with admiration brother-in-law. Even a scoundrel like you is adored by women. What are you implying? Do not tempt me. I would never betray your sister, Su Xiaochuan replied sternly, his tone resolute. Yin Xianqian smiled alluringly and playfully pinched his ear. Brother-in-law. Don't forget, it said that half of a younger sister's heart belongs to her brother-in-law. I am your cousin's husband, Su Xiaochuan stated matter-of-factly. Yin Xianqian pouted. A cousin's husband is still a brother-in-law. Su Xiaochuan fell silent. His only desire now was to swiftly escort this loquacious little imp back home. Otherwise, he would inevitably become her next meal. Why are you quiet? I was just teasing you. Surely, you aren't taking me seriously, are you? Yin Xianqian laughed uncontrollably, losing all semblance of decorum. Truly relying on the beauty of her sister Jiling to indulge in antics reminiscent of Jia Ling, Su Xiaochuan shot her an exasperated glance. Leave me be. He truly believed his charm had reached such lofty heights. Sis-in-law, turn left up ahead. I'm not going home. I'm staying at your place tonight. Su Xiaochuan ignored her. If you come to my house tonight, I'd be left to guard an empty abode once more. Sis-in-law, you're being too stingy. Aren't you? It was just a joke. Is it too much to ask to stay at your house for one night? After safely delivering Yin Xianqian, Su Xiaochuan finally drove back home. Weren't you accompanying Qianqian to her classmate's birthday party? How come you're back so early? Yi Xinya opened the door for Su Xiaochuan, helped him remove his coat, poured him a glass of water, and then curiously inquired. Su Xiaochuan waved his hand and took a sip from the cup. Don't even mention it. It was a complete mess. She thought she was the guest. But little did she know she was merely the dish on the table. Everyone wanted to feast upon her. Yi Xinya, astute and perceptive, seemed to grasp the situation. Leaning closer to Su Xiaochuan, she whispered, from a man's perspective, Qianqian is indeed a delectable dish. Would you not wish to take a bite? Not all. Absolutely not. My dear wife, my heart belongs solely to you. I harbor no other intentions. Su Xiaochuan replied without hesitation. As 6 years in the capital had taught him that one must never waver when answering such perilous questions. Hesitation leads to defeat. Yi Xinya's expression brightened with satisfaction. With a playful huff, she tossed Su Xiaochuan's coat into the washing machine. It's for the best, if that's the case. But let me remind you, you are no longer the man you were 6 years ago. In your elevated position, there are many women eager to draw near. I don't mind your little flings. But do not let your misguided intentions fall upon Qianqian, or I shall not let this rest. Having been raised in a wealthy family, she was well aware of her father and brother's romantic escapades. Thus she adopted a relatively open-minded view towards men and their desires. Yet, she feared Su Xiaochuan might set his sights on Qianqian, fully cognizant of how alluring her cousin's figure was to men. My dear, rest assured, you're the only one in my heart. Su Xiaochuan approached her, embracing Yi Xinya from behind, burying his face in her hair. Yi Xinya turned to him, caressing his handsome visage, and softly murmured, Husband, I trust that your heart belongs to me. I merely wanted to remind you not to put me in a difficult position. Absolutely not. Su Xiaochuan nodded, gently kissing her rosy lips. With a wife like her, what more could one desire? Suddenly, he felt someone tugging at his pant leg. Looking down, he saw Xian's cherubic face. Daddy, Xian wants a kiss too. Xin spoke in a soft, endearing voice, her large, glistening eyes blinking adorably. Su Xiaochuan remarked, It has been proven that having a child indeed complicates matters. Chapter 51. You scare my fish away at 3 in the afternoon. In the office of the chairman of Tianyang Group, Su Xiaochuan was listening to Zhang Yuanlin, the head of the catering division, report on his work. Real estate and catering are the two mainstay industries under Tianyang Group, and naturally, Su Xiaochuan's focus was on these areas. Suddenly, there was a knock on the office door. Come in, Su Xiaochuan called out. His secretary, Lu Xiaoyu, entered and announced, Chairman Su, President Xia has arrived. Please let him in, Su Xiaochuan replied, turning to Zhang Yuanlin. Mr. Zhang, I'm afraid we must pause our discussion here for today. Just a day prior, he had proposed in a meeting to utilize the Xioli ancient land for the construction of a large upscale resort. This land had been vacant for 5 years, and it was he who mediated with Chun and to resolve issues surrounding it. Given his current standing within the company, the proposal was naturally approved without much resistance. Today, He had summoned Xie Bing to discuss this matter. Very well, Chairman Su. I shall take my leave, Zhang Yuanlin said, promptly rising, bowing slightly, and departing. As soon as Zhang Yuanlin left, Xie Bing entered the office, guided by Lu Xiaoyu. Chairman Su, I presume you summoned me today with good news? Xie Bing inquired with a smile, having already guessed the purpose of the meeting. Indeed, please have a seat. Su Xiaochuan nodded, inviting him to sit. The resort project has been approved, and I wanted to discuss the details with you. You are aware of the outrageous land prices these days. Zhao Liangshan was originally intended for real estate development. Now, it is to be transformed into a resort. Although the internal meeting has approved it, I am under considerable pressure. Having reached this point in the conversation, Xie Bing quickly interjected, I understand your concerns, Chairman Su. How about this? Tianyang can contribute land as equity, while our company will handle the construction, daily management, and maintenance, and we shall take a 30% profit share. Xie Bing sought the management rights of the resort and was willing to forego a portion of the profits for this opportunity. Old Xie, we are old acquaintances. Taking only 30% seems rather unreasonable. Let us do this. We will both contribute to the management, and you may take 40% of the profits, Su Xiaochuan proposed. In truth, he was not overly concerned with the profit margin. His primary goal was to establish a platform and ensure his own talents were integrated into the venture. Thank you, Chairman Su. To be honest, my company is rather rudimentary. This resort project is the largest endeavor we have undertaken over the years. Xie Bing said with a broad smile. He did not find it inappropriate that Su Xiaochuan sought management rights. Rather, he felt grateful for Su Xiaochuan's gesture. Given Tianyang's scale, it could easily operate independently or partner with stronger allies. However, Su Xiaochuan had not chosen that path. He recognized the bond they shared from years past and was willing to support Xie Bing. How could Xie Bing not feel appreciative? Thus it is settled. I will have the legal department draft a contract later, since we still have ample time before the end of the workday. Why not accompany me to explore the Little Liang Mountain? As Su Xiaochuan spoke, he rose, donning his coat that hung nearby, while reminding Xie Bing, I have no objections to discussing business with Director Su, but once the business is concluded, we should also nurture our personal rapport. All right, Xiaochuan, I will play the role of your chauffeur today, Xie Bing replied with a hearty laugh, following Su Xiaochuan out of the office. Half an hour later, Su Xiaochuan arrived at Little Liang Mountain in Xie Bing's Audi 6. After instructing Zhou Tian and the others to wait at the foot of the mountain, Su Xiaochuan and Xie Bing continued their ascent alone. Little Liang Mountain spans nearly 100 acres, and its most remarkable feature is a large natural lake nestled in the center, a rare patch of greenery in the Steel City. This place is truly splendid. Su Xiaochuan exclaimed sincerely, standing by the lake's edge, admiring the shimmering surface and the verdant trees across the water. No wonder Tianyang acquired this land 5 years ago, and Weichen has set his sights on it. With mountains, water, and greenery, it is undoubtedly an ideal choice for developing a high-end resort. Indeed, I stumbled upon this place while fishing with friends, and the fish here are all wild, quite delectable, Xie Bing remarked as he approached the car, retrieving 2 sets of fishing gear and 2 small stools from the trunk, offering 1 set to Su Xiaochuan. Ah, you even prepared mine? You are quite the planner, Su Xiaochuan teased, accepting the fishing gear and stool, settling down to begin his preparations. Xie Bing chuckled. If I were a planner, I wouldn't be in this predicament. All right then, let us see who can catch a fish first today. The loser treats the winner tonight. As Su Xiaochuan finished speaking, he cast his line into the water, patiently awaiting a bite. At that moment, the roar of car engines broke the tranquility as 2 luxury vehicles pulled up beside Xie Bing's Audi. A composed middle-aged man and a young man in his 20s emerged from the first car, while 4 impeccably dressed bodyguards exited the second. Su Xiaochuan merely glanced back before redirecting his attention to the bobber on the lake surface. The middle-aged man frowned upon observing Su Xiaochuan and Xie Bing's silhouettes. Noticing his father's reaction, the young man promptly declared, Dad, I will have them removed immediately. Without delay, he marched towards Su Xiaochuan and Xie Bing, shouting, Hey, I'm talking to you. Leave this place at once. Su Xiaochuan appeared oblivious, his gaze serenely fixed on the water, where he noticed fish circling his hook. Xie Bing cast a sidelong glance at Su Xiaochuan, seeing him utterly undisturbed, which eased Xie Bing's own concerns, prompting him to disregard the young man. The young man, incensed that both men ignored him, quickened his pace, shouting, "Are you deaf or something? Didn't you hear my command? Get out of here!" His outburst startled the fish that had been hovering near Su Xiaochuan's hook, sending them darting to the depths of the lake. Heaving a sigh, Su Xiaochuan dropped his fishing rod and beckoned the young man over. "You come here." The youth scoffed. "What can you do to me?" He approached Su Xiaochuan with disdain. "Kid, slap." Before he could finish his sentence, Su Xiaochuan rose and delivered a resounding slap to his face. "You scared away my fish, do you understand?" Beside them, Xie Bing smirked, casting a sympathetic glance at the youth, such a reckless lad, unaware of the consequences of his hubris. Not far off, a middle-aged man witnessed this scene, his expression darkening as he approached Su Xiaochuan with his bodyguards. The youth, stunned by the slap, took a moment to regain his composure before roaring, "How dare you hit me? Slap!" Su Xiaochuan responded with another slap, then pointed at the youth's chest, enunciating each word, "You scared away my fish. If you don't bring it back, I'll toss you in to feed them. Do you believe me?" Chapter 52. Disdain for speaking upwards, "I do not believe you." A steady male voice interjected as the middle-aged man, flanked by his bodyguards, approached Su Xiaochuan, coldly remarking, "You're young, yet your arrogance is remarkable. I'll be watching. Go ahead and try to throw my son in." "Dad, you've never even dared to hit me." The youth, looking pitiful, stood beside the middle-aged man, casting a resentful glare at Su Xiaochuan. Su Xiaochuan turned to the middle-aged man, calmly stating, "Your son is so arrogant because you indulge him. If you can't teach him properly, someone else will." "You're quite audacious yourself," the middle-aged man replied, a forced smile barely concealing his malice. Su Xiaochuan merely smiled in response, then took out his phone to call Zhou Tian at the foot of the mountain. "Xiao Tian, bring some people up." "Young man, don't bother calling for help. My bodyguards are seasoned mercenaries. No rabble will be of any use," the middle-aged man declared, gesturing to the 4 bodyguards behind him. He continued pompously, "My son was born with a silver spoon in his mouth and has never faced such adversity. Kneel and bow to my son, and we can consider this matter resolved. Otherwise, you may find yourself feeding the fish." "Born with a silver spoon?" Su Xiaochuan Juke, pointing at the youth and saying to the middle-aged man, "If he is so impressive, I thought he was born with a nuclear bomb." Xie Bing couldn't contain his laughter at this remark. The middle-aged man's face darkened. "Young man, you're crossing the line. Are you trying to provoke me?" Just then, the roar of engines filled the air as 2 cars approached, leading with Su Xiaochuan's Maybach. The vehicles came to a halt, and Zhou Tian, accompanied by 4 bodyguards, quickly approached Su Xiaochuan. "Boss, teach them the proper attitude for conversing with me," Su Xiaochuan replied before resuming his seat on the small stool. Picking up his fishing rod to continue fishing, his demeanor calm as if nothing had transpired. Zhou Tian surveyed the middle-aged man's bodyguards with a hint of disdain curling his lips. The 4 bodyguards behind the middle-aged man stood frozen, their hair bristling, as if they were prey being stalked by a tiger. In that fleeting moment, they recognized that none of them were formidable opponents. Deal with them, and toss that brat into the lake to feed the fish," the middle-aged man commanded with a cold snort. Exchanging glances, the bodyguards shared a bitter smile. One of them lowered his voice and said, "Boss, they are not to be underestimated. Even if the 4 of us strike, it may prove futile. Perhaps we should seek a peaceful resolution." Before the middle-aged man could respond, a young man beside him barked angrily, "Seek peace? What do you think I pay you for? Get in there now." Reluctantly, the bodyguards gritted their teeth and mustered their courage to charge at Zhou Tian. "A bunch of nonsensical fools. You have 1 minute to resolve this," Zhou Tian remarked with a cold smile, retreating a few steps. He deemed such rubbish unworthy of his direct intervention. As it turned out, less than 40 seconds later, the 4 bodyguards were sprawled on the ground, clutching their stomachs in agony. "How is this possible?" The middle-aged man and his son stared in disbelief, and soon erupted in furious curses. "Useless. You claim to be seasoned mercenaries, yet you're a bunch of worthless layabouts." They could hardly fathom that the bodyguards they had hired at a hefty price were so easily defeated. Nearby, Xie Bing, a mere bystander, was equally taken aback, oblivious to the fish that had devoured his bait. This is astonishing. Their combat prowess is off the charts. Ultimately, the middle-aged man, seasoned by life's storms, quickly regained his composure after the initial shock. Taking a deep breath, he approached Su Xiaochuan and spoke in a measured tone. Sir, it is better to resolve enmities than to deepen them. I suggest we let this matter end here for the good of us all. What do you think? At this juncture, his demeanor still bore an air of superiority, as though he were granting Su Xiaochuan mercy. Without lifting his gaze, Su Xiaochuan replied, I dislike speaking to others while looking up. It strains my neck. As his words fell, Zhou Tian delivered a swift kick to the back of the middle-aged man's knee. The middle-aged man cried out in pain, his legs buckling involuntarily, causing him to collapse before Su Xiaochuan. A mix of shock and fury surged within him as he attempted to rise, only to be pinned down by Zhou Tian's hand on his shoulder. Now I can answer you. I find it rather unsatisfactory, Su Xiaochuan said with a faint smile, gently patting the middle-aged man's face. Your son just scared away my fish. If you retrieve one and hang it on my hook, we can consider this matter resolved. You are being excessively unreasonable, the middle-aged man exclaimed, his eyes wide with rage as he ground his teeth in frustration. Su Xiaochuan nodded, complimenting him with a smile. Quite clever. Indeed, I am being unreasonable. But what else can I say when both you and your son are so formidable, demanding that I kneel and bow? What if I refuse? The middle-aged man felt a surge of indignation. He had never endured such humiliation. Su Xiaochuan casually remarked, Then I shall bind both you and your son to stones and sink you to feed the fish. Care to wager? Su Xiaochuan's demeanor was remarkably calm, yet it sent a chill down the spines of those present. None dared to assume he was jesting. The middle-aged man's expression shifted erratically, and after a prolonged silence, he managed to utter 3 words through gritted teeth. You are ruthless. Su Xiaochuan offered a nonchalant smile and gestured for Zhou Tiansong to release the man. What followed was an absurd scene. The previously arrogant middle-aged man, alongside his son and 4 bodyguards, found themselves stripped and floundering in the lake, desperately trying to catch fish. After a grueling half-hour, the middle-aged man finally succeeded in catching a fish, which he then hung on Su Xiaochuan's hook. This fish must weigh over 3 pounds. Su Xiaochuan remarked as he pulled it up, addressing Xie Bing. I caught it first, so you owe me dinner tonight. Please have the kitchen prepare this fish. Xie Bing could only shake his head in wry amusement. Is that really your catch? Enough of this. Let us head back. The disturbance from those wild dogs has dampened my spirits for fishing. Casually tossing the bucket containing the fish to a bodyguard, Su Xiaochuan stood to leave. Minutes later, as Su Xiaochuan and his companions departed by car, the 6 individuals by the lake struggled to crawl ashore, utterly humiliated. This is outrageous. Father, we must avenge this insult. I cannot swallow this humiliation. I vow to tear that brat to shreds. The young man yelled in a fit of rage, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging, knuckles turning pale. We are unfamiliar with Jiangbei. Let me first negotiate with Tianyang Group regarding this land. Once the deal is secured, I will have them investigate that brat's identity. He shall pay. The middle-aged man, equally furious, felt that this was an unparalleled disgrace. He swore not to rest until he avenged it. Chapter 53. A trip to the amusement park after descending from the Liangshan Mountains. Su Xiaochuan and Xie Bing parted ways. They had agreed that Xie Bing would choose a dining venue and call Su in the evening. Su Xiaochuan proceeded directly to the kindergarten to pick up Xian, having promised her a day of fun at the amusement park. Mr. Su, what a coincidence. You're here to pick up your child as well. Su Xiaochuan found Su Bingxian and Song Zixin waiting at the kindergarten entrance. Indeed, I heard your little girl mention the amusement park, and Yao Yao insisted I take her along. Su Bingxian replied, rolling her eyes at Su Xiaochuan in playful exasperation. This is all your fault. Yet, even with the eye roll, her beauty radiated an irresistible charm. Su Xiaochuan chuckled. Mr. Su, while work is indeed important, one must also carve out time to spend with their children. By the way, Zixin mentioned what happened the other day. I am truly grateful for your timely assistance, Mr. Su. Su Bingxian expressed, her gaze fixed on him. Had it not been for Su Xiaochuan, both Song Zixin and Yao Yao would have been in peril that day. Su Xiaochuan shook his head dismissively. You flatter me. I merely sought to be a hero in distress, unaware that this damsel was already taken. And her partner, no less, is another beauty, right? Su Bingqian unabashedly acknowledged her relationship with Song Zixin, even taking a moment to commend her own beauty. Song Zixin's cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her head. Remaining silent, the gentle breeze playfully tugged at her skirt, rendering her exceedingly alluring. Such was the idealized image of a first love that lingered in a man's imagination. As Su Xiaochuan was about to speak, he noticed the teacher emerging with Xin and Yao Yao. Daddy, daddy. Xin joyfully leaped into Su Xiaochuan's embrace, her excitement primarily stemming from the impending visit to the amusement park. After greeting the teacher, Su Xiaochuan took Xin and, along with Su Bingqian, they drove in separate vehicles towards the amusement park. Due to it being a weekday, the park was relatively uncrowded, allowing for a swift ticket purchase. And they quickly entered the venue. Daddy, daddy, I want to ride that. I want to ride the horse. Mommy, Yaya wants to play too. Upon entering the amusement park, the two little girls seemed to go wild, shouting about wanting to try this ride or that one. Aside from more thrilling attractions like roller coasters and haunted houses, the two girls explored every corner of the park throughout the afternoon. Mr. Su, how have you been considering that matter we discussed last time? You've delayed my response for several days now, Su Bingqian remarked as the three of them watched Xin and Yao Yao on the carousel. I will definitely give you an answer within 3 days, Su Xiaochuan replied, waving at Xin on the carousel. 3 days again? Well, I suppose I must wait since I have a request. Su Bingqian sighed dramatically, revealing a hint of melancholy. She then inquired, aren't you curious about who orchestrated the blockade against Zixin and Yao Yao at the kindergarten last time? I have no desire to know, Su Xiaochuan replied nonchalantly. Su Bingqian pouted. You truly are dull. Dear sister, can't you see that Mr. Su is not in the mood to chat with you? Song Zixin giggled, covering her mouth. Su Xiaochuan looked at Song Zixin and said, please refrain from calling me Mr. Su. Just use my name. It feels rather awkward. Oh, Mr. Su, that seems a bit improper. Are you trying to embarrass me in front of others? Su Bingqian teased, wrapping her arm around Song Zixin's slender waist, casting a playful glance at Su Xiaochuan. Naturally, Song Zixin leaned against her shoulder, and the affectionate display of the two women left Su Xiaochuan feeling quite overwhelmed. After leaving the amusement park, Su Xiaochuan and Su Bingqian parted ways. He returned home with Xin, as the family had recently moved to Villa Number 5 in Eugene Garden. We're back. How was your day of fun, my little one? Are you satisfied? Upon entering, Yixinya knelt to pinch Xin's cheeks, her face radiating affection. Clinging to Yixinya, Xin proudly recounted, Daddy took me on the carousel and bought lots of delicious treats for me and Yao Yao. I even brought some for Mommy. As she spoke, she retrieved her small backpack and opened it, revealing an assortment of lollipops and snacks. Ah, my precious daughter, how thoughtful of you to remember Mommy. Now, go wash your hands, Yixinya said, her heart softening at the sight, unable to scold her for indulging in so many sweets. Let's not cook tonight. Xie Bing is treating us. We shall all go, Su Xiaochuan informed Yixinya. Xie Bing? Yixinya displayed a moment of surprise before recalling. Isn't it the one who sat behind you during our freshman year? Indeed, I ran into them at the office a couple of days ago, and we had some business dealings. Su Xiaochuan casually replied, wrapping his arms around Yixinya's soft figure. How is your restaurant location selection coming along? I have some leads. There happens to be a restaurant up for sale. Would you accompany me to take a look? I'm afraid I might be easily deceived, Yixinya said softly, leaning against Su Xiaochuan, her eyes gently closing. Su Xiaochuan lifted her chin. You are far from foolish. You were the top student in our class. Yet, that top student was captured by you, the underachiever, Yixinya retorted playfully, her delicate arms wrapping around Su Xiaochuan's neck. Dressed casually in a low-cut, short-sleeved top paired with fitted jeans, she exuded a charm that accentuated her graceful curves. Feeling her shift in his embrace, Su Xiaochuan was filled with a sudden heat and swiftly carried her upstairs. What are you doing? Let go of me, or Xin will cry when she can't find us. Ye vinya iklamit. Her face a mixture of urgency and shyness as she playfully pounded her small fist against Su Xiaochuan's chest. Relax. We're just taking advantage of the moment to welcome another little brother or sister for her. Then she won't bother us anymore. Su Xiaochuan chuckled mischievously, pushing open the bedroom door amidst Yi Xinya's protests. Downstairs, Xin emerged from the restroom only to find her parents missing, which caused her great distress. Unsurprisingly, when Su Xiaochuan and Yi Xinya finally descended from upstairs, they were greeted by the sight of Xin sitting on the floor, sobbing while clutching a stuffed doll. "It's all your fault. Look what you've done." Yi Xinya shot Su Xiaochuan an accusatory glance, hurrying down to embrace Xin. "Xin, dear, why are you crying again? It's all right, Mommy is here." "Bad daddy, mean daddy." Xin doesn't tea like daddy anymore. "Daddy only makes Mommy disappear." Xin sobbed, her voice thick with emotion as she scolded Su Xiaochuan. Clearly, this was not the first occurrence of such a situation. "Yes, daddy is bad. Tonight, Mommy will sleep with Xin, and we don't want daddy anymore, all right?" Yi Xinya comforted the little girl, casting another reproachful glare at Su Xiaochuan. "Suit yourself. I don't mind. The bed will feel even larger alone." Su Xiaochuan shrugged nonchalantly, having just entered a sage mode of tranquility. Chapter 54. Jiang Tao believes he is the protagonist. Yi Xinya exerted considerable effort to soothe the little girl. But Xin was genuinely upset with Su Xiaochuan and was ignoring him. "Come, Xin, give daddy a kiss. I'll take you to the amusement park again when I have some time." Reclining on the sofa, Su Xiaochuan attempted to entice the little girl. "No. Xin doesn't tea like daddy anymore." She turned her head away, pouting and refusing to acknowledge him. Su Xiaochuan chuckled, pulling out his secret weapon and pretending to rise. "Then what about chocolate ice cream? It seems Xin doesn't want any. I guess I'll just give all the ice cream in the fridge to Yao Yao." "Not that. That's mine." Xin immediately jumped off the sofa, arms outstretched to block Su Xiaochuan. Su Xiaochuan gazed at her with a gentle smile. "So, will you kiss me?" Xin pouted her little lips high, hesitating for a moment before reluctantly approaching Su Xiaochuan and giving him a quick peck. "All right, daddy must not give ice cream to Yao Yao. Otherwise Xin won't kiss you anymore." Just then, Yi Xinya approached, holding a small booklet. "All right, I've just managed to soothe you. Don't start crying again." "What is this?" Su Xiaochuan took the booklet and realized it was the auction catalog that Chanan had given him the previous night, which he hadn't yet perused. Flipping through it casually, his gaze suddenly fell upon one of the auction items, a Yuan Dynasty blue and white vase. He pulled out his phone and called Zhou Tian, Xiaotian. "How is the gift for the old man's birthday coming along?" "Boss, I'm sorry, I haven't found anything suitable yet." "No need to search anymore. I've already found something here." After hanging up, Su Xiaochuan deduced that attending this auction was indeed necessary. The elderly gentleman had a profound love for antique collections, and this Yuan blue and white vase would serve as the perfect birthday gift. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Xie Bing calling. "Xiaochuan, I've reserved the location. It's at 7 o'clock tonight in room 2 of Jiangbei Fish Restaurant. Let us not miss each other then." "All right, see you later." After terminating the call, Su Xiaochuan dialed Chun and again to inform him of his intention to attend the auction. Chun had mentioned he would arrange for someone to deliver the invitation the next day, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, they ended the conversation. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Su Xiaochuan arrived at Jiangbei Fish Restaurant with Yi Xinya and Xin, the three of them together. As the name suggests, Jiangbei Fish Restaurant specializes in fish dishes and holds a considerable reputation in Jiangbei, belonging to the high-end dining category. Inside room 2, besides Xie Bing and Huang Miao, there was also a well-dressed young man. I must say, Xie Bing, what a coincidence. It's been 2 years since we last met. Who would have thought we would run into each other here? I heard you started your own company and became a boss. The young man embraced Xie Bing's neck, speaking with enthusiasm, his breath bearing the scent of alcohol. "I'm hardly a boss. I just run a small business to make ends meet." Xie Bing humbly waved his hand, looking at the young man. "But you, Jiang Tao, I heard from our classmates that you're now a department manager at Kanglin Group." A hint of pride flickered on Jiang Tao's face as he mysteriously replied, "I was, but today is a different story." "What do you mean?" Xie Bing feigned curiosity. Jiang Tao, brimming with self-satisfaction, declared, "Today I just got promoted to vice president of the group, and I'm treating our chairman and the company's executives to dinner here." You've done well. Congratulations. From now on, we must call you Manager Jiang. Please take good care of us, Xie Bing casually complimented, though a flicker of impatience crossed his eyes. He genuinely found Jiang Tao's ostentatious boasting tiresome. In contrast, Su Xiaochuan, the esteemed chairman of Tianyang Group, had never flaunted his status in front of him. What was Jiang Tao's vice presidency worth? Merely a higher-ranking employee, after all. No wonder Yi Xinya chose Su Xiaochuan back then and completely disregarded Jiang Tao. The disparity between the two is truly striking. Jiang Tao relished the compliments from an old classmate, but suddenly a thought struck him, and he curiously inquired, "By the way, who are you treating to dinner today? The person you invited seems rather aloof and has yet to arrive." "Just a friend," Xie Bing replied, deliberately omitting Su Xiaochuan's name, considering that Jiang Tao had once been a rival of his. To be precise, Su Xiaochuan was a rival to many, having claimed Yi Xinya, the coveted flower, for himself. Among this multitude of competitors, Jiang Tao had merely been an inconspicuous contender, hardly worthy of mention. At that moment, Su Xiaochuan pushed open the door and entered the private room. Upon hearing the sound, Jiang Tao turned around and instantly spotted Yi Xinya, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in his eyes as he exclaimed, "Xiaoya, I didn't expect to see you here." "Indeed, Jiang Tao, it's been a long time." Yi Xinya recognized him and wrapped her arm around Su Xiaochuan's. Noticing this gesture, Jiang Tao's gaze shifted to Su Xiaochuan, and his expression darkened immediately as he addressed Yi Xinya. "Xiaoya, I never imagined you would end up marrying him." "Well, there are many things you might not expect. Xin. Say hello to Uncle Jiang," Su Xiaochuan said, gently ruffling the hair of their daughter, Xin. Xin obediently chimed, "Hello, Uncle Jiang." As he beheld the adorable child and the harmonious trio, Jiang Tao felt a discomfort more profound than any humiliation. The elation of his recent promotion to vice president of the group dissipated slowly. Huang Miao cast a curious glance at Xie Bing, who wore an expression of resignation, choosing to remain silent. "Su Xiaochuan, it's been quite a while. I wonder where you've been flourishing lately." Jiang Tao, stung by romantic setbacks, resolved to regain his sense of superiority through his career. Sighing internally, Xie Bing foresaw Jiang Tao's intentions and anticipated the impending embarrassment that awaited him. Su Xiaochuan chuckled. "I wouldn't say flourishing. It's clear I can't compare to your success." "Well, at least you possess some self-awareness. Allow me to share that I was just promoted to vice manager of the group today." Jiang Tao smirked proudly, high-handedly producing a business card to hand over. "Considering you didn't even complete your university studies, I doubt you could secure a decent job. Our company just happens to need 2 janitors, and as old classmates, I feel compelled to extend this opportunity to you." "All right, I appreciate it." Su Xiaochuan accepted the card, displaying gratitude, although a hint of mockery flickered beneath the surface, as if he were observing a clown at a circus. Jiang Tao experienced immense psychological satisfaction, yet it was swiftly overshadowed by a surge of fury. He turned to Yi Xinya and declared, "Xiaoya, did you see this? Choosing him was truly a grave mistake. Just look at how he has turned out, a complete failure. How could he possibly be worthy of you?" He failed to comprehend that, both then and now. He surpassed Su Xiaochuan, this so-called waste. Why then, did Yi Xinya not regard him? Cough, Jiang Tao, that's enough. We're all classmates here." Xie Bing interjected with a gentle cough, wishing to spare Jiang Tao further embarrassment. "Be quiet. No one is to advise me," Jiang Tao bellowed, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Xiaochuan, mocking, "Look at me. I am now a resounding success. And what is Xie Bing? He has become his own boss. And you? Do you truly believe you deserve to share the same space as us? If it weren't for Xie Bing hosting this gathering, would you ever have the opportunity to patronize such an establishment?" After uttering these words, Jiang Tao felt a wave of exhilaration, relishing the satisfaction of striking back at Yi Xinya and Su Xiaochuan. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not belittle the youth in poverty. Yi Xinya, you once looked down upon me, did you not? Now I surpass your husband by countless measures. Do you feel a pang of regret? You once dismissed me, and now I am beyond your reach. In this moment, Jiang Tao's blood surged. He felt akin to a protagonist from a novel. basking in his achievements and flaunting his success. Xie Bing, observing the scene, could only shake his head in resignation, pondering the futility of advising a fool determined to court disaster. No amount of persuasion could sway someone hell-bent on self-destruction. Chapter 55. Unaware of the reason for the blow, as Jiang Tao's emotions flared, Su Xiaochuan chose to ignore him, leading Yixinya and Xian to their seats. This petty buffoon was not worth Su Xiaochuan's time. He was merely a distraction. Better to spend time with his cherished daughter, his own little treasure. Why the silence? Are you too ashamed to face me now? Feeling embarrassed? Are you? Su Xiaochuan, look at yourself. We truly inhabit different worlds. To Jiang Tao, Su Xiaochuan's demeanor was a clear sign of guilt, only fueling Jiang Tao's fervor and delight. Uncle, after all that talk, are you not thirsty? Perhaps you should have a sip of water. Xian tilted her head, looking adorably at Jiang Tao, pushing her cup of water towards him. With a chuckle, Yixinya and Huang Miao could not contain themselves, bursting into laughter, while Xie Bing's face flushed with suppressed mirth. Su Xiaochuan affectionately ruffled Xian's hair and remarked to Jiang Tao, "What do you think? My daughter is quite perceptive, isn't she?" You, Jiang Tao, are trembling with anger. Xian, puzzled, gazed at Yixinya with a confused expression. Mom, did Xian do something wrong? Why does that uncle look so unhappy? Yixinya found herself at a loss for words. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, Jiang Tao's phone rang, and he quickly answered, bowing and scraping. Chairman Wang, yes. I'll be right there. After hanging up, he shot Su Xiaochuan a fierce glare before storming out of the private room. Laughter erupted in the room as soon as he left. This guy must be out of his mind, Su Xiaochuan remarked. Xie Bing shook his head. It's not that he's crazy. He's just been pushed too far by you. In the first private room, Wang Lan, the chairman of Kanglin Group, occupied the seat of honor. His bandage now removed. Chairman Wang, I raise this glass to you, thanking you for your guidance over the years, Jiang Tao said respectfully, raising his drink and downing it in one gulp. At that moment, the door to the private room was pushed open, and a young man approached Wang Lan, whispering a few words in his ear. Wang Lan's expression instantly changed dramatically. Observing this, the others exchanged glances, bewildered by the sudden shift. Ahem, please continue with your meal. I have an acquaintance in the next room, and shall go greet him, Wang Lan announced. To his surprise, Su Xiaochuan was indeed next door. It was imperative he raise a toast, lest he appear ignorant of social etiquette. The others were unfazed, as such occurrences were commonplace. Yet Jiang Tao's curiosity was piqued. Next door, you say? Isn't that room too? Could it be that the acquaintance Wang is referring to is Xie Bing? He pondered. As for Su Xiaochuan, Jiang Tao had never considered him. Merely a poor lad who hadn't even completed university, he hardly seemed worthy of knowing someone of Wang Lan's stature. Thus, it must be Xie Bing, who, being a businessman himself, was plausible as a contact for Wang Lan. With this thought, he eagerly interjected, Wang Dong, to be honest. I was just in the next room. That person is my university classmate. Really? Wang Lan's eyes sparkled with interest, his gaze toward Jiang Tao softening considerably. Xiao Jiang, then you must accompany me. He had not anticipated that Jiang Tao was acquainted with Mr. Su. Evidently, his decision to promote Jiang Tao had not been misguided. Of course, Wang Dong, Jiang Tao replied, somewhat astonished, realizing the depth of Wang Dong's relationship with Xie Bing. Xie Bing was indeed a man of hidden depths. Thus, their thoughts diverged entirely as they grasped their wine glasses and approached room 2, pushing the door open to enter. Ah, Jiang Tao, Xie Bing exclaimed, surprised to see him again, rising to invite him to sit. However, before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Tao interrupted, walking over to pat Xie Bing's shoulder affectionately. Turning to Wang Lan, he said, Wang Dong, this is my old classmate Xie Bing. We were quite close during our school days. Who would have thought you two were acquainted? What a coincidence. Xie Bing. Wang Lan. The two exchanged puzzled glances, each clearly bewildered. Wang Lan quickly realized that Jiang Tao had made an error, but there was no time to explain. He hastened towards Su Xiaochuan. Seeing this unfold, Xie Bing barked at Su Xiaochuan. Su Xiaochuan, why are you still standing there, showing such lack of perception? Hurry up and give your seat to Wang Dong. Don't you see he and Xie Bing are reminiscing? Wang Lan was stupefied, staring at Jiang Tao in disbelief, as beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, mentally cursing Xie Bing's entire lineage. Damn, if Mr. Su takes offense at this, I swear I will have your skin. Wang Lan vowed fiercely in his mind. Just as he was about to speak to Su Xiaochuan to clarify, Jiang Tao pointed at Su Xiaochuan with a mocking expression and said to Wang Lan, Wang Dong, I forgot to mention, this kid is also my classmate, just a useless poor fellow. He has no right to sit with us. How dare you? Wang Lan could no longer contain his fury, fearing that if this continued, Jiang Tao would be the death of him. With a furious shout, he brought his wine glass down hard upon Jiang Tao's head. With a resounding crash, the glass shattered into countless pieces. Jiang Tao clutched his forehead, letting out a pained cry as he stumbled back a few steps, bewildered, staring at Wang Lan. Wang Dong, what is this? He truly had no idea why he had been struck. However, Wang Lan completely disregarded him, eagerly approaching Su Xiaochuan, anxiously explaining, Mr. Su, that boy is just talking nonsense. It has nothing to do with me. Even if I had 10 times the courage, I would never dare to speak to you like that. He was terrified that Su Xiaochuan might misunderstand, considering Jiang Tao was indeed his subordinate. Boom! Witnessing this scene, Jiang Tao felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Standing there in a daze, his mind a whirlwind of confusion. It dawned on him that the acquaintance Wang Lan referred to was not Xie Bing, but rather Su Xiaochuan. Yet, this revelation filled him with disbelief. How could a poor boy who never even completed university know someone as prominent as Wang Lan? Wang Dong, your vice president seems rather unstable, Su Xiaochuan remarked casually while feeding Xian. Wang Lan, as if receiving a royal decree, responded without hesitation. He must be dismissed immediately. I will instruct the HR department to terminate him at once. Wang Dong, you can't do this. How can you dismiss me based on his words? I have made contributions to the company. Jiang Tao exclaimed, his anxiety palpable. He hadn't even warmed his seat as vice president yet. Clang! It would have been better if he had remained silent, but upon speaking, he ignited Wang Lan's fury. With gritted teeth, Wang Lan lifted his foot and delivered a fierce kick, exclaiming, I'll tell you why. It's because you have shown disrespect to Mr. Su. Mr. Su is the chairman of Tianyang Group. Who do you think you are? Merely a dog I keep, and you dare to speak ill of him? The title of chairman of Tianyang Group struck Jiang Tao like a heavy hammer, leaving him utterly stunned. Chapter 56. From now on, be humble. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Jiang Tao's gaze became vacant, his mind blank as he repeatedly murmured the same phrase. How could an orphan, a poor boy who had never completed university, possibly become the chairman of Tianyang Group? He should be struggling at the very bottom of society. Looking up, this must be a lie. It has to be false. Observing Jiang Tao's near-manic state, Xie Bing and Huang Miao exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation. This was entirely self-inflicted. Get out of my sight. Tomorrow morning, go handle your resignation paperwork, and do not let me see you again. Wang Lan bellowed as he noticed Jiang Tao still rooted to the spot. Jiang Tao jolted, suddenly coming to his senses, scrambling to Su Xiaochuan's side. Xiaochuan, please listen to me. Let me explain. Spare me, I beg you. We were classmates. For the sake of our shared past, I implore you. Despite his reluctance to accept, the reality was undeniable. After graduating from university, he had worked tirelessly to reach his current position, and now, to have it all stripped away in a single night was unbearable. Do not, I implore you. As someone who has not even completed university, I lack the qualifications to be your peer, Su Xiaochuan said with a gentle and humble smile, continuing to serve Xian some food. Here, try this. It is the fish I caught today. Jiang Tao sat on the ground in a state of despair, feeling a mix of regret, anger, and resentment that swiftly morphed into hatred for Su Xiaochuan. Su Xiaochuan, he shouted, staggering to his feet and pointing an accusatory finger at him. Is it because you have a bit of money that you look down on others? I merely spoke a few sarcastic words. After all, we shared as classmates. Is this how you treat me? Do you have no conscience? With each insult, his bitterness deepened, blaming Su Xiaochuan for his own job loss. What did I do wrong? I did nothing wrong at all. He stole my beloved woman. Am I not entitled to a few sarcastic remarks? Am I not allowed to mock him? How narrow-minded of him to respond this way over a few jibes. He placed all blame upon Su Xiaochuan, feeling unjustly wronged. Classmates? Su Xiaochuan seemed to find this notion absurd, placing his chopsticks down and gazing at Zhang Tao. Having a classmate like you is the greatest humiliation. Leave. Zhang Tao's complexion shifted from pale to livid, and in a fit of defiance, he declared, "Fine, I'll leave. But remember this, Su Xiaochuan. Don't think your wealth makes you impressive. You will always be that poor boy, and I look down upon you. I disdain you." Having lost his job and returned to square one overnight, he felt he had nothing left to fear. Suddenly, Wang Lan slapped him across the face, teeth clenched, declaring, "Let me tell you, with just your words, I could ensure you spend your life on a hospital bed. Were you to insult Mr. Su?" Wang Lan stood frozen, his previous fervor dissipating, his face pale and drenched in sweat, filled with trepidation. After years at Wang Lan's company, he understood that Wang Lan was not one to be trifled with. If he spoke such threats, he would follow through. Thus, with a thud, he knelt again, clutching Su Xiaochuan's leg and weeping profusely. "Xiaochuan, I am despicable, a fool." Those words were said in anger. "I recognize my mistakes. I truly do." "What is this? You claim to disdain me?" Su Xiaochuan said nonchalantly, a hint of mockery curling at the corners of his mouth. Zhang Tao's expression shifted repeatedly, feeling both humiliated and awkward, momentarily at a loss for words. Su Xiaochuan patted his face lightly, stating, "In the future, be more discreet. There are many who surpass you. You are insignificant." Yes, you are right. I will remember this. I truly will." Zhang Tao nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at rice, gazing at Su Xiaochuan with pitiable eyes. Su Xiaochuan exhaled, looking at Zhang Tao, and said, "Promise me one thing. Do not let me see you in Jiangbei again, or I shall be reminded of this unpleasant scene. I am about to leave, departing from Jiangbei immediately." Zhang Tao, too, no longer dares to remain, fearing that Wang Lan might ruin him to appease Su Xiaochuan. "This should have been the way you spoke to me from the beginning. Now be gone, and may you have a smooth journey." Su Xiaochuan waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a dog. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tao scrambled out of the private room in haste. Wang Lan stood to the side, somewhat at a loss. He had initially come to toast Su Xiaochuan, but was taken aback by the unfolding events, now having even shattered the wine glass. "Do you have any business here?" Su Xiaochuan inquired of Wang Lan. "Huh?" Wang Lan was momentarily stunned, then shook his head vigorously. No business." "Well then, Mr. Su, I shall not disturb you any longer." With that, he nodded to Yixin and Xie Bing as a form of farewell, then slowly exited the private room, closing the door behind him. Outside the room, Wang Lan breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead, and muttered under his breath, "Damn Zhang Tao." This time, he felt severely wronged by Zhang Tao. He believed that, regardless of the circumstances, Su Xiaochuan would undoubtedly harbor discontent towards him. The longer he contemplated this, the more infuriated he became, and taking a step back only amplified his feelings of loss. Gritting his teeth, he took out his phone and dialed Wu Fei. "You know that Zhang Tao from my company, right? Have someone deal with him, give him a beating, just enough to send him to the hospital for a couple of days. Don't make it too severe." After hanging up, he took a moment to compose himself before re-entering his own private room. "Xiaochuan, I apologize. I did not expect to encounter him here. Otherwise, I would not have made this reservation," Xie Bing remarked, looking at Su Xiaochuan with an apologetic expression, taking the blame upon himself. Su Xiaochuan shook his head. "It has nothing to do with you. You are not a fortune teller. Besides, why should we avoid him? Yes, enough of that. Let us eat. Everyone, let us eat. Come, Xian, I have a gift for you." Xie Bing changed the subject, retrieving a large doll from behind him to present to Xian. "Wow, cloth doll." Xian's eyes lit up, and she excitedly embraced the doll, which was nearly her size, as young girls typically have little resistance to such things. "Don't you forget to thank Uncle." Su Xiaochuan gently ruffled Xian's hair, taking the doll from her hands and setting it aside. Xie Bing's gift was quite appropriate. Had it been something expensive, Su Xiaochuan would have refused to let Xin accept it. Thank you, uncle. Xin beamed at Xie Bing. Xie Bing laughed heartily and said to Su Xiaochuan, Xiaochuan, I truly envy you. Not only did you marry the beauty from our school, but your daughter is also so adorable. Then you two should hurry and have one of your own, Su Xiaochuan suggested, glancing at Xie Bing and Huang Miao. Huang Miao blushed slightly, while Xie Bing directly embraced her, stating to Su Xiaochuan and Yi Xinya, all right, we will notify you when the wedding happens. The atmosphere in the private room was filled with joy as Xie Bing and Huang Miao delighted in teasing Xin, with her cheerful laughter ringing out periodically. Chapter 57. A warning from the Li family, then we shall take our leave. At the entrance of Jiangbei Fish Restaurant, Xie Bing and Huang Miao bid farewell to Su Xiaochuan. Xin, say goodbye to uncle and auntie, Yi Xinya instructed, holding Xin's hand. Goodbye, uncle and auntie. Xin waved to the two. Xie Bing and Huang Miao exchanged a smile, gently patting Xin's little head. Would be, seen. With that, the two of them got into the car and departed. The car has arrived. We should also take our leave, Su Xiaochuan remarked to Yi Xinya, then bent down to lift Xin as they headed towards the vehicle parked by the roadside. At that moment, two sharply dressed men in black swiftly approached. Zhou Tian's expression darkened, and he stepped forward with 4 bodyguards to intercept them, all 4 placing their hands at their waists. The atmosphere grew tense, charged with an ominous sense of impending conflict. Take Xin and get in the car first, Su Xiaochuan instructed, handing Xin over to Yi Xinya. Sensing the hostility of the newcomers, he deemed it safer for the mother and daughter to remain inside the vehicle. Yi Xinya accepted Xin, her delicate face revealing concern. Darling, listen to me. Everything will be fine. Xiao Tian and the others are here. Su Xiaochuan reassured her with a calm smile, patting her hand. Even without Zhou Tian, these two intruders could not harm him in the slightest. Just be careful. Yi Xinya hesitated for a moment before boarding the car with Xin, realizing that her presence would only complicate matters. Once he saw the mother and daughter safely inside, Su Xiaochuan turned his attention to the 2 men in black. What brings you here? He inquired, his tone composed and unflustered, as if he could remain unaffected even in the face of calamity. On the orders of my master, we are here to deliver something to you, one of the black-clad men replied coldly, retrieving an envelope from his coat. Zhou Tian took the envelope, scrutinized it carefully, and then stepped forward to hand it to Su Xiaochuan. Su Xiaochuan held up the envelope, glancing at the 2 men. The item has been delivered. You may leave at your convenience. The 2 men exchanged a glance with Zhou Tian before turning to depart. Su Xiaochuan opened the envelope to find a photograph and a yellow-orange bullet. As he gazed at the bullet, a disdainful smile crept across his face. He casually grasped it, allowing it to disintegrate into copper powder and gunpowder, carried away by the wind. Such a threat was, in his eyes, nothing but a jest. He then examined the photograph, which depicted Li Fei, the very man he had slain. On the back of the photo was a line of text. Tomorrow morning, kneel every 3 steps, bow every 5 steps, and come to the Li family estate to meet your demise. It was evident that the Li family had traced the matter back to him, audaciously demanding that he present himself to accept his fate. Su Xiaochuan chuckled dismissively and tossed the photograph to Zhou Tian. Upon seeing it, Zhou Tian's expression changed drastically, quickly replaced by shame. I failed to handle this properly. Please punish me, boss. He had believed he had covered his tracks well, but reality struck him hard, akin to a slap across the face. Had he truly cleaned up the scene, the Li family would not have been able to link the incident to Su Xiaochuan. Do not blame yourself. I am well aware of your capabilities. There is no wall that does not let the wind through. Especially considering the Li family's formidable reputation in Jiangbei, Su Xiaochuan consoled him with a pat on Zhou Tian's shoulder before striding confidently towards the car. Boss, about that. Zhou Tian hurriedly followed, though his words remained unfinished, the implication clear. No need to worry. When soldiers come, I shall resist. When water rises, I shall build a dam. I refuse to believe that the Li family dares to kill me. However, it was unexpected that Li Fei, this useless individual, turned out to be a member of the Li family. It truly was a surprise. Su Xiaochuan's tone was nonchalant, yet it betrayed a profound sense of confidence and mockery. Confidence stemming from the Su family behind him, and mockery directed at the Li family. If the Li family truly dared to kill him, they would not resort to such flamboyant tactics. It would be a futile endeavor. The Li family of Jiangbei was indeed known to him. While they did not dominate the region, they were certainly a force to be reckoned with. However, in comparison to the Su family in the capital, they paled significantly, lacking in economic power, influence, and military strength. In Jiangbei, anyone could target Su Xiaochuan, suppress him, ostracize him, or look down upon him, yet none would dare to lay a hand on him. Should a direct descendant of the Su family perish in Jiangbei, the entire region would tremble. "Darling, are you all right?" What were those two individuals about? As Su Xiaochuan entered the car, Yi Xinyan nestled into his embrace, holding him tightly, her voice laden with concern. Su Xiaochuan caressed her silky hair, feigning a relaxed demeanor. What could possibly happen? They were merely messengers. Worry less. That's a relief. You nearly scare me to death. Yi Xinyan exhaled, though her grip tightened around him. Su Xiaochuan gently held her smooth chin, leaning closer to her ear with a teasing tone. "Did you get scared? Tonight, I shall comfort you properly. Xin is still here. You're being inappropriate." Yi Xinyan shot him an indignant glance, rising from his embrace, her previous worries dissipating like smoke. Xin, engrossed in playing with the doll gifted by Xiebing, had no time to pay attention to her whispering parents. Meanwhile, at the Li family estate, Li Zhaoxing sat in a solid wooden chair with his eyes closed, feigning sleep, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest, producing a crisp, rhythmic sound. "Sir, will Su Xiaochuan be coming tomorrow?" A cautious middle-aged man inquired from behind him. Li Zhaoxing shook his head, calmly uttering two words. "No, he won't." "Then why send a message if we know the warning is futile?" The middle-aged man was somewhat perplexed. Li Zhaoxing replied to himself, "We must maintain our stance. At the very least, it shows we have issued a warning. After all, he is one of the Su family. Are we simply letting this matter slide?" The middle-aged man expressed his dissatisfaction, recalling a time when others feared the Li family, wondering when the tables had turned. Li Zhaoxing opened his eyes, a glint of icy determination flashing within them as he spoke in a chilling tone. "Let it slide? Would that not render Feyer's death meaningless? I may not dare to kill him, but that does not mean I cannot act against him. As long as the Li family exists, he shall find no peace in Jiangbei." With that, he crushed the armrest of the chair in his right hand, splinters scattering everywhere. A martial artist seeks only to maintain their composure. Yet in the matter of Su Xiaochuan, he clearly found it difficult to achieve that tranquility, his heart ablaze with unspent fury. "Congratulations, sir, on your continued improvement in strength. The Li family shall undoubtedly gain renown throughout Jiangzhou province." The middle-aged man, glancing at the shattered wood on the ground, hastily praised him. "Improvement?" Li Zhaoxing, upon hearing these words, could not deny. "My modest advancements are hardly worth mentioning. If my family had a grandmaster, what would we fear from the Su family of the capital? The martial practitioners in the Dragon Kingdom have existed since ancient times. There were generals who could single-handedly hold back thousands, such as Bai Qi of the Warring States and El Bu of the Three Kingdoms, along with the Yuan Ba from the end of the Sui dynasty. These are all renowned martial experts etched into history. Although the martial way has seen a decline, it has persisted through the ages, with its realms being meticulously refined, body refinement, blood condensation acquired, innate, and martial grandmaster, totaling 5 realms. The realm of martial grandmaster is currently recognized as the pinnacle of martial arts. Should my family produce a grandmaster, we may not be able to sweep through the capital, but we would certainly claim a place of our own. Regrettably, this remains a mere fantasy. Our family lacks the strength to cultivate a grandmaster, and there are no promising talents among our kin. The Su family, having risen through commerce, may not rank among the foremost in martial power within the capital. Yet they're not a family with whom we can compare ourselves. The Su family possesses wealth, and wealth signifies resources, allowing them to support countless martial artists at their behest. No family of note within the capital is simple. One can never fathom the power they conceal behind closed doors. Chapter 58. Su Bingqian's intentions at 9:30 in the evening. The Su family of 3 arrived home. Daddy, I want to play with Yao Yao. I want to give her my doll. Upon exiting the vehicle, the little girl tugged at Su Xiaochuan's hand, leading him towards Su Bingqian's house. Don't you like dolls? Why give it to Yao Yao? Su Sao Jujian in Gui. The little girl, clutching a cloth doll and pouting, replied because Yao Yao gave me a doll before and in kindergarten. Only Yao Yao would play with me. They all said I was the child without a father. Su Xiaochuan felt a pang in his heart. Overwhelmed with guilt and sorrow. Daddy is back. From now on, who would dare bully my little Xin? No one bullies me anymore. They all know I have a daddy now. Xin spoke with a radiant smile, then looked up with a face full of reluctance. Daddy, please don't go to work anymore. Mommy told me you work far away. Su Xiaochuan glanced at Yixinya. He learned from Yin Xianqian that whenever Xin clamored for her father, Yixinya would soothe her with such words. Yixinya turned away, stirred by Xin's innocent words that evoked memories from the past. Wiping away a tear from the corner of her eye, she feigned nonchalance and said, You take Xin to Yao Yao's house. The wind outside is blowing in my eyes. I'll go in first. After she spoke, she fumbled for her keys, her hands trembling as she struggled to unlock the door. Didn't Daddy say that from now on, he won't to leave, but will stay home with Xin and Mommy? Come. Daddy will take you to Yao Yao's house. Su Xiaochuan took a deep breath, forcing a smile onto his face as he held Xin's hand and walked towards Su Bingqian's residence. Ding-dong, ding-dong. Standing at the doorstep, Su Xiaochuan pressed the doorbell. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing Su Bingqian's silhouette. Surprised to see Su Xiaochuan at this late hour, she exclaimed, Why are you here so late? What's wrong? Am I not welcome? Su Xiaochuan asked with a smile. With a charming smile, Su Bingqian's graceful figure subtly revealed beneath her delicate silk nightgown, her crimson lips parted slightly. What if, in the company of 2 delicate women at home, you, Director Su, were to harbor ulterior motives? Have you ever seen a father and daughter engaging in mischief? Su Xiaochuan rolled his eyes. Su Bingqian then glanced down and noticed Xin. Hello, Aunt Su. I'm here to see Yao Yao. Xin greeted in a sweet, childish voice. Su Bingqian shot a warning glance at Su Xiaochuan. Had she noticed Xin earlier, she would not have made such a jest in front of the child. Yao Yao is watching television. Come in, little one. Gently patting Xin's head, she took her hand and led her inside, leaving Su Xiaochuan outside. Shrugging, Su Xiaochuan closed the door and followed them in. Xin, wow, what a beautiful doll. Upon seeing Xin, Yao Yao, who had been lounging on the sofa in Song Zixin's arms watching cartoons, quickly slid down, her bare feet padding across the floor as she rushed to Xin. Yao Yao, this is for you. Xin smiled, extending a stuffed doll toward her, placing it directly into Yao Yao's embrace. Hangdu, Xin. Yao Yao beamed, planting a kiss on Xin's cheek. Yao Yao, remember to share with your little friend. Since Xin has given you a doll, you should share your snacks with her as well, Song Zixin advised Yao Yao. Hearing this, Yao Yao took Xin's hand and dashed to the side, rummaging through boxes to produce a plethora of various snacks. Watching the 2 little girls revel in their play, a smile involuntarily graced Su Xiaochuan's face. Mr. Su, please take a seat. Song Zixin invited Su Xiaochuan to sit on the sofa before going to brew him some tea. Director Su, shouldn't we discuss the matter we spoke of last time? As soon as Su Xiaochuan settled down, Su Bingqian, accompanied by a fragrant breeze, elegantly perched beside him. Crossing her legs, her black silk nightgown slipped slightly, revealing her fair, long legs that swayed gently, the red polish on her toenails tantalizingly alluring. Su Xiaochuan cast a glance before averting his gaze, steadfastly maintaining his composure. Director Su, why the urgency? Did I not promise to provide you with a response within 3 days? You have already urged me twice today. Director Su, you have been rather evasive on this matter. I would hope you would not refuse any further requests. A glimmer of cunning danced in Su Bingqian's eyes, her previous tactics of retreating to advance and play. Su Xiaochuan was taken aback. So, this was your intention all along? Speak freely. Just then, Song Zixin returned with the tea, and Su Bingqian reached out to take it, passing it to Su Xiaochuan. I have heard that you are currently preparing a project for a holiday resort. Director Su? Director Su, you must have a mole in our company to have received the news so swiftly, Su Xiaochuan remarked with a knowing smile, savoring a sip of tea that lingered pleasantly on his palate, confirming its quality. Su Bingqian beamed at him, turning her head to meet his gaze. Director Su, mole is a rather harsh term. I simply have a couple of acquaintances. This endeavor is not solely my initiative. I have a partner as well. I shall consult with him, Su Xiaochuan replied casually, feeling that two people were already sufficient, and adding another would complicate matters. Upon hearing this, Su Bingqian's expression darkened, and she spoke softly. Director Su, such words are rather disappointing. I do not seek to hold a significant share. I merely wish to linger in your shadow and savor the benefits. She was acutely aware that Su Xiaochuan's words were merely perfunctory, as she clearly understood the situation regarding his business partner. Given that the conversation had reached this point, it would be too unrefined to refuse. Very well. I shall sell you a portion of my shares. Su Xiaochuan felt somewhat helpless. It was difficult to counter Su Bingqian's forthrightness. After her declaration, a glimmer of joy sparkled in her eyes. In that case, thank you, Director Su. I will arrange for someone to deliver the contract to you tomorrow. As Su Xiaochuan concluded his words, he beckoned to Xin Xin. Xin Xin, come here. It's getting late, and you have kindergarten tomorrow. It's time to rest. Oh, Xin Xin, who had been happily playing with Yao Yao, was momentarily displeased by this remark and sluggishly approached Su Xiaochuan. Mr. Su, I will see you off. Song Zixin rose to accompany them, escorting Su Xiaochuan and Xin Xin to the door. Goodbye, Uncle Su. See you tomorrow, Xin Xin. Yao Yao, clutching a bag of snacks, wobbled over and stuffed it into Xin Xin's arms. Goodbye, Yao. Goodbye, On Sheng. Goodbye, On Su. Reluctantly, Xin Xin bid farewell to Yao Yao and followed Su Xiaochuan home. Oya, you were too insistent just now. Mr. Su seemed somewhat displeased, said Song Zixin as she closed the door behind them. Su Bingqian sigh, her face etched with concern and fatigue. Zixin, you know how challenging the past few years have been for me. The larger the business grows, the more formidable the challenges become. Without a solid backing, it is impossible to succeed. I wish to secure an exclusive partnership with Tianyang Shopping Mall, and I'm willing to offer a 10% cut of the net profit. This time, I've gone to great lengths to acquire a stake in his resort, all to forge a connection with him. At that moment, her face was filled with melancholy, far removed from the image of the radiant female CEO that others perceived. The greater her business flourished, the more daunting she found her circumstances as the forces targeting her grew increasingly powerful. Without support, she felt like a mere dish, susceptible to being devoured at any moment. Thus, she sought a pillar of strength, and after careful consideration, she deemed Su Xiaochuan the most suitable candidate. Qianjia, you exhibit distaste for most men, yet you seem at ease with Mr. Su. Why not marry him? It would certainly simplify matters, murmured Song Zixin playfully. Su Bingqian chuckled teasingly, rising to lift Song Zixin's chin, exhaling softly. What is this? Are you feeling a tinge of jealousy, my little darling? Chapter 59. Then tell me if I resemble him. On Friday, at 9 in the morning, two sleek black Mercedes pulled up at the entrance of Tianyang Group. Shortly after, two individuals emerged from the vehicles, adjusting their collars before striding confidently into the corporate edifice. If Su Xiaochuan were present, he would undoubtedly recognize them as the father and son who had caught fish for him at Xiaoliangshan Lake the previous afternoon. Hello, I am Xin Xiao, and I wish to meet with your company's chairman, the middle-aged man at the reception desk stated, presenting his business card to the receptionist. The receptionist glanced at the business card and smiled slightly, saying, Mr. Shun, please hold on for a moment. After speaking, she picked up the phone and called the chairman's secretary's office. Hello, Secretary Liu. Mr. Shun from Jiangnan Yinshao Real Estate wishes to meet with Chairman Su. Yes, understood. After hanging up, Liu Xiaoyu proceeded to report this matter to Su Xiaochuan in his office. Why would someone from Jiangnan come to see me in Jiangbei? Su Xiaochuan expressed surprise upon hearing the news and then turned to Liu Xiaoyu. What background does this Yinshao Real Estate have? Chairman Su, Yinshao Real Estate is a new company established less than 3 years ago. yet it holds considerable fame in Jiangnan and possesses significant economic strength, having acquired numerous plots of land. Since becoming Su Shaochuan's secretary, Lu Xiaoyu had diligently studied various relevant knowledge and business information, and it finally proved useful. Otherwise, if the boss asked a question and she merely stared blankly, it would be perilous. Su Shaochuan nodded thoughtfully and casually typed Jiangnan Yinshao real estate into his computer, only to be met with an array of tabloid news about the heir of Yinshao real estate. Is it him? Quite intriguing. Observing the photos circulating online, Su Shaochuan wore a playful smile. Indeed, life is full of unexpected encounters. He found himself curious about the expression on the other party's face upon recognizing him, and, with a mischievous inclination, said to Lu Xiaoyu, "Please let him in." "Yes, Chairman Su," Lu Xiaoyu replied, bowing slightly before turning to leave. Su Shaochuan's gaze lingered on Lu Xiaoyu's graceful figure beneath her fitted black skirt, stirring a sense of distraction within him. It was not that he was lecherous, but rather a sudden thought crossed his mind. When a secretary is work, it's all good, but when there's nothing, it's a different story. No wonder the wives of those in power may not be particularly striking, yet their secretaries are invariably charming young women. Upon returning to her office, Lu Xiaoyu called the front desk. After receiving confirmation, the receptionist informed Shun Xiao, "Mr. Shun, our chairman Su has agreed to meet with you. You may take the elevator directly to the top floor." "Thank you." Shun Xiao nodded, leading his son, Shun Jun, into the elevator. "Dad, do you think the chairman of Tianyang Group will help us investigate that kid from yesterday?" Recalling the events of the previous day, Shun Jun gritted his teeth. His eyes filled with deep resentment. Shun Zhao's expression darkened as well. After all, it was the first time he and his son had faced such humiliation. Coldly, he replied, "Even if the business deal falls through, I believe he would still be willing to befriend us. It shouldn't be too difficult to ask for his assistance in investigating an individual. I must make that kid's life a living hell, have him grovel at my feet." Shen Jun's fists clenched unconsciously, veins bulging on his forearms. "Rest assured, he won't escape. Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I will unearth him and make him pay." With that, Shun Xiao took a deep breath, regaining his composure. As the elevator doors opened, Shun Xiao reminded, "Be respectful. Tianyang Group is renowned throughout Jiangzhou province, and we cannot compare to Yinshao real estate." "Dad, I understand the gravity of the situation." Shun Jun nodded, acknowledging his self-awareness. "Greetings, Mr. Shun. Mr. Su is awaiting you in his office. Please follow me." Lu Xiaoyu had been waiting outside and quickly approached as the two emerged from the elevator. "Thank you for your assistance." Shen Xiao wore a warm smile as he followed Lu Xiaoyu towards Su Shaochuan's office. "Knock, knock, knock. Enter." Upon receiving Su Shaochuan's command, Lu Xiaoyu pushed the door open, ushering in Shun Xiao and his father. The duo exchanged a glance, both feeling an inexplicable familiarity with the voice, though they could not recall its source at that moment. With curiosity, they followed Lu Xiaoyu into the office. Once inside, they immediately spotted a figure standing with his back to them. The individual stood by the window, hands clasped behind his back, his tall stature obscuring his face, though they surmised he was likely not very old. "Xiao Lu, you may leave," Su Shaochuan instructed. Lu Xiaoyu complied and closed the office door behind him. Gazing at Su Shaochuan's silhouette, Shun Xiao spoke in a deep tone. "Mr. Su, I am Shun Xiao, the head of Jiangnan Yinshao Real Estate. I apologize for my audacity in visiting unannounced, and I hope for your understanding." Although the man's back suggested a degree of disdain, Shun Xiao refrained from showing any displeasure. After all, Su Shaochuan indeed possessed the stature to look down upon him. "Mr. Shun, you are being overly polite. Might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" Su Shaochuan's curiosity was piqued regarding why the father and son sought him out. "Mr. Su, my intention in coming to Jiangbei is to discuss a business deal with you. However, prior to that, I have an unusual request." Shen Xiao initially aimed to delve straight into business, but Su Shaochuan's haughty demeanor quelled his resolve. He believed that enlisting the man's assistance in locating someone would yield a higher probability of success than merely discussing business. If Su agreed to help him, it would establish a rapport making subsequent business discussions considerably easier. Go on, Su Xiaochuan replied, gazing down at the bustling pedestrians below, his back still turned. Taking a deep breath, Shun Zhao's eyes reflected a chilling determination. I seek Mr. Su's assistance in locating an individual with whom I share an irreconcilable enmity. I must ensure he meets a gruesome fate. Oh, what does he look like? Su Xiaochuan's eyes glimmered with amusement. The notion of seeking oneself was indeed intriguing. Shun Xiao pondered for a moment, furrowing his brow as he hesitated. To be honest, Mr. Su, I cannot provide a precise description at this moment. He is merely a young man, and he drives a black Maybach. Before he could finish his thought, Su Xiaochuan interrupted, turning to look at Shun Xiao and his father with a teasing expression. Then tell me, does he resemble me? Boom! As the realization of Su Xiaochuan's identity struck them, the expressions on Shun Xiao and his father's faces froze, their minds blank. It's you. Shun Xiao finally reacted, forcing the words through gritted teeth, his face a mask of disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the very Su Xiaochuan, whom he had vowed to annihilate, was the chairman of Tianyang Group. The absurdity of seeking his help to find himself was nothing short of a grand farce. Mr. Shun, I shall assist you with this favor, and the person you seek is right before you. What would you like to do? Su Xiaochuan wore a smile that was neither fully genuine nor entirely mocking. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly remarked with utmost seriousness, by the way, that fish was quite delectable, leaving a lingering taste. I must extend my gratitude to Director Shun and young Master Shun for that. Upon hearing these words, Shun Xiao and his son experienced a tumultuous shift in color. Their hearts entwined with fury and humiliation, wishing fervently to consume Su Xiaochuan alive, yet they were compelled to endure. Chapter 60. The barking of the incompetent dog let us depart. Shun Xiao gritted his teeth and uttered, leading Shun Jun as they prepared to exit. Remaining any longer would only serve to invite further humiliation. It was far better to leave swiftly. Do you both take me for a mere marketplace, where you may come and go as you please? Such disregard for my presence is rather unbecoming. Su Xiaochuan's nonchalant voice drifted into their ears as they had barely taken 2 steps. Both men froze momentarily, and Shun Xiao, seething with rage, turned to glare at Su Xiaochuan. What do you intend to do, Su? Nothing of consequence. Entering here was easy, but should you wish to leave, do so with a roll, Su Xiaochuan replied calmly, yet his words bore an undeniable weight. How dare you? Shun Jun, being the younger of the two, could hardly contain his temper. Su, do you truly wish to force us into a dire confrontation? Force you into a confrontation? Su Xiaochuan appeared to find humor in the notion, the corners of his mouth curling into a sardonic smile. Do you truly believe yourselves worthy of such a fate? At this point, even Shun Xiao could no longer restrain himself, his eyes blazing with fury. Director Su, I acknowledge that Tianyang Group possesses considerable power, but do not overstep your boundaries. Remember, a single individual's wrath can result in bloodshed, and in this office, you stand alone. Indeed, Su, no matter how formidable you may be, you possess merely one life. Now, you are the only one here, so I advise you to tread carefully with your words. Shun Jun echoed, emboldened by his father's assertion. United, they felt a flicker of confidence. After all, Su Xiaochuan was but a solitary figure against their two. Threaten me? I, Su Xiaochuan, have never bowed to threats in my lifetime. Su Xiaochuan's voice was icy, his gaze piercing as it swept across the Shun duo. If you possess the courage, take action. To think that these two imbeciles dared to threaten him was nothing short of absurd. Su, if you seek death, I shall gladly teach you a lesson today. Fueled by youthful arrogance and a pre-existing ire towards Su Xiaochuan, Shun Jun could no longer contain his rage. With a furious shout, he charged forward. Despite his youth, he was drained by indulgence and lacked martial training. Thus, his seemingly fierce punch was riddled with openings in Su Xiaochuan's eyes. Su Xiaochuan regarded him with disdain. Effortlessly evading the oncoming fist, he retaliated with a swift kick. Bang! Thud! Shun Jun's body was sent flying as if struck by a vehicle, crashing violently to the ground, blood spewing forth from his mouth. The floor beneath him shattered like fragile glass. Xiu Yun, Shun Xiao exclaimed, rushing forward in a flurry to assist his son. Xiu Yun, are you all right? Xiao Jun enough, he will not perish. Su Xiaochuan casually uttered a remark, having already shown restraint. Otherwise, he could have easily dispatched the worthless Shun Jun with a mere kick. Upon hearing this, Shun Xiao felt a surge of anger, glaring fiercely at Su Xiaochuan. Su, you have gone too far. To which Su Xiaochuan responded with a derisive smile, dismissively waving his hand as if swatting away a fly. Take your trash and get out. He paid no heed to Shun Zhao's words, knowing that it is the inept who resort to bluster. Su Xiaochuan preferred to impart lessons through tangible actions. All right, fine. Shun Xiao repeated the word thrice, the last exclamation nearly a roar, as he helped the bloodied Shun Jun away. Su Xiaochuan picked up the telephone on his desk and dialed. Xiaolu, send someone in to clean up and replace the broken tile. Meanwhile, Shun Xiao had already assisted Shun Jun out of the Tianyang Group building. Boss, the bodyguards waiting downstairs rushed up in haste. We need to take young master to the hospital. Shun Xiao arranged for 2 bodyguards to escort Shun Jun to the hospital while he, accompanied by 2 guards, drove towards the outskirts of the city, heading in the direction of the Leaf family manor. Inside the car, Shun Zhao's expression was as dark as a thundercloud. His eyes filled with a venomous rage. Su Xiaochuan, I will make you pay dearly. Shun Jun was his only son, whom he cherished deeply. Otherwise, he would not have brought him along on business in Jiangbei. Yet, after enduring humiliation together yesterday, and his son suffering severe injuries today, how could he endure such indignities? On the street, 2 women drew the attention of passers-by, creating a striking scene. Sister, where's that shop you liked? My feet are killing me. I should have driven. Yin Xianxian complained to Yi Xinya, feeling as if her soles were ablaze after walking such a long distance. Today, she had reverted to her previous simple attire, a loose white short-sleeve shirt and light blue denim shorts, her long, fair legs appearing even more delicate and smooth under the sun's rays. You simply don't exercise enough. What's wrong with walking more instead of always driving? Besides, I'm in high heels while you're in flats, Yi Xinya remarked, shaking her head in mild exasperation at Yin Xianxian's pampered demeanor. Yi Xinya, adorned in a flowing aqua blue chiffon dress, appeared tall and elegant, exuding an air of grace and charm with every movement. Yin Xianxian pouted. Who asked you to wear high heels? How much longer do we have to walk? I really don't want it anymore. All right, stop complaining. Wei Ve arrived. Yi Xinya pointed toward the coffee shop that had ceased operations not far ahead. Yin Xianxian tugged at Yi Xinya's hand as they approached the CAF. You're going to transform this place into a Western restaurant? I've been to this CAF before. It is quite a spacious area. Let us go. I called ahead, and the owner is waiting inside, Yi Xinya said, leading Yin Xianxian through the door. As they entered, both women were momentarily taken aback. A youth with a head of vibrantly dyed hair sat boldly in a chair, flanked by 2 thuggish figures with their arms crossed. On the ground lay a middle-aged man, his face smeared with blood as the 2 thugs relentlessly pounded him. The moment Yi Xinya and Yin Xianxian entered, the assailants halted their brutal assault. For an instant, the atmosphere became eerily still. My apologies. We seem to have taken a wrong turn. Yin Xianxian, ever the quick-witted one, was the first to react, pulling Yi Xinya along in an attempt to leave. Money. They have money. That woman wants to buy my shop. If they purchase it, I will have the funds to repay you. The bloodied, middle-aged man shrieked in desperation, pointing at Yi Xinya as if she were his last hope. Upon hearing this, Yin Xianxian's expression shifted dramatically as she realized the gravity of the situation. Just as she feared, the rainbow-haired youth commanded, "Stop them." And the 2 thugs swiftly moved to block Yi Xinya and Yin Xianxian's escape. What do you intend to do? Both women, their faces pale with fright, exclaimed, Fear not, lovely ladies. We pride ourselves on our professionalism. We seek only monetary compensation, not carnal favors. As long as you purchase his shop and provide him with a means to repay us, we shall not create any difficulties for you, the rainbow-haired youth remarked calmly, though his gaze lingered hungrily upon them. It was clear that while he feigned disinterest in the latter, he valued wealth above all. Yin Xianxian turned to Yi Xinya, who bit her lip and nodded decisively. Very well, I came here to sign a contract for 3,500,000. Once the contract is signed, I will provide him the money. She had intended to buy the shop, and now, in her desire to extricate herself from this predicament, she would not refuse this demand. Not enough. The rainbow-haired youth shook his head, placing a foot upon the middle-aged man. This scoundrel owes us 5 million. What do you propose then? Yin Qianqian mustered her courage to inquire. With a lecherous gaze sweeping over her curves, the rainbow-haired youth suggested, how about you simply pay 5 million to purchase his shop? That way he can repay us. What kind of twisted logic is that? He owes you money. Why should we pay it? Ye Vigna retorted angrily. Realizing they were being extorted for 150,000, akin to outright robbery. The youth scoffed derisively, revealing his true nature as he stroked his chin. If you choose not to pay, then we shall have to settle the debt in other ways. Laughter erupted among the thugs. Boss, these two girls are stunning. The moment they walked in, I wanted to savor them. Indeed, boss, I would forego payment just to spend a few nights with them. The four thugs laughed heartily, their eyes blazing with desire as they fixated on Yin Qianqian and Yi Xinya, as though they were prey amidst a den of wolves. The two women, feeling the weight of their hungry stares, were engulfed by fear and trepidation. Yi Xinya took a deep breath, tugged at Yin Qianqian's sleeve to signal her to remain calm, and mustered her courage to face the young man with rainbow-colored hair. I have brought the originally agreed sum of 3,500,000 today. If you allow us to leave, we will gather the remaining 1,500,000 for you. Do you think I'm a fool? If I let you go, where would I find you? The young man with rainbow hair replied without hesitation, contemplating for a moment before adding, just call here and have someone bring the money. Put it on speaker. Don't even think about trying any tricks. All right. Yi Xinya feigned reluctance, but internally she felt a wave of relief. She took out her phone and dialed Su Xiaochuan. Soon, the call connected. Hello, my dear. Hearing Su Xiaochuan's gentle voice brought her an inexplicable sense of solace. She glanced at the young man with rainbow hair and softly said, Darling, do you remember the storefront I mentioned? We were supposed to sign the contract today, but unexpectedly, we've encountered a competitor, and the price has soared from 3,500,000 to 5 million. We still need 1,500,000. Could you please send it over? After providing the address, Yi Xinya ended the call and turned to the young man, saying, My husband will be sending the money over shortly. Consider yourself wise. You didn't try to pull any tricks. The young man with rainbow hair nodded. Although he was quite tempted to indulge in the beauty before him, he valued the money far more. Moreover, that money did not belong to him, but to his boss, and he needed to recover it entirely. Tianyang Group, chairman's office. After hanging up, Su Xiaochuan's expression darkened ominously, his fingers gripping the phone turning pale. He realized something must have gone awry for Yi Xinya. What kind of business could escalate so dramatically from 3,500,000 to 5 million? And the fact that she had asked him to deliver it personally was a clear indication of urgency. Taking a deep breath, Su Xiaochuan called Chao Zhang. Mr. Su. The voice on the other end soon filled with excitement and deference. Are you recovered? Su Xiaochuan in Guit. Mr. Su, I am at your service. This minor injury is of no consequence. Chao Zhang quickly responded. He understood that Su Xiaochuan would not waste time calling him unless there was something important to discuss. Find a few capable individuals and head to the Summer CAF on Jiangxia Road. Do not rush inside. Wait for my call. Su Xiaochuan spoke in a calm, expressionless tone, aware that some matters were not suitable for his usual personnel, yet they had to be addressed. Understood, Mr. Su, Chao Zhang replied with a steady demeanor. He wisely refrained from asking why, knowing it sufficed to simply follow instructions. After ending the call, Su Xiaochuan strode purposefully out of the office. Meanwhile, at the Summer CAF, I say, beautiful, it's been quite some time, and where is that money? Your husband seems unreliable. Perhaps you should consider finding another one. The young man with rainbow hair began to provoke Yi Xinya with jest. Yi Xinya's face turned ashen with anger, but she knew she could not afford to provoke him further, so she remained silent. Just then, the CAF door swung open, and Su Xiaochuan entered alongside Zhou Tian. Husband, brother-in-law. Upon encountering Su Xiaochuan, Yi Xinya, and Yin Qianqian, a profound sense of solace washed over them, prompting them to simultaneously leap into his embrace. As Su Xiaochuan felt the warmth and softness in his arms, he momentarily froze before gently enveloping the two women, murmuring reassurances. Everything will be all right. Witnessing this scene, the five youths with rainbow-colored hair were engulfed in envy and resentment, akin to having bitten into a sour lemon. Enough of the affectionate display. Let us first discuss the financial matters at hand. One of them interjected, interrupting the tender moment shared by the two women. In Qianqian, upon hearing this, sprang from Su Xiaochuan's arms, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. After all, he was her sister's partner, and her embrace had seemed rather inappropriate. Su Xiaochuan turned to the youth with rainbow hair and said, "I have the money. Let us sign the contract for this establishment first." Agreed. The youth replied without a hint of hesitation, as it was not his establishment at stake. He kicked the middle-aged man on the ground. "Get up, you deaf fool," and signed the contract. The middle-aged man jolted awake, unsteadily rising to his feet. Once Yi Xinya produced the contract, he shakily inscribed his name. "All done. Now hand over the money, as this individual owes us," the rainbow-haired youth eagerly demanded. "Darling, do not give it to them. This establishment is only worth 3.5 million. They are attempting to extort us," Yi Xinya exclaimed anxiously, glaring at the youth with indignation. In Qianqian nodded in agreement. "Yes, brother-in-law, do not yield to them." Thinking of backing out? The rainbow-haired youth's expression darkened, signaling his four henchmen to encircle Su Xiaochuan. Su Xiaochuan smiled calmly and turned to Zhou Tian, saying, "Please escort the ladies to the car. I wish to have a word with these gentlemen." "Understood," Zhou Tian replied. Gesturing to Yi Xinya and In Qianqian, "Ladies, please." Though both were apprehensive, they obediently followed Zhou Tian out of the CAF. Chapter 62. No need for apologies, kid. You can't possibly be considering defaulting on your debt. The rainbow-haired youth sneered at Su Xiaochuan, signaling his lackeys. The four thugs surrounded him, their gazes menacing. Su Xiaochuan, maintaining his composure, pulled out a chair and sat across from the youth, crossing his legs as he inquired, "What should I call you?" As he spoke, Su Xiaochuan retrieved a cigar from his pocket and lit it, casually tossing another one to the rainbow-haired youth like a dog owner offering a treat. The cigar landed before the youth, igniting a blaze of fury within him as he glared at Su Xiaochuan. "You're courting death." The act of discarding the cigar before him was a blatant insult, leaving him acutely aware of his humiliation. The four thugs drew knives from behind, their expressions cold and predatory as they fixated on Su Xiaochuan. "Do not mistake my actions for humiliation." Su Xiaochuan flicked the cigar in his hand, exhaling a cloud of smoke towards the rainbow-haired youth. "Few are worthy of smoking my cigars. Should you desire to partake, you must stoop to retrieve it, fair and square." The young man with the rainbow-colored hair slammed his palm on the table, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Xiaochuan, unleashing a torrent of invective. "Do you have any idea who I am working for? Hand over the money immediately. If you dare to shortchange me by even a dime, I swear I will end you." Su Xiaochuan maintained a calm demeanor, yet it was precisely this nonchalance that indicated his disdain. Such contempt stoked a deeper fury within him than mere insults. "I'm not in need of your paltry sum, but you have crossed the line by threatening my wife and making lewd remarks toward her. You have erred, do you comprehend?" Su Xiaochuan spoke to the rainbow-haired youth with an air of indifference, his words measured and deliberate, yet they carried an undeniable weight. "All right, I admit my mistake, but what will you do about it? Do you think you can intimidate me? I could easily end your life right now and then proceed to bed your wife and sister-in-law." The rainbow-haired youth looked down upon Su Xiaochuan, shouting in a fit of rage, his face twitching with fury. After his outburst, he felt a sense of relief, sneering as he pointed to the floor. "Kneel down and crawl over to lick my shoes, and I might let you go. What say you?" His desire for mere monetary gain had transformed into a thirst for humiliation, wishing to see Su Xiaochuan grovel before him. At that moment, the CAF door was abruptly kicked open, and two young men clad in sneakers and baseball caps strode in. "What do you want? Get out of here now." The rainbow-haired youth, already irate, glared at the newcomers with venomous disdain. Without uttering a word, the two young men turned back to shut the door and drew guns, pressing them against the temple of the rainbow-haired youth. "Big brother, At this shocking sight, the four small-time thugs were struck with terror, their knives clattering to the ground. Brothers, is this about money or business? The rainbow-haired youth's complexion drained of color, beads of sweat forming on his brow, his lips trembling as he spoke. Su Xiaochuan rose from his chair, gently patting the rainbow-haired youth's face with the hand that held his cigar. What you seek is neither money nor business. What you require is an apology to my wife. However, you need not apologize now. It was only at this moment that the rainbow-haired youth realized that these two armed men were indeed Su Xiaochuan's associates. With a thud, his legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, repeatedly bowing his head before Su Xiaochuan. Big brother, no, esteemed sir, I was wrong, truly wrong. Please, spare me, I beg you. Su Xiaochuan remained unperturbed, producing a bank card and tossing it before him. There are 5 million inside. The password is the last 6 digits of the card number. Take it. No, I cannot accept this, I cannot. Please, spare me. The rainbow-haired youth shook his head vigorously, knowing that even 100 lives would not suffice to embolden him to take the card. Su Xiaochuan flicked his cigar and smiled slightly. No, this money rightfully belongs to you. I am known for my mercy. I will not withhold what is yours. Upon finishing his statement, Su Xiaochuan extinguished his cigar against the face of the rainbow-haired youth and turned to exit the CF. Please, sir, don't go. I beg you. The youth with the rainbow hair cried out in desperation, his heart torn apart as he watched Su Xiaochuan's retreating figure. If you know you deserve to die, then embrace your fate, Su Xiaochuan coldly retorted, striding out of the CAF without a backward glance. Boss, Zhou Tian bent down to open the car door upon Su's exit. Brother-in-law, you didn't actually give him the money, did you? That was extortion. As soon as she got into the car, Yin Qianqian began to complain. It's nothing. A loss can avert disaster. That amount is inconsequential to me, Su Xiaochuan replied with a faint smile, deciding that the more gruesome details were best kept from the women. Yin Qianqian, shaking her fist in indignation, huffed, Fine, it's your money. I won't worry about it anymore. Meanwhile, Yixinyan maintained a gentle smile, remaining silent, for she held no objections to Su Xiaochuan's methods. In her heart, he was the head of the family, and she would support any decisions he made. Xiao Tian, drive us home, he instructed. Meanwhile, inside the CAF, the youth with the rainbow hair pleaded with 2 young men in baseball caps. Please, I've given you the money. I just want to make a call to that gentleman. You needn't bother. Mr. Su is quite busy and has no time for you. One of the baseball cap youths replied. Mr. Su is merciful. He has spared you a life. That money is for you to purchase a wheelchair. With that, the baseball cap youth aimed his gun at the rainbow-haired youth's right knee. Bang, bang, bang. After several shots rang out, the 2 youths in baseball caps exited the CAF as if nothing had happened. Inside, the 5 members of the rainbow-haired youth group writhed in agony on the floor, clutching their bleeding knees. The bloodied, middle-aged man, frozen in fear, trembled as he reached for his phone to call the police. What are you doing? Put that phone down. If you dare call the cops, I'll kill your entire family. The rainbow-haired youth growled through gritted teeth, his gaze icy as he stared at the middle-aged man. They were all aware of their own dirty dealings. Being beaten to a pulp or even killed would deter them from reporting to the authorities. Terrified, the middle-aged man dropped his phone to the ground, curling up in silence. The rainbow-haired youth inhaled deeply and dialed a number. Boss, the money has been received. But we've been crippled. Yes, I will wait here. Chapter 63. The Arrogant Woman at the Li Family Manor. Mr. Li. Do you remember me? I am Shen Xiao. Limiting Yi Ongnan. Shen Xiao respectfully inquired as he faced Li Zhaosheng. Ah, the second from a Shun family in Jiangnan. Naturally, I remember. What brings you to Jiangbei? Li Zhaosheng asked, curiosity piqued, unsure of Shun Zhao's intentions. Suddenly, Shen Xiao slid off the sofa and knelt before Li Zhaosheng, bowing his head deeply. Li Zhaosheng's expression shifted, and he rose abruptly from the couch. Brother Shun, what is the meaning of this? Please rise. I implore you, Mr. Li, to take my side. I, Shen Xiao, am willing to serve you for life, Shun Xiao declared, having resolved to go to great lengths for the sake of avenging his son. He and Li Chaosheng had only met briefly when they were in Jiangnan City, yet he was acutely aware of the Li family's deep-rooted influence in Jiangbei. The power of the Shun family lay solely in Jiangnan. leaving them impotent in Jiangbei, especially since their modest resources paled in comparison to those of the Tianyang group. If he sought vengeance, he had no choice but to turn to Li Chaosheng for assistance. Li Chaosheng's eyes flickered momentarily, and with a sigh, he offered his hand to help Shun Xiao to his feet. "Brother Shun, why go through such hardship? Please rise. Let us discuss this matter at our leisure." No one would refuse the expansion of their influence, and if Shun Xiao was willing to serve him, Li Chaosheng welcomed the opportunity. Standing up, Shun Xiao gritted his teeth and recounted the events. After listening, Li Chaosheng chuckled coldly. That Su Xiaochuan is indeed exceedingly arrogant. He is not worth mourning. "Mr. Li, has Su Xiaochuan wronged you as well?" Shun Xiao inquired incredulously, unaware of Su Xiaochuan's background. Otherwise, his shock would have been tempered. After all, given the Su family's prominent standing, it would not be surprising for Su Xiaochuan to cause trouble in Jiangbei. Realizing he had revealed too much, Li Chaosheng inhaled deeply and shook his head. "Not at all. I'm simply outraged by your misfortune, Brother Shun. Rest assured, I shall assist you with this matter." He could not reveal his own grievances with Su Xiaochuan. Instead, he aimed to make Shun Xiao believe that his actions were solely for Shun Xiao's benefit. Only then could he garner maximum gratitude from Shun Xiao. He did not dare to kill Su Xiaochuan, but that did not mean he would shy away from creating difficulties for him. "Thank you, Mr. Li. As long as you help me vent this anger, I, Shun Xiao, will follow you loyally." With Li Chaosheng's agreement, Shun Xiao finally felt a sense of relief. After sending Shun Xiao away, Li Chaosheng pondered for a moment before pulling out his phone and dialing a number. "Xiaolin, do you have time now? Come see me." Approximately half an hour later, a young man in his 20s, resembling Chun and to some degree, entered. "Uncle Li, you called for me?" Chun Xiaolin greeted with an ingratiating smile as he took a seat across from Li Chaosheng. "Xiaolin, I need you to assist me with a task. You are aware of Su Xiaochuan from the Tianyang group, correct? He has been preoccupied with building a resort in Xiaoliangshan. I want you to give him some trouble." Though Li Chaosheng phrased his request as a favor, his tone carried an undercurrent of command. "Su Xiaojujiang." Upon hearing the name, Chun Xiaolin's expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth. "Uncle Li, even if you didn't ask for my help, I would not spare that scoundrel." "Oh, what happened?" Li Chaosheng was taken aback. Su Xiaochuan had only recently arrived in Jiangbei, yet he seemed to have made enemies everywhere. "Shen Shulin explained, Uncle Li. The people I sent to collect debts were met with violence. One of them had a leg broken by his men. How could I possibly let this go? You do realize his background, right? Even your second brother, Chunin, has bowed to him," Li Chaosheng remarked casually. Chun Xiaolin's anger only intensified at this comment, and he retorted coldly, "Uncle Li, my second brother has always been weak. He fears Su Xiaochuan, but I do not. Moreover, no matter how prominent the Su family is in the capital, once they arrive in Jiangbei, he is merely a dragon coiled in the grass or a tiger forced to lie low." "Excellent," Li Chaosheng shouted, then patted Chun Xiaolin on the shoulder, saying, "Xiaolin, I truly admire your tenacity. Rest assured, I will certainly support you in becoming the head of the Chun family. Uncle Li, I will not let you down." Chun Xiaolin replied, his excitement barely contained. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he added, "Then I shall take my leave." "Go ahead," Li Chaosheng waved his hand, watching Chun Xiaolin's retreating figure with a glimmer of derision in his eyes. What a foolish, presumptuous imbecile. If the Chun family were to fall into the hands of someone like you, bankruptcy would be imminent. Yet, it is precisely your foolishness that allows me to exploit you so willingly. With such a fool as my tool, when the time comes for Su Xiaochuan to settle scores, the blame will not land upon me. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the entrance of the Jiangbei Grand Hotel was bustling with luxury cars, and the arriving guests were all elegantly dressed and of considerable wealth. A black Maybach pulled up a short distance from the entrance, and Su Xiaochuan disembarked alone. Entry into such a venue required an invitation, and Su Xiaochuan possessed but a single invitation, leaving his bodyguards, Zhou Tian and the others, outside. Furthermore, his vehicle always needed to be monitored as it underwent daily inspections, even though it was bulletproof. One could never be too cautious of those with malicious intent who might hide explosives beneath the car. Adjusting his collar, Su Xiaochuan strode calmly toward the hotel entrance. With his handsome visage and upright posture, coupled with an innate confidence that radiated from him, he drew the attention of many. Liao Yao, entangled in conversation and unable to extricate herself, noticed Su Xiaochuan and was struck with a sudden idea. "He is my boyfriend," she declared as she quickly approached and linked her arm through his, addressing Zhao Song, who stood across from them. "Yao Yao, is this guy really your boyfriend?" Zhao Song asked, skepticism etched on his face as he pointed at Su Xiaochuan. "This gentleman may be mistaken. I do not know her," Su Xiaochuan replied coolly, detaching Liao Yao's hand from his arm and continuing toward the hotel entrance. He was not the type to be halted by any woman, and even if he were, not just any woman would catch his eye. Moreover, he despised being a mere shield for others, and even more so, being manipulated. Liao Yao stood dumbfounded, her mind blank, unable to comprehend that someone had dared to reject her. Once she regained her senses, anger surged within her, and she shouted at Su Xiaochuan, "Stop right there!" Su Xiaochuan, however, paid her no heed, continuing on his path, indifferent to her presence. Infuriated by his blatant disregard, Liao Yao hastily stepped in front of him, hurling insults. "You ungrateful wretch! I extended a hand to you out of respect. Who do you think you are to refuse me?" As her words hung in the air, her fury mounted, and she raised her hand to slap Su Xiaochuan. Smack! Yet, Su Xiaochuan was quicker. As her hand lifted, his slap had already landed on her face. Chapter 64. The Redemption of the Foolish Admirer You. "You dare to strike me?" Feeling the stinging pain on her face, Liao Yao covered her cheeks, staring incredulously at Su Xiaochuan. How dare this scoundrel, this despicable wretch, strike her? How could he? He had already struck her. Yet he still questioned her courage. Was that not laughable? She ought to learn a lesson and not take herself too seriously. Su Xiaochuan casually tossed a remark over his shoulder before turning to leave. Liao Yao's face flushed with anger, alternating between shades of green and white. Her eyes filled with venom as she yelled at the bewildered Zhao Song beside her. "Zhao Song, you worthless fool. You profess to love me, yet this is how you demonstrate it? Why do you just stand there when I'm being attacked?" Slap! Before her words could fully settle, another resounding slap echoed against her face. This time, however, the hand that struck her was not Su Xiaochuan's, but that of Zhao Song, the ever-obedient sycophant. "You, how dare you hit me?" Liao Yao gazed at Zhao Song, her expression blank, as if meeting him for the first time. This revelation was even more shocking than being struck by Su Xiaochuan. Zhao Song had always been subservient to her, like a fly buzzing around her. Yet now, this detestable sycophant had the audacity to raise his hand against her, plunging her into disbelief. "You filthy wretch! You dare speak disrespectfully to Mr. Su? You're courting death!" Zhao Song shouted furiously, transforming from a meek follower into a fierce adversary. Liao Yao, her eyes blazing with rage, shakily pointed at Zhao Song. "Let me make this clear. Even if I remain unmarried for life, I will never look at you. Get lost." Zhao Song retorted angrily, disdain evident in a sneer. "When I esteemed you, you were a goddess. Now that I disdain you, you are nothing." With that, he hurriedly approached Su Xiaochuan, bowing deeply. "Mr. Su, please understand that I have no connection with this woman. Do not misunderstand." His previous longing to curry favor with Liao Yao had now transformed into an urgent desire to distance himself from her. Though Liao Yao had a notable background, she paled in comparison to Su Xiaochuan, and he was well aware of the distinction. "You know me? Su Xiaochuan in Guit, a Ving Zhao Song." Zhao Song wore a fawning smile. "Mr. Su, you are a busy man and may not remember me, but I certainly remember you. We crossed paths at the Caesar Club. Is it you?" Su Xiaochuan recalled the evening at the Caesar Club, recognizing that Zhao Song was associated with Wang Li. Zhao Song, sensing the shift in Su Xiaochuan's demeanor, quickly added, "Mr. Su, I assure you, I have severed all ties with that scoundrel Wang Li." "You bastard, Zhao Song," Liao Yao scolded, now realizing that Su Xiaochuan was no ordinary individual. Otherwise, Zhao Song would not be behaving this way. Yet, she paid little mind to it. She was acquainted with the prominent figures in Jiangbei, and Su Xiaochuan was not among them. "Yao Yao, what is going on?" At that moment, a calm male voice resonated through the crowd. Everyone instinctively turned towards the source of the sound. A well-dressed young man approached, his arm draped around the shoulders of a tall, graceful woman. Upon seeing this individual, Zhao Song's expression subtly changed. However, considering Su Xiaochuan beside him, his demeanor swiftly returned to calm. "Brother Xiaolin, you must take charge for me," Liao Yao exclaimed, throwing herself into Chun Xiaolin's embrace. Pointing at Su Xiaochuan and Zhao Song with gritted teeth, "These two rascals dared to strike me. Look at what they have done to my face." A considerable number of attendees, still outside the auction venue, were drawn to this spectacle, transforming into a curious audience, engaging in fervent discussions. These two audacious youngsters have gone too far. They even dared to strike the cousin of the third young Master Chun. Indeed, I know one of them, Zhao Song, but the other one is a complete mystery. They truly do not know the gravity of their actions. In the eyes of the onlookers, Su Xiaochuan and Zhao Song were courting disaster, and their fate was almost predictably grim. "Fear not. Your cousin will advocate for you," Chun Xiaolin reassured her with a smile. Yet his expression darkened as he turned his gaze upon Zhao Song. "Zhao Song, come here at once. How dare you lay a hand on my cousin, utterly reckless." Though he was scolding Zhao Song, he was, in truth, implicating Su Xiaochuan as well. Zhao Song's complexion paled. He swallowed hard, glancing at Su Xiaochuan, and mustered the courage to remain rooted in place. "I said come here," Chun Xiaolin thundered once more. Zhao Song trembled in fear, casting a pleading look at Su Xiaochuan. Mr. Su Xiaochuan paid him no mind, completely disregarding Chun Xiaolin's veiled insults, and turned to walk towards the hotel. "Stop right there. Did I permit you to leave?" "Su Xiaochuan?" Chun Xiaolin directly called out Su Xiaochuan's name, his gaze chillingly fierce. Su Xiaochuan halted, turning back to fix Chun Xiaolin with a steady stare. "Since you are aware of who I am, what gives you the audacity to address me in such a manner? Presumptuous! How dare you speak to my cousin like that?" Liao Yao interjected, shaking Chun Xiaolin's arm. "Cousin, hurry and avenge me. I want to tear his mouth apart." "Su Xiaochuan, apologize to my cousin at once," Chun Xiaolin declared with an air of arrogance. Su Xiaochuan chuckled softly, stepping closer to Chun Xiaolin, observing him silently. Chun Xiaolin felt a chill run down his spine under Su Xiaochuan's indifferent gaze, yet he still summoned the courage to meet his eyes. After a lengthy pause, Su Xiaochuan spoke nonchalantly. "I stand here, granting you 100 chances. What will you do?" Chun Xiaolin found himself in a precarious situation. Although he was not afraid of Su Xiaochuan, he was acutely aware of the disparity in their strengths. Regret washed over him. He should not have acted so impulsively. Suddenly, Su Xiaochuan raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across Chun Xiaolin's face, enunciating each word with clarity. "If you dare not take action, keep your distance from me. Understood? Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety." An uproar erupted among the onlookers, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground in astonishment. They regarded Su Xiaochuan as if he were a madman. After all, who would dare strike Chun Xiaolin if not driven by insanity? "Su Xiaochuan." Feeling the searing pain on his face, Chun Xiaolin's heart was ablaze with fury, yet he found himself utterly helpless, his tightly clenched fists trembling with suppressed rage. The onlookers were taken aback. They had never anticipated that Su Xiaochuan would dare to strike Chun Xiaolin. And even more astonishing was the fact that Chun Xiaolin refrained from retaliating. It was evident to even the simplest minds that Chun Xiaolin was intimidated by Su Xiaochuan. Curiosity filled the crowd as they regarded Su Xiaochuan, eager to discern his true identity. "You need not raise your voice. I can hear you," Su Xiaochuan remarked airily. Retrieving a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe his hands, his gaze settling on Liao Yao. Liao Yao shivered, her complexion paling as she stammered. "Mr. Su, I spoke thoughtlessly. I realize my mistake. Please, show mercy and do not hold this against me." What was clear to all was equally evident to her. Her cousin merely feigned ferocity, yet lacked the courage to confront Su Xiaochuan. Relying on him as a shield was nothing short of a foolish daydream. Regret consumed her. Had she known better, not even 100-fold courage would have compelled her to scheme against him. Su Xiaochuan smirked disdainfully before tossing the handkerchief onto Liao Yao's face and striding confidently toward the hotel. As he passed, everyone instinctively stepped aside, none daring to meet his gaze. Mr. Su, wait for me, Zhao Song exclaimed, having been momentarily stunned. He glanced apprehensively at Chen Xiaolin before hurriedly following after Su Xiaochuan. Chapter 65. The auction begins even after Su Xiaochuan's figure had vanished. Chen Xiaolin remained rooted in place, motionless. His expression was ominously dark, and the fury in his eyes seemed capable of igniting the heavens, his thoughts consumed with murderous intent. Chen Xiaolin, the esteemed third young master of the Chen family, had never endured such humiliation. The spectators shook their heads, some sighing as they proceeded into the hotel with their invitations. Anyone with any sense could see that Chen Xiaolin was seething with anger, yet none dared to provoke him further. "Cousin, are you all right?" Liao Yao inquired cautiously. Intimidated by the fierce glare, Chen Xiaolin cast her way. "Su Xiaochuan, you shall learn the consequences of crossing me," Chen Xiaolin hissed through clenched teeth. His eyes bloodshot with rage, his face contorted into a grotesque mask of fury. Earlier that day, he had dispatched his subordinates to collect debts, only for Su Xiaochuan's men to break their legs. And now, in front of all, he had just been slapped by Su Xiaochuan. Such a grievous insult could not go unavenged. Furthermore, he needed the support of Li Chaosheng to have any hope of inheriting the Chun family and assuming control. With Li Chaosheng's directive to deal with Su Xiaochuan, how could he possibly refuse? With each affront, it became clear that the enmity between him and Su Xiaochuan was destined to be relentless. "Let us go," Chen Xiaolin spat, forcing the words through gritted teeth as he led his companion and Liao Yao toward the hotel. In the hotel lobby, as Su Xiaochuan entered, Chenin, who had arrived earlier, concluded his conversation with the group and quickly approached him. "Su Xiao, I had thought you would not make an appearance. In a place like this auction, where money flows freely, your absence as a significant patron would render the evening rather dull." Witnessing this scene, many exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment as they regarded Su Xiaochuan. Who is this individual? What endows him with the ability to elicit such courteousness from the second young master of the Chen family, who has taken the initiative to greet him? The attendees this evening are predominantly youthful, with scarcely a middle-aged individual over the age of 40 in sight. They are either heirs of illustrious lineages or enterprising young entrepreneurs who have risen to prominence through their own endeavors, representing the vanguard of their generation. Among them, Chunin, the second young master of the Chun family, occupies a relatively elevated status, which explains the throng of admirers eager to curry favor with him. Yet, the sight of him extending such deference to an unfamiliar young man is indeed astonishing. The newcomers who entered after observing the commotion outside were even more perplexed. What is the relationship between the Chun brothers? The second seems to have a cordial rapport with Su Xiaochuan, while the third had just displayed a confrontational demeanor towards him outside. Regardless of their musings, an unspoken consensus emerged. Su Xiaochuan's identity is undoubtedly extraordinary. Of course, there were a few individuals who recognized Su Xiaochuan, but they were prudent enough not to divulge his identity openly. Is this not an auction? Why does it resemble a banquet hall? Su Xiaochuan surveyed the surroundings and inquired of Chunin. With a calm smile, Chunin retrieved a glass of red wine from a server's tray and handed it to Su Xiaochuan, saying, "Su Xiao, after the auction, there will be a banquet. Everyone here is young, and there shall be ample common ground for conversation." Su Xiaochuan nodded in acknowledgement, although he was curious about the predominance of youth. He deemed the inquiry unnecessary and did not press for answers. "Ah, here comes the third brother." Suddenly, Chunin spotted the entering Chen Xiaolin and greeted him with a smile, introducing him to Su Xiaochuan. "Su Xiao, this is my third brother, Chen Xiaolin. I have already made the acquaintance of Chun San Xiao outside, and he left a profound impression." Su Xiaochuan remarked with a semblance of a smile as he regarded Chen Xiaolin. Chen Xiaolin's face darkened, and with a cold snort, he disregarded both Su Xiaochuan and Chunin, opting instead to retreat to a corner with his female companion. Noticing this, Chun An's expression shifted dramatically. He instinctively surmised that a discord had transpired between his third brother and Su Xiaochuan outside. The second young master, Zhao Song, leaned in close to Chun An's ear, quietly recounting the events. With each word, Chun An's countenance grew increasingly grim, until it resembled the bottom of a blackened pot, his anger boiling within. How dare the third brother offend Su Xiaochuan so brazenly? This could spell disaster for the Chun family. Under such circumstances, he felt it inappropriate to escalate matters with Chun Xiaolin and could only extend his apologies to Su Xiaochuan. Su Xiao, I sincerely apologize. My third brother has always been willful and spoiled. I shall report this to our father and ensure he is properly disciplined. Not at all. Su Xiaochuan replied with a tranquil smile. He had already taught Qin Xiaolin a lesson and, out of consideration for Chunin, chose not to hold a grudge. Chunin let out a sigh, cast a fierce glare at Qin Xiaolin, and then addressed Su Xiaochuan, saying, Mr. Su, let us take a seat and converse. The auction is about to commence. As Chunin had predicted, the auction began shortly thereafter. It was not a formal event. Rather, it resembled an entertaining addition to the evening's banquet. Under the watchful gaze of the attendees, a tall woman clad in a crimson qipao ascended the makeshift stage. Microphone in hand, and expressed her gratitude. Thank you all for being here tonight. This auction is more of a gathering than a formal auction. The young talents present are from Jiangbei City. After a brief preamble, the auction officially commenced with a white jade pendant presented on a tray. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the first item of tonight's auction. This pendant was exclusively worn by concubines of the Southern Song dynasty, with a starting bid of 100,000, and each subsequent bid must exceed 10,000. As her words faded, the audience, intrigued by the pendant, began to place their bids. 110,000, 150,000, 300,000. Su Xiaochuan promptly doubled the price, for although he had come primarily for the coveted Yuan Qinghua, he also held a fondness for this pendant, intending to acquire it as a gift for Yi Xinya. His bid momentarily silenced the previously lively atmosphere, as everyone understood that 300,000 had already surpassed the intrinsic value of the pendant, making further bids unwarranted. Moreover, having witnessed Chun An's earlier demeanor towards Su Xiaochuan, they were inclined to accommodate him. 300,000 once, 300,000 twice. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? No. Then 300,000 thrice. Before the auctioneer could conclude, a nonchalant voice resonated throughout the room. 500,000. Instantly, all eyes turned toward the source of the voice. In the corner, Chun Xiaolin, embracing his companion, remained unfazed. It was he who had called out the bid. It was evident to all that Chun Xiaolin was intentionally competing with Su Xiaochuan, deliberately inflating the price. What are you doing, Xiaolin? Chun An's expression darkened as he rose to admonish him, hoping that Qin Xiaolin would withdraw. Otherwise, offending Su Xiaochuan could jeopardize not only Qin Xiaolin, but potentially implicate the entire Qin family. Qin Xiaolin chuckled lightly, surveyed the room, and then fixed his gaze on Chun An, casually remarking, Second brother, what is the matter? It's an auction after all. I too have an interest in the pendant. Hence, let the bidding begin. The highest bid wins. Chun An, exasperated, could hardly believe Chun Xiaolin's audacity and ignorance. Su Xiaochuan raised his hand to interrupt, coolly stating, Second young master Chun is correct. In an auction, the highest bid prevails. With that, he raised the bid once more, 700,000. 1 million. Chun Xiaolin sneered at Su Xiaochuan, unhesitatingly matching the bid. His interest in the pendant was negligible. What truly intrigued him was the prospect of causing trouble for Su Xiaochuan. 1,500,000. 2 million. Just like that. Only the voices of two individuals remained in the hall, the price soaring uncontrollably until it reached the 5 million called out by Qin Xiaolin. 5 million, by the estimations of those present, was sufficient to procure a dozen of such jade pendants. Chun Xiaolin provocatively glanced at Su Xiaochuan, calculating in his mind that if Su continued to bid, he would refrain from raising the price further. Watching Su Xiaochuan spend millions on a pendant worth merely several 100,000 was indeed amusing. Su Xiaochuan's my nun jialen. Speaking with an air of calm, young Master Chun, with your wealth, a gentleman does not covet another's desires. Therefore, I shall concede this jade pendant to you. What? Qin Xiaolin's expression changed dramatically as he stood up from his chair. He realized he had been outmaneuvered. He had intended a toy with Su Xiaochuan, but had inadvertently ensnared himself instead. Though he was not lacking in the 5 million, spending it felt quite irksome. The other attendees cast mocking glances at Chun Xiaolin, viewing him as a self-important fool. Su Xiaochuan turned to Chen Xiaolin, smiling lightly. What's the matter, young Master Chen? Have you developed an ear affliction at such a young age? I said, I am relinquishing this jade pendant to you. I no longer desire it. Chen Xiaolin's face turned a vibrant hue of rage, trembling as he gritted his teeth. Fine, it's just 5 million. I, Chen Xiaolin, have no qualms about it. With that, he shot Su Xiaochuan a venomous glance and, suppressing his fury, sat back down. Chen shook his head in resignation. Aware that the rivalry between Chen Xiaolin and Su Xiaochuan had been irrevocably established, the auctioneer was undoubtedly the most delighted, as the first item had fetched such a high price, igniting an atmosphere of excitement. For the subsequent items, Su Xiaochuan refrained from bidding, becoming merely a spectator. When a Yuan dynasty blue and white vase was presented, Su Xiaochuan instinctively straightened his posture. This was his target for the evening. This vase would serve as a splendid birthday gift for the old man's 60th birthday. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a dragon and cloud pattern vase, unearthed from the Yuan dynasty. With a starting bid of 500,000, please place your bids. The starting price was modest, with no minimum increment set, allowing the bidding to escalate rapidly. Compared to the earlier trinkets, this vase was indeed a true masterpiece worthy of the occasion. In an instant, the atmosphere in the hotel lobby became fervent. 700,000, 1,500,000, 15 million. As the price climbed to 20 million, the number of bidders dwindled. Su Xiaochuan spoke up, 30 million. He estimated the vase to be worth 50 million. Should the price exceed that, he would reconsider. 35 million, 38 million. Two others remained in competition with him, as he was not the sole one drawn here for this vase. 40 million. This time, it was Chen who called out. Su Xiaochuan glanced at him, declaring, 45 million, 48 million. Chen Xiaolin wore a sinister grin, having discerned Su Xiaochuan's determination to win. He was all the more resolved to obstruct him. 50 million. Chen maintained an unwavering gaze as he bid. When the figure reached a certain point, no one dared to continue competing with him, and Su Xiaochuan fell silent. His wealth was not easily acquired. 50 million was no trifling sum. To raise the bid further would surpass the intrinsic value of the vase itself, rendering it unworthy. He would rather select a longevity gift for the elder than squander such meaningless money. Ultimately, Chen secured the dragon pattern vase for 50 million. The auction soon concluded, and Su Xiaochuan, disinterested in the so-called exchange banquet, prepared to take his leave. Oh, Su Xiao is leaving already? Understandable. Considering the desired item has been seized by my second brother, it must be quite frustrating, Chen Xiaolin remarked, swaggering over with his companion. A smirk of schadenfreude plastered across his face. Watching Su Xiaochuan's coveted treasure fall into Chen An's hands brought him a sense of satisfaction, for regardless of the circumstances, Chen was indeed his elder brother, and it felt like a small victory. Get lost, Su Xiaochuan coldly retorted, his mood distinctly sour. The more displeased Su Xiaochuan appeared, the more delighted Chen Xiaolin became, brimming with arrogance. Kid, what if I don't? Are you going to bite me? Should I plead with my brother to sell the vase to you? Xiaolin, you overstep. A voice thundered, and Chen approached, cradling a box. Chen Xiaolin, unfazed, leaned in with a playful grin. Brother, that must be the vase you just purchased. By bringing it here, are you not deliberately pricking at certain individuals? As he spoke, he cast a knowing glance at Su Xiaochuan, the identity of those certain individuals evident to all. Chen shot him a fierce glare, then extended the box to Su Xiaochuan, speaking earnestly. Su Xiao, I apologize for my younger brother's disrespectful words. I hope you will overlook his insolence. I am not well versed in antiques, and keeping the vase would only be a disservice to it. I hope you will accept it as my apology on behalf of Xiaolin. A gasp rippled through the crowd. None had anticipated that Chen's intention in acquiring the vase was to present it to Su Xiaochuan. Chen Xiaolin's smug expression froze, once reveling in Su Xiaochuan's misfortune, only to find his elder brother graciously offering the vase to him. It felt akin to a series of stinging slaps across his face, leaving him with a burning shame. Brother, what are you doing? Chen Xiaolin exclaimed in exasperation, the sting of embarrassment evident. Fool, silence yourself, Chen admonished sharply. then turned once more to Su Xiaochuan. I implore you to accept it. Let not this pearl of antiquity be obscured in my possession. Though he was presenting a gift, his demeanor suggested he was beseeching Su Xiaochuan to accept it, his attitude impeccable. The acquisition of the vase was motivated not only by a desire to deepen his relationship with Su Xiaochuan, but also by the need to mitigate any potential fallout from Chen Xiaolan's actions. After all, Xiaolan was still a member of the Chen family, and to offend Su Xiaochuan could bring repercussions to the entire clan. Thus, an apologetic stance was imperative. Chapter 67. Encountering someone with ill intentions, Su Xiaochuan gazed at Chen, astonished to discover that Chen had purchased the exquisite bottle at a premium solely to present it to him. The Chen brothers were a study in contrasts. While he had yet to meet the eldest, the second and third were vastly different in nature. In light of this, Su Xiaochuan decided to graciously accept the gift. He was eager to forge a friendship with someone like Chen, and he genuinely needed the bottle. Moreover, it was a matter of respect. Chen had humbled himself in front of everyone, and refusing the gift would only embarrass him further. Upon seeing Su Xiaochuan accept the bottle, Chen sighed in relief, a smile gracing his face. Su Xiao, I sincerely thank you for your generosity and for not holding my troublesome younger brother's antics against me. Although he was giving a gift, his words conveyed an unexpected warmth. Second brother, have you lost your mind? 50 million, and you just get it to him? Chen Xiaolan's face turned a shade darker, not primarily because of the money, but due to the humiliation he felt. Just moments ago, he had been basking in his own pride before Su Xiaochuan, and now he felt utterly ridiculous, like a mere jest. With a sharp slap, Chen struck him across the face, coldly declaring, "It is not your place to dictate how I conduct my affairs. Your only concern should be to avoid causing trouble for the family." He realized that his younger brother was increasingly lacking in discernment. Did he not comprehend who Su Xiaochuan was? Very well, indeed, my dear second brother. You generously bestow millions upon an outsider and even dare to strike me for his sake. Covering his face, Chen Xiaolan seethed, repeating the word good 3 times through gritted teeth, casting a resentful glance at Su Xiaochuan before storming off in a fit of rage. Su, do not take it to heart. I shall report this to father upon my return and ensure he disciplines him sternly. Watching Chen Xiaolan depart, Chen felt a sense of relief. It was preferable to avoid escalating tensions further. Su Xiaochuan, without responding to the earlier confrontation, shifted the conversation. Let us dine together another day. I shall treat you, for I cannot accept such a significant gift without offering something in return. To receive an invitation from Su Xiao is an honor, Chen replied with a smile. Hello, Mr. Su. A few acquaintances of Su Xiaochuan approached him, eager to ingratiate themselves and make their presence known. Those unfamiliar with him exchanged glances, and after a moment's hesitation, they too rushed to join the throng. Mr. Su, greetings. Here is my business card. In the blink of an eye, Su Xiaochuan found himself with dozens of cards in hand. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaolan, seething with anger and resentment, exited the hotel. Once outside, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Third brother, arrange for someone to go to Xiaoyang Mountain. I do not care what method you employ. I refuse to allow Tianyang Group's project to proceed smoothly there. After ending the call, Chen Xiaolan's expression darkened as he muttered, Damn it, Su Xiaochuan. I shall teach you a lesson. This is Jiangbei, not the capital where your Su family resides. With that, he stormed towards his car, fuming. Upon entering the vehicle, he pondered something anew, and once again picked up his phone to place a call, arrange for someone to handle the matter at the entrance of the Jiangbei Grand Hotel. Like this, and then like that. Yes. After hanging up, a sinister smile crept across Chen Xiaolan's face as he muttered to himself, Su Xiaochuan, if I don't make you feel nauseated, I shall not bear the name Chen. With his words lingering in the air, he did not hasten to drive away. Instead, he sat quietly in the car, awaiting the imminent spectacle. After a little over 10 minutes, with Chen An's assistance, Su Xiaochuan finally extricated himself from the clutches of a group of wealthy young men. Emerging from the hotel alone, cradling a box in his arms. Observing this scene, Zhou Tian quickly approached and cautiously took the box from Su Xiaochuan's hands. Let's go home, Su instructed as he entered the car. Zhou Tian complied, igniting the engine and pressing the accelerator. as the sleek black Maybach glided out of the parking space and onto the road. Just as the vehicle merged into traffic and was poised to accelerate, an individual suddenly dashed out and collided with the car. Zhou Tian swiftly slammed on the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a halt. "Boss, I'll check it out," he said, exiting the car to assess the situation. "Ouch, my leg. My leg is broken. Oh dear." On the ground, a young man in his 20s clutched his leg, wailing as if on the brink of death. "Are you all right?" Zhou Tian inquired, his brow furrowing. With a mere glance, he discerned that this individual was intentionally seeking to exploit the situation. The car had only just entered the intersection, moving at a modest speed, and Zhou Tian had braked in time. How could such a severe injury possibly occur? Furthermore, this person had recklessly darted out. What else could it be but an attempt to defraud? "Are you blind? Do I look fine?" the young man shouted, pointing an accusing finger at Zhou Tian. "How could you drive like that? Didn't you see me?" "Ouch, my leg." "Stop feigning injury and take your leave," Zhou Tian retorted, known for his low tolerance for nonsense. He had no intention of resolving the issue. Rather, he preferred to eliminate the source of the trouble, severing all complications at their roots. As more onlookers gathered, Zhou Tian grew concerned about the potential impact on Su Xiaochuan and sought to disperse the crowd swiftly. "Hey, how can you speak like that? You hit someone and refuse to take responsibility, and yet you act so arrogantly. I see you're merely a driver, right? Is your boss in the car? Have him step out. I want to see who thinks they are so above everyone else." At that moment, a voice emerged from the crowd, championing justice, none other than Chen Xiaolin himself. Su Xiaochuan, peering through the window, furrowed his brow. He had suspected the young man was attempting to defraud them, but now he was certain this was a scheme orchestrated by Chen Xiaolin. Indeed, the wealthy think themselves untouchable. Just because they have money, they can refuse to admit fault after causing an accident. Step out of the car. The world is never devoid of those overflowing with a sense of justice, the envious of the affluent, and those who revel in chaos. Following Chen Xiaolin's impassioned rhetoric, the crowd was suddenly stirred, clamoring for Su Xiaochuan to exit the vehicle. A cold smirk flickered across Chen Xiaolin's eyes. "Su Xiaochuan, oh Su Xiaochuan, I am eager to see where you will hide your face this time." He had arranged for journalists to be on standby. The moment Su Xiaochuan emerged from the car, they would rush forth, capturing frenzied photographs that would grace the headlines the following day. At that moment, Su Xiaochuan would find himself akin to a man who had stepped into a puddle of mud, though not excrement. It would surely leave him utterly disgraced and the target of scorn. Zhou Tian's expression shifted as he addressed the young man on the ground. "Get up quickly. I will pay you whatever you ask. Just leave at once." Sensing the situation escalating, Zhou Tian feared for Su Xiaochuan's reputation and sought to avert disaster through financial means. Eager to conclude the matter swiftly. "Leave? I want no money. What do you take me for? I refuse to accept any compensation. Have those in the car come down and apologize to me. Otherwise, I shall not rise." The young man on the ground cursed vehemently, resolute in his refusal to stand. "Get out of the car. Are you bold enough to act, but not to own up to it? Come down." Chen Xiaolin feigned a role of a bystander, his heart brimming with schadenfreude. "Su Xiaochuan, this is all of your own making. Get out of the car. Let them come down. Money means nothing." The surrounding onlookers joined in, echoing his shouts. The young man, still on the ground, pounded the car hood and threatened, "Come down now, or I shall call the police. I will ensure you are humiliated." "Boss." Zhou Tian's countenance darkened as he witnessed this scene, and he hurried to inquire how Su Xiaochuan intended to respond. "Su Xiaochuan," his expression unperturbed and eyes closed, calmly instructed, "Drive forward, run over him." He could not believe that the pretender on the ground possessed such a disregard for his own life. If he truly feared nothing, then perhaps he should seek his demise. Attempting to intimidate him? Such folly. He would never yield to anyone. No one in this world could threaten Su Xiaochuan, merely a dog of Chen Xiaolin, daring to prance before him, oblivious to the peril. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tian did not hesitate. He pressed the accelerator, driving straight toward the young man on the ground. The self-proclaimed victim, claiming to have a broken foot, panicked and scrambled to his feet, leaping into the flower bed beside the road, where he finally exhaled, his voice filled with indignation as he pointed at the car. "You actually hit me. Are you not afraid of killing me?" The onlookers were taken aback, for even a fool could discern that the young man was feigning injury. Those who had previously criticized Zhou Tian now wore expressions of embarrassment, having wrongfully accused him. Yet, human nature being what it is, they were incapable of introspection, instead blaming the young man for deceiving them, their gazes now filled with hostility. "Useless." Chun Xiaolin's face darkened as he muttered under his breath, observing the hostile stares from the crowd. The young man in the flower bed became acutely aware of the shifting atmosphere, feeling increasingly out of place. At that moment, the car came to a halt. Following Su Xiaochuan's orders, Zhou Tian exited and forcefully yanked the young man down from the flower bed. "Who instructed you to act this way? Speak." On a frigid Sunday, Zhou Tian inquired coldly, his eyes brimming with an unmistakable murderous intent. The young man, who had attempted to deceive, shivered uncontrollably, his hair standing on end as he hastily betrayed Chun Xiaolin, pointing a trembling finger and exclaiming, "It was him. He is the one who compelled me to do this. All of this is his doing." Zhou Tian's gaze was simply too terrifying. He had never before encountered such an icy stare in his life. As his words fell, all eyes turned toward Chun Xiaolin, who found himself isolated as the crowd dispersed around him. "What are you talking about? Don't slander me. I don't even know you." Chun Xiaolin instinctively took 2 steps back under the hostile glares of the multitude, unaware that they were oblivious to his esteemed identity. "These 2 scoundrels have exploited our compassion. Let's punish them," someone shouted, igniting a fervor among the crowd as they charged towards Chun Xiaolin. They were not mistaken. It was indeed the fault of these 2 deceivers. They had duped the crowd, and thus deserved punishment. "Beat him to death. How dare he take advantage of us? Stop. Do you even know who I am?" Chun Xiaolin attempted to assert his identity to intimidate them, yet his voice was swiftly drowned out by the cacophony of curses. Meanwhile, reporters lurking in the shadows surged forth like sharks sensing blood, cameras clicking incessantly. For these journalists, Chun Xiaolin's identity mattered little. They sought sensational news and increased traffic. Moreover, they believe in the principle that the law does not punish the crowd, dismissing any fear of retaliation from Chun Xiaolin against so many media personnel. As the throng assaulted him and the reporters documented the incident, none noticed that Su Xiaochuan's vehicle had departed at some point. While Chun Xiaolin endured the beating, Su Xiaochuan had already returned home. Daddy, Mayan stole my snacks." The moment he stepped inside, a little girl clad in a bear-themed onesie rushed to cling to Su Xiaochuan's leg, her voice filled with indignation. "Aunt?" Su Xiaochuan closed the door and led the little girl into the living room, where Yin Xianqian lay on the sofa, barefoot and utterly unrefined. "Brother-in-law, you're back," she exclaimed playfully, munching on snacks belonging to Xin. "Those are mine, you wicked aunt." The little girl released Su Xiaochuan and bounded over in plush slippers to snatch the treats from Yin Xianqian's grasp. "What are you doing here so late instead of going home?" Su Xiaochuan inquired curiously, casually tossing his coat onto a chair. "Tomorrow is Saturday," Yin Xianqian replied, while playfully tussling with the little girl. "I promised Xin I would take her out to play, so to save time, this young lady decided to sleep here tonight." "And your sister?" Su Xiaochuan asked. Yin Xianqian lifted her long leg, gesturing toward the bathroom. "She's in the shower. You could probably join her for a romantic bath if you go in now. Could you not be so oblivious to your image?" Su Xiaochuan retorted, exasperated. Yin Xianqian was clad in a pink silk nightgown belonging to Yi Xinya, and her exaggerated movements risked revealing too much. "Just close your eyes and don't look, and it will be fine," Yin Xianqian boldly argued, displaying no signs of embarrassment whatsoever. "Su Xiaochuan, is this a matter of whether I want to watch it or not?" "Little aunt, how embarrassing." The little girl made a face at Yin Xianqian, her small hands scratching her cheeks. Yin Xianqian seized the little girl's thick braid, biting her silver teeth. "Oh, you little brat, is this how your father treats your aunt now? Heartless child? What you 2 up to?" "Xianqian, are you bullying my daughter again?" Yi Xinya, wrapped in a bathrobe, rubbed her hair with a towel. Yin Xianqian looked at Yi Xinya with a pitiful expression. "Sister, are you mistaken? It's your daughter and your husband who are bullying me, all right? Really? Yi Xinya cast a skeptical glance at her, then sat beside Su Xiaochuan. How has my husband bullied you? Yin Xianqian was at a loss for words. She couldn't very well say he didn't allow her to raise her leg, so she thought for a moment and said, Anyway, he's just bullying me. Isn't that just unreasonable? Yi Xinya, of course, sided with her husband, wrapping her arms around Su Xiaochuan's neck. Su Xiaochuan embraced Yi Xinya and planted a kiss on her cheek, giving Yin Xianqian a provocative look. Yin Xianqian pouted, munching on Xin's snacks and making faces at Xin. That despicable Su Xiaochuan. If I can't bully you, can I at least bully your daughter? In the evening, as revenge against Su Xiaochuan, Yin Xianqian unreasonably monopolized Yi Xinya, leaving Su Xiaochuan alone in an empty room. Chapter 69. A family picnic in the morning. At the Chen household. Dad, you called for me? Chen Xiaolin stood before his father, Chen Changsheng, appearing respectful, quite unlike his usual arrogant demeanor. What happened to your face? Chen Changsheng inquired coolly. Chen Xiaolin's expression became somewhat unnatural. I got drunk last night and had a bit of a conflict. Slap. Chen Changsheng stood up and slapped Chen Xiaolin across the face. Are you still trying to make excuses? Dad, I didn't tea. Chen Xiaolin covered his face, speaking pitifully. Bang! Chen Changsheng grabbed a nearby newspaper and slammed it on the table, pointing at Chen Xiaolin's nose and shouting, Open your eyes and look. Bending down to pick up the newspaper, Chen Changsheng's expression changed dramatically upon seeing it, unable to restrain his outrage. These reporters, those bastards. How dare they photograph me while taking my money? They're simply courting death. The newspaper prominently displayed the news of him being beaten after attempting to frame someone, along with his photo. Slap. Just as he finished speaking, Chen Changsheng delivered another slap. You disgraceful fool. You've embarrassed the Chen family. Thud. Chen Xiaolin knelt on the ground, repeatedly apologizing. Dad, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I'm sorry. His resentment towards Su Xiaochuan grew even stronger. If it weren't for him, how could he have lost such face? Having made it to the newspaper, he had shamed himself throughout the entire Zhangbei city. Bang! Seeing Chen Xiaolin in such a disgraceful state only fueled Chen Changsheng's anger, and he kicked him down to the ground. Get out! Get out of my sight right now! Hearing this, Chen Xiaolin practically crawled out of the living room. Upon exiting the living room, Chen Xiaolin wiped the sweat from his brow, his countenance darkening as he spoke each word with deliberate intensity. Su Xiaochuan, I will not rest until I have dealt with you. His tightly clenched fists bore the imprint of his nails digging into his palms, yet he felt no pain from the discomfort. Meanwhile, at Su Xiaochuan's residence, breakfast was in full swing. Brother-in-law, where are we going to play today? Under the dining table, Yin Xianqian playfully kicked Su Xiaochuan's calf, a spoon lodged in her mouth, her demeanor far from that of a refined lady. Didn't you say you want to take Xian out for some fun? Why are you asking me? Su Xiaochuan replied, bewildered by her antics, having learned to overlook her lack of decorum. Yin Xianqian looked up, her large, glistening eyes blinking at him. I'm just saying. You decide. I mainly came to enjoy the breeze. Very well. I shall take you to a picturesque spot for a picnic later. Su Xiaochuan proposed, referring to Xiaoyang Mountain, a site renowned for its breathtaking scenery, ideal for outdoor dining. Currently, Xie Bing was preparing to construct a resort at the mountain's base, but the ascent had yet to reach the summit, leaving the peak untouched and pristine. Yay, a picnic! Xian wants to have a picnic. The little girl was ecstatic, abandoning her breakfast to scamper upstairs with her backpack in tow, excitedly gathering snacks. Watching Xian's retreating figure, Su Xiaochuan smiled and took out his phone, dialing Zhou Tian to arrange for some ingredients and equipment. After breakfast, Zhou Tian had everything ready, and the family set off for Xiaoyang Mountain. Half an hour later, they reached their destination. The scenery was indeed splendid. Gazing at the tranquil lake, Yi Xinya closed her eyes, feeling the breeze caress her face as her heart found serenity. Today, she wore a delicate lavender, strapless gown, her fair shoulders harmonizing beautifully with the soft fabric, the wind lifting the hem of her dress like a celestial being gracing the earth. This is quite lovely, a perfect place for an illicit rendezvous. Yin Xianqian's remark elicited incredulity, her form-fitting jeans accentuating her long, elegant legs, provoking the imagination. From you, one cannot expect pearls to emerge from a dog's mouth. Su Xiaochuan retorted, shaking his head in disbelief as he instructed Zhou Tian and the others to set up the barbecue grill. Having learned from past experiences, Su Xiaochuan brought along Zhou Tian and the bodyguards to ensure their safety. Tilting her head, Yin Qianqian gazed at Su Xiaochuan. What is this? Brother-in-law, do you possess the ability to utter pearls? Just as Su Xiaochuan was about to express his frustration, Yin Qianqian scooped up Xin and declared, come, and he will take you fishing. Ding ding ding. Su Xiaochuan's phone rang, and upon checking, he saw it was a call from Zhao Quan. He answered, hello Zhao Quan. What is the matter? Boss, Guoyang's true colors have been revealed. A brother who has been monitoring his phone sent me a recording, which I forwarded to your phone. Please listen to it. Understood. I will call you back shortly. Su Xiaochuan ended the call and proceeded to play the recording that Zhao Quan had sent. The voice of Guoyang echoed from the phone, informed the second young master that Su Xiaochuan has only recently arrived in Jiangbei, yet he has already made numerous enemies, including the chairman of Yinshao Real Estate from Jiangnan. As he listened, Su Xiaochuan's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Guo Liang had been bribed by Su Tianyang, becoming a planted traitor beside him. No wonder this fellow had been so compliant lately, behaving like a devoted servant. Su Xiaochuan scoffed softly, murmuring to himself, Su Tianyang, you truly remain perpetually out of your depth, resorting to such underhanded tactics against me. What's wrong, dear? You don't look well. Are you feeling unwell? Yedvinya aprurochit. Her eyes filled with concern. I'm fine. You should go play with the girls. Su Xiaochuan gently patted her delicate hand, dismissing her before dialing Zhao Quan. Boss, should I arrange for someone to bury him alive, or simply sink him into the sea to feed the fish? Zhao Quan's cold voice came through as soon as the call connected. Not necessary. Don't sully your hands. Just keep an eye on him. He might still be of use. Su Sao Jujian Ziplit Gan Li. Killing Wu Yang would be an unwise endeavor. Keeping him alive might allow for a clever turn of events against Su Tianyang. Let this younger brother teach that so-called elder brother a lesson about the pitfalls of cleverness. Understood, boss, Zhao Quan acknowledged. Despite his anger towards Guo Liang, he respected Su Xiaochuan's decision. However, he felt compelled to remind him, boss, Guo Liang is a pawn placed by the second young master. He likely already knows about the lady and the young miss. Yes, I understand, Su Xiaochuan replied, ending the call and letting out a slow breath. He grasped the implications of Zhao Quan's words. If Su Tianyang was aware, it likely meant their father in the capital might also learn of this matter. The absence of a reaction from the capital merely indicated that Su Tianyang had not yet disclosed the information, but did not preclude him from using it advantageously in the future. Daddy, hurry over. And he caught a really big fish. At that moment, Xion's excited voice reached his ears. Su Xiaochuan turned and smiled. All right, Daddy's coming. Looking at his adorable daughter and beautiful, gentle wife, Su Xiaochuan vowed that he would never abandon them, even if it meant severing ties with the Su family. Chapter 70. Disturbances at the construction site. Daddy, try this. It's the fish Xion caught. Xion tore off a piece of the grilled fish with her chubby little hands and eagerly offered it to Su Xiaochuan, her face beaming with anticipation for praise. Delicious. This fish is indeed the best. Just like my precious Xion, Su Xiaochuan lavishly praised his daughter, aware that the fish she caught was truly special. Xion's eyes squinted into crescent moons as she tore off another piece to share with Yishinya. Mommy, you should have some too. Yin Qianqian watched the scene with envy, asking, Xion, what about Annie? Observing the harmonious family of three, she felt a twinge of jealousy, sensing her own alienation as if she were an outsider. After a moment of serious contemplation, Xin, in a childlike voice, proclaimed, even though my aunt snatched my snacks last night, I forgive you. With that, she tore off a piece and offered it to Yin Qianqian. Little rascal, consider it a testament to my affection for you. Yin Qianqian affectionately ruffled her nose, a smile gracing her face. The melodious laughter of Xin rang like silver bells, capable of uplifting anyone's spirits. Gazing at the sprightly little girl, Yin Qianqian couldn't help but express her thoughts. Sister, your daughter is truly beautiful. How wonderful it would be if I had such a well-behaved daughter in the future. Then you should hurry up and marry someone to have one. Yi Xinya chuckled. Yin Qianqian's expression fell, and she pouted, muttering, "Come on, where'd I find a husband like that these days?" Yi Xinya raised an eyebrow at her words. Turning to face Yin Qianqian. Realizing her slip, Yin Qianqian's demeanor became slightly awkward. "Sister, why are you looking at me like that? I was just speaking offhandedly. Why so tense?" "I didn't say anything," Yi Xinya replied with a bright smile. Yin Qianqian was taken aback. Indeed, why was she so anxious? Noticing Yin Qianqian lost in thought, Yi Xinya glanced at her before rising and walking a short distance away, letting out a soft sigh. Initially, she had worried that Su Xiaochuan might have his eyes on Yin Qianqian, but now it seemed her husband was untroubled, while Yin Qianqian appeared to be developing an unsettling inclination. This left her with a complicated feeling that she couldn't quite articulate. Watching Yi Xinya's retreating figure, Yin Qianqian began to realize something, biting her lip. Had she developed feelings for Su Xiaochuan? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could she possibly have feelings for that scoundrel? Moreover, how could such absurd affection arise after such a brief acquaintance? Analyzing the situation critically, she concluded that it was certainly not possible for her to like him. Yes, that was it. She convinced herself of this internally, unaware that if she truly had no feelings for Su Xiaochuan, she wouldn't be analyzing the matter so meticulously. Yin Qianqian, what are you daydreaming about? Practicing for transcendence? Su Xiaochuan approached her, his gaze inquisitive. It was the first time he had seen her so quiet. Startled from her reverie, Yin Qianqian snapped, "Go away." With that, she shot him a fierce glare and brushed off the grass clippings from her clothes before striding towards Yi Xinya. Su Xiaochuan, taken aback by her reaction, muttered to himself, "What is up with her? What did I ever provoke you?" Just then, a hurried voice called out, "Xiaochuan, Xiaochuan, Papa, Papa, Uncle Xie is here." Xin exclaimed, tugging at Su Xiaochuan's arm and pointing into the distance. Turning to look, Su Xiaochuan noticed Xie Bing rushing towards them, his face glistening with sweat. "Old Xie, what happened?" Su Xiaochuan immediately recognized the urgency in his appearance and hastened to meet him. Heaving heavily, Xie Bing panted, "Xiaochuan, I only came up here because I heard from the person in charge at the foot of the mountain that you were up here. Something terrible has happened. Calm down and explain what has transpired," Su Xiaochuan inquired. Xie Bing took a deep breath before responding. "There has been an incident at the construction site below. A worker has injured his leg, and there's quite a commotion. Even reporters have arrived." "Injured his leg? That should be handled as a work-related injury. Why would that attract reporters?" Su Xiaochuan's voice rose several notches, his anger evident that Xie Bing could not manage even this minor affair. Xie Bing, with an anxious expression, clarified, "Xiaochuan, if it were truly a work-related injury, it would be manageable. However, that is not the case. The person is deliberately causing trouble, seeking to amplify the situation by involving the press. Let's go down and take a look." Hearing this, Su Xiaochuan's expression darkened. If it were indeed a work-related injury, it would be one matter, but if someone was intentionally seeking to extort, that was an entirely different issue. "Where are you going?" Ye Vinya, who had been watching from a distance, called out. "You all stay here. There's an issue at the construction site below that I need to check on." Su Xiaochuan replied with a slight smile, then waved to Zhou Tian to follow him. At the construction site at the foot of Xiaoyang Mountain, a crowd had gathered, with reporters incessantly snapping photos. A middle-aged man lay on a stretcher, his leg encased in plaster. "Bring out your person in charge. My brother was working for you and has ended up like this. You must take responsibility. Yes, bring your boss out. You heartless capitalists, we demand justice." As Su Xiaochuan descended, he was met with this chaotic scene, the entire site in disarray. On the way down, he had learned from Xie Bing the full details of the incident. The injured man's name was Zhang San. He had originally been a worker on the Xiaoyang Mountain project, but had only worked for a single day before disappearing. Just 2 days prior, Zhang San's family had approached Xie Bing, insisting that he had broken his leg while moving materials for them, demanding a compensation of 500,000 yuan. Naturally, Xie Bing would not pay such an unjust sum. Zhang San had only worked for 1 day, and it was implausible that his leg could have been broken from moving materials. However, to ensure safety, he discreetly investigated. It turned out that Zhang San was a gambler who had his leg broken due to debts owed. Now he was attempting to pin the blame on Xie Bing in hopes of extorting compensation. Upon discovering the truth, Xie Bing had warned Zhang San that if he continued to extort him, he would take legal action for blackmail. Xie Bing had thought the matter would end there. But to his surprise, Zhang San's family had carried him here today, even bringing reporters to stir up trouble. The reporters, relishing the spectacle, would not heed his explanations and refused to believe his words. With no options left, Xie Bing had come to seek Su Xiaochuan's assistance. Chapter 71. Can you now keep silent? Everyone quiet down. Su Xiaochuan's voice resonated with authority as he stood elevated, shouting down at the tumultuous crowd below. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to him. Journalists, quick, take his picture. I recognize him. His name is Su Xiaochuan, the chairman of Tianyang Group. He is the true mastermind behind the Xiaolianxian project. Upon seeing Su Xiaochuan, Zhang San, lying on a stretcher with a plaster cast, seemed to be invigorated, yelling hysterically. A shadow flickered in Su Xiaochuan's eyes. He was surprised that Zhang San recognized him, and the targeted nature of his words was unmistakable. This alone indicated that today's spectacle was undoubtedly premeditated. As Zhang San's words echoed, a swarm of journalists raised their cameras, incessantly capturing Su Xiaochuan's image. The bright flashes nearly blinding. Mr. Su, can you confirm the veracity of Mr. Zhang's statements? Surely, Tianyang Group can afford such compensation. Chairman Su, please provide the public with an answer. We demand accountability. Mr. Su, please answer our questions directly. The reporters pressed, their microphones poised, each query laced with traps. Any misstep in Su Xiaochuan's responses could lead these journalists to sensationalize and distort the facts in their reports. Observing the fervor of the crowd, Su Xiaochuan felt a twinge of relief. Thankfully, Xiaolianxian was distanced from the city center, devoid of nearby residents. Hence, there were fewer bystanders. Otherwise, he would have found it challenging to employ his usual methods to resolve the situation. He raised his hand to signal for silence and then addressed the gathered journalists. Before I respond to your inquiries, may I pose a question of my own? The reporters exchanged glances, momentarily silent, tacitly granting Su Xiaochuan the floor. His expression grew grave as he earnestly inquired, I would like to know, how much have you been compensated to traverse mountains and rivers to seek me out? At his words, the reporters' expressions shifted dramatically. What do you mean by that? We adhere to professional ethics. We voice concerns for the public. Do not slander us. Indeed, Su Xiaochuan, you are making baseless accusations. We could sue you for defamation. We have received no compensation. Rather, you, the esteemed chairman of Tianyang Group, refused to provide even the workers' compensation. They reacted as if their tails had been stepped on, each one jumping in indignation, vehemently denouncing Su Xiaochuan. Seeing the group of agitated individuals, Su Xiaochuan smirked disdainfully. Enough of your evasions. The higher you jump, the more it reveals your guilt. Wouldn't you agree? Nonsense. A middle-aged journalist shouted angrily, stepping forward to point an accusatory finger at Su Xiaochuan. Don't think your wealth intimidates me. You're slandering us without evidence. With a swift motion, Su Xiaochuan delivered a resounding slap across the man's face, enunciating each word. What do you think you are? Do I owe you evidence? You all witnessed him strike me. Capture it all on camera. The middle-aged man covered his face, yelling at the surrounding reporters. After his outburst, he smirked mockingly at Su Xiaochuan. Go ahead, strike me again. I assure you, by afternoon, images of your assault will spread across the internet, and your reputation will be shattered. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Xiaochuan delivered a stinging slap to his face, feeling the sharp sting of pain on his cheek. The middle-aged man was momentarily dazed. He had not anticipated that, even after revealing the impending consequences, Su Xiaochuan would still dare to strike him. Su Xiaochuan, sensing the confusion within him, regarded him with a half-smile, his eyes glimmering with mockery. You think you can threaten me? I'm not one to be intimidated by any threats. Furthermore, rest assured, none of these photographs will see the light of day. With that, Su Xiaochuan casually pushed him aside and strode toward Zhang San's stretcher. What do you intend to do? Zhang San's family attempted to intervene and stop Su Xiaochuan. But under the icy warning of his gaze, they cowardly retreated. Su Xiaochuan scanned them with a dismissive look, uttering a bunch of wretched scoundrels, daring to extort me? The family of Zhang San turned pale and flushed with indignation and humiliation, yet they dared not utter a word in response. Su Xiaochuan shifted his attention back to Zhang San on the stretcher, his tone calm as he inquired, "Who instigated you to act this way?" "No one," Zhang San replied. Though fear gripped him, he stubbornly clung to his defiance. However, before he could finish his sentence, it was as if he had been choked, his words failing him. The coldness in Su Xiaochuan's gaze suffocated him, causing his breath to quicken and his vision to dim. Little did he know, the chilling aura emanating from Su Xiaochuan was a manifestation of murderous intent. "I advise you to choose your words wisely," Su Xiaochuan said nonchalantly, his expression indifferent as he fixed his gaze on Zhang San. "I am unaware of what has emboldened you to attempt extortion. But do you comprehend the repercussions of your actions? Even those behind you do not dare approach me openly, utilizing you for such petty schemes. Do you truly believe they can ensure your safety for me?" With Su Xiaochuan's composed narration, unease crept into Zhang San's heart. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, and his resolve wavered. "Mr. Su, are you exploiting your position to intimidate the victim?" The middle-aged journalist, who had been slapped by Su Xiaochuan, interjected hastily upon witnessing Zhang San's hesitation. Smack! Su Xiaochuan retaliated with another swift slap to the journalist's face, coldly remarking, "I did not permit you to speak. So keep your mouth shut, or I shall ensure that you never utter another word again. Freedom of speech. What does it matter if I remain silent? I will expose you and ruin your reputation." The middle-aged journalist yelled frantically. His eyes filled with venom as he glared at Su Xiaochuan. Indeed, he had been paid to create trouble for Su Xiaochuan, and now, even without the money, he would not let Su Xiaochuan escape unscathed. Su Xiaochuan offered a disdainful smile and beckoned Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian swiftly approached, drawing a gun from his waist and pressing it directly against the journalist's forehead. As Su Xiaochuan's personal bodyguard, he was always armed, as his martial prowess had yet to reach the level required to shield Su Xiaochuan for bullets. The sight of this left everyone astonished, and many journalists dropped their cameras and microphones in shock. The middle-aged journalist felt the icy touch of the gun barrel against his forehead, causing him to shudder in fear, his complexion turning pale. Su Xiaochuan reached out and gently slapped his face, inquiring with a calm tone, "Can you now keep your mouth shut?" The journalist trembled so violently that he could utter not a single word. Chapter 72. The ignorant are fearless. It is a proven fact that those with a strong fist always wield the power of discourse. 6 years prior, as a freshman, Su Xiaochuan believed that reason was paramount, that every matter should be approached with logic. However, upon arriving in the capital, he grasped the reality that reason is dictated by strength. The group of reporters, once brimming with arrogance, now sat in silence, resembling frightened grandchildren, not daring to breathe a word. Naturally, they harbored resentment towards Su Xiaochuan, their teeth clenched in hatred. Yet, Su Xiaochuan remained indifferent. He permitted their grievances to fester within. But any outward display would be tantamount to courting death. "Speak, who stands behind you? Cease wasting my time. I possess little patience," Su Xiaochuan declared, gazing down at Zhang San with an indifferent tone, devoid of any discernible emotion, sending shivers down the spine. Zhang San jolted and, without hesitation, divulged the details. "Mr. Su, spare me. I am but a victim of circumstance." According to Zhang San, he had long been a gambler, and, as such, had amassed significant debts. Among these was a sum of 300,000 owed to a financial company under Chen Xiaolin. Unable to repay, he had suffered a broken leg at the hands of the company's enforcers. Chen Xiaolin coerced him into claiming it was a work-related injury, prompting him to trouble Su Xiaochuan. He was promised that if he complied, his debt would be forgiven, and any extorted funds from Su Xiaochuan would be his to keep. Should he refuse, Chen Xiaolin threatened to break his other leg. Driven to desperation and foolishly hoping to extort compensation with Chen Xiaolin's backing, Zhang San acquiesced. "Mr. Su, I was blinded by greed. I was foolish for a moment. I implore you, spare me, Mr. Su." After recounting his tale, Zhang San broke down, weeping profusely as he begged Su Xiaochuan for mercy. His family, equally despairing, fell to their knees before Su, their faces smeared with dirt and sorrow. Observing Zhang San's tear-streaked visage, Su Xiaochuan remained expressionless, devoid of any sympathy. The saying that the pitiable must possess something detestable had never resonated with him until now, when its truth became evident. As Su Xiaochuan fell silent, Zhang San grew increasingly frantic, pointing at the group of reporters. "Mr. Su, I will expose them. They're in league with me. It was Chun Xiaolin who paid them to come." The reporters, now gripped by panic under the threat of the gun, found themselves lacking the bravado they once displayed. "What nonsense are you spouting, Mr. Su? Do not heed his wild claims. We do not know him at all." One protested. Yes, Mr. Su, it is all a misunderstanding. He deceived us. We have been terribly misled." They echoed in fear. "Mr. Su, you must not be deceived by him. He is deliberately dragging people down with him." A multitude of reporters, each clamoring to defend themselves, are eager to disassociate from Zhang San. Of course, while they feign pleas for mercy, their hearts are brimming with resentment towards Su Xiaochuan. Dubbed the uncrowned kings, when have they ever endured such treatment? Thus, they have silently resolved to embellish today's events before broadcasting them, intent on ensuring that Su Xiaochuan faces dire consequences. "Hand over the storage cards from your cameras before you speak to me," Su Xiaochuan remarked, his tone calm, yet imbued with an air of authority that brooked no refusal. Although he was wrongfully accused today, he was acutely aware of the reporters' tendencies. One could only imagine how distorted the narrative would become after their embellishments. Therefore, as he had previously stated, not a single word or image from today would be allowed to circulate. Upon hearing this, the reporters' expressions shifted dramatically, without their storage cards. How could they possibly tarnish Su Xiaochuan's reputation? "Mr. Su, you are being excessively unreasonable," a young man said through gritted teeth, his disdain palpable as he wished he could tear Su Xiaochuan apart. Yet he still had to address him as Mr. Such was the disparity in status and power. "Which media outlet do you represent?" "Su Xiaochuan in Guit," the young man scoffed, puffing out his chest in arrogance. "I am a reporter for the Jiangbei Morning Post." Su Xiaochuan nodded in acknowledgement, a light chuckle escaping his lips. "No wonder you dare to stand out. It turns out you represent the largest media outlet in Jiangbei." A hint of pride flickered across the young man's face upon hearing this. This was his source of confidence, as he believed Su Xiaochuan would not dare to take action against a reporter from the Jiangbei Morning Post. "In Godan Bozet Foletsen, Su Xiaochuan Muset." Observing the young man's expression before retrieving his phone and dialing Jia Suyun. "Mr. Su, how may I assist you?" Upon glancing at the young reporter's badge from the Jiangbei Morning Post, Su Xiaochuan stated, "Please call the owner of the Jiangbei Morning Post and inform him that due to a reporter named Zhang Yun, I hold a very unfavorable opinion of your publication." Zhang Yun's face twisted into a smirk. He found Su Xiaochuan's audacity laughable, daring to threaten their boss. The Jiangbei Morning Post was the leading media outlet in the region. While the Tianyang Group was formidable, it could not affect them in the slightest. Previously, reporters from the Jiangbei Morning Post had extensively covered unfavorable news about the former chairman of the Tianyang Group. Hence, to Zhang Yun, Su Xiaochuan's call was nothing short of a farcical joke. "Mr. Su, that call is futile. You are merely wasting your phone credit. I apologize in advance for your misfortune." Zhang Yun taunted, his eyes filled with derision and mockery. Suddenly, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from his editor-in-chief. He dismissed it lightly and answered, "Editor Chun, I'm in the middle of an interview," but before he could finish, a rough voice interrupted him. "An interview, my foot. Who permitted you to provoke Su Xiaochuan? It is solely because of you that Director Dong has just berated me mercilessly. Let me tell you, you are dismissed." With that, the other party abruptly ended the call. As the busy tone echoed in his ear, Zhang Yun stood there in a daze, his gaze vacant, frozen in place. How could this happen? The Jiangbei Morning Post had never feared the Tianyang Group before. Why was this situation different? He was, of course, unaware that the current chairman of the Tianyang Group was Su Xiaochuan, the legitimate third young master of the Su family. "Have you received the notice? Hand over the storage card and get lost," Su Xiaochuan coldly instructed Zhang Yun. It was only then that Zhang Yun snapped back to reality, his emotions crumbling in an instant. Trembling, he retrieved the storage card and stammered, "Director Su, I was wrong. Mr. Su, I understand my mistake. I do not wish to be dismissed. I beg you, I will return the storage card. Please have mercy and spare me." The other journalists gasped in disbelief as they witnessed the scene unfold. They never expected that the Jiangbei Morning Post would dismiss Zhang Yun simply due to a phone call from Su Xiaochuan. Even a fool would realize that continuing to entangle themselves in this matter would lead to dire consequences, and they all obediently surrendered their storage cards, even throwing Chun Xiaolin under the bus. "Director Su, it was all Chun Xiaolin's doing. He threatened us into this. It has nothing to do with us." "Yes. Director Su, please show your magnanimity and do not hold this against us." After collecting all the storage cards from the journalists, Su Xiaochuan entrusted them to Zhou Tian for uniform destruction. Xie Bing, observing the scene, felt a sense of relief. This troublesome matter had finally reached a satisfactory conclusion. Yet, he also felt a twinge of guilt, for he was entirely responsible for the entire Xiaoyang Mountain project. Now, just as it commenced, he found himself embroiled in an insurmountable dilemma, necessitating Su Xiaochuan's intervention. "Director Su, I beg you, spare me. I implore you." Zhang Yun continued to plead desperately. Becoming a journalist for the Jiangbei Morning Post had always been a source of pride for him, but now to be dismissed so ignominiously left him unwilling to accept such a fate. "Instead of pleading with me, you would do better to beseech your boss. Leave," Su Xiaochuan stated, his expression impassive. Hearing this, Zhang Yun, though unwilling, dared not persist and could only leave in utter disgrace. "Mr. Su, may we also take our leave?" the other journalists asked cautiously, their eyes filled with hope. Su Xiaochuan smiled meaningfully. "Before you depart, I need your assistance with something, if you please." "Of course, certainly." They all nodded eagerly, like chicks pecking at grain. Who among them would dare utter a word of dissent? That would be courting disaster. Su Xiaochuan took out his phone, switched it to video mode, and aimed it at the journalists and the stretcher bearing Zhang San, saying, "Please state your identities and clarify how Chun Xiaolin instructed you." Everyone understood Su Xiaochuan's intention. He was preparing to disseminate this online. Consequently, they knew they would be exposed, with their futures hanging in the balance. However, at present, none dare to defy Su Xiaochuan's commands. They can only acquiesce to his directives. After concluding the video recording, Su Xiaochuan dismissed them. He turned to Zhou Tian and said, "I will send this video to you. Have someone disseminate it. Let us return the favor in kind, and allow Chun Xiaolin to face the flames of his own making." He paused momentarily, then allowed a knowing smile to grace his lips. "Additionally, prepare the materials for a lawsuit against Chun Xiaolin. We must also learn to wield the weapon of law to safeguard our rights." "Understood, boss," Zhou Tian replied, a glimmer of understanding breaking through his icy demeanor. Once this video gains traction, Chun Xiaolin will certainly find himself in a predicament. After all, the video encompasses numerous incriminating elements. It first reveals that Chun Xiaolin's associates engage in usury and resort to violent collection tactics, having broken Zhang San's leg, while also insidiously framing Su Xiaochuan. If we can exploit these factors to strike at him, it will be more than sufficient to unsettle him. "Xiaochuan, I am truly embarrassed. You entrusted the construction project to me, yet I find myself troubling you still," Xie Bing sighed, approaching Su Xiaochuan with a countenance of shame. Su Xiaochuan placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "This is not your fault. It is directed at me. Please do not attempt to console me." Xie Bing replied with a bitter smile, convinced that Su Xiaochuan's words were merely an attempt to uplift his spirits. Noticing Xie Bing's disbelief, Su Xiaochuan chose to let the matter slide. "My wife and child are still up there. I shall ascend now. I leave this to you." With that, Su Xiaochuan began his ascent with Zhou Tian. At the summit, Xi and Xen squatted on the grass, observing ants, occasionally prodding them with a small stick, thoroughly entertained. Yi Xinya and Yin Qianqian stood by the lakeside, gazing into the distance. Yi Xinya wore a serene expression, while Yin Qianqian, though seemingly composed, was anything but. Her sidelong glances at Yi Xinya betrayed her inner turmoil, her delicate hands twisting together. After a prolonged silence, Yi Xinyao broke it. Qianqian, what are your thoughts on the matter? Cousin, what do you mean? Yin Qianqian feigned ignorance, her gaze wandering. Yi Xinyao regarded her with exasperation. I'm not blind. Do you have feelings for Xiaochuan? She felt it imperative to confront her directly. Otherwise, allowing the situation to fester could lead to more severe repercussions. Sister, what nonsense are you speaking? He is my cousin-in-law. How could I possibly entertain such thoughts? Yin Qianqian reacted vehemently, as if her tail had been stepped on. Yi Xinyao replied coolly, Qianqian, I do not concern myself with your brother-in-law's flirtations, but this individual must not be you. Do you understand? Sister, of course. It cannot be me. How could I ever harbor such feelings for him? Yin Qianqian insisted vehemently, adamantly denying any such notion. Observing Yin Qianqian's stubborn refusal to acknowledge the truth, Yi Xinyao found herself at a loss. She had not anticipated that, even with the matter laid bare, Yin Qianqian would still refuse to concede. As a woman and someone who had experienced similar feelings, she was certain that Yin Qianqian had indeed developed an affection for Su Xiaochuan. Qianqian, Yi Xinyao raised her voice a few notches, turning to look at her earnestly. At this rate, there will be no outcome. If you truly end up with Xiaochuan, how will you explain it to your parents? She refrained from saying, how will you explain it to me? As such words carried too much weight. Yin Qianqian finally could not hold back any longer, vexedly tugging at her hair. Sister, I don't know either. I am at a loss. She herself could not comprehend how she had developed feelings for Su Xiaochuan. So how could she respond to Yi Xinyao's inquiry? Do you know him well? Yi Xinyao asked. Yin Qianqian instinctively nodded and then shook her head. Yi Xinyao sighed in relief. If she had not yet reached the point of believing she understood Su Xiaochuan, there was still hope. Qianqian, you are merely captivated because a man like Xiaochuan has appeared in your life for the first time. Once you truly get to know him, you will realize he is not suited for you. Yi Xinyao earnestly advised Yin Qianqian. At least that was her conviction. Yin Qianqian rolled her eyes. Sister, to summarize your words, you are saying I am just infatuated, right? Yi Xinyao was taken aback by how her words were interpreted. Daddy, come quickly to see the little ant. Suddenly, Xin's voice pierced through their conversation. Both turned to see Su Xiaochuan, and Zhou Tian had arrived unbeknownst to them. What are you sisters discussing so intently? The daughter noticed me first, Su Xiaochuan said as he approached, ruffling Xin's small head, looking up at Yi Xinyao and Yin Qianqian. From his perspective, these two sisters, each possessing their own unique charm, were both breathtakingly beautiful. Just looking at them was a delight. What? Do we need to report our sisterly chats to you? Yi Xinyao jested, and with Su Xiaochuan's arrival, their conversation had to come to an end. Su Xiaochuan chuckled. Of course not. The world is vast, and my wife reigns supreme. Please, continue your conversation. Yin Qianqian regarded Su Xiaochuan with a complex gaze, her heart even more tumultuous. Meeting her intricate look, Su Xiaochuan blinked, bewildered by the meaning behind her expression. Had he offended her at some point? Or was it merely a curse to be handsome? If so, he must be guilty beyond measure. Chapter 74. The Self-Righteous Fool in a Private Room at the Caesar Club. The atmosphere was vibrant with laughter and playful banter. Shaolin, your idea this time is simply brilliant. Who would have thought of such a method? Indeed, I have long been displeased with that Su fellow. He was so arrogant at the auction. A group of people, exuberant and lively, surrounded Chen Xiaolin, showering him with praise and toasting him incessantly. Chen Xiaolin, reveling in the attention, felt a sense of euphoria as he embraced a sultry woman, boasting with satisfaction that Su from the capital thought he could come to Jiangbei and show off. Does he think we Jiangbei lads are pushovers? This time, I shall teach him a lesson and make him remember. Indeed, a lesson must be imparted. Brother Xiaolin is truly formidable. Chen Xiao is impressive. Let us all raise a glass in his honor. Suddenly, a cacophony of ringing pierced the air. Chen Xiaolin set down his cup, retrieved his phone from his pocket, and bellowed, Enough! Quiet down, it's my father calling. Hearing this, the crowd fell silent. Clearing his throat and carefully considering his tone, he answered, Hello, Dad. I'm in a meeting. A meeting? I am currently in your office. You dare claim you are in a meeting? Chen Xiaolin's lips twitched in surprise. He had not anticipated his fib to be so swiftly unraveled, causing a swell of anxiety within him. The fact that his father had come to the office indicated that something significant had transpired, necessitating his concern. "I'm telling you, get over here immediately. I'm waiting in your office. If I don't see you in half an hour, I'll take drastic measures." Chen Chongqing's voice thundered before he abruptly hung up. Listening to the dial tone resonate in his ear, Chen Xiaolin remained seated on the sofa, momentarily dazed and unresponsive. The gravity of his father's demeanor instilled in him a foreboding sense of dread. "Chen Xiao, I toast to you. You must drink," remarked the woman in his arms, extending her glass toward him. With a swift motion, Chen Xiaolin slapped her across the face, exclaiming, "Get away from me." Without another word, he rushed out of the private room. The remaining guests exchanged bewildered glances, puzzled by the sudden turn of events. 20 minutes later, Chen Xiaolin returned to the company. However, he hesitated to exit his vehicle upon seeing a throng of reporters gathered at the entrance, clamoring about something. "Let us go around to the back and enter through the underground parking," he instructed the driver, instinctively feeling that it would be unwise to present himself publicly. Taking the elevator from the underground parking lot to his office, he pushed open the door and immediately noticed his father, Chen Chongqing, sitting grimly on the sofa. After a moment of hesitation at the entrance, Chen Xiaolin closed the door and approached his father. "Dad," before he could finish his sentence. Chen Chongqing seized a teacup from the table and hurled it at his head. The cup shattered upon impact, and blood began to trickle down Chen Xiaolin's forehead. "How long have I warned you? You dare provoke Su Xiaochuan. Don't drag our entire Chen family down with your reckless actions." Chen Chongqing berated him fiercely. Chen Xiaolin pressed his lips together. "Dad, how did you find out?" "How'd I find out?" Chen Chongqing scoffed at his son's foolishness, gesturing towards the window. "Did you not see the reporters outside when you arrived? They are all here for you. The entire Jiangbei is now aware of your arrogance." Chen Xiaolin felt a wave of shock wash over him at this revelation. Just then, the office door swung open, and several police officers entered. "What are you doing here? Who authorized your entry?" Chen Xiaolin shouted with authority. The leading policeman disregarded him and addressed Chen Chongqing with courtesy. "Mr. Chen, I trust you are aware of how the situation has escalated. We hope you will not make things difficult for us. Director Wang, please proceed according to regulations." Chen Chongqing replied, somewhat fatigued. Given the magnitude of the commotion, it was unreasonable for him to cover for Chen Xiaolin. Moreover, the fact that a deputy director from the police station personally arrived to apprehend him was already a concession to Chen Chongqing. "Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Chen." Director Wang expressed his gratitude and waved his hand, taken back. Two officers stepped forward to restrain Chen Xiaolin, though they refrained from handcuffing him. "What are you doing? Let me go." "Dad, what is happening?" Chen Xiaolin, still oblivious to the situation, struggled against their hold. "Mr. Chen Xiaolin, you are suspected of engaging in usury, employing violence to collect debts by breaking the legs of debtors, and also of conspiring against Mr. Su Xiaochuan, chairman of Tianyang Group. We request your cooperation in our investigation. Furthermore, I must inform you that the legal department of Tianyang Group has officially filed a lawsuit against you for your conspiracy against Mr. Su Xiaochuan in the Jiangbei City Court." Out of respect for Chen Chongqing, Director Wang provided a brief explanation regarding the reasons for the arrest. Boom! Chen Xiaolin's mind erupted in chaos, as if struck by lightning, leaving him standing in a daze. Considering the reporters outside and reflecting on the charges against him, he could easily deduce what had transpired. He never anticipated that his attempts to trouble Su Xiaochuan would backfire, instead causing him to harm himself. And that shameless Su Xiaochuan had even taken legal action against him. "Mr. Chen Xiaolin, please come with us," Director Wang urged. Previously, he referred to Chen Xiaolin as Young Master Chen, but in this formal context, a more official address was warranted. It was then that Chen Xiaolin reacted, lunging to grasp Chen Chongqing's arm. "Dad, please save me. I can't be taken away." Slap! Chen Chongqing struck him again, coldly regarding him. "Are you calm now? If you are, then follow Director Wang." This fool, even now, continued to act foolishly, utterly hopeless. Did he truly believe that his father would stand idly by? Chen Xiaolin touched the spot on his face where he had been slapped, then silently followed the police out. Watching them depart, Chen Changsheng took out his phone and dialed his secretary. Please arrange a meeting with Director Su of Tianyang Group. I wish to speak with him. After hanging up, he made another call. Find Zhang San, the one with the broken leg. I'll pay any amount if he agrees to write a letter of understanding. After concluding that call, he dialed another number. Thus, one after another, Chen Changsheng made calls, appearing composed and unflustered. The issues of usury and violently collecting debts that resulted in Zhang San's broken leg were manageable. The critical point was Su Xiaochuan. Therefore, he had to meet him in person. Chapter 75. Do I need the favor you offer, Su Xiaochuan? When Su Xiaochuan received the call from his secretary, he was dining at a Western restaurant with his family. Xiaolu, what is it? Su Xiaochuan grasped his phone, pondering that Lu Xiaoyu's call on a Saturday was surely a harbinger of trouble at the company. Dad, XIN struggled to cut a piece of beef, presenting it to Su Xiaochuan with the fork as if offering a treasure. Su Xiaochuan expressed his appreciation with a glance before biting into the meat, all the while listening to Lu Xiaoyu's report. Mr. Su, Chen Changsheng, the chairman of Wanxing Group, wishes to meet with you. Chen Changsheng? Su Xiaochuan was unfamiliar with this individual and replied nonchalantly, Tell him I have no time. I'm dining with my daughter, and he ended the call. He then resumed, teaching his precious daughter the proper use of knife and fork. Come, XIN, let daddy show you how to do it. You must cut like this to do it well. Yes, that's right. XIN is truly clever. Hee, it's daddy who is clever, because daddy is clever. XIN is clever, XIN said, biting into a piece of beef and tilting her head, squinting at Su Xiaochuan with a childish voice. What good girl, Su Xiaochuan remarked, his eyes filled with tenderness as he gently wiped the black pepper sauce from the corner of her mouth. Sitting across from them, Yi Xinya and Yin Qianqian smiled at this harmonious scene. Eat slowly. We'll leave only after XIN finishes, and then we can go watch an animated movie, all right? Su Xiaochuan truly cherished his adorable daughter, treating her like a precious gem. Okay, XIN nodded enthusiastically like a chick pecking at grains. 20 minutes later, a middle-aged man, drenched in sweat, entered the restaurant. It was Chen Changsheng. He scanned the room before his gaze landed on Su Xiaochuan, and he quickly approached him. Mr. Su, it's quite a challenge to meet you, he remarked. Hearing this, Su Xiaochuan turned to the unfamiliar Chen Changsheng and asked, Pardon my boldness, but who might you be? Mr. Su? I am Chen Changsheng, he introduced himself. Su Xiaochuan smiled slightly. To find me so quickly, Chairman Chen must be quite influential in Jiangbei. Not at all, Mr. Su. You flatter me. Chen Changsheng humbly replied before inquiring, Mr. Su, may I have a word with you privately? Su Xiaochuan regarded him seriously. Perhaps another time. I am currently dining with my daughter. I said another time. Su Xiaochuan interrupted him expressionlessly. Chen Changsheng suppressed his rising anger and said, Mr. Su, Chen Xiaolin is my son. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaochuan paused momentarily, then set down his utensils, picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth, and said to Yi Xinya, Continue eating, I'll be back shortly. After a slight smile and a gentle ruffle of XIN's hair, he stood up from his chair. A few minutes later, the two entered a private room upstairs. Mr. Su, I acknowledge that my son has erred and has offended you in many ways. I hope you can exercise your magnanimity and grant him a chance at redemption, Chen Changsheng earnestly stated, looking at Su Xiaochuan. Su Xiaochuan surveyed the room's decor and replied coolly, Chairman Chen, my willingness to meet you is not due to Chen Xiaolin, but rather because of your second son. Chunin, he is my friend. Mr. Su, since you are friend with my Chunin, you ought to show even greater leniency regarding Xiaolin's matter. A glimmer of joy flickered across Chen Changsheng's face, surprised by an unexpected turn of events. Su Xiaochuan turned to face him, remarking, Chairman Chen, I have already extended a courtesy once. If I were to do so again, I would be unable to raise my hand any further. Chen Changsheng was acutely aware that Su was referencing the incident when Chen Xiaolin had attempted to extort money, a matter that had left him feeling humiliated. Taking a deep breath, Chen Changsheng spoke in a grave tone. Director Su, to speak candidly, we can manage affairs elsewhere, but your situation is exceedingly challenging. Please, state your price. Are you insulting me? Su Xiaochuan's expression hardened as he looked at Chen Changsheng. As a father, you ought to learn from your second son. Were it not for his sake, I would not tolerate you wasting so much of my time. Do you understand? Chen Chongqing's anger surged upon hearing this. He felt that Su was extraordinarily arrogant, disrespectfully disregarding his efforts. He had personally come to the restaurant to meet Su, a gesture he thought showed sufficient respect. Yet, Su spoke to him with such disdain, as if he were oblivious to the weight of his own status. With this thought, Chun's countenance grew stern. Director Su, I come to you not out of fear, but because I wish to avoid a bitter conflict with Tianyang Group over trivial matters. You must understand that the Chun family is not to be trifled with in Jiangbei. Are you implying that I, Su Xiaochuan, am to be trifled with? Su Xiaochuan replied with a sardonic smile. Chen Chongqing responded coldly. I did not mean that. Those are your words, Mr. Su. As you are new to Jiangbei, you should realize that having friends is preferable to making enemies. I find you quite disagreeable, Su Xiaochuan said earnestly. You think your personal visit is a gesture of goodwill? Am I then being ungrateful? Chen Chongqing's lips moved, yet he remained silent. Indeed, that was the implication he intended, but he was astonished by Su's perceptiveness. Su, looking directly at him, articulated, have you ever considered that I, Su Xiaochuan, do not require the favor you offer? Chen Chongqing's face shifted through shades of anger and disbelief, akin to a palette of colors, as he was taken aback by Su's blatant dismissal of him. However, Su appeared unfazed by his thoughts, casually remarking, if you wish for me to overlook your son's transgressions, it is quite simple. Have him hold a press conference and publicly apologize to me. That is out of the question. Chen Chongqing replied without hesitation, his tone resolute. They had already lost enough face, if they were to proceed in such a manner. How could the Chen family maintain their dignity in Jiangbei? It would be a tremendous humiliation. Not possible? Su Xiaochuan chuckled lightly, dismissively stating, then let us prolong this matter. I am curious to see the capabilities of Tianyang Group's legal department. With that, Su Xiaochuan turned away, striding out of the private room. With a loud crash, the moment Su departed, Chen Chongqing could no longer contain his fury, kicking a chair to the ground in frustration. Arrogance. Utter arrogance. Just then, after venting his anger, his phone rang. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he answered the phone. Hello. Boss, it's not good. No matter how much we offer, Zhang San refuses to write the letter of understanding and even threatens to sue the third young master. Chen Chongqing remained silent for a long moment before uttering 4 words. I understand. After hanging up, he was aware that this was all Su Xiaochuan's doing. Reluctantly, if for the sake of his son, he had no choice but to seek out Su Xiaochuan once more. Upon exiting the private room and descending the stairs, he discovered that Su Xiaochuan and his companions had long since vanished, leaving the waiter to clear the dishes. He hurried over and inquired, where did they go? They've already left, the waiter replied, promptly handing Chen Chongqing a business card. That gentleman asked me to tell you, if you change your mind, call this number. Staring blankly at the card, Chen Chongqing stood there, his heart a tumult of emotions. Su Xiaochuan was clearly aware that he would seek him out again, igniting a sense of outrage, as if he were being toyed with. Chapter 76. The Heartless Matryoshka Machine Daddy. XINXN hasn't finished eating yet. Why are we leaving? Is it because of that uncle? On the street, XINXN, her small hand clasped in Su Xiaochuan's, looked up at him with wide eyes. Yes, that uncle spoiled your appetite, so we won't eat anymore. Let's go home, and Daddy will cook you some egg noodles, all right? Su Xiaochuan playfully disheveling it. Ah, Daddy, you're so annoying. XIN pouted, fixing her braid before running off to join Yishinya. You messed it up again. Next time, you can braid it yourself. Yishinya chided, casting him a mock glare. Hearing this, XIN immediately added, Daddy has only braided my hair once. Qianqian tugged at her braid, grinning mischievously, but Annie has done it so many times, can't she do it again? No. You all are forbidden to touch XIN's braid. XIN covered her head with her small hands, secretly glancing at Su Xiaochuan and Qianqian. Observing this exchange, the three could not help but smile. When will your Western restaurant be opening? Su Xiaochuan inquired of Yishinya. She replied with an exasperated look. It's still a long way off. I need to renovate it completely, and I've already engaged a company for that. Please, I was the one who helped you find a renovation company, all right? Yin Qianqian corrected her, asserting her contribution. Yi Xingya smiled wryly and nodded fine. It's all your credit, okay? Yin Qianqian huffed playfully, resembling a proud peacock, of course. Daddy, look, there's so many people. Suddenly, Xin ran up to Su Xiaochuan, tugging at his sleeve and pointing excitedly ahead where a crowd was gathering. Let us go see, Su Xiaochuan said, taking her hand as they made their way toward the throng. Meanwhile, on the road, Zhou Tian and a number of bodyguards trailed in their vehicles at a snail's pace, barely avoiding a traffic jam due to the multitude of routes available. It turned out to be a display of nesting dolls. As they approached, Su Xiaochuan, benefiting from his height, was able to see the objects within clearly. Various dolls were strewn across the ground, some the size of a fist, others towering to a child's height. Daddy, I can't see. Xin whimpered, shaking Su Xiaochuan's hand and gazing up at him with a pitiful expression. Cool, me. Let Daddy give you a ride. Su Xiaochuan bent down and hoisted Xin onto his shoulders. Wow, Daddy, I want that pink doll. And I also want that big white one. Upon seeing the array of dolls laid out before her, Xin's eyes widened in delight, her tiny hands pointing excitedly in every direction. Be quiet. You've been spoiled, haven't you? Now you want everything you see. Yi Xingya's expression darkened as she scolded Xin. The smile faded from Xin's face, and she pouted, nervously playing with Su Xiaochuan's hair, too intimidated to speak further. Clearly, Yi Xingya had instilled a lasting impression of authority in the little girl's heart. Unable to bear the sight of his precious daughter being reprimanded, Su Xiaochuan gently set her down and pinched her cheek, saying, "Just wait, Daddy will help you win those dolls. I'll get them all for you." The little girl, who was on the verge of tears, quickly wiped her eyes upon hearing his words, her face lighting up with joy once more. "Darling," Yi Xingya said, her tone slightly sharper, "you just frightened the child. It's just a few dolls." Su Xiaochuan smiled gently. "It's nothing. If my daughter wants the stars from the sky, I would pluck them for her. You're spoiling her. Ever since you returned, she's nearly been ruined by your indulgence." Yi Xingya sighed, shaking her head in resignation. Truly at a loss with this doting father, Yin Qianqian wholeheartedly agreed with Su Xiaochuan's approach, saying, "Sister, brother-in-law is right. Daughters should be raised with abundance. You used to spoil her, and now both of you are at it. You too will spoil her rotten." Yi Xingya rolled her eyes dramatically, noting the age-old adage of strict fathers and gentle mothers had somehow reversed in their case. Su Xiaochuan took Xin's hand and led Yi Xingya and her sister into the throng at the front of the crowd. "Hey there, handsome. Your daughter is adorable. Why not win her a doll?" The proprietor, a young man in his 30s, eagerly sought to drum up business upon seeing Su Xiaochuan. He had intended to compliment Su Xiaochuan's wife, but opted for praise of the child instead, fearing the repercussions. "Give me 50 rings, Su Xiaochuan said, handing the proprietor 100 yuan. "Wow, big spender. May you win many." The proprietor's words were laced with false cheer, though a flicker of derision danced in his eyes. Another self-important customer, he thought, winning 5 out of 50 rings would be impressive enough. Yet a moment later, his smile faltered when Su Xiaochuan's first throw landed squarely on a half-meter-tall red doll. "Wow, Daddy is amazing. Look, Mommy and Annie, Daddy is so skilled." Xin exclaimed with uncontainable joy, tugging at Yin Qianqian and Yi Xingya with excitement. "Luck, it must be luck," the proprietor consoled himself inwardly, convinced that Su Xiaochuan couldn't possibly replicate his success with the next throw. Su Xiaochuan tossed another ring, and, unsurprisingly, he succeeded once more. The boss's lips twitched slightly, yet he managed to maintain a facade of calm. However, after Su Xiaochuan successfully nested his 11th doll, the boss's composure shattered completely, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Father is so impressive. Father is so impressive," Xin exclaimed joyously, her eyes squinting into mere slits with delight as she beheld the mountain of dolls beside her. The onlookers gaped in astonishment at Su Xiaochuan, who appeared to be an unyielding nesting doll machine. The reason they remained was to witness just how many dolls Su Xiaochuan could nest. As Su Xiaochuan prepared to toss the 12th ring, the boss could no longer bear the sight and leaned in, lowering his voice to say, "Brother, isn't it time to call it day? Perhaps it's best to know when to stop?" What he had initially perceived as an unsuspecting, foolish lamb had turned out to be a wolf that feasted upon the spoils. If this continued, he would find himself without a business for the day. Boss, in the realm of business, one does not push customers away. There are still more than 30 rings left to use. Would you consider refunding me for these remaining rings? Su Xiaochuan replied with a smile. Given the boss's statement, he felt no further need to continue nesting, recognizing the challenges of such small-scale enterprises. As long as the boss was willing to refund the money for the remaining rings, he would gladly take his leave with his wife and child. However, to his surprise, the moment he articulated this reasonable request, the boss's expression darkened. Brother, that is not quite right. You've already nested $11. Expecting me to refund you for the remaining money is simply unrealistic. To him, Su Xiaochuan had already reaped substantial gains by securing the 11 largest dolls. The idea of refunding the money for the remaining 39 rings was nothing short of a delusion. Boss, if you won't refund the money, then I can only complete the remaining rings, Su Xiaochuan stated coolly. He wasn't particularly in need of the money, but he despised being taken advantage of. He was even more displeased with the boss's self-righteous attitude, as though he owed him something by mere existence. Chapter 77. The Art of Changing Faces with a Sharp Motion. The boss seized a ring from Su Xiaochuan's hand, his gaze dark and fixed upon him. So you choose not to heed my words, do you? You're pushing your luck. Although his words were quite brusque, he lowered his voice enough to avoid attracting the attention of the surrounding crowd. Halva, sin, yes, sinia. And In Qianqian heard him clearly. You big bad guy, let go of my daddy. Exine shouted angrily, raising her small hand to strike the boss. Get lost. You little brat. The boss's face displayed impatience as he held onto the ring in Su Xiaochuan's grasp while casually shoving Exine aside. She stumbled backward, falling to the ground with a cry. Su Xiaochuan's expression instantly turned icy, as if coated in frost. Xin, Zhu Anzai, he exclaimed, panic gripping him. Yixina hurriedly rushed forward to lift Exine into her arms. Smack! In Qianqian, with her fiery temperament, delivered a resounding slap across the boss's face. What is wrong with you? If you can't handle losing, then don't engage in business. And certainly do not lay a hand on a child. The vile scoundrel! How dare you lay a hand on me? The searing pain on his face ignited the boss's fury. No sooner had he uttered those words than Su Xiaochuan delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen. With a sickening thud, the boss cried out in agony, spewing blood as his body was sent hurtling backward, crashing into nearby crates with a resounding crash. He has struck him, he has killed him. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers gasped in shock, with women shrieking in terror. Silence fell as Su Xiaochuan scanned the crowd, his fierce gaze silencing the cacophony. Returning his focus, he strode toward the bloodied boss on the ground. What do you intend to do? I warn you, if you dare to strike me, you will face dire consequences. The boss, struggling against the pain, stumbled to his feet, retreating while casting a fearful, resentful glance at Su Xiaochuan. In a frantic attempt, he fumbled for his phone to call for help. You think you're doomed? Su Xiaochuan replied with a chilling smile. His expression twisted with a hint of savagery. You, who dared to assault my daughter, are the one who is truly doomed. With that, he advanced swiftly, delivering another crushing kick. The boss let out another anguished wail as he crashed back to the ground. Simultaneously, his phone connected. Monkey, hurry, bring people over. I'm being attacked. The boss shouted into the phone, but before he could finish, Su Xiaochuan crushed the device beneath his foot, mangling the boss's fingers in the process. The boss's face turned pale, and he screamed in a frenzy, his features contorted in pain. How many lives do you possess to dare harm my daughter? Su Xiaochuan loomed over him, his tone as indifferent as if he were observing an ant. Brother, I was wrong. I acted rashly. I shouldn't have touched your daughter. Please spare me. The boss, barely holding himself together, knelt before Su Xiaochuan, tears and snot streaming down his face in desperate supplication. Lu, we're here. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, and 5 young men rushed in, wielding clubs. Beat him, kill him, and those 2 vile women along with that little brat. Teach them a lesson. The Lu boss's demeanor shifted instantly, rising from the ground to point at Su Xiaochuan, seething with rage. You were quite arrogant just now, weren't you? Come on, show me that bravado again. You dare to strike me? Let me tell you, you've kicked a steel plate today." Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, the Lu boss grinned malevolently at Su Xiaochuan, his heart brimming with the thrill of impending revenge. "Your ability to change your tune is quite impressive," Su Xiaochuan remarked with a hint of sarcasm. He then gestured with his foot, saying, "Here's your chance. Kneel and apologize to my daughter, and we shall consider this matter settled. Go to hell." The owner with the surname Lu, his face darkened with anger, pointed at Su Xiaochuan and bellowed, "Do you still not grasp the situation? You expect me to kneel before you? Have you lost your mind? I shall grant you a chance. Bring your family before me and kneel in unison. Bow your heads, and I might let you all go. Otherwise, do not blame my brothers for their mercilessness." As he finished his words, 5 young men behind him brandished their clubs, encircling Su Xiaochuan with menacing glares. Meanwhile, Zhou Tian, witnessing this scene from the car, rushed out with his bodyguards towards them. Previously, when Su Xiaochuan was engaged in a one-on-one confrontation, they remained uninvolved, for that scoundrel posed no real threat to him. However, with 5 adversaries now, they could no longer afford to stand idly by. Although these 5 ruffians were still no match for Su Xiaochuan, they feared the potential collateral damage to Yi Xinya and Xian. "Kid, kneel with your wife and daughter. Or perhaps let your wife entertain me tonight." The owner Lu leered at Yi Xinya while mockingly addressing Su Xiaochuan. Hilarity erupted among his companions. "Boss." Zhou Tian and his men approached, positioning themselves behind Su Xiaochuan. The smiles on Lu's face and his companions instantly froze, as it became evident that Su Xiaochuan was no ordinary individual. "Lugo, what should we do?" A young man glanced apprehensively at Su Xiaochuan before looking back at Lu. With gritted teeth, Lu replied defiantly, "We have 5 men. What is there to fear? Attack, and make sure he pays." Upon his command, the 5 hesitated momentarily before steeling themselves and charging forward, their clubs raised. "Deal with them," Su Xiaochuan uttered calmly, then turned towards Yixinya and the others. "Daddy," Xian, still with tears in her eyes, gazed at Su Xiaochuan with longing. "Tell Daddy, did it hurt when you fell?" A smile graced Su Xiaochuan's face as he gently ruffled her hair. Xian sniffled, wiped her tears, and shook her head, her voice soft. "Xian is not hurt." "Such a good girl. Truly my daughter," Su Xiaochuan said, lightly tapping her nose before turning to Yin Xianqian with a smile. "With such a fiery temper, how will you ever get married? You strike so decisively. If I can't get married, so be it. Why should I seek your approval?" Yin Xianqian replied, lifting her chin with pride. As they conversed, Lu and his men were swiftly brought down to the ground by Zhou Tian and his companions. "Wait for Daddy," Su Xiaochuan instructed Xian before striding towards the fallen Lu and his associates. As he turned, the smile had vanished from his face, replaced by a chilling coldness. Chapter 78. "I am only looking out for your best interest, big brother. It's a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. You want me to kneel and apologize? All right, I will kneel. I'll do it right away," Lu implored, his face a mask of obsequiousness as he looked at Su Xiaochuan, scrambling to get up to bow. Bang! Su Xiaochuan raised his foot, kicking him back down to the ground, and coldly remarked, "There's no need for such formality." The Lu surname boss was initially taken aback, but soon his face lit up with joy as he gazed at Su Xiaochuan. "Thank you, big brother. Thank you for your magnanimity. Thank you, really," he exclaimed. He had not anticipated that Su Xiaochuan would spare him the humiliation of kneeling to apologize. It was a delightful surprise that he could not help but feel elated about. Su Xiaochuan regarded him with a mocking expression and waved his hand without looking back. Zhou Tian stepped forward, retrieving a cigar from his pocket and respectfully handing it to Su Xiaochuan, followed by a lighter to ignite it. After completing these tasks, he humbly retreated to his original position. Su Xiaochuan took a deep drag from the cigar and leaned down, releasing a plume of smoke directly into the Lu surname boss's face, articulating each word with precision. "You need not kneel to apologize. The hand that pushed my daughter should be rendered useless. After all, keeping it would only bring you trouble. You must understand, I'm doing this for your own good." The smile on the Lu surname boss's face abruptly froze, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead as he stammered, "Be brother, You must be joking, surely? What do you think? Su Xiaochuan replied with a disdainful smile, pressing the cigar against the back of the Lu surname boss's right hand. As the burning tip of the cigar made contact, a noxious smoke billowed forth. Ah! The Lu surname boss emitted a piercing scream, clutching his right hand and collapsing to the ground, writhing in agony. Su Xiaochuan casually applauded, straightened his posture, and then turned to lift Exine, departing with Yi Xinya and Yin Xianqian. Zhou Tian exchanged glances with two bodyguards, then followed Su Xiaochuan with the remaining two. The two bodyguards left behind approached the Lu surname boss, one of them expressionless, placing a foot upon his right hand. With a crisp crack, the 5 fingers of the Lu surname boss's hand shattered completely. Ah! He curled up in pain, his face drenched in sweat. The bodyguard calmly pulled out a stack of cash from his wallet, casually tossing it onto the Lu surname boss, then turned and walked away with an air of indifference. The red bills scattered across the ground. You, please take out your phones and delete those videos. You can keep the money, another bodyguard said, producing a stack of money and pointing at several individuals in the crowd who had been secretly recording. The singled-out individuals readily accepted the cash and obediently deleted the videos. After all, prudent individuals know that the man before them is not to be trifled with, especially when there is money involved. Deservedly so, breaking the rules and unable to bear the consequences while trying to run a business, one bystander remarked. You were solely focused on your profit, without consideration for others. How could you lay hands on such a lovely child? You brought this upon yourself. The onlookers spat derisively at the Lu surname boss on the ground, as they were consumers and naturally sided with Su Xiaochuan. Meanwhile, Su Xiaochuan instructed his bodyguards to escort Yi Xinya, Yin Xianqian, and Xian back home, while he himself requested Zhou Tian to drive him to the company. Though it was Saturday, the company still required employees to work overtime. After all, he was the embodiment of a wicked capitalist. He went to the office because Su Bingxian had come to his company and was waiting for him there, as indicated by a recent call from his secretary. Chunjia, father, is my third brother not utterly foolish? How could he commit such an act? He deserves what is coming to him. Chunin exclaimed with indignation. Previously, to appease Su Xiaochuan's wrath on behalf of Qin Xiaolin, he had sacrificed a priceless yuan blue and white vase worth 50 million. However, to his dismay, Qin Xiaolin had escalated the situation further with even more egregious actions. Not only had he shot himself in the foot, but he had also been taken to court by Su Xiaochuan, bringing disgrace upon the Qin family. Enough! Qin Changsheng interrupted Chun, and irritation evident in his tone. The crucial issue now is how to handle this matter. As long as Su Xiaochuan relents, we can consider this incident resolved. He paused for a moment, then looked at Chun and aren't you acquainted with Su Xiaochuan? You should approach him. He ought to extend you some courtesy. Father, do you not realize that when the bond of friendship has not yet solidified, each act of goodwill diminishes its worth? Chun was reluctant. He did not wish for Qin Xiaolin's folly to jeopardize his still fragile rapport with Su Xiaochuan. Chun Changsheng furrowed his brow. What if you refuse? Are you truly willing to let your third brother languish in prison? Father, if I go, and Su Xiaochuan remains obstinate? Chun queried. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Changsheng resolved, here's what we will do. Inform Su Xiaochuan that Xiaolin can privately kneel to apologize, but a public apology in the media is out of the question. Furthermore, as a gesture of goodwill, we are willing to provide appropriate compensation. With that, he exhaled deeply, acknowledging that this was a significant concession on his part. If Su Xiaochuan remained unyielding, then it would be time to confront the situation directly. Fine, father. I will give it a try. Seeing that Qin Changsheng had taken such a firm stance, Chinen felt compelled to acquiesce. Qin Changsheng sighed, rising from the sofa to pat Chun on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. Xiaoan, your elder brother has been developing abroad for years. As the second brother, if you do not look after your younger sibling, who will? Chunin managed a wry smile. Who could have imagined that a frivolous spendthrift like him could shoulder such responsibilities? After exiting the living room, he let out a long breath and took out his phone to dial Su Xiaochuan. Is this about Qin Xiaolin? Su Xiaochuan stated directly as soon as the call connected. Chunin chuckled wryly. Su, you truly are perceptive. There's no avoiding it. The old man has issued his orders, and as his son, I cannot refuse. Might I hope for an opportunity from you? I am currently en route to the office. Shall we meet? Su Xiaochuan agreed to meet him, acknowledging Chun and S standing, as Chun and had consistently conducted himself with great propriety in their interactions. Furthermore, the 50 million yuan vase could not simply be disregarded. All right, thank you, Su Xiao. I will drive over now. See you soon. Chun was acutely aware that this time, he would be indebted to the person who had purchased the yuan blue and white vase. Chun Xiaolin, oh Chun Xiaolin, I initially acquired this vase because of you, and now I find myself spending this favor due to you as well. I truly wish I could rid myself of you. After hanging up the phone, Chun shook his head, tucked his phone away, and strode purposefully outside. Simultaneously, Su Xiaochuan's car had already come to a halt at the entrance of the Tianyang Group building. Chapter 79. The dishes on my plate. Su Xiaochuan pushed open the office door and immediately spotted Su Bingxian seated on the sofa. Her legs crossed as she engrossly flipped through a book. Knowing she was inside, he had entered quietly, and due to Su Bingxian's immersion in her reading, she remained oblivious to his presence. Su Xiaochuan stood at the doorway, intrigued, eager to see how long it would take for her to notice him. Today, Su Bingxian was attired in an elegant blue ensemble, her long hair neatly tied back. Her features were exquisitely sculpted, and as she perused the pages, her usually spirited visage softened, exuding a gentle and tranquil femininity. The blue blazer accentuated her graceful form, while the hem of her skirt, due to her seated posture, rose slightly, revealing her long legs encased in sheer stockings, which swayed delicately as if her white high heels might slip off at any moment. To be frank, this woman was truly stunning, particularly her legs, which were a rare sight to behold. After approximately 3 minutes, Su Bingxian casually lifted a water cup from the table, preparing to take a sip when she suddenly caught sight of Su Xiaochuan. "Ah!" she exclaimed, startled, as the cup slipped from her grasp and shattered into pieces on the floor. "The cup costs 500. Remember to send the money to the finance department before you leave," Su Xiaochuan remarked nonchalantly as he approached her. "You scared me. When did you arrive? You made no sound at all." Su Bingxian, still shaken, patted her chest and said, "You're partly responsible for this 500. We should split it. 250 each. You are the foolish one. I stood here for several minutes without you noticing me," Su Xiaochuan teased. Su Bingxian rolled her eyes and ignored him, bending down cautiously to gather the glass shards from the floor. "Don't pick it up. I'll have someone come and take care of it. Just be careful not to cut your delicate fingers," Su Xiaochuan said casually, not believing that such a glamorous female CO would engage in such menial tasks. "Don't underestimate me. When I was poor, I did everything," Su Bingxian retorted, continuing to pick up the fragments. Suddenly, she cried out in pain, clutching her right index finger. "What happened?" Su Xiaochuan rushed over, grabbing her hand to examine the injury. Where cut on her finger was bleeding. He looked at her with suspicion. "You are not such a fragile woman. You wouldn't have intentionally harmed yourself to elicit my sympathy regarding your request for exclusive collaboration with Tianyang Commercial Plaza, would you? I'm a woman too." Su Bingxian gritted her teeth and withdrew her hand, infuriated by Su Xiaochuan's words, her anger palpable. "Are you truly a woman?" Su Xiaochuan's expression turned increasingly skeptical as he scrutinized her from head to toe, shaking his head in disbelief. "I can't see it. Get lost." Su Bingxian shot him an exasperated glare and wrapped her index finger in a piece of paper from the table. Though she was fond of women, she was indeed a woman herself. "Just a jest," Su Xiaochuan chuckled lightly, casually reclining on the sofa. "Now speak up. It's a Saturday, yet you come to my company. What is it that you need? It's about what you mentioned earlier. After all this time, shouldn't Director Su provide me with a definitive answer?" Su Bingxian settled beside him, her gaze as clear as autumn waters. Her demeanor transformed from before into one of delicate charm. Su Xiaochuan's expression grew serious. "Then let me give you my answer. It's impossible." He would not acquiesce to Su Bingxian's request for collaboration, the reasons having been articulated previously. For Tianyang Commercial Plaza, allowing a single supplier to dominate was essential for maximizing their interests. Although Su Bingxian was willing to cede 10% of the profits from each store, Su Xiaochuan deemed it insignificant. He preferred the stability of steady profits over the uncertainty of short-term windfalls. Are you worried about me, Director Su? Then take a look at this contract. Having pondered over Su Xiaochuan's refusal, Su Bingqian retrieved a contract from her bag and handed it to him. Su Xiaochuan glanced at her, then accepted the contract, flipping it open. As he read, his expression grew grave. Upon finishing, he looked at Su Bingqian in disbelief. Have you lost your mind? This contract was not with the company, but rather a personal obligation, wherein Su Bingqian was willing to sell him 10% of Fenghua Group at a low price. I have not lost my mind, Su Bingqian replied calmly with a sigh. Director Su, to be frank, I only recently considered your concerns. When I proposed this collaboration, I had not thought it through deeply. I merely sought a lifeline in desperation, and I am willing to relinquish some benefits. It is far better than being completely devoured by others in the future. Having grasped the reasons behind Su Xiaochuan's refusal, she prepared a new contract and opened her heart to share her true intentions. Su Xiaochuan exhaled sharply, tossing the contract onto the coffee table. Seeing this contract, I cannot find a reason to refuse. Have you not inquired about who has set their sights on me? Su Bingqian looked at him in surprise. If someone were not already after her, she would not be in such haste to seek a protector. Su Xiaochuan smiled nonchalantly, his tone calm. Who is after you is of little importance. What matters is that I am now involved. Anyone who dares to reach for what's on my plate, I shall not hesitate to cut them down. Feeling the intense confidence emanating from the man beside her, Su Bingqian found herself somewhat enchanted, captivated by strength. I wonder if the dish on your plate refers to Fenghua Group or to me, Su Bingqian? She teased lightly. Su Xiaochuan turned to look at her and said earnestly, of course. It is Fenghua Group. After all, it is well known that you, Chairman Su, do not have a liking for men. But men can have a fondness for me. Su Bingqian playfully winked. Su Xiaochuan retorted, I am not that shameless, nor do I have the habit of being sycophant. How would you know if you don't give it a try? Su Bingqian pouted and then pushed the contract back in front of Su Xiaochuan. I have already signed it. Since you have no objections, please sign as well. Although she jested with Su Xiaochuan, her focus remained on the matter at hand. Su Xiaochuan inscribed his name on the contract. Chairman Su, I look forward to a pleasant collaboration. Are you free tomorrow? I would like to treat you to a meal. Su Bingqian tucked the contract away, smiled slightly, and extended her hand towards Su Xiaochuan. He grasped her delicate, jade-like hand and shook his head. I have plans for tomorrow. I will treat you next time. He intended to visit the orphanage where he had been raised, as he had been too busy upon his return. For him, that old orphanage felt more like home than the prestigious Su family in the capital. Well, since you are unavailable, it happens that I can also attend to some personal matters tomorrow. Having achieved her goal, Su Bingqian no longer pursued Su Xiaochuan and resumed her composed demeanor as a strong woman. Chapter 80. A Call from the Capital. Engagement set then, Chairman Su. I shall take my leave. With Su Xiaochuan as her backing, Su Bingqian felt considerably lighter and more at ease. Anyone who set their sights on her would first have to contend with Su Xiaochuan, testing their mettle. If they could swallow Su Xiaochuan, then it would be unfortunate for her Fenghua Group. Su Xiaochuan made a clucking sound, gazing at Su Bingqian with a sigh. The world has fallen, and human hearts have become unkind. Before agreeing to collaborate with you, your words were so gentle, yet now that you've achieved your aim, you are eager to depart. Women. Chairman Su, this is merely your own failure to seize the opportunity. If you had taken the chance to exploit me before signing the contract, you might have succeeded. Su Bingqian replied with a charming smile, casting a flirtatious glance before turning on her slender waist and leaving. If Su Xiaochuan had truly attempted to take advantage of her, her purse would have undoubtedly struck him squarely in the face. Knock, knock, knock. Just as she reached the door, someone knocked. Come in, Su Xiaochuan called out. As his voice fell, Chunin pushed the door open and entered. Chairman Su, what brings you here? Upon seeing Su Bingqian, Chunin appeared quite surprised. Su Bingqian smiled calmly and said courteously, Young Master Chun, I was discussing business with Chairman Su and did not expect to run into you here. Do you two know each other? As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Xiaochuan realized he had asked a redundant question. Chunin complimented Su Bingqian, saying, Chairman Su, How could I not know our renowned beauty CEO from Jiangbei? You flatter me. Please continue your conversation with Chairman Su. I shall not disturb you both. As Su Bingqian's voice faded, she bestowed a gentle smile upon the two individuals before exiting the office, effortlessly closing the door behind her. No sooner had Su Bingqian departed than Chunin, with a curious expression, gazed at Su Xiaochuan and remarked, "Mr. Su, it seems you are quite the catch. Many have aspired to win this flower in Jiangbei, yet they all recognize her as a lily. It appears that you are the one with the greatest chance of straightening her out." Having grown weary of such trivial banter, Su Xiaochuan swiftly redirected the conversation towards more pressing matters. "Let us discuss the conditions your esteemed father has sent you here with." Sighing deeply, Chunin responded with a sense of resignation. "My father has proposed that my younger brother, Chun Xiaolin, privately kneel before you to apologize. However, a public apology is out of the question. Additionally, we are prepared to offer a corresponding compensation." Sensing Su Xiaochuan's potential misunderstanding, he hastily added, "Mr. Su, we are aware that you are not lacking in wealth, but this compensation is merely a gesture of our sincerity, a token of our regret. Do you think I should acquiesce to your demands?" Su Xiaochuan inquired earnestly. Chunin bowed deeply, his tone earnest as he implored, "Mr. Su, I extend my sincerest apologies on behalf of my brother. I hope you can show mercy and spare this fool." In truth, he harbored a desire to rend Chun Xiaolin to shreds and feed him to the dogs. Yet, given the nature of the conversation, it would be unkind to refuse outright. Su Xiaochuan approached the water dispenser, personally filling a glass and offering it to him. "Very well, we shall proceed as your father suggests." "Thank you, Mr. Su. I express my gratitude on behalf of that scoundrel for your magnanimity," Chunin replied, eagerly accepting the glass, his gratitude palpable. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Su Xiaochuan, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, "Young Master Chun, I quite enjoy your company and hope you will cherish it, as every friendship is a rare treasure." "Indeed, Mr. Su, I have always valued our friendship. By the way, you may simply call me Xiaolin," Chunin responded, fully aware that Su Xiaochuan was subtly implying the need for respect in their dealings. Should another incident involving Chun Xiaolin arise, Su Xiaochuan would not extend him the same courtesy. Su Xiaochuan nodded and flashed a grin. "Very well. I shall take the liberty of addressing you as Xiaolin. That is most appropriate. It is my honor," Chunin replied with a beaming smile. Patting Chunin on the shoulder, Su Xiaochuan said, "Now, go and inform your father. I have some official matters to attend to, so I shall not keep you." "Understood, Mr. Su. I shall take my leave," Chunin said, offering a parting smile before turning and exiting the office. The second and third sons of the Chun family were starkly different, and Su Xiaochuan found himself intrigued by the eldest son of the Chun family, whom he had never met. Suddenly, the ringing of his phone disrupted his thoughts. Checking the screen, he saw it was a call from his father. Su Xiaochuan stared at the display for a moment before answering. "Hello, Dad. What is it? How are things going in Jiangbei? Are you settling in well?" "Thank you for your concern, Dad. Everything is going quite smoothly," Su Xiaochuan replied in a gentle tone, embodying the respectful demeanor of a son towards his father. Despite the resentment he harbored towards his father in his youth for abandoning him and his mother, he acknowledged that had it not been for that abandonment, he would not have been sent to an orphanage after his mother's passing. All of this was revealed to him directly by his father, Su Tianhao. His mother had never mentioned anything related to it while she was alive. Before learning the truth, he had believed that his father had, like his mother, long since passed away. However, he was unprepared for the cruelty of the reality. Su Tianhao had resolutely abandoned him and his mother under the pressure of family intervention. How could he not harbor resentment towards Su Tianhao after discovering this? Yet, everything he possesses now is built upon the foundation of Su Tianhao finding him and acknowledging him. Why does he have to hate? While it may not be hatred per se, there is certainly a dissonance within him, coupled with a sense of injustice for his mother, vowing to seek retribution on her behalf. He despises Su Tianhao's actions of abandoning his wife and child, and is further appalled that he would have the audacity to disclose this to him. Indeed, Su Tianhao feels guilt over his past actions. Otherwise, he would not have brought him back to make amends. However, in Su Xiaochuan's eyes, This is merely a manifestation of guilt. He firmly believes that if given another chance, Su Tianhao would make the same choice to abandon his family. This thought has been a thorn in Su Shaochuan's heart. He is determined to rise higher, to surpass the Su family in strength, and then boldly condemn his father's past mistakes, compelling him to kneel before his mother's grave to apologize. He aims to reveal to Su Tianhao that the family for which he discarded his wife and child is, in fact, insignificant. Yet, before he possesses such power, he must remain low profile, concealing his talents. By the way, the marriage with the second daughter of the Su family has been settled. Since I'm celebrating my birthday, you should return and also hold the engagement banquet, his father declared. Upon hearing this, Su Shaochuan's countenance darkened, leaving him momentarily speechless before he finally replied, "Dad, I understand." With that, he unexpectedly ended the call. Closing his eyes, he gripped his phone tightly, his knuckles turning pale from the pressure. Before leaving Beijing, he had already been aware of the family's intentions for him to marry into the Su family. As the third son, he clearly had no right to wed the eldest daughter of the Su family. Thus, the match was arranged with the second daughter. However, he had not anticipated that this matter would be settled so swiftly. If he were to marry the second daughter of the Su family, what would become of Yi Xinya? What of Xin? Could he abandon them, as his father had abandoned his mother? He could not. He would never do such a thing. To do so would render him no different from the father he secretly scorns. After a moment, he murmured to himself, "No one can tear our family apart. No one can, neither the Su family nor the Su family." He opened his eyes, his gaze resolute, as if nothing in the world could shake his determination. Chapter 81. Yi Xinya feels exhausted. Why haven't you gone home yet? Upon returning home and seeing Yin Xianqian still there, Su Shaochuan expressed his surprise. "It seems this girl has come to treat this place as her own home, making it inconvenient for me and Yi Xinya to enjoy our married life. Brother-in-law, I'm doing this for your own good, giving you time to rest. If I leave, wouldn't my sister drain you dry?" Yin Xianqian is undoubtedly a mischievous woman, with a sly smile adorning her face as she casts a meaningful glance at Su Shaochuan. Smack! Yi Xinya, her cheeks flushed, playfully slapped Yin Xianqian's snow-white thigh, chiding. "What nonsense are you spouting? Close your mouth. If you don't return soon, I fear you may lose your way home." Su Shaochuan rolled his eyes and moved to sit between the two sisters. "Where's Xin? "She's upstairs, playing with those dolls," Yi Xinya replied casually, her hands deftly working on a cross-stitch depicting a harmonious family. Yin Xianqian casually placed her foot on Su Shaochuan's leg and boldly declared, "If I can't find my way home, then I simply want to return. I'll stay here permanently. Just prepare a room for me. You think too highly of yourself, dreaming of free food and lodging at my expense," Su Shaochuan retorted, pushing her foot away. How could this reckless girl be so oblivious? A woman's foot should not rest upon a man's leg, especially with Yi Xinya present. A glance at Yi Xinya revealed her expression unchanged, and Su Shaochuan breathed a sigh of relief. "Father is back." At that moment, Xin rushed down the stairs, clutching a half-meter-tall doll. "Slow down. Be careful not to fall," Su Shaochuan exclaimed, startled, as he sprang from the sofa to catch her. In her eagerness, Xin quickened her pace and leaped into his arms, causing them both to tumble onto the sofa. "Oh no, you've knocked Daddy down." Xin is so strong. "She hurt Daddy." Su Shaochuan feigned pain while embracing the little girl. "Let me blow on it. Mommy says blowing makes it better," she said, pouting adorably as she blew on Su Shaochuan's chest. After her efforts, she looked up at him. "Daddy, does it still hurt? My sweet daughter is truly remarkable." "It no longer hurts at all," Su Shaochuan replied, his eyes sparkling with praise as he planted a kiss on her cheek. Xin giggled, and then thrust the doll into Yin Xianqian's arms. "This is for you, Auntie. Auntie just helped me defeat the bad guys." She referred to the incident where Yin Xianqian had slapped the vendor during a conflict on the street. "Auntie will accept this gift. Anyone who bullies Xin will face Auntie's wrath." Yin Xianqian smiled, affectionately ruffling Xin's hair. Yes. Auntie is the best." The little girl nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grains, then leaped into Yin Xianqian's embrace. "Oh dear." Caught off guard, Yin Qianqian was toppled onto the sofa, and the two began to frolic and play. Seeing Yin Qianqian's clothes disheveled by the little girl's antics, Su Xiaochuan felt it was best not to linger any longer and discreetly excused himself to the kitchen. The little one had mentioned she was still hungry, and he had promised to prepare her some egg noodles, so he intended to keep his word. Observing this scene, Yi Xinya couldn't help but smile. Yet, as she glanced at Yin Qianqian playing with Xian on the sofa, a sigh of resignation escaped her lips. How difficult it was for her. She had initially thought that Su Xiaochuan would take an interest in Yin Qianqian and had even prepared herself for it. Unexpectedly, the situation had reversed. Su Xiaochuan maintained his composure, while Yin Qianqian found herself stirred by emotions. What should I do if my cousin has developed feelings for my husband? I'm anxiously awaiting advice. At the Jiangbei City Police Department, one could hardly believe the audacity of the request. You want me to kneel and apologize? Upon hearing his father's words, Chun Xiaolin erupted with indignation, vehemently exclaiming, "Absolutely not. I will never kneel before him." To suggest that he should kneel to Su Xiaochuan was an unparalleled disgrace, one he would never consent to. Nonsense. Chun Chongsheng barked in anger, coldly asserting, "This is the result of your second brother's intercession. If you refuse, prepare to face imprisonment." Upon hearing this, Chun Xiaolin glanced at Chunin, who stood beside Chun Chongsheng. "Xiaolin, you must comply," Chunin insisted. With a derisive smile, Chun Xiaolin retorted, "Who knows if you and Su Xiaochuan have conspired to humiliate me?" Smack! Before he could finish his thought, Chun Chongsheng raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across his face, growling furiously, "What nonsense are you spouting? Say that again if you dare." Feeling the stinging pain on his cheek, Chun Xiaolin bit his lip, refraining from further protest. With a heavy sigh, Chun Chongsheng expressed his fatigue, stating, "It's settled then. Su Xiaochuan will withdraw the lawsuit first, and you shall kneel and apologize upon your release." Chun Xiaolin's eyes lit up at this prospect, and he smugly suggested, "Father, if Su is withdrawing the lawsuit, once I am out, why should I concern myself with his disposition? What if I refuse to kneel?" Smack! Chun Chongsheng, infuriated by his words, struck him again. "What if? Let me tell you, our family's reputation has already suffered enough due to your actions. I will not allow it to degrade further. To renege on an agreement is simply unacceptable for me." Chun Chongsheng. Though Chun Xiaolin felt resentful, he was unwilling to face actual imprisonment and reluctantly acquiesced to the arrangement. Yet his disdain for Su Xiaochuan deepened, wishing nothing less than for his flesh to be consumed and his blood to be drunk. After Chun Chongsheng and Chunin departed, the pressure from Su Xiaochuan lifted, and Zhang San became easy to deal with. The loan shark issues would also be resolved swiftly, allowing for Chun Xiaolin's release. The visit had been primarily to reassure Chun Xiaolin and alleviate his panic. Meanwhile, at the Li family estate, Li Chaosheng pondered, "How could I have thought to use this fool against Su Xiaochuan? Am I not merely testing his intellect?" He was equally vexed by Chun Xiaolin's foolishness, deeming him utterly devoid of wit. By instructing him to create trouble for Su Xiaochuan, he had inadvertently ensnared himself. "Boss, this individual remains useful. He is currently consumed with fury towards Su Xiaochuan," a cautious middle-aged man ventured, his eyes glinting with a cold light. Li Chaosheng understood the implications of this statement. Chun Xiaolin was undoubtedly a simpleton, and simpletons seldom consider the consequences of their actions. Moreover, this fool harbored a deep-seated hatred for Su Xiaochuan. With a little provocation, he could easily be driven to extreme measures. Contemplating this, a sinister smile crept across Li Chaosheng's face as he declared, "Let us make one final use of this waste. Once we are finished, he shall be rendered entirely obsolete." Chapter 82. A reunion at the orphanage at 7 in the morning. Su Xiaochuan opened his eyes to find a small girl soundly asleep, clutching one of his legs, while Yixinya rested quietly on the other side. The three of them had spent the night together, and the presence of the little girl had disrupted Su Xiaochuan's intimate moments with his wife. He gently extricated his leg from the girl's embrace, then rose from bed to dress and freshen up. Skipping breakfast, he stepped outside to find Zhou Tian already waiting for him. "Have you bought everything?" Su Xiaochuan inquired, his emotions somewhat mixed as they were heading to the orphanage. Overall, he felt a sense of excitement. It was imperative to return with gifts in hand, so he had previously instructed Zhou Tian to procure various items. Zhou Tian nodded. "They are all in the trunk. Let us find a place for breakfast first." Su Xiaochuan entered the car, and Zhou Tian drove them out of the villa district. In the heart of the Jinjuan villa area, a flowing river meandered through, encircled by a well-maintained park teeming with greenery. As Su Xiaochuan rolled down the car window, enjoying the cool morning breeze, he spotted an elderly man clad in white martial attire practicing his forms by the riverbank, his movements vigorous and spirited. How intriguing, Su Xiaochuan mused, recognizing that the elder had yet to master the martial arts and could hardly be deemed a true practitioner, though he was certainly stronger than the average person. Had he not risen so early today, he would not have anticipated encountering anyone practicing martial arts in Yijinjuan. "Boss, he is merely an amateur who can't even claim to be a foundational practitioner. How could he possibly compare to you?" Zhou Tian remarked awkwardly, attempting to flatter him. Su Xiaochuan merely smiled and refrained from responding. He was a prodigy who had never truly experienced the supposed hardships of martial cultivation. It was until he was brought back to the capital 6 years prior that he began his training. By then, he was already of considerable age, and his innate talents had already set. Few believed he would achieve any notable success in martial arts, and he himself held such doubts. However, the outcome surpassed all expectations. He discovered martial training to be remarkably simple. With just a touch, he grasped its essence, learning effortlessly without encountering any obstacles. In just 6 brief years, he transformed from a novice into a martial artist at the early stage of the acquired realm. Naturally, aside from his closest confidants, no one was privy to this transformation. After all, his prowess in business had already garnered enough attention in the capital. To exhibit such exceptional talent in martial arts would surely attract envy. Moreover, his aptitude could be deemed extraordinary. As the saying goes, the tree that stands out will be uprooted by the wind. This illegitimate son, having returned to the fold, was indeed remarkable, but he was cautious not to stand out excessively. After locating a breakfast shop outside the villa district, they enjoyed a meal before proceeding to the orphanage. The orphanage, a private property, was modest in scale. Su Xiaochuan recalled that, including himself, there were only a handful of children. Situated in an older part of the city, the deeper they drove in, the more familiar everything felt to Su Xiaochuan. Before long, they arrived at their destination. He instructed Zhou Tian to wait outside, then ventured inside alone. Upon entering, he spotted 2 individuals emerging from a building. He recognized both. One was an elderly woman in her 50s, the director of the orphanage, whom the adopted children, including Su Xiaochuan, affectionately referred to as Aunt Shun. The other figure, however, was a surprise, Su Bingxian. As Su Xiaochuan caught sight of them, the 2 women also noticed him. Aunt Shun found Su Xiaochuan somewhat familiar, yet hesitated to recognize him. For the current Su Xiaochuan was nearly unrecognizable compared to the one she once knew. "Mr. Su, what brings you here?" Su Bingqian up feebly. Her expression won a surprise as she regarded Su Xiaochuan. He did not respond to her inquiry. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Aunt Shun, flashing a smile. "Aunt Shun, I have returned home." Upon hearing this, Aunt Shun was finally certain of Su Xiaochuan's identity, and tears welled in her eyes as she embraced him tightly. "You dear child, where have you been all these years? You used to come back every week, and now it's been 6 years without a word. I was so worried. Aunt, it's a long story. We can discuss it later. What matters is that I am back now." Su Xiaochuan felt a warmth in his heart. The orphanage was small, with only a handful of children, each personally cared for by Aunt Shun. He understood that she regarded each child as her own, offering her unwavering love and concern. Su Bingxian watched this scene in disbelief, piecing together the revelation that the distinguished 3rd young master of the Su family had grown up in this orphanage. Releasing Aunt Shun, Su Xiaochuan then turned to Su Bingxian. "Miss Su, what brings you here? Are you here to make a donation?" Su Bingxian hesitated for a moment before deciding to speak candidly. "My daughter, Yao Yao, was adopted from here." "Yao Yao is your adopted child?" Su Xiaochuan's eyes widened in astonishment, as he had always assumed she was biological. In his mind, he surmised that Su Bingxian had been hurt by a man, leading her to prefer women. He never anticipated that her inclination was innate. Su Bingqian rolled her eyes, choosing not to respond. Obviously, two women could not conceive a child together. Adoption was the only path available. Aunt Shun, holding Su Xiaochuan's hand, remarked, "Ms. Su is a good person. The government subsidies have diminished over the years. And at my age, I can no longer manage alone. I am immensely grateful for her regular donations. Thank you. This place is akin to my home. And I grew up here." Su Xiaochuan expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Su Bingqian. "Su Bingqian svut dits mi sin." My daughter was also adopted from here. It was a simple act of kindness. Really, Aunt Shun, why is the orphanage so empty? Su Xiaochuan suddenly pondered, noticing the desolation. Aunt Chen's expression darkened, and with a sigh, she explained there were originally 7 or 8 children. I sent them all to a larger orphanage yesterday. Why? Su Bingqian and Su Xiaochuan exclaimed in unison. A developer has taken an interest in this land and intends to purchase it for demolition. Aunt Chen spoke with tears streaming down her face, clearly reluctant to sell the property. Her demeanor indicated that the developer was employing unscrupulous tactics against a vulnerable elderly woman. Su Bingqian, anxious, implored, "Aunt Chen, why didn't you tell me? Miss Su, you are a good person, but the developer is a powerful businessman from Jiangnan, not someone to be trifled with. I wouldn't want to burden you with my troubles," Aunt Chen replied earnestly, wishing to shield Su Bingqian from complications arising from her predicament. Su Xiaochuan interjected, "Aunt Chen, you haven't signed any contracts yet, have you?" "No." Aunt Chen shook her head. Su Xiaochuan exhaled in relief and then spoke, "Aunt Chen, rest assured, as long as no contract is signed, this land cannot be taken away. I will personally fund the construction of a larger orphanage, allowing you to continue as the director." For Su Xiaochuan, this place was the home of his upbringing, and he had no desire for it to vanish. He certainly would not permit it to be transformed into residential complexes or commercial properties by developers whose minds were solely focused on profit. Although his own Tianyang Real Estate was the largest developer in Jiangsu province, he remained steadfast in his convictions. Indeed, Aunt Shun, Su Bingqian concurred with Su Xiaochuan's sentiments. He has become quite formidable. With him here, no one could dismantle this place. Of course, there were exceptions for the state, as government demolitions were often associated with urban planning and development. In contrast, private land acquisitions for demolition were purely driven by financial gain. Suddenly, a cacophony of noise erupted. The three of them turned their gazes outward to see an excavator and several vehicles arriving at the orphanage's entrance. Chapter 83. The coercive deal. A group of young men disembarked from the vehicles, swaggering into the orphanage. Upon seeing them, Aunt Chen's face filled with trepidation. Outside, Zhou Tian quickly exited his vehicle and rushed to Su Xiaochuan's side. "What do you want? Who permitted you to enter? Get out immediately." "Su Xiaochuan Gongman Stanley." "Kid, this has nothing to do with you, so shut your mouth, or you might find yourself missing a few teeth," warned the leader, a youth clad in a leather jacket, as he tossed a land purchase contract toward them and pointed at Aunt Chen. "Old hag, you've had ample time. If you know what's good for you, sign this contract. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ungracious." Aunt Chen bit her lip, bending down to pick up the contract, having prepared to acquiesce since sending the children to another orphanage the previous day. However, Su Xiaochuan was quicker, snatching the contract first. As he perused its contents, his anger ignited. With a decisive rip, he tore the contract in half and coldly addressed the leather-clad youth. "Not only will this land not be sold to you, but even if it were, the terms of your contract are utterly exploitative. The land prices in Jiangbei are ever increasing, especially since this orphanage is within the third ring road. This plot is worth its weight in gold. Yet the price offered in this contract is laughably based on 5-year-old valuations. This is nothing short of blatant oppression. You're courting death." The leather-clad youth, furious at Su Xiaochuan's audacity to tear the contract, pointed at Aunt Shun, exclaiming, "Unappreciative old hag. I didn't expect you to find a helper. Let me tell you, whether you agree or not, our boss has set his sights on this land. I dare you to try." Su Xiaochuan roared, glaring at the youth. "Do you really think you can coerce us into a deal?" The youth sneered. "You're a fool who doesn't know his limits. What do you think you are? I'm here to force this deal through, and nothing will stop me. He was emboldened, representing a significant boss from Jiangnan City, ready to confront any obstacle. You are mistaken. Su Xiaochuan spat through clenched teeth, pulling out his phone to call Chao Zhang. Is her leg healed? If so, bring some people to the orphanage in the old city. In his estimation, Chao Zhang should be quite adept at resolving such matters. Furthermore, this petty individual clad in a leather jacket was hardly worthy of his attention, lest he tarnish his hands. Oh, have you called for someone? How frightful! The jacket-clad youth feigned a dramatic expression while patting his chest. Hilarity ensued among his companions, their mocking glances directed at Su Xiaochuan brimming with derision. Su Bingqian cast a sympathetic gaze upon this unfortunate group, pondering how oblivious they were to the formidable adversary they had provoked. The jacket-clad youth's gaze settled upon Su Bingqian, brazenly appraising her curvaceous figure with an unmistakable lewdness. This girl is rather stunning. She possesses all the right attributes, he remarked. Indeed, boss, she is practically a siren, leaving me parched with desire. It was infuriating to think that such a beautiful woman was squandered on that young man. The group unabashedly commented on Su Bingqian, their eyes roving over her as they uttered crude remarks. Fuming, Su Bingqian's face turned a shade of fury as she admonished. Silence, all of you. Oh, the little beauty is angry. Her ire adds an intriguing flair. The jacket-clad youth laughed heartily before turning to Su Xiaochuan. How about this? Lend her to me for a couple of days, and I shall persuade my boss to amend the contract. The low price on the contract is, of course, due to the profit they are pocketing. Su Xiaochuan remained expressionless, quietly observing the antics of the jacket-clad youth. He was a compassionate individual. After all, the man would never rise again in his lifetime, so why not allow him to revel in his antics a bit longer? The youth, misinterpreting Su Xiaochuan's silence as fear, regarded him with contempt, deeming him a coward. You're all truly excessive, Aunt Chin chimed in, defending Su Xiaochuan as she had in their youth. The jacket-clad youth dismissed her with a scoff. Old hag, do you even have a right to speak? Be careful not to give yourself a heart attack. Enough, let us get to work, he declared, clapping his hands, prepared to dismantle whatever stood in his way, confident that the old man would eventually relent. Just then, the roar of engines pierced the air as an Audi and a Volkswagen La Vida approached. Once the vehicles came to a halt, Chao Zhang emerged, accompanied by 4 young men, his gait slightly limping due to his still-healing leg injury. Mr. Su, I have arrived, Chao Zhang stated with utmost respect. Oh, I wondered whom you were calling. It turns out to be him. The jacket-clad youth sneered upon seeing Chao Zhang. Gao Jiang, I heard you've got a limp now. Do you still dare to meddle? Do you believe I can make your other leg limp as well? Chao Zhang turned back to confront the youth, his tone calm, yet resolute. Leave immediately, and do not return. Without needing Su Xiaochuan to speak, he understood his obligations. The jacket-clad youth burst into laughter at this proclamation, mocking Chao Zhang. Chao Zhang, with your leg injured, has your brain also been affected? You dare tell me to leave? Are you out of your mind? As we reminisce about our early days in this industry, one cannot help but note that you were still a mere child, playing in the mud. Who do you think you are to speak in such a manner? It seems you are utterly unaware of your own insignificance. Others around began to join in the mockery directed at Chao Zhang. In the face of this derision, Chao Zhang remained remarkably composed, merely inquiring, so you disagree, correct? Of course. The young man in the jacket scoffed, gesturing dismissively towards the 4 youths flanking Chao Zhang. What? Do you intend to take us all down with just these 4? You must be still half asleep. Ignoring the jeers, Chao Zhang turned to Su Xiaochuan and suggested, Mr. Su, perhaps you might want to step inside for a moment. The 4 youths accompanying him wore expressions of stoic determination, gripping their weapons tightly. Aunt Chun, it has been far too long since I enjoyed the tea you brewed for me, Su Xiaochuan said amiably to Aunt Chun as he entered the room with her and Su Bingqian. Once Su Xiaochuan was inside, Chao Zhang redirected his gaze and addressed his companions. Brothers, let us get to work. Mr. Su is inside. Do not let me down. How dare you flaunt your bravado before me? Deal with him. The young man in the jacket bellowed, his face contorted with rage, as his followers charged towards Chao Zhang without hesitation. Despite the numerical disadvantage, the 4 youths accompanying Chao Zhang displayed no fear. they were seasoned fighters, well-versed in the art of survival. In an instant, chaos erupted at the entrance. Meanwhile, within the office, Su Xiaochuan appeared unfazed, sipping tea and engaging in casual conversation with Aunt Shun. The occasional cries of distress from outside seemed to distract her, causing her to appear somewhat preoccupied. "Xiaochuan, do you think everything will be all right?" Aunt Shun asked with concern, as the intensity of the sounds outside indicated the severity of the altercation. "Su Xiaochuan zits soon," signaling her to remain calm. "Don't worry, Aunt Shun. For individuals like the one in the leather jacket and Chao Zhang, such skirmishes are commonplace, small altercations every few days, larger ones every few weeks. After all, this is how they earn their living, and neither side will report the incident, as they are all complicit in their own misdeeds." However, Chao Zhang was yearning for transformation. He was desperate to align himself with Su Xiaochuan. He fought with fervor, hoping to secure a future devoid of such conflicts. Moments later, Chao Zhang re-entered the room, bloodied and dragging the jacket-clad youth, who was also covered in blood. Aunt Shun gasped at the sight, while Su Bingxian remained unperturbed. With a swift motion, Chao Zhang discarded the youth onto the floor and turned to Su Xiaochuan, saying, "Mr. Su, how would you like to proceed?" Meanwhile, the henchmen of the defeated jacket youth did not flee far. Instead, they alerted their boss about the unfolding situation. Before Su Xiaochuan could respond, Su Bingxian rose and ruthlessly delivered several kicks to the jacket youth. The power of her high heels was unmistakable. "Ah!" The jacket youth cried out in agony. Collapsing to the ground, his eyes wide with fear as they met Su Bingxian's gaze. "You wanted to play with me, didn't you? Well, here I am. Come and try your luck." Su Bingxian gritted her teeth and delivered another kick to the young man in the jacket, causing him to writhe in pain. "Ah!" The youth's eyes bulged with anguish, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he curled up, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Su Xiaochuan and Chao Zhang exchanged a glance, instinctively swallowing hard, feeling a chill creeping beneath them. This woman is truly ruthless. Oof. A toad wishing to eat swan meat, utterly self-unaware. With a cold snort, Su Bingxian returned to her seat beside Su Xiaochuan. "Who's your boss?" Su Xiaochuan steadied his emotions and inquired, fixing his gaze on the young man in the jacket. The youth, suppressing his pain, glared at Su Xiaochuan and gritted his teeth. "Kid, you're as good as dead. I'm just a hired hand. Dealing with me won't help you. My boss will not let you off." Just as his words hung in the air, Su Xiaochuan seized the piping hot tea before him and splashed it directly onto the youth's face. The young man screamed again in agony. "You need only to answer my question. Who hired you?" Su Xiaochuan enunciated each word, his gaze as frosty as ice. The jacketed youth glared at Su Xiaochuan with venomous eyes, tightly shutting his mouth in silence, vowing in his heart to have Su Xiaochuan torn to shreds. He was acutely aware of the clout wielded by the powerful figure who had employed him in Jiangnan. This impudent brat dared to thwart his plans. He would surely meet a gruesome fate. Suddenly, the sound of a car engine roared through the air. "Mr. Chao, someone else arrived outside." A young man entered to report to Chao Zhang. "Ha ha ha, kid, and you too, Chao Zhang, you're both finished. My boss is here. You've kicked a metal board this time, so just wait for your demise." The jacketed youth laughed maniacally, his eyes gleaming with savagery and excitement. Bang! Chao Zhang kicked him in the mouth and turned to Su Xiaochuan. "Mr. Su, I will wait for him here." Su Xiaochuan interrupted him, saying coolly, "I am eager to see who possesses the audacity to traverse from Jiangnan to Jiangbei with such arrogance." The youth in the jacket cast a disdainful glance at Su Xiaochuan, perceiving his demeanor as reckless. "Hud, hud, hud." The sound of hurried, forceful footsteps echoed as a group entered, led by a tall, middle-aged man. Upon spotting Su Xiaochuan on the sofa, the man's previously stormy expression froze in place. Su Xiaochuan met his gaze with a half-smile, amused by the unexpected encounter. "Director Shun, you must help me." The jacketed youth crawled to the middle-aged man, pointing at Su Xiaochuan with a venomous glare. "Director Shun, we followed your orders. But he obstructed us and left me in this state. You must not let him go." Upon hearing this, Shun Zhao's face twitched. He had not anticipated another clash with Su Xiaochuan. After his plan to seize the land in Liangshan fell through, he had redirected his focus to this orphanage. However, he never anticipated that he would once again be entangled with Su Xiaochuan. Aunt Chun observed the situation with a face full of anxiety in her eyes. Shen Xiao was an immensely powerful figure, and she feared for Su Xiaochuan's well-being. Mr. Shun, your prowess is impressive, coercing a man nearing his 60s. Are you aware of how audacious you seem? Do your parents know? Su Xiaochuan remarked, crossing his legs and looking at Shun Xiao with a mocking expression. Impudence. The youth in the leather jacket shouted angrily, emboldened by his connections. He pointed at Su Xiaochuan, cursing vehemently. What do you think you are? How dare you speak to Mr. Shun in such a manner? You must be tired of living. After uttering that phrase, he felt an exhilarating rush. Bang! Su Xiaochuan's expression darkened as he seized a teacup from the table and hurled it, shattering it into countless pieces. The leather-clad youth cried out, clutching his forehead as he collapsed to the ground, blood seeping through his fingers. When you choose to be a dog, you must accept the role. I am conversing with your master. Do you, as a mere dog, possess the right to bark? Su Xiaochuan stated coldly, then turned to Shin Xiao. If your dog continues to bite indiscriminately, I shall deal with both master and mutt. You seek death. The youth's eyes widened with fury at the humiliation he suffered from Su Xiaochuan. Bang! Shen Xiao kicked him back to the ground and said nonchalantly, Mr. Su is correct. Silence yourself. Who gave you the audacity to speak to Mr. Su in such a manner? Do you not comprehend your own mortality? The youth was left in a daze, incredulously staring at Shen Xiao. Yet, what shocked him even more was yet to come. Shen Xiao looked at Su Xiaochuan with utmost respect and said, Mr. Su, I sincerely apologize for my failure to manage this dog properly. I had no knowledge of this orphanage's connection to you. I relinquish my claim to this land and hope you will show leniency and not hold this against me. Although he harbored an intense desire to eliminate Su Xiaochuan, he had to present himself as subservient. He recognized that he was no match for Su Xiaochuan and could not harm him. However, he believed Su Xiaochuan's time was limited, as Li Chaosheng had already promised to assist him in dealing with Su Xiaochuan. In his mind, this was simply the calm before the storm. Once Li Chaosheng intervened, Su Xiaochuan would undoubtedly meet his demise. Unbeknownst to him, Li Chaosheng was too fearful of confronting Su Xiaochuan directly even after losing his son. Chapter 85. Thoughts on the charity company Shun Zhao's apology left the youth in the leather jacket bewildered. Enchen also observed this scene with disbelief. Although Su Bingqian had mentioned that Su Xiaochuan was formidable, it was not until this moment that she grasped the extent of his influence. The figure whom she considered powerful was now so obsequious before Su Xiaochuan. A sense of comfort washed over her. She was glad to see that the once naive child had matured and transformed into someone remarkable. Yet there was also a pang of sorrow, realizing that the child she once needed to protect no longer required her care. Mr. Shun, what are you doing? He obstructed your fortune. The youth in the leather jacket exclaimed anxiously, still hoping for Shen Xiao to seek retribution on his behalf. Fool, be silent. Shen Xiao reprimanded sharply, warning him with a fierce glare. The young man in the leather jacket, blinded by hatred, suddenly regained clarity, as if struck by enlightenment. He appeared disoriented and dazed. Even an imbecile could now discern that Shen Xiao was of little consequence in the presence of Su Xiaochuan. He had once believed that by aligning himself with Shen Xiao, he would elevate his status, distinguishing himself from the likes of Chao Zheng, who was merely a commoner. However, reality had now revealed that it was Chao Zheng who had truly garnered the attention of influential figures, setting him apart from his peers. The thought sent shivers down his spine. He realized he had unwittingly stepped onto a bed of nails. Shen Xiao harbored grand ambitions. Seeking to carve out a market in Jiangbei, Su Xiaochuan observed Shen Xiao with a sardonic smile. The ventures into Xiaoliang Mountain and the orphanage were clear indications of Shen Zhao's unwavering determination to penetrate the Jiangbei market. Shen Zhao's expression shifted, yet he remained silent. Su Xiaochuan, with a calm demeanor, remarked, "You may as well turn back. Jiangbei holds no place for you." He did not believe that Shen Xiao bore no resentment. Rather, it was Shen Zhao's self-awareness that restrained him from displaying such emotions. Yes, Mr. Su, I understand, Shun Xiao said, suppressing his fury. For anger without power would only invite ridicule. Su Xiaochuan turned his gaze toward the young man in the leather jacket. The young man shuddered, stammering, Mr. Su, spare me. It's all my fault for underestimating you. I beg you, let me go. In that moment, he was laid bare, eliciting disdain and contempt. Take your dog and vanish from my sight, Su Xiaochuan replied with a scornful smile, addressing Shen Xiao. Shen Xiao remained silent and turned to leave. The young man scrambled after him. Soon, the roar of an engine echoed outside, gradually fading into the distance until it was no more. Mr. Su, I shall take my leave as well, Chao Zheng suggested, displaying his awareness of the situation. Su Xiaochuan nodded and casually remarked, My wife's Western restaurant is opening. You must be present to assist in welcoming the guests. Yes, thank you, Mr. Su. I will definitely attend, Chao Zheng said, his face alight with gratitude. Although it was merely the opening of a restaurant, it was the establishment of Su Xiaochuan's wife. The attendees on the opening day would undoubtedly be prominent figures. By standing beside Su Xiaochuan to greet guests, everyone would recognize him as part of Su Xiaochuan's circle, ensuring he would receive due respect in future business dealings. This was an immense favor, a rare opportunity sought by many. After expressing his thanks to Su Xiaochuan, Chao Zheng departed, filled with excitement. Finally, they're gone. That was utterly terrifying. Aunt Chun sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from her brow. Su Xiaochuan chuckled. Aunt Chun, you protected us when we were young. Now it is my turn to protect you. Ah, what a good child, Aunt Chun said, taking Su Xiaochuan's hand, her voice tinged with nostalgia. The one thing I have never regretted in my life is opening this orphanage. The brothers and sisters I grew up with come to visit during festivals, and even those who cannot make it call me. Others say that I will never marry or have children. What of it? Aren't you all my children? Su Xiaochuan felt a twinge of guilt upon hearing those words. It had been 6 long years since he last contacted Aunt Chun. Aunt Chun, please bring back the children you sent away. I will finance the renovation of the orphanage, and I shall bear all its expenses henceforth. Su Xiaochuan understood that each child was as dear to Aunt Chun as her own flesh and blood, and parting with them would surely be heart-wrenching. Aunt Chun shook her head. Xiaochuan, I know you mean well, but money should not be spent so frivolously. Aunt Chun, I grew up here. This is my home. Am I not entitled to invest in my own home? Su Xiaochuan feigen dietz bele. Watching this exchange, Su Bingxian couldn't help but smile faintly. Eventually, after much persuasion, Aunt Chun relented and insisted on preparing a meal for the two of them. You two sit tight. I'll go fetch some groceries and be back shortly. Don't you dare leave, Xiaochuan. If you sneak away, don't expect to return ever again. Aunt Chun, before leaving, was still worried that Su Xiaochuan and Su Bingxian might take the opportunity to leave while she was gone. I understand, Aunt Chun. I'm looking forward to your cooking and certainly one tea leave. Su Xiaochuan reassured her as he watched Aunt Chun depart with her basket. Turning to Su Xiaochuan, Su Bingxian suggested, rather than personally funding the orphanage's renovation, it may be more beneficial to establish a charity organization and contribute under its name. That's a splendid idea. Su Xiaochuan nodded in agreement. While one may strive for personal integrity and poverty, wealth should be used to uplift others. Though I lack the means to save the world, I can certainly extend a helping hand. It was Aunt Chun's nurturing that allowed me to grow up healthy, and now I am eager to assist others in return. With a cheerful demeanor, Su Bingxian responded, Let us make it clear, I want a stake in this charity organization. I intend to establish a personal fund named after me. Are you sure you want to join? Though this endeavor was altruistic, Su Xiaochuan did not mind enhancing his own reputation in the process. With a playful smile, Su Bingxian leaned against Su Xiaochuan's shoulder. Why not? I don't need the fame. It's yours to claim. Since you're not concerned about the potential loss, I have no objections. I'll draft a charter when I return and inform you then. In just a few exchanges, the matter was settled. Lunchtime found Su Bingxian, Zhou Tian, and Su Xiaochuan dining at the orphanage, where Su Xiaochuan shared numerous stories, including his discovery of his father, though he chose not to divulge too many details about the Su family. After the meal, Su Xiaochuan took his leave. Let me drive you. You chauffeured me last time, so it's my turn now. As they exited the orphanage, Su Bingxian jingled the car keys in her hand and said, "Let us go." Su Xiaochuan, not one to hesitate, informed Zhou Tian and climbed into Su Bingxian's vehicle. "Tap the Damli Sao, Su Bingqian." "You have become arrogant." Su Bingxian drove with the same steadiness she applied to her work. At least for Su Xiaochuan, the ride was quite enjoyable, especially with the added pleasure of being accompanied by a beautiful woman. Su Xiaochuan's gaze lingered on Su Bingxian, unabashedly admiring her graceful figure. Suddenly, he gazed out of the window, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "Your little woman may be encountering some trouble." Upon hearing this, Su Bingxian pressed the brake pedal to reduce the speed of the car and glanced outside in the direction of Su Xiaochuan's gaze. There, by the roadside, Song Zixin was being confronted by two well-dressed young men while holding onto Yao Yao's hand. The two men were engaged in conversation with Song Zixin, their demeanor respectful, not daring to offend her in the slightest. After a mere glance, Su Bingxian withdrew her gaze and pressed the accelerator, increasing the car's speed once more. "Aren't you going to check on her?" Su Xiaochuan asked, somewhat surprised. Su Bingxian replied nonchalantly, "Mr. Su, everyone harbors their own secrets." It was evident from her words that she was aware of certain matters that Song Zixin had concealed from her, yet she had no intention of probing further. Su Xiaochuan pondered this. He had sensed from the outset that Song Zixin was no ordinary person, for a typical family could not possibly nurture such a woman. She was gentle, well-mannered, and exuded warmth and sincerity, with a hint of shyness that made interactions with her quite pleasant. The earlier scene further solidified Su Xiaochuan's thoughts. Those two young men in dark attire were likely connected to Song Zixin's family. The dynamic between Su Bingxian and Song Zixin was intriguing, two affluent women engaging with one another. He found himself curious about the nature of their relationship. "Your thoughts are certainly wandering to less virtuous realms." Su Bingxian's voice interrupted Su Xiaochuan's musings. He snapped back to reality, smiling but remaining silent, for the thoughts he had entertained were not fit for conversation. "I know without you saying it. This is precisely why I have little fondness for men, such filthy thoughts. My love with Zixin is pure." As Su Bingxian deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, her beautiful eyes cast a glance at Su Xiaochuan, her tone calm yet tinged with disdain. Su Xiaochuan smiled slightly. "Mr. Su, is there a need for explanations? The more you explain, the more I am led to believe you covet Miss Song." "I do. I've indulged," Su Bingxian replied provocatively, offering Su Xiaochuan a challenging look. "And you can only watch." "Su Bingxian, you've grown quite bold," Su Xiaochuan remarked, addressing her by name for the first time. Did she truly think she could act so freely before him without an agreement on their collaboration? In response, Su Bingxian turned her head, smiling sweetly. "If I wish to be friend with Mr. Su, I cannot tread lightly." "Friends?" Su Xiaochuan sopti, incredulous that a woman so desperate for his protection would dare to propose friendship. Su Bingxian did not pursue the topic further, but instead stated, "I never imagined that, mister." Su had grown up in an orphanage. Being a love child, my mother passed away early. If I hadn't grown up in an orphanage, then where else would I have? Su Xiaochuan smiled lightly, his demeanor casual, as if discussing someone else's life. Su Bingxian stole a glance at him, and for some inexplicable reason, his nonchalant attitude stirred a flicker of compassion and sorrow within her. "Do you have no family?" she inquired, eager to uncover the depths of the scars hidden beneath his calm exterior. "I do. I have quite a few in the capital." As Su Xiaochuan uttered those words, a hint of derision curved at the corners of his mouth. Su Bingxian emphasized, "I was referring to your mother's relatives." "Mr. Su, our relationship has not yet reached that level," Su Xiaochuan replied. Su Bingxian's expression stiffened, a touch of awkwardness crossing her features as she pressed her crimson lips together and said, "I apologize." "It's nothing." Su Xiaochuan shook his head. His mother's relatives certainly existed. However, after they had divided up the meager inheritance left by his mother, the burden she had bequeathed, was naturally cast aside. Perhaps out of consideration for his mother's assets, those relatives sent him to an orphanage, allowing him to survive. Otherwise, he would have become a vagrant child, and whether he could have lived to this day would have been another matter entirely. Su Xiaochuan harbored no thoughts of revenge against them. for they had at least arranged his mother's funeral and laid her to rest. He neither sought vengeance nor felt gratitude. He had no intention of entangling himself with them again. What followed was a prolonged silence as the car entered the Eugene Garden Villa area. Upon reaching the entrance of Villa Number 5, Su Xiaochuan alighted from the vehicle. "Thank you." He expressed his gratitude before turning to walk into the courtyard, where he rang the doorbell. Ding dong. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing Yi Xinya clad in a flowing blue gown. "Are there guests at home?" Su Xiaochuan discerned a few figures in the living room, but their faces remained obscured from his angle. While inquiring, he began to remove his outer coat. The suit felt somewhat constricting. He preferred the comfort of loose martial attire. "They just arrived, and I was about to call you," Yi Xinya replied, graciously taking Su Xiaochuan's coat and hanging it on a rack. After closing the door, Su Xiaochuan stepped into the living room. Finally recognizing the guests present, Lu Sihai from Sihai Corporation, Zhou Ruyan from Taiyang Group, and Lin Yifeng from Lin Group. "Mr. Su, I hope you will forgive our impertinent visit." The three stood promptly to greet him upon his arrival. Lu Sihai's attitude had softened considerably since their last encounter at the Jiangbei Grand Hotel, where Su Xiaochuan had warmly hosted him with a bottle of Lafite. Su Xiaochuan settled beside his daughter, who was engrossed in her artwork on the coffee table, crossing his legs and gesturing for the three to sit. The little girl, displaying remarkable composure, refrained from rushing to Su Xiaochuan for affection in the presence of guests and quietly continued to paint with her watercolor pens. Yi Xinya gracefully placed a cup of tea before Su Xiaochuan and elegantly seated herself beside him. After exchanging glances, Zhou Ruyan, seated at the center, cleared his throat and carefully chose his words. "Mr. Su, we have heard that you are preparing to sign an exclusive cooperation agreement with Fenghua Group, allowing only Fenghua Jewelry to operate within the Tianyang Commercial Plaza in Jiangsu Province. Given the prominence of Tianyang Commercial Plaza, whoever occupies it essentially claims over 50% of the jewelry market in Jiangsu Province. Originally, the market was divided among four, but now, with Su Xiaochuan and Su Bingxian collaborating, they have effectively excluded the three of us, leaving us in a precarious position. At present, the collaboration agreement between Tianyang and Fenghua has yet to be formally signed, allowing them a fleeting opportunity to negotiate further. Once the contract is signed, they will be bereft of any chance for redemption." The trio, being well informed, quickly caught wind of my private conversation with Chairman Su. Su Xiaochuan, observing their expressions, remarked with a hint of irony. He had not disclosed this matter to anyone else, which implies that the information must have leaked from Su Bingxian's circle, suggesting that someone close to her is betraying her trust. Chapter 87. I no longer wish to provide you with this livelihood. The three individuals discerned the sarcasm laced in Su Xiaochuan's words. However, they feigned ignorance, their faces betraying no sign of embarrassment. Seasoned veterans of the business world, they understood that shamelessness is merely a fundamental quality in commerce. "Chairman Su, I believe this matter warrants your careful consideration," Zhou Ruyan, evidently the backbone of the trio, asserted, as it was he who represented them in discussions with Su Xiaochuan. Hearing this, Su Xiaochuan fixed him with a bemused gaze. "What? Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs?" "Not at all," Zhou Ruyan replied sincerely, meeting Su Xiaochuan's gaze. "I genuinely have your best interests at heart." Although Su Bingxian is a woman, her ambitions are formidable. Her actions are entirely calculated against you. Su Xiaochuan could not refute this, yet he chose to remain silent, curious to see what Zhou Ruyan would articulate next. Yi Xinya delicately plucked a grape from the fruit platter, her fingers adorned with red nail polish, carefully peeling away the skin before offering it to Su Xiaochuan. He opened his mouth to catch it, the juice trickling down his throat, the flesh yielding and succulent, her fingers as tender as jade. Yi Xinya's cheeks flushed slightly, playfully glaring at him. Lin Yifeng and the others lowered their heads to examine their teacups, pretending not to notice. Zhou Ruyan pressed on. "Mr. Su, I am unaware of what conditions Su Bingxian has promised you, but these are merely short-term gains. Should Fenghua Group dominate the market in Jiangsu Province, she could turn on you without a moment's hesitation. Mr. Su, only a balance among the four companies will yield the most advantageous situation for Tianyang. You make a compelling argument," Su Xiaochuan nodded in agreement, as he had once shared the same sentiment. The three of them visibly brightened, their faces filled with hope as they gazed at Su Xiaochuan. Therefore, you may take your leave, Su Xiaochuan interjected, gesturing for them to depart. Your reasoning is sound, and I concur. However, the price set by the esteemed Su Bingxian is simply too high. The trio was momentarily taken aback, staring at Su Xiaochuan in disbelief. Convinced they had misheard him, the abrupt shift in tone was entirely unexpected. Just moments ago, he had been in agreement, yet now he was dismissing them. Such a leap in thought was bewildering. Lin Yifeng was the first to regain his composure, his expression fraught with urgency as he implored Su Xiaochuan, "Mr. Su, please reconsider. Su Bingqian's ambitions are well known to all. Gentlemen, you have voiced your concerns. Whether I heed them is my prerogative. Please feel free to leave," Su Xiaochuan stated, unwilling to squander any further time with these three failures. Having afforded them the utmost respect by allowing them to speak their minds. "Mr. Su, may I inquire what promises Su Bingqian made to you?" Zhou Ruiyan maintained a semblance of composure. Though they were aware of certain matters, the intricacies eluded their understanding. Su Xiaochuan merely offered him a knowing smile, delicately lifting his teacup to take a sip, remaining silent. This was, indeed, the most eloquent response. A heavy silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by the soft sounds of Xian's brush against the paper. After approximately a minute, Lin Yifeng could no longer contain himself. "Mr. Su, we have collaborated with Tianyang for many years. You cannot simply sever ties. Rest assured, I shall honor the existing contract with you before executing the new one." "That is the protocol," Su Xiaochuan replied with a warm smile, exuding the gentleness of spring breeze. The three men felt a mix of urgency and anger upon hearing his words. It was evident that Su Xiaochuan was resolutely intent on abandoning them to pursue an alliance with Su Bingqian. "Gentlemen, it is getting late. Please take your leave," Su Xiaochuan reiterated, his patience wearing thin. With an abrupt clap, Lu Sihai, who had held his silence until now, could no longer restrain himself. He stood up, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Xiaochuan, exclaiming, "Mr. Su, this is utterly excessive. We have partnered with Tianyang for so long without any change in our arrangement, and you, having just arrived, unceremoniously cast us aside. What do you take us for?" Zhou Ruiyan and Lin Yifeng wore equally grim expressions, choosing not to intervene with Lu Sihai's outburst, clearly reflecting their shared sentiments. "D. Sin squick, statan bi liu sin for thee." Clutching Su Xiaochuan's sleeve with her paintbrush still in hand. "Xinya, please take the girl upstairs to play," Su Xiaochuan said, gently ruffling Xian's hair as he addressed Yi Xinya beside him. "You may converse at your leisure," Yi Xinya replied with a slight smile, rising to beckon Xian. The timid girl cast a wary glance at Lu Sihai before gathering her supplies and following Yi Xinya upstairs, their footsteps fading away. As the sounds of his wife and daughter grew fainter, Su Xiaochuan turned to Lu Sihai with a smile. "Your temper is quite fierce. You frighten my daughter. Perhaps a cup of tea will temper your anger." "Su Xiaochuan, do not overstep your bounds." Lu Sihai, feeling belittled by Su Xiaochuan's calm demeanor, erupted in fury. "What do you take us for, a mere convenience to be discarded after use?" In a swift motion, Su Xiaochuan seized a scalding tea before hurling it at Lu Sihai's face. Caught off guard, Lu Sihai's visage contorted in agony as he clutched his face, emitting a series of frantic screams. Zhou Ruiyan and Lin Yifeng stood in shocked disbelief. With a decisive kick, Su Xiaochuan sent Lu Sihai crashing to the ground. As Lu Sihai attempted to rise, Su Xiaochuan placed a foot upon his head, pressing him back down, coolly stating, "You refuse to leave when asked, and decline a cup of tea? Is it that you wish to disregard my courtesy? Have you forgotten so soon the humiliation you suffered last time at the Jiangbei Grand Hotel, lying there like a wretched dog?" In Lu Sihai's eyes, panic flickered, and deep within, a hint of fear lurked. He wished to articulate something, yet not a single word escaped his lips. "Mr. Su," Chairman Lu acted impulsively. "I hope you do not hold it against him," pleaded Zhou Ruiyan and Lin Yifeng, advocating for Lu Sihai, as the three men were, after all, inextricably linked. Su Xiaochuan released Lu Sihai, plopped onto the sofa, and commenced peeling an apple with a fruit knife, nonchalantly stating, "You depend on Tianyang for your livelihood. It is not Tianyang that relies on you. Thus, it is vital to recognize your position. Regardless of what the previous chairman discussed with you, I am here now, and my word is final." At this juncture, Su Xiaochuan paused, casting a sweeping glance at the trio, and with a slight smile, added at present, "I have no intention of providing you with sustenance. Do you comprehend?" Upon finishing his statement, he took a bite of the apple, crossing his legs and regarding the three men with a bemused expression. Their faces shifted between shades of green and white, their fury simmering just beneath the surface. Yet they could only suppress it. "Understood, Mr. Su. We shall take our leave," Zhou Rian managed to utter with a dry voice before departing with Lin Yifeng and Lu Sihai. While Zhou Ruyan and Lin Yifeng harbored intense resentment towards Su Xiaochuan, they refrained from uttering any harsh words, recognizing the folly in such an approach. Lu Sihai, undoubtedly a fool, cast a venomous glance at Su Xiaochuan as they exited. Chapter 88. A cautionary tale by Chen Xiaolin regarding Lu Sihai's final venomous glare. Su Xiaochuan merely smiled it off, not allowing it to weigh on his mind. A lion pays no heed to whether an ant bears a grudge, even if that ant is somewhat larger. Ultimately, it remains but an ant. Since the incident at Jiangbei Grand Hotel, Lu Sihai had harbored animosity towards him for quite some time. Yet, what could be done? Today, he still obediently came seeking a morsel of favor. Damn it, I bet Su Bingxian has certainly shared a bed with Su Xiaochuan. Otherwise, how could he have acquiesced to her demands? Upon stepping out of Su Xiaochuan's residence, Lu Sihai, his face flushed with indignation, began venting his frustrations, as if his very teeth might shatter. Zhou Ruyan and Lin Yifeng exchanged glances, opting to ignore him, unwilling to engage in such meaningless and potentially perilous discourse, especially so near Su Xiaochuan's doorstep. Lu Sihai, brimming with rage and resentment, grew increasingly animated, weaving a sordid narrative about Su Xiaochuan and Su Bingxian, disparaging her as a complete harlot who purportedly brought her girlfriend to serve him. He described Su Xiaochuan, the illegitimate child, as someone who wielded power through influence. In essence, the more vulgar the remarks, the better. Suddenly, while immersed in his tirade, he collided with a sturdy chest. He staggered back, nearly losing his footing, and irritably exclaimed, "Who the hell is so blind?" Upon recognizing the figure before him, his expression froze, and the words died on his lips. For he recognized the man as the bodyguard who had stood behind Su Xiaochuan that day at the Jiangbei Grand Hotel. "My boss at home is someone you can scold, and if he speaks recklessly, he deserves a slap," Zhou Tian said expressionlessly, and, as his words fell, he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Lu Sihai's face. "Ah!" Lu Sihai cried out in agony as his right cheek swelled at an observable rate, leaving 5 bright red fingerprints. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Zhou Tian followed up with a series of over a dozen slaps. Lu Sihai was left battered and bruised, 2 of his teeth knocked out, rendering him a pitiable sight. Zhou Ruyan and Lin Yifeng had already discreetly slipped away. "Zhou Dong, we must keep our distance from Lu Sihai from now on. He is more of a hindrance than a help and may drag us down with him in the future," Lin Yifeng remarked with irritation. Initially, he had hoped the 3 of them would unite as they were all in the same boat. However, Lu Sihai's foolishness and his sharp tongue instilled a fear in Lin Yifeng that he might one day become entangled in Lu's troubles. Zhou Rian nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lu Sihai is astonishingly foolish yet blissfully unaware of it. "Zhou Dong, what shall we do now?" Lin Yifeng inquired. "If we wait until the agreement between Tianyang and Fenghua is signed, it will be too late." Zhou Rian sighed. "We have no expectations from Su Xiaochuan, and we lack the means to find an opening with him. Are you suggesting we target Su Bingxian?" Lin Yifeng immediately grasped the implication of his words and completed the thought. "Precisely." Zhou Ruyan nodded affirmatively, a glint of cold determination flickering in his eyes. "Since Su Bingxian aims to undermine us, we need not hold back. If we cannot touch Su Xiaochuan, can we not act against her? Cutting off the source of one's livelihood is akin to murdering one's parents. And Su Bingxian is not only severing our financial support, but is also digging at our very roots. We will not sit idly by. Lin Yifeng expressed his concerns. Su Xiaochuan has already reached a preliminary verbal agreement with Su Bingxian. If we take action against her, how will we explain ourselves to Su Xiaochuan? Zhou Rian scoffed dismissively. Do not worry. How long have Su Bingxian and Su Xiaochuan known each other? Their relationship has not yet reached that level. Even if Su Bingxian were pleased with Su Xiaochuan, he would merely stand by and watch. After all, he holds the Tianyang Commercial Plaza and is in a position of strength. Regrettably, Zhou Rian had not considered that Su Bingxian had given Su Xiaochuan 10% of Fenghua Group's shares. With that in mind, should they dare to act against Su Bingxian, Su Xiaochuan would not remain indifferent. Zhou Rian and Lin Yifeng could not fathom this point, as it was fundamentally inconceivable to them. Then let us proceed. Damn it. Let that wretched woman understand our might, Lin Yifeng resolved. The Chen family's influence in Jiangbei was indeed formidable. After Su Xiaochuan showed mercy, Chen Xiaolin emerged that very night. He was now, as promised, kneeling at Su Xiaochuan's home, apologizing under Chen Changsheng's guidance. Daddy, why is that uncle kneeling? Xin poten a Jen Xiaolin. Her face full of innocent curiosity, her big, watery eyes brimming with a thirst for knowledge. Due to his wrongdoing, he has faced punishment. Xin, you must never err in the future, lest you end up like this uncle. Su Xiaochuan used Chen Xiaolin as a stark example to educate his daughter. Pondering thoughtfully, Xi nodded and looked up at Su Xiaochuan earnestly, declaring, Daddy, I will certainly not make mistakes that would anger you and Mommy. Indet, mi de xin, Su Xiaochuan praised, gently pinching her cheek and adding, this uncle is not as well behaved as you. He constantly provokes my ire. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaolin's lips twitched, and a surge of rage boiled within him, wishing nothing more than to exact vengeance upon Su Xiaochuan. Humiliation. To him, this was a blatant affront. Bang! Chen Changsheng delivered a kick to him and scolded. Have you lost your tongue? Can't you speak? Chen Xiaolin steadied himself, kneeling upright once more, inhaling deeply to suppress his fury as he addressed Su Xiaochuan. Mr. Su, I was in the wrong. I am grateful for your magnanimity, and I offer my sincere apologies. This statement, consisting of fewer than 30 words, took Chen Xiaolin nearly a full minute to articulate. After concluding, he lowered his gaze, the fury and malice in his eyes seeming to overflow. Time and again, he had attempted to confront Su Xiaochuan, only to end up harming himself in the process. Now, having to kneel and apologize was an unbearable indignity. Chen Changsheng produced a pre-prepared contract and presented it to Su Xiaochuan, saying, Mr. Su, my son has acted disrespectfully. Thank you for your leniency. This is a small token of my gratitude. I hope you will accept it. Then I shall not be polite, Su Xiaochuan replied, accepting the contract and opening it before him. It was a property transfer agreement for a seaside villa. Signing it would make it his. Perfect. My wife and daughter have been complaining about the closet being too small. We've been troubled with nowhere to store our clothes, Su Xiaochuan remarked with a smile, casually tossing the contract to Xin. Unaware of its contents, Xin understood it was meant for her to store clothes, and she leapt with joy, exclaiming, Yay, I want new clothes. I want to buy so many new clothes. Yishinya couldn't help but smile. Every woman dreams of a wardrobe that can never be filled. Chen Changsheng's lips curled in a wry smile, presenting a villa worth tens of millions solely for his wife and daughter's clothing was indeed indulgent. However, the most significant aspect was that Chen Changsheng was certain Su Xiaochuan was neither jesting nor boasting. He was simply stating a fact with calmness. That was truly the most terrifying part. Chapter 89. A promising discovery by Xin. The following day was Monday. Monday not only signified the return of employees after a weekend of work, but this nefarious capitalist also had to return to the grind. In the restroom, a father and daughter, clad in matching pajamas, were brushing their teeth with identical toothbrushes and cups. You two, hurry up. Breakfast is ready, called Yishinya, already dressed and prepared. With a gurgle, both father and daughter spat out foam simultaneously and hurried towards the dining room. Wow, I am faster than Dad. I am faster than Dad. The little girl, filled with excitement, sat on the chair and playfully made a face at Su Xiaochuan. Tomorrow, Dad will surely be faster than you, Su Xiaochuan retorted ominously, dragging a chair over to sit beside her. With a playful flick of her tongue, Xin leaned over the dining table and began to enjoy her breakfast. After finishing their meal, the father and daughter changed clothes under Yixinya's attentive care. Drive slowly on the way, she advised. As Yixinya escorted them out, she felt as though she was caring for two children instead of one. Once outside the courtyard, the little girl skipped joyfully to the opposite house of Su Bingxian, knocking eagerly on the door. Yao Yao, come out quickly, it's time for kindergarten. The two little girls had made plans the previous day to go to kindergarten together every morning. Before long, the door opened, and Song Zixin, dressed in a water blue dress, emerged with Yao Yao, who sported twin ponytails. Good morning, Mr. Su. I will be troubling you from now on, Song Zixin expressed with gratitude, knowing that Xin and Yao Yao had agreed to go to kindergarten together daily, which meant Su Xiaochuan would be responsible for taking them. In the afternoon, Song Zixin would pick up the two children from school, establishing a clear division of responsibilities. Good morning, Uncle Su, Yao Yao greeted Su Xiaochuan respectfully. In contrast to the lively Yao Yao, this girl, while still possessing the spirited nature of a child, exhibited a touch more tranquility, likely influenced by Song Zixin. Yao Yao looks lovely too, Su Xiaochuan remarked, gently patting her head, and then turning to Song Zixin with a subtle smile. Is there any trouble? What about Sister Qian? Qian Jie left for the company early. She expressed her gratitude for your call last night, Song Zixin replied, her face adorned with a gentle smile, reminiscent of a warm spring breeze. Last night, Su Xiaochuan had shared his suspicions regarding someone close to Su Bingxian being disloyal. She must be in a hurry to deal with the traitor at the company this morning. Xin suddenly exclaimed, Yao Yao, look, there's a butterfly. Her eyes sparkled as she spotted a white butterfly and dashed off in pursuit. Yao Yao, too, reverted to her playful childhood nature, trailing behind Xin with her little backpack. Miss Song, we shall take our leave now. Su Xiaochuan smiled at Song Zixin before turning to depart. Mr. Su, just a few steps away, he heard Song Zixin's sweet voice calling after him. Su Xiaochuan turned back, puzzled by her tone. From now on, just call me Zixin, she said with a cheerful smile. Su Xiaochuan nodded with a smile. I mentioned at the amusement park before that you can simply call me by my name. All right, Xiaochuan. Song Zixin's smile brightened even more, outshining the morning sun. Su Xiaochuan turned to leave, glancing back at the two little girls joyfully chasing the butterfly, and said to Zhou Tian, you two should drive to the entrance of the villa area and wait there. With that, Su Xiaochuan hastened to catch up with Xin and Yao Yao, as he was not at ease allowing them to frolic freely near the park, where a river flowed. Wow, Dad, come quickly, there's a beautiful sister boxing here. As Su Xiaochuan hastened forward, Xin joyfully waved at him. In truth, Su Xiaochuan had already noticed her without her calling out. Beneath the trees by the riverbank stood a youthful maiden clad in a white martial attire. Her hair styled in a single ponytail, practicing her punches. Due to her martial training, the girl's physique was commendable, and her loose-fitting attire could not conceal her alluring curves. The technique she practiced was none other than the same fist style Su Xiaochuan had observed from the elderly man through the car window yesterday. The eagle claw fist. Particularly the eagle claw seizing technique, once enjoyed considerable popularity within the military ranks of the Dragon Kingdom. Despite her tender age, the girl had already mastered several aspects of the technique, having entered the foundational realm of physical cultivation. In the realm of martial arts, there exists a vast chasm between those who have entered and those who have not. The latter are often deemed as outsiders. Many so-called martial arts experts in the community might merely be novices who have yet to succeed in physical cultivation. Nurturing a martial artist demands not only a complete transmission of techniques, but also significant financial investment, including herbal baths and rigorous training from a young age. Thus, achieving a postnatal realm before the age of 30 is a rare feat indeed. This is why the age-old adage of the poor in literature, the rich in martial arts, has persisted, and the acquisition of a complete martial lineage is not merely a matter of wealth. The path of martial arts is fraught with challenges. As for Su Xiaochuan, who commenced his martial training only after reaching adulthood, attaining the initial stage of the postnatal realm within 6 years would undoubtedly be astonishing. He discerned that this girl was likely not one of those privileged individuals who had received extensive training from an affluent family, making her current achievements at 17 or 18 commendable. Only those who have crossed into the realm of physical cultivation can truly be regarded as martial artists. And this girl exemplified that status. The maiden in white ceased her practice and, glancing at XNXN, playfully inquired, "Little one, would you like to learn martial arts from your elder sister?" "No, I have my daddy," XIN replied, shaking her head as she grasped Su Xiaochuan's hand. The white-clad girl turned her gaze towards Su Xiaochuan and teased, "Your daddy is not as formidable as I am." "That's not true. My daddy is the strongest. He can defeat many bad guys," XIN retorted. Her lips pursed in defiance, for in her eyes, her father was the mightiest person in the world. Su Xiaochuan gently patted XIN's head and addressed the white-clad maiden in a soft tone. "You possess considerable talent, but your foundation is somewhat lacking, which has led to a squandering of your potential. However, your age is still on your side. There is still hope for redemption." Had this girl received proper training from a young age, she would have likely reached at least the blood condensation realm by now, her innate talent being extraordinary. Yet her humble beginnings proved to be an obstacle, a true pity for such a promising bud. "What did you just say?" Xian Miaoyi widened her beautiful eyes, staring at Su Xiaochuan in disbelief. She had always held great confidence in her abilities. Yet, an ordinary person had the audacity to critique her in such a manner, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Did this individual truly comprehend the implications of his words? It seemed rather arrogant. Su Xiaochuan offered no explanation, instead stating, "My daughter is going to be late for school. If you're interested, you may contact me at this number. Perhaps I can offer you an alternative path in life." With that, he retrieved a business card from his pocket and tossed it over to her. Fate is a curious thing, and to overlook such a promising individual would indeed be a lamentable oversight. Xian Miaoyi, in a moment of instinct, reached out to grasp the business card. But in the next instant, her complexion paled, and she swiftly turned aside to evade. A sharp sound sliced through the air, and a strand of her raven-black hair fell into her hand. When she turned back, she beheld the thin card embedded half an inch deep into the tree trunk. Staring blankly at the card lodged in the bark, she clutched the severed lock of hair in silence for a protracted moment. Eventually, as she sought to locate Su Xiaochuan, she realized he had long since vanished without a trace. With a heart heavy with mixed emotions, Xian Miaoyi approached the tree, retrieving the card and murmuring to herself, "Su Xiaochuan, chairman of Tianyang Group." Chapter 90. Xian Miaoyi's heavy blow prior to this day. Xian Miaoyi had always believed herself to be quite formidable. Her grandfather had consistently affirmed her brilliance, declaring her a genius. She had embraced this notion wholeheartedly. However, at this moment, she found herself profoundly impacted, experiencing a weighty blow to her self-esteem. That young man, seemingly lacking in every regard except for his striking appearance, had effortlessly tossed a business card, rendering her utterly defenseless. She was certain that even her grandfather would not stand a chance against this Su Xiaochuan. What realm of prowess did he inhabit? Xian Miaoyi could not fathom it, as her exposure to martial arts was limited. The most formidable person she knew was her grandfather. Yet, even he had spent a lifetime practicing martial arts, and had only reached the mid-level of blood condensation. Why are you lost in thought? Were you not instructed to practice your punches? You must not allow your talent to breed arrogance. A voice, aged yet steady, interrupted her reverie. It was her grandfather, Xiet Songlong. Should Su Xiaochuan be present, he would recognize this man as the elderly martial artist he had glimpsed through the car window the previous day. "Grandfather, I just encountered a master," Xian Miaoyi managed to articulate, gathering her thoughts as she turned to face Xiet Songlong. "Oh." Xiet Songlong's expression turned serious. What did he look like? To be deemed a master by his proud granddaughter surely indicated that he was no ordinary individual. He appeared to be around 23 or 24 years old, Xian Miaoyi replied, extending the business card towards him. "Look, grandfather, this is what he left behind, and he asked me to call this number to reach him." Upon hearing the young man's age, Siet Songlong began to doubt his granddaughter's credibility. His skepticism deepened after examining the card. You must be mistaken. He cannot possibly be a master. More likely, he is a charlatan, Siet Songlong remarked dismissively. Tossing the card aside, chairman of Tianyang Group, the third young master of the Su family, a bastard child who was only brought back to the capital 6 years ago. Given his status, he knew well that Su Shaochuan could not be considered master. The Su family in the capital was vast, teeming with experts. Yet this Su Shaochuan was certainly not among them. As far as he knew, Su Shaochuan was merely 24 years old, having been brought back to the capital at the age of 18. Although he began his martial arts training only after turning 18, the path to mastery is fraught with challenges, and in just 6 short years, Su Shaochuan has undoubtedly surpassed the average person. However, it is inconceivable that he could be considered a true expert. He likely has not even reached the realm of body refinement, and thus his life will remain as it is. Grandfather, I swear, I witnessed it with my own eyes. He cannot possibly be a fraud. Seeing this, Siem Yaoi grew anxious and quickly bent down to retrieve the business card. Listen to me, do not associate with him. This man from the capital surely harbors ulterior motives. From now on, practice your martial arts in the garden at home and refrain from venturing out. If his mediocre skills qualify him as a master, then what does that make me, your grandfather, a grandmaster of the martial arts? Enough. I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Remember, do not engage with him. If he harasses you, inform your grandfather, and I shall take care of it. Siet Songlong held Su Shaochuan, the illegitimate child, in low regard and repeatedly warned his granddaughter before departing. As she watched her grandfather leave, Siem Yaoi stomped her foot in frustration. She glanced down at the business card in her hand and tightened her grip on it. Su Sao Chujiang, oblivious to being labeled a deceiver by Siet Songlong for his interest in his granddaughter, was currently attending a meeting. Every Monday, the company holds a routine meeting. He convened the leaders of various departments, who would then relay the information to their respective teams. However, today's meeting was notably different, as it included not only the management from the headquarters, but also the heads of the subsidiary companies. Jianyang Real Estate has become the largest property developer in Jiangzhou province. Jia Xiyun, do not confine your focus to this small plot of land. Your next task is to expand outward. And you, Zhang Yuanlin, the restaurant and real estate sectors have always been the twin pillars of our group. Why then, have I seen reports indicating a decline in the restaurant division's revenue this quarter? Upon returning, you are to prepare a detailed report from me on this matter. That will be our current focus. Meeting dismissed. The meeting lasted nearly 2 hours, and as Su Shaochuan exited, he felt parched. Mr. Su, someone is here to see you and is waiting in your office, reported Secretary Lu Xiaoyu, hastily approaching him just as he stepped out of the conference room. Who is it? Why was this person brought to my office directly? Su Shaochuan frowned, displeased with Lu Xiaoyu's explanation. Lu Xiaoyu, visibly apprehensive, replied, Mr. Su, I did not intend for this to happen, but the visitor claims to be your father-in-law. She suddenly fell silent as she noticed Su Shaochuan's expression darken, a cold aura emanating from him. Very well, you may return to your duties. He dismissed her, heading toward his office. He had not anticipated that Yi Tong would dare to come to the company to see him. Such audacity was truly remarkable. Su Shaochuan could easily surmise that this opportunistic father-in-law was seeking something. Upon opening the office door, he discovered that Yi Tong was not alone. His nominal brother-in-law, Yi Zhaofeng, had accompanied him as well. Shaochuan. The two individuals who were originally seated on the sofa stood up abruptly, somewhat awkwardly greeting Su Shaochuan with smiles that bordered on obsequiousness. In that moment, any semblance of their previous haughty demeanor and scornful glances towards Su had vanished. Now, they approached him with trepidation. This is my office, a place for serious discussions. Henceforth, please address me as Director Su. Su Shaochuan stated impassively, taking his seat behind the desk. The expressions on their faces stiffened. You should know why you are here. I do not welcome your presence. Su Shaochuan spoke with a cool detachment, leaving no doubt about his estrangement from the two. Reassuring smiles returned to their faces, and Yi Tong implored, Su, no. Director Su, we truly have no other option. Otherwise, we would not have come to you. We earnestly request your assistance to save the Yi family. Save your Yi family? Su Xiaochuan scoffed, as if he had heard a ridiculous joke. On what grounds? Director Su, one cannot speak in such terms. You marry my sister. You are our son-in-law. Yi Zhaofeng interjected, gazing intently at Su Xiaochuan. Yi Teng chimed in, indeed, Director Su. We are family. Xiaoya is my daughter. Is that so? Su Xiaochuan chuckled derisively, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. Wasn't Xiaoya cast out from the Yi family? She was regarded as a disgrace by you all, and I have no right to consider myself part of your esteemed clan. Chapter 91. One must not disregard money. Yi Teng and Yi Zhaofeng were visibly flustered, their faces shifting from pale to flushed. A mix of anger and humiliation coursing through them. Who could have predicted that the impoverished boy, once likened to a toad aspiring to dine on swan meat, would attain such stature? Director Su, whether you acknowledge it or not, Xiaoya is ultimately a daughter of the Yi family. You cannot simply stand by and watch us perish. Yi Teng lamented, desperately seeking to persuade Su Xiaochuan by invoking Yixinya. Yet, among many options, he chose the very approach that Su detested the most. Su Xiaochuan let out a cold laugh, crossing his legs as he regarded the two men. To ask me to save your Yi family implies that you are on the brink of collapse. Am I correct? Neitad, Yi Teng, nor Yizaofeng spoke, clearly acquiescing to this implication. Su Xiaochuan continued, his tone measured. If I am to intervene, I would demand 60% of your company's shares as remuneration. What say you? What? The words struck Yi Teng and Yi Zhaofeng like a thunderclap, their expressions shifting to disbelief as they stared at Su Xiaochuan in shock. Have you lost your mind? Granting you 60% of the shares would be tantamount to gifting you the company outright. Would that not mean our family would be forever relegated to working for you? Yi Zhaofeng roared, dismissing the proposition without a moment's thought. Forever working for me? Su Xiaochuan chuckled knowingly, meeting Yi Zhaofeng's gaze with earnestness. That is far from certain. I might even terminate some individuals. Where do you find the assurance that you would be working for me indefinitely? You all tend to hold yourselves in far too high regard. Su Xiaochuan, you are overstepping. Yi Zhaofeng was consumed by rage, storming directly to his desk, gnashing his teeth as he growled. A once inconsequential impoverished youth had, upon rising to power, become so audacious, leaving him profoundly unsettled. In stark contrast, Su Xiaochuan appeared remarkably composed, speaking with an air of nonchalance. You are truly lacking in gratitude. If I intervene, you will retain 40% of your shares. Without my assistance, your family will be left with nothing. Yi Zhaofeng was visibly agitated. Yi Teng seized him, admonishing, Zhaofeng, do not act rashly. Father, his demands are excessive. You cannot seriously consider acquiescing to him. Yi Zhaofeng implored, his face etched with anxiety. The thought of the Yi family being reduced from masters to mere servants, particularly under Su Xiaochuan, was utterly intolerable. Faced with Yi Zhaofeng's fervent inquiries, Yi Teng remained silent, fully aware of the precariousness of their situation. Though Su Xiaochuan's demands were exorbitant, he was correct. Without his aid, the Yi family was doomed. They had exhausted all options, and desperation had driven them to seek Su Xiaochuan's intervention. Seeing his father's silence, Yi Zhaofeng's anxiety escalated. He realized his father was wavering. Silence. Yi Teng barked, fixing a cold glare upon him. This trouble is of your own making. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhaofeng's expression shifted, his guilt silencing him. Su Xiaochuan, casually toying with a pen, observed the father and son with a bemused smile. Yi Teng took a deep breath and, with gritted teeth, addressed Su Xiaochuan. Very well. I will acquiesce to your demands. However, the shares will only be transferred upon the successful completion of the matter. No problem. Do elaborace. Su Xiaochuan responded confidently, assured of his leverage over the Yi family. Yi Teng then recounted the events in their entirety. Indeed, it was Yi Zhaofeng who had instigated the chaos. Though his wife was undeniably beautiful, it was no surprise that infidelity lurked among men. It was not uncommon for wealthy heirs to brawl over such a woman. This time, Yi Zhaofeng had truly overstepped. Just 2 days prior, he had quarreled with another man over a woman, and in a drunken stupor had grievously injured him. Initially, He had dismissed the incident, but starting yesterday, the Yi family faced a barrage of repercussions. The bank began pressing for repayments. Several partners threatened to withdraw their collaboration. Regulatory agencies conducted relentless inspections, and thugs descended upon their company, effectively paralyzing their operations within a single day. After some investigation, Yi Zhaofeng discovered that the man he had assaulted was none other than the affluent heir, Xie Qingyun. Early that morning, Yi Teng had prepared lavish gifts and accompanied Yi Zhaofeng to the hospital to apologize, only to be met with disdain from Xie Qingyun, who vowed to annihilate the Yi family. Thus, in utter desperation, Yi Teng had sought assistance from Su Xiaochuan at Tianyang Group. Gundens, Su Xiaochuan Zimak, intrigued as he regarded Yi Zhaofeng. What manner of woman possesses such allure that you would risk the entire Yi family for her? I have witnessed extravagance before, but nothing quite so reckless. Yi Zhaofeng felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness upon hearing those words, his heart swirling with both astonishment and fury. Yet he found himself utterly powerless. Let us go then, since we have nothing better to do. I shall accompany you to the hospital and witness this dashing young master of the CF family, who seems to share your flair. Su Xiaochuan remarked casually as he rose from his chair and made his way towards the office exit. The Yi family's 60% stake in the business was valued in the billions, and Su Xiaochuan believed in conducting affairs with proper compensation. Such was his principle, albeit one of his own making. Yi Teng and Yi Zhaofeng exchanged glances, hastily following in his wake. After a journey of over 20 minutes, the trio arrived at the First People's Hospital of Jiangbei City. The Yi father and son led the way to a luxurious private ward. Upon entering, they found a young man seated on the hospital bed, engrossed in his phone, a bandage wrapped around his head. What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to obediently return home and await your fate? Get out now. Xie Qingyun's expression darkened upon spotting Yi Teng and Yi Zhaofeng, and he tossed his phone aside. Yi Teng and Yi Zhaofeng turned their gaze towards Su Xiaochuan. Su examined the decor of the hospital room and remarked, "This ward is quite splendid. Even being ill and hospitalized can be a form of indulgence." "Who the hell are you?" Xie Qingyun demanded, glaring at Su Xiaochuan. Su Xiaochuan pulled out a chair and sat down opposite him, coolly stating, "I have received payment from the Yi family to mediate on their behalf." "Are you out of your mind?" Xie Qingyun incredulously pointed at himself. "Do you even know who I am? You dare to prance before me, seeking death?" "I am quite sane," Su Xiaochuan replied earnestly, then gestured towards Yi Zhaofeng. "He struck you, and I propose you retaliate. Let us consider this matter settled." "What do you say?" Xie Qingyun scoffed, laughter escaping him as he pointed at Su Xiaochuan. "What are you to instruct me? Get out now." In the face of Xie Qingyun's fury, Su Xiaochuan remained unfazed. "Why not propose a condition? I, too, am in this for remuneration. Let us not complicate matters for the Yi family." "You truly are audacious." Xie Qingyun gritted his teeth, then smirked coldly as he pointed to the floor. "If you do not wish to trouble the Yi family, how about you kneel and bow your head, calling me grandfather? If you do so, I shall let this matter rest." "What do you think?" "I believe you are courting disaster," Su Xiaochuan replied, enunciating each word with clarity. Xie Qingyun erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. He descended from the bed, towering over Su Xiaochuan, and taunted, "Kid, I advise you to mind your own business. Otherwise, your entire family may meet an untimely end. Do you understand?" No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhou Tian, standing behind Su Xiaochuan, delivered a swift kick. Thud! Xie Qingyun's body crashed back onto the bed, a spray of blood erupting from his mouth, staining the pristine white sheets. "Kindly speak to my boss with more respect next time," Zhou Tian stated, his expression devoid of emotion. Xie Qingyun clutched his abdomen, struggling to rise. Disbelief etched upon his face. "You dare strike me?" Zhou Tian merely fixed a cold gaze upon him, silent yet conveying a menacing message. "Not only do I dare to strike you, I would also not hesitate to take your life. Spare the Yi family, for the sake of our past. Just as Yi Zhaofeng has harmed you, I shall ensure you are met with the same fate. Understood?" Su Xiaochuan earnestly remarked, observing Xie Qingyun. "Go to hell." Xie Qingyun spat in fury, glaring at Su Xiaochuan with gritted teeth. What makes you think you can demand respect? You claim to wish to save the Yi family? Then you might as well perish alongside them. With a swift motion, Su Xiaochuan delivered a resounding slap across Xie Qingyun's face, speaking calmly. I have shown you considerable leniency since my arrival, yet you refuse to reciprocate. Isn't that rather excessive? The stinging pain on his face ignited a fiery rage within Xie Qingyun, a desire to annihilate Su Xiaochuan surging through him. Very well, you will regret this. I, Xie Qingyun, will not rest until you are destroyed, or my name isn't Xie. He bellowed, his eyes radiating venomous fury, as if his wrath could manifest into a tangible force. At that moment, the door to the hospital room swung open once more, and a woman stepped inside. Brother, what has happened to you? Upon seeing the blood at the corner of Xie Qingyun's mouth, Xie Miaoi's expression shifted dramatically. Incapacitate them, Xie Qingyun exclaimed, as though he had found salvation in her presence, gesturing vehemently at Su Xiaochuan and the others. Xie Miaoi's demeanor grew icy as she glanced at Yi Teng and the others, her gaze faltering upon recognizing Su Xiaochuan. Why are you hesitating? Do you not see what he has done to me? Avenge me, Xie Qingyun shouted, his voice laced with desperation as Xie Miaoi remained unmoving. Xie Miaoi, with a bitter smile, replied, Brother, if I were to confront him, it would merely be a case of an egg against a rock. Miss Xie, it is a pleasure to see you again. There appears to be a minor misunderstanding between us and your brother, Su Xiaochuan remarked, rising and offering a slight smile, surprised to discover that this woman was Xie Qingyun's sister. After a moment's contemplation, Xie Miaoi cautiously inquired, May I understand the circumstances? Though typically a forthright and spirited woman, she felt a sense of restraint in the presence of such a martial arts expert. Naturally, the situation was rather straightforward, and Su Xiaochuan recounted the events. Upon hearing the tale, Xie Miaoi felt a swell of irritation. She had not anticipated that this entire debacle stemmed from a conflict over a woman. Brother, let it go, she urged Xie Qingyun gently. Let go. Xie Qingyun erupted, his anger flaring at her suggestion. He has reduced me to this state, and you suggest I simply forgive and forget? Are you still my sister? Brother, Xie Miaoi glanced at Su Xiaochuan before leaning closer to Xie Qingyun, whispering a few words in his ear. Xie Qingyun's expression shifted, paling as he stammered. You are not deceiving me? Brother, when have I ever lied? Xie Miaoi replied, her gaze filled with exasperation for her ineffectual sibling. Upon receiving an affirmative response, Xie Qingyun's face twitched slightly as he struggled to swallow. His voice dry as he uttered, Then let it be. He never anticipated that Su Xiaochuan was, in fact, the chairman of the Tianyang group. Although this identity was significant, he felt somewhat reassured due to his grandfather's influence and did not fear Su Xiaochuan. What truly astonished him was the revelation of Su Xiaochuan's formidable martial prowess, which had elicited such high praise from his sister. Despite having no formal training in martial arts himself, his familial ties had afforded him a degree of understanding, making him acutely aware that should Su Xiaochuan desire his demise, it could be accomplished with a mere flick of a finger. At that moment, all notions of revenge were cast aside, and he merely wished to resolve the matter swiftly. Ye think, and ye zofink, ik chengit bijudirit gunansis. Perplexed by what Xie Miaoi had conveyed to Xie Qingyun that had so thoroughly unsettled him, we ought to express our gratitude to the young master. Su Xiaochuan remarked with a faint smile directed at Xie Qingyun, before turning to Yi Zhaofeng and saying, Why are you standing there in a daze? Do hurry and thank the young master for his magnanimity. Many thanks for your generosity, young master, Yi Zhaofeng replied hastily, showering Xie Qingyun with gratitude. Miss Xie, please take good care of your brother. We shall not impose further. Do not forget the business card I provided you. Su Xiaochuan said with a gentle smile towards Xie Miaoi, before leading the Yi family and Zhou Tian out of the hospital room. Though Xie Miaoi yearned to pursue them, she restrained herself upon noticing the blood still trickling from her brother's mouth. What did he mean by a business card? After Su Xiaochuan departed, Xie Qingyun inquired curiously of Xie Miaoi. She recounted the events of the morning regarding the card. Upon hearing this, Xie Qingyun was elated, exclaiming, Miaoi, you must seize this opportunity. If missed, it will be gone forever. Despite his frivolous lifestyle, he was not devoid of intellect. He discerned the gravity of the situation. With his sister's exceptional talent, if she were to receive guidance and support from a martial arts expert of Su Xiaochuan's caliber, her future would undoubtedly be boundless. I understand. No need to reiterate. You should lie down quickly, Xie Miaoyi urged as she moved to assist him in reclining. Xie Qingyun waved his hand dismissively. No. I wish to be discharged and recuperate at home. Why? Xie Miaoyi questioned, bewildered by his sudden decision. Xie Qingyun awkwardly confessed. The commotion in the room was rather loud. The outside world may have heard. Just look at the handprint on my face. How could I possibly remain here with dignity? Such vanity, enduring suffering for the sake of appearances, Xie Miaoyi thought, rolling her eyes in exasperation at her brother, who was perennially irresponsible yet overly concerned with his image. Contemplating her future inheritance of such a vast family business, she felt overwhelmed, for her true passion lay in martial arts, not in the realm of commerce. Yet, her unreliable elder brother left her no choice. Her grandfather and parents were understandably hesitant to entrust the family legacy to him. Thus, the burden of responsibility fell squarely upon her shoulders. Chapter 93. Chun Xiaolan's malice breeds cowardice. Prepare the contract for our return. Su Xiaochuan instructed as he departed from the hospital, bending to enter his vehicle. Father, are we truly going to grant him 60% of the shares? Ye Zhaofeng questioned. Watching Su Xiaochuan's car recede into the distance, his expression one of reluctant discontent. He is the sole heir of the Yi family, and henceforth, the entirety of the Yi estate belongs solely to him. However, the inheritance that rightfully belongs to him is about to change hands, and it will be transferred to Su Xiaochuan, the impoverished young man he once condescended to. In the future, Su Xiaochuan will become the master of the company, while they will merely be reduced to minor shareholders laboring under his authority. This reality is unbearable for him. He cannot accept it. What other choice does he have? His debts cannot simply be dismissed. Yi Tong snapped, attributing the misfortune to his wayward son. Yi Zhaofeng's eyes flickered as he conceived a devious scheme he had been contemplating since his time at the hospital. Father, we could approach Xiaoya. Su Xiaochuan is quite fond of her, and he would surely heed her words. A classic case of self-sabotage. He cannot help but instigate chaos at every turn. Can his plan succeed? Yi Tong hesitated, recalling that Yi Xinya had previously declared her severance from the Yi family. Understanding his father's apprehensions, Yi Zhaofeng dismissed them with nonchalance. Father, do you not know Xiaoya? She is quite soft-hearted. Besides, can one truly sever ties simply by declaration? Very well. It is settled then. Yi Tong was swayed. Deep down, he was reluctant to relinquish over 60% of the company's shares to Su Xiaochuan. After all, it was the fruit of the Yi family's laborious endeavors. How could he bear to hand over control to another? His earlier agreement was contingent upon needing Su Xiaochuan's assistance. But now that the troubles had been resolved, his discontent had resurfaced. To put it plainly, he wished to exploit Su Xiaochuan and then cast him aside once his utility had been exhausted. At the Li family's estate, Li Zhaosheng regarded Chen Xiaolan with disappointment. Xiaolan, you have let me down, he said, shaking his head. Yet, I cannot entirely blame you. After all, Su Xiaochuan is formidable, and it is only natural that you would find yourself at a disadvantage. Chen Xiaolan, who already harbored intense resentment towards Su Xiaochuan, felt his breath quicken upon hearing these words. Gritting his teeth, he asserted, Uncle Li, rest assured, I will not let this matter rest. Let go, Xiaolan. You truly are no match for him, Li Zhaosheng replied in a tone meant to console, though it felt more like incitement. Chen Xiaolan thrived on such provocation. The more Li Zhaosheng insisted, the deeper his animosity towards Su Xiaochuan grew. At this juncture, even without your encouragement, I shall not relent. I am determined to settle the score with that Su fellow. A frenzied glint crossed Chen Xiaolan's eyes, and under Li Zhaosheng's influence, his hatred for Su Xiaochuan had become almost fanatical. Li Zhaosheng, perceiving this, concealed a smirk behind a facade of concern. Xiaolan, you must not act recklessly. Su Xiaochuan has spared you this time, but who can say what the next encounter may hold? He will not have another chance. Chen Xiaolan spat through clenched teeth before turning to Li Zhaosheng, saying, Uncle Li, I must take my leave. With that, without waiting for response, he strode away with determined steps. At that moment, his heart brimmed with murderous intent. Having faced defeat at Su Xiaochuan's hands repeatedly, and spurred on by Li Zhaoxing's provocations, his fury had reached a boiling point. Su Xiaochuan, despite his prowess, was but a mortal. As long as he was flesh and blood, he was vulnerable to death. As he gazed at Qin Xiaolin's retreating figure, Li Chaosheng revealed a smirk of derision. Fool, let us see you serve one last purpose. The death of Li Fei was known only to his trusted confidant. He had not disclosed it to any other member of the family. After all, that was his illegitimate son. Were he to brazenly wield the power of the Li family for revenge over a bastard child, his wife, children, and uncles would certainly oppose him. Thus, he could only resort to his own means to address this matter, even resorting to manipulate Qin Xiaolin from the shadows. In the afternoon, upon returning home, Xie Canglong was greeted by the sight of Xie Qingyun's split lip and the palm prints adorning his face. Where have you gone to stir up trouble this time? Why on earth did you leave the hospital? Looking at his grandson, who only indulged in debauchery, Xie Canglong was consumed with anger. Xie Qingyun displayed a look of grievance. Grandfather, it's unjust. I truly didn't cause any trouble this time. He recounted the events that transpired at the hospital. That's Su Xiaochuan again. Xie Canglong ground his teeth in fury, his disdain for Su Xiaochuan intensifying. Grandfather, he is truly formidable. I believe he is at least at the peak of the blood condensation realm, perhaps even at the acquired realm. Xie Miaoyi emerged from the kitchen, her face etched with concern as she defended Su Xiaochuan, for she had witnessed it firsthand. The acquired realm? Xie Canglong nearly erupted with laughter at this notion. My foolish granddaughter, do you think acquired realm warriors are as common as cabbages? Su Xiaochuan is at best a mere amateur. The acquired realm is an existence that Xie Canglong could scarcely dare to imagine in his lifetime. The idea that Su Xiaochuan could become an acquired realm warrior after 6 years of training was nothing short of absurd. Grandfather, do you mean to say he is a fraud? Xie Qingyun's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, Xie Canglong nodded, dismissively stating, he cannot possibly be a martial artist. I do not know what means he employed to deceive your sister into such a state, as if she were bewitched. Damn it, that wretched scoundrel. Xie Qingyun, nearly bursting with indignation, looked at